In our top stories, Gauteng government welcomes latest crime stats and home satellite as anti-immigration violence flares over Northern Ireland. Good morning. The Gauteng government has welcomed the 2025-2026 fourth quarter crime statistics. It has recorded a 5.2% decrease in overall contact crimes across the province for the January to March period. Although the province has seen positive declines in severe offences, it remains the largest contributor to serious crimes in the country. The provincial spokesperson, Elijah Mhlanga.
We welcome the downward trend in the crime stats for the province of Gauteng. It confirms that working together we can reduce crime levels. We, however, call upon all residents of the province of Gauteng to remain vigilant, to report crime, and to actively participate in building a safer province for all those who live and work in it. We will continue to do our part to ensure that we coordinate all efforts that are aimed at ensuring that we see a consistent downward trend and eventual eradication.
The National Tertiary Education Union has filed a criminal complaint against suspended Vice-Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare in the Eastern Cape, Professor Sakele Buhlungu. The union has cited a profound collapse of governance, accountability and institutional oversight linked to the actions of the professor. The complaint has been lodged with the Special Investigating Unit, the Hawks and the Public Protector. Professor Buhlungu was placed on precautionary suspension following a forensic report that found he and 4 employees had appointed 2 executive directors without the approval of the university's council. The union Secretary General Grant Abbott believes the professor has brought the name of the historical institution into disrepute.
Over several years, under the Vice-Chancellor's leadership, the union has observed and received documents and information that points to a pattern of serious governance failures at the university. And what is critical here is that this is not a single incident. It is a repeated pattern. These include things like, and this is contained in our criminal complaint, is irregular appointments without proper recruitment and vetting processes, appointments of senior individuals remaining in positions despite allegations of misconduct.
The KwaZulu-Natal Health Department is set to start distributing the HIV prevention jab, lenacapavir, to 94 clinics in the province. Health MEC Nomagugu Simelane says national government has identified clinics in 7 districts to roll out the twice-yearly injectable drug. Yesterday, she told the Health Portfolio Committee in the provincial legislature that they received over 6,000 doses of the nearly 9,400 allocation.
When we say as a country we are looking forward to a generation that is HIV and AIDS free, this makes that possible because it literally means those that have not been infected are going to be getting the vaccine every year, twice a year, and that's it. Of course, the vaccine doesn't mean all the other safety instruments are not utilized because we continue to say people must protect themselves, people must have one partner.
Gauteng Community Safety Portfolio Committee Chairperson Bandile Masuku says there's a need to guard against vigilantism when voicing concerns over undocumented migrants. This as protests against undocumented migrants surge across the country. High unemployment and strained public services are driving the protests. Masuku says government is dealing with the problem.
The illegal immigration issue is a big issue, but it's also important that we also deal with issues of vigilantism because it is a slippery slope. You know, it will start first with illegal immigration. Next time it will be about tribe, and the next thing will be about something else. And we don't need to have to continue to observe and do nothing about this type of actions, which sometimes borders on hatred.
And finally, several homes and vehicles have been set on fire in Belfast in Northern Ireland. This follows an attack in the city on Monday night, causing anti-immigration unrest across parts of the country. A Sudanese refugee has been charged with attempted murder. The BBC's Chris Page reports.
A video was widely circulated online, showing a man kneeling on top of the victim, stabbing at his head and neck with a knife. Some people, including a man with a hurling stick, confronted the alleged attacker. The victim is said to have significant eye injuries and slash wounds. The suspect, who's 30, has been charged with attempted murder. The Home Office has said he has leave to remain in the UK until 2028, after being granted refugee status in 2023.
Recapping the top story, the Gauteng government has welcomed the 2025-2026 fourth quarter crime statistics. It has recorded a 5.2% decrease in overall contact crimes across the province for the January to March period. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports Headlines. Soccer, Bafana's World Cup dreams move a step closer as the countdown to Mexico continues. And in tennis action, Serena Williams makes a triumphant return at the Queen's Club. All the details at around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in Joburg with some overnight roadworks just holding things up N3 South Galilees through to Heldenays. If you're northbound, you've got the usual queues just starting to build up into the longer term roadworks northbound around Heldenays. Looking okay, Pretoria down to Joburg through Midrand. If you're coming from Montana side of Pretoria, keep your eyes open for a broken down vehicle. M1 South at the N4, Emelafleni and Hatfield split. The left lane is closed there. Durban, heavy rain overnight last night. A little bit of rain lingering this morning. There is some localised flooding that you'll need to deal with this morning. Some of those usual spots, recreation onto the M4, coming off the M7, big puddle there, some puddling on the M4 Southern Freeway and on the Esplanade run-in as well. Pietermaritzburg, Durban checks fine, no major obstructions this morning either direction of the N3. And Cape Town, another misty day in store. The mist isn't everywhere. Some routes are mist-free and clear, but just in the next suburb you'll have a route that you can hardly see where you're going because it's misty and foggy. So if it's misty where you are, keep those lights on as the sun comes up this morning and take it nice and easy, please. Drive safely. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 6:08. A very good morning to all of you that have just tuned in to the show. My name is Kathy Mutlatlana. You're listening to the National Briefing as we bring you clarity, context and conversation. And glad to have you with us this morning on the 10th of June. It's Wednesday, the 10th of June, as you get ready to step into your day. And of course, we'll be doing that right alongside you, bringing you all of the updates that you need to know as you get ready for the rest of your day. Coming up this morning, we'll turn our attention to Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. This is where the Premier Tamin Ntuli will be hosting a second provincial round table on undocumented migration, bringing together government, business, faith leaders and civil society. All of it in an attempt to lower the temperature and find common ground ahead of this deadline that has been issued for undocumented migrants to leave the country by the end of June. You'd remember that just last week, the South African Human Rights Commission was in the province assessing preparedness and also monitoring tension. So the Premier will join us live in the second hour of the show. And then a story around accountability, particularly in our country schools. More than 22,000 employee records on the education system's payroll can't be matched to a person standing in a classroom. So who are these people that have been cashing in these salaries? Government is insisting that much of it is an administrative error, but of course, we'll then have to try to get to the bottom of it. We'll be following up on that story just in a short while. And then also in this hour from The Hague, it truly is an extraordinary moment for international justice. For the first time in its history, the International Criminal Court has suspended its own chief prosecutor. And we'll get to the bottom of why this is happening. Of course, we'd love to hear from you as the show unfolds. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, you can send those WhatsApp voice notes and text messages to 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. As always, the conversation belongs to you, and we love to keep in touch with you as the show unfolds. So that's what you can expect coming up on the National Briefing. Rob will have your traffic, Zai will have your sport, and Ntauleng, your latest market updates.
Sanmuran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanmonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1. Do yourself a favor, tune in every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's for sure.
All right, it's 12 after 6 o'clock. Let's go to the country's front pages and see what they're leading with this morning. I'll start with the front page of the Business Day. Not good news at all. Muted SA growth expected this year. A first quarter beat expectations, but rising fuel prices from Middle East war takes its toll. And that's a story they're looking at South Africa's economic growth and expectations there. And the fact that we're actually going to have very limited growth when it comes to the economy this year, and a number of sectors are likely to feel this. Manufacturing, mining and agriculture, those are the some of the sectors that are said to be most affected by the high fuel costs. And then also on the front page of the Business Day, police boss linked to 280 million rand treasury tender kickbacks, and that's Police Crime Intelligence Operations Support Boss, Major General Feroz Khan, received kickbacks in a 280 million rand National Treasury tender. An affidavit released by the Madanga Commission of Inquiry reveals. The affidavit was filed by Commission investigator Tsepo Nyadlo before the High Court in Johannesburg, and the affidavit opposes Khan's legal challenge against Police Minister Feroz Kachalia and the Commission. And in that application, the police intelligence boss is seeking to prevent the Commission from accessing information extracted from his devices that were seized without a warrant during his arrest on the 10th of May. So in fact, this affidavit has really caused a lot of talk, including on social media. There's so many different angles that are being drawn out of it, conversations that Khan was having, some of them linked to the EFF leader, Julius Malema. So it's certainly something that we'll continue to watch closely as the commission continues. A front page of the Citizen, domestic disputes a killer. And that front page there is how most of Gauteng's killers hide behind closed doors, with 172 people dying because of misunderstanding, provocation, or a fight. And it's contained in the latest crime statistics. Mob justice is the second highest cause of murders, with 74 cases, followed closely by robbery. And it's, of course, reflecting then on the crime stats in the province that were released yesterday. Overall, though, there does seem to be an improvement a slight decline in some of those figures. The most concerning one seems to be that of kidnapping, that kidnappings are unfortunately still on the increase. The front page of the Sowetan this morning, it's giving Philip vibes, and that's really then looking ahead to the World Cup. Fan parks gear up for World Cup spectacle with stages, music and big screens set for the opener. So those fan parks are the fan parks in the country that are going to be open, not fan parks in the US. So for the first match tomorrow, we're expecting a replica of the 2010 World Cup where Mexico and Bafana clashed. So certainly an effort made to bring South Africans together over that. And the inside of the Sowetan, taking a look at those kickbacks from a 280 million rand tender treasury. At least that's the allegation there coming out of the affidavit filed by the Madlanga Commission. And then the front page of the Star, Johannesburg writes off 45.16 billion rand wasteful expenditure. Mayor flags accountability concerns over declining recoveries. Over the past 5 years, the story says, the city of Joburg and its municipal entities have written off 45.16 billion rand in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful spending. This was disclosed during Tuesday's joint meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and the National Assembly Standing Committee on Public Affairs. Certainly more woes for Johannesburg and a clear picture of why the city is just in this financial mess that it is in. All right, so that's what you can expect then, making headlines on the front pages of the country's newspapers. As you can tell, everybody really going in multiple directions this morning. No main or key story that is dominating the papers.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 18 after 6 o'clock. Let's get straight into your weather. There are no warnings that have been issued for today. In Pretoria, the weather's partly cloudy, a low of 9, a high of 19. The expected UVB sunburn index is moderate. Johannesburg, partly cloudy, 7 and 17. Vereeniging, partly cloudy, 6 and 19. Mbombela, cloudy with light rain, 11 and 19. Polokwane, partly cloudy, 7 and 21. Mahikeng, fine, 4 and 21. Vryburg, fine, 3 and 22. Bloemfontein, fine, 4 and 19. Kimberley, fine, 2 and 20. Uppington, fine, 3 and 23. Cape Town, cloudy with fog in the morning, otherwise fine. Wind light and variable, 11 and 20. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. George, fine. Wind light northerly, 9 and 20. Gqeberha, fine. Wind moderate to fresh northerly, 8 and 22. East London, fine. Wind moderate to fresh northeasterly, 13 and 24. Durban, partly cloudy with isolated early morning showers and rain. Wind light to moderate southwesterly, becoming easterly to northeasterly in the afternoon, 16 and 22. The expected UVB sunburn index is high. Richards Bay, partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain until mid-afternoon. Wind light to moderate southwesterly, becoming easterly to northeasterly in the afternoon, 16 and 23. And in Pietermaritzburg, cloudy with morning and evening fog, otherwise partly cloudy, 7 and 21.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X, it just got real.
FlySafair's winter win back is heating up with so many travelers already winning the value of their flights back. And you could be next. Simply book flights in June or July and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a FlySafair voucher. Lock in that mid-year break and your bucks might be coming right back to you soon for your next escape. Book at flysafair.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
The Global Briefing on SAfm.
It's 20 after 6 o'clock. Let's get then into our global briefing. We're going to start off with history being made at The Hague, even though it is for all the wrong reasons. Late on Monday night, the International Criminal Court suspended its chief prosecutor, Karim Khan. It's the first time in the court's history that it has done so. An 18-month investigation into sexual misconduct allegations, which Khan denies, will now go to a vote of all 125 member states. Sandile Mguni is a lecturer in political science and international relations at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, joins us this morning. Sandile, the ICC is really at a critical moment, the first time it's had to do this. Let's talk about the process that has been followed to reach this point.
A very good morning, Katie, and the listeners. So in terms of process, it has been an 18-month process, also involving the attempt to solicit some of the views from the victim. Seemingly, the victim has shown unwillingness to participate in the process, which also raises doubts in relation to, or it places this incident into question. Doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't occur, but maybe the victim might be reluctant to be involved, and this has actually been stalling the process. And currently, I think in May 2025, the chief prosecutor was placed on suspended leave, and for now, the suspension has been put in place. And there has been a call to involve the vote of the 125 member states. And it raises a lot of questions in relation to the institution itself, as it is one of the important permanent war crimes court.
So the same court, of course, right now is also dealing with cases involving Russia, Israel, the Philippines, and this prosecutor's office has already come under American sanctions. There is a big question about what happens now. Should there be a leadership vacuum at the top, which, of course, will somewhat be created by these changes?
That's another very serious problem, because currently, as you are saying, clearly there are a number of states that are involved in relation to the ICC, including the United States, Russia, and there are those sentiments that this might be linked to the involvement of the ICC with these crimes, but also it won't only cause a leadership vacuum in the institution, but it will also have an impact in the credibility of the institution itself and how it is deemed as to be impartial and ethical. It will actually cause a serious damage in the institution. And critics of the ICC might actually question its legitimacy because of this incident.
Sure. So it certainly then is one to watch, and maybe important to note, as Sandile was saying earlier, that some of those judges on the panel had called for a process to review the findings of this report, as they believe that the evidence that had been gathered was inconclusive. But of course, that was largely due to the limited participation of the victim in this instance. Then let's turn our attention to Rome, where Giorgia Meloni, Giorgia Meloni was once the undisputed face of Europe's right and is now facing a challenge, not from the opposition, but from within her own camp. How much of a threat is this to her grip on power?
It is a serious threat, because not only to her power, but also to the politics of Italy in general, because it actually opens up space for competitive election outcomes in Italy, but also, most importantly, with these developments, it also indicates the growing appetite of Italy for new players in the political space. It surely will be one of the interesting ones, because also looking at the alignment of Roberto in relation to his politics. Seemingly, it seems to align with the more anti-European sentiments, but also more sympathetic to Russia as well, which is actually interesting when you look at European politics.
We're then also seeing, if we can turn our attention to Cuba, the UN calling for America's sanctions on Cuba to be lifted. It's a renewed call coming from the United Nations. Why now? And, sometimes this shifting world that we're in has unfortunately exposed the vulnerabilities of these multilateral institutions and the power they do or don't wield.
Yes, I think also it has to do with the realization that in most instances over history, what we have seen, and even in modern times, what has been realized is that sanctions do not really have an impact in relation to where they are directed to. Instead, what the sanctions really do is to affect the ordinary citizens, cause an impact in relation to essential services or needs of the society at ground level. And it's also what the United Nations has referred to, the issues around the fuel shortages, issues of power outages, but more importantly, issues of shortages to supply of medicines as well as food. And also, obviously, issues of health are also affected, which I think also the United Nations has come to realize that actually sanctions are not really achieving what they are intended for.
All right, Sandile Mguni will leave it there, lecturer in political science and international relations with the School of Social Sciences at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. So that's then we were going to leave it with the global briefing. Oh, look, we've got a bit of time. So let me bring in just some of your calls and voice notes so far, especially on what's coming up on the show. Denzel, you're in Morokweng. Good morning.
Morning, Katie.
Yes, sir.
Katie, I just wanted to hear you. I always miss out on you. You are stronger than the Matlanga Commission, you know.
I hardly doubt, but I'll take that as a compliment. Thanks, Denzel.
Katie, man, we are really missing out here in the rural area. I'm staying in a rural area. You know, the foreigners, our people, poverty is taking over here. People becoming vulnerable here. You know, our traditional leaders are even been taken to court by foreigners to say. There's one foreigner that even changed his surname to Lutlogile, the traditional leaders in Ganyesa. He was in Ganyesa, now he's here in Morokweng. He built a massive building here without the permission of the authorities. When they approach him about it, he takes them to court. You know, man, I think he's just going otherwise here and people are flocking from the towns now, cities now coming to this areas. But it's because of this poverty. Yeah. There's no work for people. They don't have. The children is getting involved. Girls is getting involved for these foreigners now. You know, man, I don't know how can the government help us. How can we get help? Who can we talk about this? Okay. Even stock theft is so high. They're encouraging corruption and crimes here because they buy stolen cattle from the guys here, using our children for break-ins and all that. In 2017, my child also passed on, also drug-related things here,
Yeah.
And we don't know where to run to, man. Can you people give us somebody that we can... You talk to the police here. The police are also not doing their job. Man, it's just a mess up in this rural areas beside.
Denzel, thanks for that perspective. And perhaps to show that this is not just something that is affecting your urban areas, urban townships, but that it really exists in many parts of the country where South Africans are feeling the frustration of lawlessness, including lawlessness of sometimes that is being carried out by undocumented migrants. Let me hand you over to the news desk. Anne Musa is standing by with your headlines. Anne, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, witness I will continue to testify before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. The testimony of the witness relates to a drug bust in Ayrton, south of Johannesburg. The Gauteng government has welcomed the 2025-2026 fourth quarter crime statistics. It has recorded a 5.2% decrease in overall contact crimes across the province for the January to March period. And a man accused of shooting and killing 15 people at a Jewish event on Bondi Beach in Australia in December last year has been charged with an additional 19 offences. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Good news from Joburg. All the overnight roadworks on the N3 around the Bedfordview area have been lifted. There is a delay, though, coming from Germiston through to Galulis. That's into the long-term works that are there between Heldnace and Van Buren. But the overnight restrictions taking to single lanes has all been lifted a little bit earlier. Boyson through Empire is the delay on the Mike 1 North this morning. That's busy but fairly normal. And if you're driving in Pretoria, just keep your eyes open. Broken down vehicle, left lane of the N1 South around the N4 highway. Durban, we've been detailing this morning some very heavy overnight rains and some widespread localised flooding. Recreation Road onto the M4 Southern Freeway coming off the M7. Quite a big deep puddle there. There's flooding on Sarnia Road at the Railway Bridge. Flooding on South Coast Road at the Moon Hotel, if you know where that is, just south of Durban. That water quite deep there as well, but it's quite widespread. All the usual places will be slightly submerged this morning. Do take it easy, please. Peterborough, Durban, checks fine, no major problems. Cape Town, very misty again this morning. Not everywhere, but where it is, it's sort of heavy mist and heavy fog. Take it easy. Give yourself time to get through. And the N2 inbounds queuing quite heavily from Khayelitsha through towards the airport exit. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zaikan Barikinako Bafana believe. So I see there's a campaign, South Africa backs Bafana, going on, hey?
Rise, Mzansi, rise. This is our moment. Kathy, I can see you are feeling it. I love it. The excitement. The WhatsApp groups are buzzing. Yes, we've got tomorrow night for a full 90 minutes. South Africans from every corner of the country will be pulling in the same direction. Yeah, Bafana. Taking on Mexico, it will be a FIFA World Cup opener. Now, Coach Hugo Bruges' side qualified on merit for this global showpiece and will return to football's biggest stage for the first time since 2010 when they take on to the field at the iconic Estadio Azteca tomorrow night. Captain Ronwen Williams, Relebohile Mafokeng and Lyle Foster are among the players expected to lead the challenge. And kickoff is 9 p.m. Football history in the making. Let's bring it back home to Cape Town City. Head coach Jan Freeman has urged his players to keep believing ahead of their must-win promotion-relegation playoff encounter, and that's against Magesi at Athlone Stadium this afternoon. City remain rooted at the bottom of the standings on goal difference, despite last weekend's 1-0 victory over Milford. Now, earlier defeats to both Milford and Magesi mean there is no margin for error as they chase survival. Elsewhere, more than 5,000 fans attended the United States men's national team's first World Cup training session in California after over 33,000 supporters entered a ticket lottery for the event. With the tournament being staged on home soil, expectations are high among the supporters, with many believing the Americans can reach at least the quarterfinals. Rugby, the Barbarians have named the first wave of players for their clash against the Springboks in Gqeberha on the 20th of June. The squad includes former junior Springbok and current Scotland star Duhan van der Merwe, former All Blacks vice-captain TJ Perenara, and Wallabies back Andrew Kellaway, as well as Argentina fly-half Thomas Albonas. Now, more players are expected to be announced in the coming days ahead of the season opening fixture, all happening at the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium. And finally, tennis. 44-year-old Serena Williams, who partnered with Victoria Mboko in a first-round doubles victory at the Queen's Club Championship, roll back the years to
Shall we say whoop, 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 whoop? I mean,
Wow.
Is
Serena.
it just, it's something else, hey?
The Queen
What
is
a
back.
goat. What a goat.
Absolutely. And they notched a 7-6-6 to win over the third seeds Erin Rotliff and Nicole Melisha Martinez. Here's Serena and Victoria.
Oh my God, I think I'll give myself what do you think? C minus?
I mean, it's funny because there was moments in the match where we were kind of just like, oh, this isn't going great, or we kind of, it's very self-critical, but I understand, it feels like it was far from our level a little bit, but I think it's great knowing that you have so much room for improvement, and and have the motivation to get better. So
The comeback queen. We'll be back with the comeback around the top of the hour with more sport. I'm Sai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Darling, a very good morning to you. So I see China's factory gate inflation. It's jumped to a 4-year high.
Good morning, Kathy. Now, the acceleration in prices is due to higher commodity and energy costs linked to the Iran war, alongside growing demand for AI infrastructure, which resulted in producer prices rising by 3.9% last month. The increase is up from 2.8% in April and reflects mounting cost pressures on manufacturers as disruptions to key trade routes continue to impact global supply chains. However, inflation at the consumer level remained relatively subdued, with consumer prices rising 1.2%, suggesting households are still cautious with spending. Now, economists warn that while rising prices have helped pull the economy out of deflation, sustained input cost pressures could weigh on corporate profits and broader economic growth. Now, turning to the U.S. economy, the U.S.'s biggest bank, J.P. Morgan, is keeping a close watch on the health of the consumer, warning that a growing number of households are finding it harder to keep pace with rising prices. While spending remains relatively resilient and the labor market continues to hold up, the bank says the financial buffers built up during the pandemic have largely normalized, leaving consumers more exposed to future economic shocks. The comments come as higher energy costs linked to the Iran war continue to place pressure on household budgets. Investors will now turn their attention to the latest U.S. inflation data due later today for further clues on the outlook for consumer spending, the broader economy, and the path of interest rates. And those concerns around monetary policy ahead of today's U.S. inflation print continue to weigh on sentiment, with Wall Street closing in the red overnight. That weakness carried into Asia, where equities opened lower as investors also digested fresh Chinese inflation data. Locally, however, the tone was more resilient, with the JSE all-share managing to eke out gains, ending yesterday's session 0.04% higher, with sentiment supported by a better than expected GDP print of growth of 0.5%. The data briefly lifted the rand, though the currency has since come under pressure amid fresh geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The local unit is now trading at 16.55 to the dollar, 22.15 against the pound, and 19.11 versus the euro. And that's a wrap of your market brief this hour. Catch you back just after 7:30.
Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAfm.
A refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula.
Jumbo Africa, Sisketi, and a refreshing morning to our listeners across the African continent.
So let's start off with, I think, really worthwhile news coming out of Ghana for Edem Wosonu.
Edem Wosonu found his native name, appointed as a UN refugee assistant high commissioner. Very important. They are saying she's bringing a wealth of knowledge in a humanitarian space, in an emergency space. As you know, that the UN and the globe and the continent is facing high levels of conflict, climate-related disasters, and humanitarian crisis, that we cannot ignore that this role of a Ghanaian will also have to deal with the issues of global migration that we are seeing coming from your Tunisia, coming from the west, coming from the south. We have many challenges, and these women succeed. Sri Lanka, Ruvendra Menedikwela, who was the Assistant High Commissioner. So Anthony Guterres appointing a Ghanaian woman to that position to deal with the coordination of humanitarian affairs at the UN level.
And if we go to France, I mean, it's really important that this case is still continuing, right? Trying to bring justice in as far as that 1994 Rwandan genocide is concerned.
That is quite true. We are talking about the former Rwandan doctor Eugene Ramunu, who was sentenced to 27 years in prison for his complicity in the 1994 genocide. The appeal process has started in France. The 67-year-old maintains his innocence in the face of a possibility of a life sentence. The issues around his role, that he aided and abetted what happened between April and July 1994 during that genocide that killed between 800,000 and 1 million Tutsis with the moderate Hutus that was in Rwanda. Now, this case is taking place in France. It is not taking place in Kigali. That's the strange thing that has happened when you look at the post-genocide that happened in Rwanda 34 years ago.
Yeah, and you know, we're all talking about the World Cup, and of course South Africa tomorrow, getting ready for its big kickoff. But it's not all smooth sailing. What's happened? Africa's best coach, Somalian, has not been able to get into the US. Why?
Zai will fight with you. Not a best coach, a best referee. Omar Abuldika Atan, a 34-year-old boy who's a Somalian referee, who was the best referee, was given an award in 2025 in CAF, being denied a visa entry upon arrival in Miami International Airport and sent back to Turkey. That shows that the soccer diplomacy of World Cup is crumbling when you see Iranians going in and out and staying in Mexico. For some of us, Kathy will say soccer diplomacy in the eyes of a dominator and a bully like America is still questionable, despite you have Mexico and Chile also co-hosting. But Africans are not allowed in that World Cup, even if it is a sports diplomacy in motion. And that's where we see a young man from Somalia being returned back home. That says something. Even if we have 10 African countries, but for one to be returned, it shows that we are not wanted. We are uninvited guests in the U.S.
Yeah, one would also think that there would have been some administrative issues or matters handled before the World Cup. He's serving as a referee under FIFA. Surely he's part of the administration, one would think. But yeah, Zai can tell us more about what's going on there. All right, for our historical archives this morning, we're looking at the 10th of June, 1940.
This man passed away 86 years ago. In South Africa, there were Gavi movement. This is a Pan-Africanist, a Jamaican national hero, a black nationalist, and a trader who died at the age of 52. Let's give them some clip of Marcus Garvey when he talks about knowledge of self and nature.
Man should understand himself because man is full of knowledge, and this knowledge is a gift of nature.
When Mother Nature created man, she deprived him of nothing. He was given the faculty of understanding all things around him. This faculty for understanding has not been taken away from him. None of his senses have been taken away from him. So there is no excuse for the black man in lacking the knowledge that man is used to beautify the world and produce all that he needs for his happiness and civilization. If you are able to live with the knowledge of yourself and with the greater knowledge of nature, you must know what is good and what is not.
That's Marcus Garvey is here about the knowledge of self, the knowledge of nature, to beautify this beautiful continent. This man was born on the 17th of August, 1887, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. There were Garvey movements in Cape Town, in Tshwane, in Vereeniging, a very important black nationalist, a Pan-Africanist. That I think our students at grade 12, they do study the diaspora history, and I'm not sure if Marcus Garvey is being prescribed or recommended. But let us leave it there. As you said, we are on the eve of Kenako, Waka Waka. There are many songs I've seen for World Cup. I think Zai will be giving us those snippets of songs of World Cup as we are hailing Bafana Bafana tomorrow, Sisketi, as they'll be playing. I call it soccer diplomacy that has to unify the globe. Asante Sana, as we are still observing the Soweto uprising, man.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Add to cards. Love it.
Let's clear your cart when I get.
For real?
Yeah, bo. With my cashback from My Way, I will be getting 10% of my premiums back for staying claim-free for 2 years. So I'll have some extra cash to spoil you and let you live your way.
Dad, you're the best.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSB. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning, Gauteng. Quite heavy on the mic one this morning. Gold Reef City through to Empire Road. N3 backlogging from Elan's usual queues up to Van Buren into the roadworks there. A lot of flooding around Durban. They must have had a massive downpour overnight last night. Rain is starting to ease, but there's flooding on the South Coast Road at Clarewood. Flooding on Recreation Road as you come off the M7, ramping onto the Southern Freeway. That's quite deep and dangerous. Sarnia Road at the train bridge, is some flooding there as well. And queues on the M13 coming out of Pinetown. Really big backlog this morning. St John's Avenue down to the N3 at Paradise Valley. Very slow getting out of Pinetown towards that N3. And there's also queues at Merebank on the M4, turning off the N2 north onto the Southern Freeway. Quite a backlog to work through there. Cape Town, little crash on the N2 inbound just by the airport runway. All lanes are open, but such is the volume coming in from Khayelitsha that there is just a bit of a slowdown to get through there. A lot of traffic around Symphony Way and Stellenbosch Arterial in Delft. And the other big story around Cape Town is the continuing mist problem. Very misty most of yesterday, particularly bad for the drive home. As you turn around and come back, it's misty again this morning. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
FlySafair's winter win back is heating up, with so many travelers already winning the value of their flights back. And you could be next. Simply book flights in June or July and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a FlySafair voucher. Lock in that mid-year break, and your bucks might be coming right back to you soon for your next escape. Book at flysafair.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Weekday mornings from 6 to 9.
You're still listening to the National Briefing at 6:50. Let's get into this story. 22,000, that's the number of employees that the records in basic education could not be matched to the government payroll data. And this was specifically when verifiers physically counted the number of employees at public schools. So there is this big discrepancy around where this 22,000 workers are. Joining us is Bernice Loxton, a spokesperson for the Education Labour Relations Council. Bernice, good morning to you. Thank you for your time. Let's firstly start with what this verification has unearthed. Are these ghost workers effectively?
Good morning to you, Kathy, and to the listeners. The numbers refer to the 22,837 employee records that could not be matched to National Treasury's payroll system. The report does not conclude that these are ghost employees. These mismatches could be caused by administrative errors, data capture mistakes, temporary appointments, or delays in updating systems. But we do acknowledge that this is a significant number, and it requires urgent investigation by the provincial education departments.
So if we are unsure about, what then this 22,000 represents, what is the credibility of the verifications that have taken place?
It was a very credible system process that was undertaken. And the aim of this exercise was to unearth the anomalies that we have in the system. So based on the information that was found, at this stage, we cannot confirm what this number means. It simply means that the departments have to delve deeper. They have to make sure that there are investigations done, so that we can confirm what these numbers mean. And if there is any fraud that is uncovered or ghost workers that are found in the system, then the Department of Education would take the appropriate action and refer these cases of suspected criminal conduct to the relevant authorities.
What happens in the meantime? Are these individuals going to continue earning salaries? And I say that, very cautiously, because we don't know if they're in fact employees on the other end. But are their salaries going to continue to be paid as normal?
What we can confirm is that the Department of Basic Education has started sharing the reports with the affected provincial education departments, and they have started with a plan of action to investigate these cases. There has already been report backs, so we can confirm that the provincial departments have started taking action.
But at this point, we don't know what action they've started taking.
We have to wait for them to finalize their processes.
Okay. When will we get a more extensive update, Bernice, that at least gives us more answers? Because I feel that we're still left hanging after this conversation.
The report that was issued, it proposed very specific time frames for the different departments of education. So as I mentioned, that this process is already started. So within those specified time frames, there will be reports issued. We do regard this as a very serious issue. So we cannot confirm specifically by which dates these investigations will be concluded.
Bernice, we're going to have to leave it there then. Bernice Loxton, the spokesperson for the Education Labour Relations Council. Well, let's quickly move on then to this story. It's Youth Month and 50 years next week since the class of 76 changed this country before many of them could actually legally vote. However, the challenge in 2026 as we head towards the local government elections is that more than 60% of unregistered young people between 18 and 34 say they have no intention of registering for this year's local government elections. Joining us is Councillor Ilza Lamini, who is the chairperson of the Salga Youth Commission in the Western Cape. Good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. These numbers are quite concerning because we are seeing growing apathy, in particular from young people. What's behind that number? What are young people actually saying to you?
Hi, good morning, Kathy. Thank you for having me. Good morning to all your listeners. Yes, the statistics are very, very scary. That youth is so disengaged from politics. The most important thing that message is saying to us is that the youth feel that their voice doesn't matter and that they feel that they're not being heard. And that is part of the reason why they are choosing to not participate in the local government elections.
I'm quite interested in how you describe it. You describe it as youth being disengaged from politics. Previously, part of the analysis has been said to be that the stay away is in fact a part of protests and that young people are very interested in politics. How do we begin to make sense of what we need to do to get young people to register, to vote, to actually want to participate within the formal political structure?
Yes, we realize that obviously the frustration the youth is feeling and why they don't want to partake in the elections it's a real frustration, and we can acknowledge that the problem that we're sitting with is whether the youth decide to participate in registering in the elections and showing up and voting or not. They are still affected by the decisions made. And as much as you indicated 50 years ago, the youth were the ones that stood up and showed up and changed the course of history. Our youth now has to also show up and change it at the ballot box. So it is so that they don't, or the youth feel that they aren't engaged enough in politics and in local government where their vote makes a difference. And it could be said that them staying away is their vote. However, if we look especially at the local government elections, the local government is our sphere that's the closest to the people on the ground. Them sitting in a situation where they feel, I'm not going to vote because my vote doesn't make a difference, they're still the ones affected the most by the outcome of the vote. We've got huge unemployment. We've got huge social ills in our communities, and the youth are the ones affected thereby. So whether they vote or not, they are still affected by it. Local government elections, that determines your basic services, your water and electricity, your local economic opportunities, your safety in your communities. All of that comes from your local government, and the local government election determines the future of the youth in our communities, and them not participating can't be said to just be their vote in that way. It is rather them not voting, but anyway still subject to the outcome of the elections.
All right. And I want to hear from the young people then coming out of that conversation. What would it take for you to participate in the elections? What would it take for you to register and to go out and vote? We can have part of that conversation as the morning unfolds. It's 7 o'clock. It's time for your latest news update. And good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, witness I to continue testimony at the Matlanga Commission and KZN Health to start distributing lenacapavir to 94 clinics. Good morning. Witness I will continue to testify before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. The testimony of the witness relates to a drug bust in Addington, south of Johannesburg. The 750 kilograms of cocaine was discovered in 2021 amid allegations of police interference in the matter. The witness, who started to testify yesterday, told the Commission that suspected criminal mastermind Vuzimuzi Cat Matlala was the informer who tipped off members of the Tactical Operation Management Section, also known as TOMS. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness I is expected to continue his testimony in partial camera at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College this morning. He testified that Ket Matlala was an informer who assisted Toms with tip-offs that led to successful operations. Witness I further claimed that Matlala's assistance resulted in the arrest of dangerous suspects, including an individual known as John Wick. He also told the Commission that he is aware of allegations that Matlala uses the police to eliminate his opposition. However, he said this was never the case within TOMS, as none of their officials were used by Matlala.
The Gauteng government has welcomed the 2025-2026 fourth quarter crime statistics. It has recorded a 5.2% decrease in overall contact crimes across the province for the January to March period. Although the province has seen positive declines in severe offences, it remains the largest contributor to serious crime in the country. The provincial spokesperson, Elijah Mhlanga.
We welcome the downward trend in the crime stats for the province of Gauteng. It confirms that working together we can reduce crime levels. We, however, call upon all residents of the province of Gauteng to remain vigilant, to report crime, and to actively participate in building a safer province for all those who live and work in it. We will continue to do our part to ensure that we coordinate all efforts that are aimed at ensuring that we see a consistent downward trend and eventual eradication.
The National Tertiary Education Union has accused the suspended Vice-Chancellor of the University of Forte in the Eastern Cape of bringing the institution into disrepute. The union has filed a criminal complaint against Professor Sakele Buhlungu, citing profound collapse of governance, accountability and institutional oversight. The complaint has been lodged with the Special Investigating Unit, the Hawks and the Public Protector. The professor was placed on precautionary suspension after a forensic report found he and 4 employees had appointed 2 executive directors without the approval of the university's council. The Union Secretary General Grant Abbott.
Over several years, under the Vice-Chancellor's leadership, the Union has observed and received documents and information that points to a pattern of serious governance failures at the university. And what is critical here is that this is not a single incident. It is a repeated pattern. These include things like, and this is contained in our criminal complaint, is irregular appointments without proper recruitment and vetting processes, appointments of senior individuals remaining in positions despite allegations of misconduct.
The KwaZulu-Natal Health Department is set to start distributing the HIV prevention jab, lenacapavir to 94 clinics in the province. The Health MEC Nomagugu Simelane says national government has identified 7 districts to roll out the twice-yearly injectable drug. Yesterday, she told the Health Portfolio Committee in the provincial legislature that they received over 6,000 doses of the nearly 9,400 allocation.
When we say as a country we are looking forward to a generation that is HIV and AIDS free, this makes that possible because it literally means those that have not been infected are going to be getting the vaccine every year, twice a year, and that's it. Of course, the vaccine doesn't mean all the other safety instruments are not utilized because we continue to say people must protect themselves, people must have one partner.
And finally, a man accused of shooting and killing 15 people at a Jewish event on Bondi Beach in Australia in December last year has been charged with an additional 19 offences. Navid Akram was already facing a range of charges, including 15 counts of murder. Among the fresh charges are 10 counts of shooting with intent to murder. Akram is yet to enter a plea. The attack was Australia's deadliest mass shooting in nearly 3 decades. Recapping the top story, Witness I will continue to testify before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. For SAfm News, I'm Anne Musa.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So, switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm sports headlines. World Cup fever building as former France World Cup winner Frank Leboeuf urges Bafana to believe ahead of their opening clash against Mexico. And we have rugby. Duhan van der Merwe headlining the first Barbarian squad announced to face the Springboks. Details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We start in Ekurhuleni with heavy traffic again on the N17. Brakpan through Boksburg. That's a single lane section for roadworks. That's already looking quite heavy. Also a pedestrian fatality. R21 north at the R24 split. So if you come up from Jet Park on your way towards the airport, expect some delays there. A bit of pressure from Soweto up towards the Gordon Road exit using the N1 north. And if you're coming out of Pretoria, not a bad run until you get to Old Joburg Road. It slows down to New Road exit. Very heavy out of Pinetown on your way to Durban this morning. Big queues, M13, St John's Avenue down towards the N3 Paradise Valley. Queues on the M4 Southern Freeway as you pick up the N2 off-ramp onto that M4 in the Merebank area. Flooding on the South Coast Road in Clarewood near the Moon Hotel. That's quite slow. And the N2 North already backlogging up in towards the roadworks at Westwood Mall. Cape Town quite misty this morning, and it may be the problem on the Tygerberg Road. If you come from Durbanville on your way down towards Hillcrest, is a really slow go traffic there. And Stellenbosch arterial heavy on your way through Belhar and Del. Big queues down towards the Symphony Way junction. Also a crash on Clipper Road at Main Road in the Newlands area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
9 after 7 o'clock, you're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning if you've just tuned in. My name is Kathy Mutlahlana. I'm with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context, and conversation. Coming up in just a moment, the KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Tamin Tuli, joins us. He'll be hosting his province's second round table on undocumented migration, all of it in an effort to quell tensions ahead of that end of June deadline that has been issued by the protesters. Also in this hour, we track the impact of unscrupulous insurance companies preying on vulnerable pensioners. We'll find out exactly how widespread this issue has been. And then also in this hour, we'll bring you the reality check. This week, our contributor, Professor Buleng Lenkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of UNISA. And of course, we'll also be taking your calls, your WhatsApp voice notes. You can dial into studio. The number for that line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. It is the National Briefing, and it's such an honor to have you with us as we help you step into your day.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
SAF's winter win back is heating up with so many travelers already winning the value of their flights back. And you could be next. Simply book flights in June or July and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAF voucher. Lock in that mid-year break and your bucks might be coming right back to you soon for your next escape. Book at flysafair.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. SAFair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlahlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
It's 12 after 7 o'clock. Let's get straight into this story then. The KwaZulu-Natal Premier, Tamin Tuli, today engaging various sectors of society. This is with regards to the influx of undocumented foreign nationals in KZN, alongside the protests that province in particular has been witnessing. Premier Tuli, good morning to you. Thank you so much for your time on the National Briefing today.
Good morning, Kathy, and to your listeners at home, and thank you for having me.
Just in the last week, you hosted the South African Human Rights Commission that was there to engage with officials, including, from your office around readiness and preparedness as they raise the alarm over their own concerns around the potential escalations towards the end of the month. As a province, what are you anticipating? What are you preparing yourselves for?
Well, Kathy, in the beginning, we're not certain on what the message was meaning, the ultimatum of the 30th of June. But after sometimes the ones who made such a pronouncement, they clarified that they were not meaning something which was going to be negative in terms of the province, but they explained it the way they explained, and that's the reason for us to engage with the organizers, with the ones who made pronouncements, as we are having this roundtable today. And the engagements with various stakeholders is quite very important. You see, as a province of KwaZulu-Natal, we did not start to address this problem of the undocumented foreign nationals when people started to march on the street. In 2024, when we joined government, we launched a program which is called Engangeni Ngesangya Fohla. And immediately after that, we led operations to the manufacturers where we saw hundreds of the illegal migrants being employed, and we addressed that with the police and home affairs. And apart from our presence, the police continued, sustained the operation. It is on daily and weekly basis in KwaZulu-Natal. As a result, thousands of the illegal migrants have been deported back into their countries from the process of us. After that one, we even engaged the Minister of Home Affairs to say, then we have a problem of resources to move these people. There is a shortage of such, and there was quite an intervention. We have been to the borders. We have engaged communities along the borders to say, you are the ones who are working with the illegal migrants to enter our province. And we have even made a call to the entire society that if you give accommodation to illegal migrants, they will always come. If you rent out your spaza shops to them, they will always come because they see opportunities. You must collaborate with government, understand your role, so that when government, in terms of home affairs, police,
Sure.
and community safety and licensing are playing the role, we will be able to mitigate this. So I'm saying for the 30th, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, it's a journey which started in 2024, but in a different way. That is why then we are engaging now to mitigate any fear.
So, Premier, if we look at what the Human Rights Commission has said following those engagements in the province, it's raising the alarm, including with the National Joint Operations Committee, NAT joins. And it's really to say that they are concerned that the province might face scenes similar to what you did in the July unrest. So I'm quite curious about how you are reading those warnings, versus what the Human Rights Commission says you should be bracing for.
Kathy, you see, the reason for us to engage the organizers of these civic organizations is exactly to address that, to bring certainty in what they are actually saying when they talk about a particular date, which is the 30th June. That is why then one is in a position now that our institutions are analyzing in fact the what is going to happen by analyzing what the society is also viewing this call as meaning, so that there is an intersection of any potential of disruption, the issue of instability. We are hopeful that the engagements that we have, they are going to assist us. That is why they've been on public and they've been on record saying they never meant anything beyond demonstrating their frustration as the society, which is genuine.
So, Premier, does that mean that you don't necessarily agree with the assessment of the Human Rights Commission?
You see, I will not say I 100% disagree, but in the engagements that I've had with the institutions in the province, because I had a keen interest to understand where is this moving towards, I did not develop a sense of assurance that 30 might mark any event similar to what happened in 2021. And that we are working together to even then mitigate that when we engage and we go out to make a statement in the public together to say We want no one who will be involved in an unlawful behavior.
So
That is what is, yes.
So perhaps just then to wrap it up, Premier, you don't see an escalation of these protests leading up to the 30th and, in fact, closer to that deadline. You are not expecting that the temperature is going to continue rising.
No, in terms of the protest, they are protesting on a weekly basis in different parts. And I may anticipate that on the 30th there will be more protests. But our engagements are meaning to agree whether there is still a need of that or not. When you look at what government is doing, even now, the involvement of national government, while in the province we have been quite very robust in engaging with this subject of undocumented foreigners, but now national government is on board. The engagement that we'll be having today will be even taking us to that direction, whether is it still necessary that we call for demonstrations on that day. What else can we do together to see real numbers being deported back into their countries from our province? That is a kind of the conversation that we want to have today.
All right. Well, we'll wait to see then what the outcome of that conversation will be. That is the KZN Premier Tami Nduli on the round table he'll be hosting later today.
Sanibonani, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Masangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanibonani. Hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Awafani. Catch Amalanga Awafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's the show.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation.
All right, it is 22 after 7 o'clock. Coming up in this hour, there is some breaking news, and we're going to be speaking to the Gauteng police spokesperson in a short while. But I want to bring this to you. The South African police in Gauteng launching a manhunt for suspects following a mass shooting that has claimed the lives of 12 people and left several others injured at Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland. This was last night. So we have a mass shooting, reports of a mass shooting overnight in Gauteng in Cleveland where 12 people were shot and killed. We'll be bringing the police on in a short while to give us the details of what exactly transpired in relation to that story. For now, we're going to turn our attention to this. It's a story we've been tracking since Monday following the expose run by the Sowetan. Many elderly pensioners in South Africa being taken advantage of, I would say, by unscrupulous insurance companies who duped them in some instances to sign up for policies. Now, we've heard different reports on how their details were canvassed, right? But in many of these instances, the pensioners were misled. They were told that they would either benefit, they needed to sign up to get free groceries, and in some instances, the agents for these companies went to these pensioners' homes and again misled them about what exactly it is they were signing up for. Avashni Naidu is the KZN regional manager at Black Sash. Avashni, good morning to you. How widespread is this? I mean, if you have pensioners that have 240 Rand being deducted from their pensions in the names of insurance products, surely this in and of itself raises alarm. That's a significant percentage of the pension in and of itself.
Absolutely, Kathy, and thank you so much for having me. I'd like to say it's something that's new. Unfortunately, this has been a prevailing trend for years, and the particular companies that are involved are actually the same perpetrators over and over again that seem to be preying on these vulnerable entities for being able to deduct their pensions every single month. Particularly now that many of our beneficiaries are in the open banking sphere and do not benefit from a ring-fenced bank account like they used to with the SASSA card.
So, we spoke to SASSA yesterday, and they basically said it's up to the pensioners to educate themselves and to not just sign up. But in this instance, when it's very clear that these companies have lied, they have misled these pensioners by and large.
Absolutely. Not only lying to pensioners, there are actually insurance companies that take the branding of SASSA logos, put it onto their documentation, and say to beneficiaries that they are affiliated to SASSA and or endorsed by SASSA to be the provider of burial societies or funeral policies, and that it is mandatory for these beneficiaries to take these policies in order for them to continue taking their grants. As you yourself said in the intro, they go door to door to beneficiaries' homes. On paydays at pay sites, we as Black Sash and our partners monitoring across the country have found these insurance companies actually having tables outside the retailers in order to dupe and lure pensioners into taking these accounts. Furthermore, without even the pensioners giving over their details, when a pensioner throws away their receipt or drops it on the ground or throws it into the bin, etc., some of these unscrupulous entities actually pick up this documentation that has the details of beneficiaries on it and signs these beneficiaries up for these funeral policies. And the beneficiary only becomes aware of it in the following month when there are these weird deductions coming off of their grants. So unfortunately, as much as the beneficiary, yes, needs to be aware, with the way these entities are preying on them and with the false information given, beneficiaries are unfortunately taken for a ride. And nobody is holding these insurance companies to account for their predatory behavior against beneficiaries.
And you're bringing me to my next point, Evashni. Surely this cannot just be allowed to happen. What does accountability in this instance look like?
Exactly. And if you look at the Sowetan article and the millions of amounts of money that goes to these insurance companies, so-called in terms of the under the basis that it is informed consent, it's millions of amounts of rands. And then only when the beneficiary comes forward to say, actually, I didn't sign up for that, I didn't give informed consent. Because what does informed consent look like to an elderly person who cannot read and write, who cannot understand English on a contract, and who's not even given a contract at the end of the day? This means that SASSA also has to be able to take some action if every single month the same insurance company are coming up as being the ones that are scamming these beneficiaries. They need to be reported to the regulatory authority. The regulatory authority and SASSA need to work together to hold these companies to account. Black Sash took this up a number of years ago in our book, Hands of Our Grants. My office particularly worked with a company in Tweefontein and in Mpumalanga that was scamming beneficiaries in their own homes, and we got them to actually pay these beneficiaries back all the amounts that they had scammed from them. So if you do take these companies on, if you do hold them to account, there will be a level of accountability, and also ban them from being able to then use the information of these beneficiaries.
Very quickly, what advice do you have for those who have pensioners? What must they do? Briefly, please, Evashni.
Quickly, if they can, if they do see these unauthorized deductions, to immediately go to SASSA offices, to have an affidavit to say that they have not consented to these deductions, and to have SASSA to cancel these transactions off of their grant so that it does not come off in their grants in the following month.
Evashni Naidu, the KZN Regional Manager at Black Sash. So you can see the behavior finds a way of re-emerging. The same insurance companies, we need to get to the names of these insurance companies. They must account for the work of their field agents and why it is that they're participating in this kind of behavior. We cannot accept it. All right, let's go back then to the story that we're covering. This is just in 12 people shot dead in a mass shooting overnight. Colonel Dimakatso Nevuhului, the Gauteng police spokesperson. Colonel Dimakatso, good morning to you. What can you tell us about this mass shooting?
Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to the listeners of SAFM. Yes, indeed, we are waking up to this sad story this morning. Last night evening at around 11:10, the police in Cleveland, they responded to a complaint of a shooting. And upon arrival, indeed, they found numerous victims that had sustained gunshot. And the emergency services, when they came, already 11 people were declared dead on the scene, while another one was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. And at least 9 people are still being treated for gunshot wounds at several hospitals around Gauteng. And according to the information we received is that allegedly 10 suspects were dropped off by a white Quantum near a petrol station in Cleveland. And the suspect reportedly entered the informal settlement. They divided into 2 groups. One group went through the other entrance and the other on another entrance. And they started opening fire at the residents. And as they were moving around, they started opening fire at everyone who was on the street. And I must say that as the police, we have our provincial commissioner has mobilized resources so that we can unravel the motive of this, because at this stage we don't know what is the motive of this attack, and also the suspects have not been arrested. But we do have our provincial and our district detectives who are expecting this, and our crime intelligence who are already have started with the investigations. Our LCRC has already combed the scene for any information that we can get or any visible evidence that can assist us with this investigation.
Colonel Dimakatso, we'll leave it there. So you have suspects going into an informal settlement and then indiscriminately opening fire on residents for no cause whatsoever. If you know anything about what unfolded in Cleveland last night, perhaps you were close to those scenes, please get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you and try to make more sense of this picture that the police are painting. Anne Musa, it's time for the latest news headlines. Good morning, Anne.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, 12 people have been killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. The wounded were taken to various hospitals following the incident, which happened last night. The Africa Maibwe movement has intensified its call for the immediate suspension of Crime Intelligence Head Feroz Khan and Hawks officer Ibrahim Kadwa. They are facing a series of allegations, including interfering with an investigation into a drug bust in Addington, south of Johannesburg in 2021. And Witness I will continue to testify before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Not a bad run, Pretoria down to Joburg this morning. A little bit of traffic on the M1 south of the New Road, but maybe a little bit better than you might be expecting. N1 from Beyers-Naudé around to Rivonia is heavy, and a crash on the N3 north at Buccleuch. Traffic heading that way, backing up from the Alexandra area. Durban M13, Fields Hill through to Paradise Valley. Major delays this morning through Pinetown on your way to join that N3. A little bit of localised flooding still around after heavy rains overnight in the Durban area. Cape Town R300 jammed up from Stellenbosch Arterial all the way up to the N1. M5 is slow from Parkwood through to Cooper Interchange, and another misty morning around Cape Town. Take it easy if it's misty where you are. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zakan, good morning yet again. So do we believe, who's France backing for the opener?
Hey, they are backing Bafana. Best you believe it.
Well, we'll take that because they are a former World Cup winner. So maybe they're just sending us positive vibes. Eh?
Yeah, I love that word, Kathy, believe, because, nobody gave Bafana a chance during qualifying. Nobody gave us a chance when we went in the knockout stages and that points deduction scenario, right? And yet here we are, one sleep away from opening the FIFA World Cup. And we're looking at the former France World Cup winner, Frank Leboeuf, urging Bafana to believe that they can make history. South Africa opened that campaign and looking forward to this. The 1998 World Cup winner, Leboeuf, believes mindset will be crucial, saying football is still 11 against 11 and that belief and courage can overcome rankings. Now, Bafana are currently 60th in the world, while Mexico, they sit 15th, and you can catch all the action live on SABC Sport tomorrow. 9 p.m. is the big kickoff. Now, South Africa's opening match will be handled by experienced Brazilian officiating team that's led by Wilton Sampaio. Now, Sampaio refereed 4 matches at the 2022 World Cup, including France's quarterfinal win over England. And he will be assisted by compatriots Bruno Pires and Bruno Boschilla, with Paraguay's Juan Gabriel Cardoso as the 4th official. The VAR booth will be headed by Colombia's Nicolas Gallo, supported by Chilean Juan Lara and France's Jerome Broussard. In the meantime, Somalian referee Omar Atan has been ruled out of the FIFA World Cup after being denied entry into the United States. Atan, who is set to become the first Somali official to referee at a World Cup finals, was stopped at Miami airport despite holding a valid visa and diplomatic passport. FIFA says the 2025 CAF Referee of the Year will now take no further part in the tournament. Atan has been a FIFA referee since 2018 and has officiated at the Africa Cup of Nations. Let's go to women's soccer. Banyana making history in Osaka, beating Japan 1-0 thanks to Linda Motlalo's winner. The victory came on captain Rafilwe Jane's 150th appearance and marks the first time an African senior women's team has defeated Japan in an official international. Let's hear from Banyana coach Desiree Ellis.
We've got to give credit to the analysts. The plan was spot on, and then the coaches, the technical team, for putting that in and consistently working on that, because there were few times they got through, but generally I think we handled them well. We put them under a lot of pressure, and an unlikely header from Linda, a great build up from that to get a corner and then to put the ball in the back of the net, and I think the whole group can be really proud.
And finally, hockey. The countdown is on for the FIH Men's Nations Cup in Cape Town, with South African hockey calling on fans to pack the Hartleyville Stadium where the tournament gets underway, and that's on Friday. The event will feature several top international nations and provide an opportunity for local supporters to watch world-class hockey on home soil. All matches will be streamed live on SABC Plus. That's your sport. We'll be back at the top of the hour. For the national briefing, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. Now, South Africa's economy expanded by 0.5% in quarter one. Marginal as that might be, it has topped expectations.
You're absolutely right there. While growth surprised slightly to the upside, the underlying details, though, Kathy, are more concerning. Now, GDP expanded for a 6th consecutive quarter, but the pace remains tepid and uneven. On the production side, 9 out of 10 industries posted gains, with finance, agri, trade and transport doing most of the heavy lifting. However, manufacturing remained the clear drag, contracting for a second straight quarter. Now, the weakness there concentrated in petroleum and chemicals, as well as iron and steel, underscoring persistent cost pressures and subdued demand. On the expenditure side, momentum was equally fragile. Household consumption rose just 0.1%, the weakest in 8 quarters, pointing to strained spending power. Capital formation also declined 1.1%, signaling a pullback in investment appetite. Now, looking ahead, economists warn that growth could soften further as geopolitical tensions begin to filter through more meaningfully into second quarter activity. Now, digging deeper into manufacturing, the sector which continues to struggle with rising input costs, high electricity prices, and pressure from cheap imports. Now, paper and packaging firm Mondi has come under strain, flagging the surge in imported office paper as a key threat to local producers' market share. The group's Mondi Rotterdam brand remains a leading premium product and is central to its anti-dumping tariff application, supported by one of its local competitors, SAPI. Now, preliminary findings by the International Trade Administration Commission suggest imports have caused serious injury to the domestic industry, including declines in sales, profits, market share, capacity use, and employment between 2023 and 2025. ITAC is also weighing emergency World Trade Organization provisions with expectations that anti-dumping duties could follow amid global overcapacity pressures. Now, with just under an hour and a half to go before local markets open, expectations are for a softer start amid renewed tensions in the Gulf. Oil has been relatively subdued despite the strikes, holding around $91 a barrel, while equities are under pressure with US futures and Asian markets in negative territory. The local currency is also on the back foot this morning at 16.56 to the dollar, 22.17 to the pound, and 19.13 to the euro. And that's where I leave things with you today. I'll be back tomorrow morning with your market moving news. I'm Ndauling Lechela for the National Briefing.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
It's 7:42. You're listening to the National Briefing. So we're going to get into our reality check. The moment that causes us or forces us to pause, to reflect, and to think seriously about the state of South Africa. What is happening, why it's happening, what it's costing us, and what we can do to change it. And I think that's where the most important part is that how can we develop the practical steps that we need to build the South Africa that we want. Our contributor this week is Professor Puleng Linkabula, the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Prof, good morning to you. Thank you for your time yet again this morning. And you want to focus on the youth, and in particular, how we as a country can optimize the youth dividend in our country. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Kathy, to you and to your listeners across the length and breadth of South Africa in the region where people can access SAFM.
So how do you think we can be better using the young people of our country to strengthen democracy, Prof?
Thank you very much, Kathy, for the question. I'm truly appreciative to have been asked to reflect with you and with the nation about the questions that bedevil our country, the continent, and the world, or South Africa in the world. In this instance, we will be talking about optimizing youthful dividend for strengthened democracy. Kathy and all the listeners, you'll recall that in 1995, just a year after the democracy, His Excellency President Mandela, on June 16, 1995, focused his speech on youth and young adults, inviting them to value education as an asset for the youth to acquire, but also to optimize in improving their plight. Second, President Mandela reminded us that for any government to succeed and for any society to succeed, the youth and young adults must ensure that their voices are heard, their participation, consciousness, critical thinking, as well as social analysis is at the center of Masakane, or the building of a society. In the current context, 32 years later, youth and young adults in our society have become, in the main, passive participants in the democratic dividend, as well as in the political participation, except for a few. The statistics that we see about youth participation in the educational systems, especially higher education, is wanting. You realize that only 1,200,000 are participating in the university system. This implies that majority of youth and young adults are either in university, in TVET colleges, community colleges, or employment, and therefore require active participation in the world of work, but also in the world that imagines the future that they must co-construct. And therefore, the key questions is if the youthful dividend is a measure that helps us to understand the participation of youth and young adults in a society in ways that changes the society for the better, then the question that we must beg to ask is, are our youth empowered to changing and strengthening the democracy? Are they active participants, or are they wallowing in the beer halls, marginalized, non-active, underemployed, and disillusioned? Are they alienated from the democratic dividend? And how then do we change the democratic dividend, especially in this month when we reflect on the gains that the youth who fought for liberation and emancipation in our country, in the continent, but also in the global south that had been colonized would have done. And therefore, let me propose a few critical interventions that youth and young adults, as well as those who are their accompanies, educational institutions, job creators, as well as industry must do. First, if we look at the Statistics South Africa Q1 report for 2026 data, it gives a picture that has a little bit of hope and yet a little bit of contradiction, where young people are bearing the brunt, and yet there is an improvement from 31.4% to 32.7% of employment. And therefore, you realize that youth unemployment is still exceeding, therefore challenging the participation, but also the economic transformative need for youth and young adults. And therefore, I want to make a suggestion that education, critical skills, as well as the ability for youthful agency becomes an important imperative if youth are to be active agents in changing their conundrum as well as their society, or the quality of the democratic dividend beyond the political consciousness to the active transformation of systems, structures, processes. Two, the gap that is elicited by youthful underemployment or unemployment in gender requires attention. Youth and young adults and majority of women who are susceptible to gender-based violence, trafficking, abuse by the greed culture and greed industry, which undermines their dignity, must also be challenged. It is when we engender gender equality and eradicate gender-based violence and femicide, eradicate trafficking of human beings, that the women will find their voices and be active agents within their society. And therefore, it is very important for youth and young adults to understand feminist, womanist, and Bosadi theorization and agency that empowers them never to undergird or undermine their own critical thinking systems only because they are women. Third, it is my contention that the youth and young adults grow up within a possibility of dividend of digitization and digital systems. Therefore, it is my proposition that for many of youth and young adults, they use these digital systems, whether social media platforms, only for communicating with one another. These platforms have the potential to becoming economic opportunities that can be optimized, especially in a digital system as well as an economic system whose platforms and online systems become quite important. I encourage youth and young adults who are quite attuned with social media systems to be attentive to these opportunities. Higher education, therefore, becomes a partner, not a spectator, to the strategic agency of youth and young adults across sectors for enhanced social, economic, and development support of the aspirations, the voices, but the pursuit of education and change and agency that youth and young adults must propel for themselves in our country. Four, it is my contention that our society, therefore, must fix the disjuncture between education, training, research, innovation, and translation into the economy, because the non-translation of ideation and the educational benefits or asset that youth have amassed for themselves create this unemployment and therefore must be challenged. To do so, industry must be actively involved in productive economy more than just speculative economy that is just betting within the systems of the systems that speculative economy produces. For me, work integrated learning for all becomes an important imperative for every graduate of TVET college or university.
Sure.
Two, demand skill and skilling will be important for our university graduates as well as TVET college graduates. Finally, it is my contention that we need to form critical citizens from youth, not just graduates, not just entrepreneurs. They must be ethical, they must be literate, they must diagnose the local problems and global problems, and they must create solutions. They must also create community-led systems that engender the work and the advocacy they demand in order to participate in democracy. They must not be fodder for elections and for greed cultures or greed economies that decimate their agency. And finally, we wish Bafana Bafana all the best as they demonstrate the youthful dividend and the opportunities that are available in the world. Equally, happy Youth Day. We hope that the youth will be partners in strengthening democracy in South Africa, in the world, and invest in their future as they do in the socio-political and economic systems that enhance democracy. Thank you.
Professor Puleng Linkabula, that disconnect between
Yeah.
universities, TVET colleges, young people is really then what we need to be paying attention to as a country. She says we need greater integration because without it, we continue to produce young people that unfortunately stay out of the job market. I'm going to hand you over to Rob, who's going to bring the latest traffic update, and then I'll bring in some of your calls.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. Very heavy backlogs on Joburg's N3 North now. It's a crash in at Buccleuch interchange. So you're going to feel that probably about as, from what I see, as far back as Modderfontein Road, Edenvale, all the way up past Alex Limbrough Park and up into that Buccleuch interchange area. N1, the other side of town, Bayers Nordia to Ravonia is fairly slow, and a lot of traffic this morning on the Mike 1 Boysons right up to Greyston Drive territory. N17, Brackpad to Boxburg, still slow as you pick up that single lane section. Over in Durban, a very heavy Wednesday coming out of Pinetown. Traffic on the M13 towards Paradise Valley, queuing from St John's Avenue Bridge. It is easing, but it's still very slow as you try to make your way down towards the M3. Crashing on the N2 North before Umgena Road, so coming through from the M7, that's heavy, and it looks like there's probably a breakdown or two between Umgena Road and Spaghetti Junction. The southbound run very slow as well. Taxi crash at Merebank on the M4, coming off the N2 onto the Southern Freeway. Quite a delay to work through there. And Cape Town, an interesting phenomenon this morning. Some routes are clear, mist-free. Others are absolutely shrouded in this really thick mist and borderline fog sort of scenario. So you might be freewheeling, thinking, why is Rob talking about fog? You'll go around the corner and you might hit that bank. So just take it easy. Very misty. R300, heavy up towards the N1. Tygerberg Road out of Durbanville, slow down towards Hillcrest. And the N1 into town this morning, sitting from Belleville through to Coburg interchange. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. Oh, the speech by the professor. Oh, what a marvelous speech. May her words fill the youth and make them ready to take the challenge. Thank you, Professor. Good morning, our listeners.
Good morning, Ausketi. Lennon Khwediye. Ausketi, can you please find out for us as the concerned parents as to how should our children apply in any of our institutions of higher educations, in universities? Because some of our children have been applying and are sitting at home worried. For now, some of the children find they've got 2 years, 3 years staying at home, but still applying with no success at any of our institutions. How should they apply? Because now it's stressing for them also and us as parents. Lennon.
Yeah, Lennon, I think, one place to start is to look at the reasons why they were not admitted in the first place. And of course, we know that we have a much higher number of young people graduating from matric than our institutions of higher learning can absorb. And so we then have to start thinking about alternative pathways, right, for skills that these young people can get that will also lead them into the workplace. So it sounds to me that, yes, continue to apply, but perhaps you might also benefit, from career development advice for some of the young people that are in your life on whose behalf you're asking. Let me go to Ste. Ste, you are in Ekurhuleni. Good morning.
Good morning, Sis Katie. How are you?
I'm good. Go for it, Ste.
Sis Katie, the reason why I'm phoning, it's just a question I have. So I work for the city of Ekurhuleni. Within the people that work for the city, they get loans from these entities, which is Litsatsi and Shosholoza. I believe there's just something wrong that is going on there, like some sort of a reckless lending, and they collaborate with the municipality and the unions, because when they deduct it directly from the salary. It goes to the point where people do not even get anything to the bank. So what happens is they after the deductions, which is on the payday, then they get nothing. Then they have to go back to these entities and go back sign. Then they get the money. So it's sort of a reckless lending. Some people, they even get resigned because now they are overwhelmed. They're not getting anything from their banks. I understand that they are doing it willingly, but I believe there is something that needs to be done, so some sort of a protection, because I mean, it's people who do not even qualify to get these loans, but they are getting these loans. It's just so bad that people they just resign because they are overwhelmed. It's bad. It's bad.
And they're not doing this through garnishee orders, the collection of these monies. It's just being authorized.
It's being authorized. It doesn't go to the courts for garnish or anything now. It's an every month you go back to one of these. It's either it's Shosholos or Litsat. You just go back, you sign, and then they send the money to your account, and then the next month, which is when you're supposed to get paid, they take it directly to the salary, which is it's paid directly to them, and then on your bank you're not getting anything. It depends on how much are you owing. Sometimes you'd get, if you not owing much, you'd get whatever that is left after they deducted. It's just so bad.
All right, Stay, thanks for raising that with us. It does seem like we just need more comprehensive financial education across the board, right? It'll be interesting to see what it is that people are signing that authorizes these entities, gives them permission to actually make these deductions from their salaries. It's 8 o'clock, time for your latest news.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, a mass shooting in Cleveland leaves 12 people dead and calls for immediate suspension of Khan and Kadwa. Good morning. Police have confirmed the killing of 12 people and wounding of 9 others in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. The wounded were taken to various hospitals following the incident which happened last night. The motive for the attack is unknown and no arrests have been made. Police spokesperson Dimakatso Nebuhulwi.
Preliminary investigations revealed that 12 people died as a result of the attack. At least 9 other victims were transported to various medical facilities for treatment of gunshot wounds. It is alleged that more than 10 suspects were dropped off by a white Toyota Quantum near a petrol station in Cleveland. The suspects allegedly entered the informal settlement through both entrances and moved through the area, opening fire on residents and community members at multiple locations before fleeing the scene in the same vehicle.
The Africa Maibuye movement has intensified its call for the immediate suspension of crime intelligence head Feroz Khan and Hawks officer Ibrahim Kadwa. The two are facing a series of allegations, including interfering with an investigation into a drug bust in Egerton, south of Johannesburg in 2021. They were arrested last month for allegedly releasing a businessman caught with unwrought gold. Africa Maibuye national spokesperson Sydney Baloy says their suspension would ensure an impartial investigation into the allegations against them.
We expect the minister and the SAPS management to issue immediate precautionary suspensions without pay to these high-ranking officials, because how do you fix anything? The very people that are accused of having corrupted it are still in the picture. We are not talking about junior officials here. We are talking about top-tier generals who command vast networks, control resources, and above all, hold immense institutional power. And to suggest that they can just remain impartial while facing scrutiny is completely detached from reality.
Witness I will continue to testify before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry when it resumes its hearings in Pretoria this morning. The testimony of the witness relates to a drug bust in Egerton, south of Johannesburg. The 750 kilograms of cocaine was discovered in 2021 amid allegations of police interference in the matter. The witness, who started to testify yesterday, told the Commission that suspected criminal mastermind Vusimuzi Matlala was the informer who tipped off members of the Tactical Operational Management Section, also known as TOMS. Sibahle Mota reports.
Witness I is expected to continue his testimony in partial camera at the Bridget Mabandla Justice College this morning. He testified that Ket Matlala was an informer who assisted Toms with tip-offs that led to successful operations. Witness I further claimed that Matlala's assistance resulted in the arrest of dangerous suspects, including an individual known as John Wick. He also told the Commission that he is aware of allegations that Matlala uses the police to eliminate his opposition. However, he said this was never the case within TOMS, as none of their officials were used by Matlala.
Social Security Agency SASSA has distanced itself from an alleged scam in which elderly grant beneficiaries have been siphoned off their monies. Reports indicate beneficiaries were misled into signing up for funeral policies after people claiming to be linked to SASSA promised them food parcels. Some pensioners say deductions of up to 240 rand were made without their knowledge. SASSA spokesperson Paseka Litsatsi.
We cannot, by law, when a beneficiary has signed a document, refused to process it, because that's the mandate which has been given to us. Meaning, if we refuse to do that and something happens to a beneficiary and this contract or these insurance companies refuse to pay, it means as SASSA we can be held liable. We can only process a deduction as an organization.
And finally, Ukraine's Foreign Minister Andrei Sybiha says Kyiv is seeking deeper ties with African countries. He also says Ukraine sees itself as an alternative to Russia, which has been expanding its influence on the continent. He was speaking to the BBC in Kyiv. The BBC Semi Awami has the details.
Ukraine says strengthening relations with Africa has become a foreign policy priority as it seeks wider international backing for its war effort against Russia. In an exclusive interview with the BBC, Foreign Minister Andrei Sybiha said Kyiv was expanding its diplomatic presence across the continent and looking to build what he described as mutually beneficial partnerships. The minister also said Ukraine needed the support of African countries in international organizations, arguing that relations between Kyiv and African countries should be based on partnership rather than competition for influence.
Recapping the top story, police have confirmed the killing of 12 people and wounding of 9 others in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. The wounded were taken to various hospitals following the incident, which happened last night. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS car to 43185. That's car to 43185.
We've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But with Outsurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So, switch to Outsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60 000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Very good morning to you. In your SFM Sports Headlines Soccer, Betty McCarthy is questioning coach Hugo Bruges' World Cup selection ahead of Bafana's opener against Mexico. And in cricket, the Proteas women suffer a narrow defeat to New Zealand in the final T20 World Cup warm-up. We'll have details around 8:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, Joburg's N3 staying under pressure from Edenvale up to Buccleuch. It's a crash at the N1 Buccleuch interchange. It's causing that big slowdown and backlog. The N17, Brakpan through Boxburg, still very slow into the roadwork zone. And plenty of traffic on Route 1 this morning. The Mike 1 from Boysons all the way through to Grayston Drive territory. Very slow going. A little bit of traffic on the N1 South from Allendale as you line up into Buccleuch interchange as well. Durban, a crash near Westwood Mall coming up from the M7. You'll sort of get to Booth Road Bridge, up through Spaghetti Junction, into the roadworks and into that crash. Very slow. The N2 South with a breakdown around Spaghetti Junction, so that's a queue coming down from Gedder Road. Crash on the Southern Freeway at Merebank earlier this morning, still causing delays coming off the N2 onto the M4, and flooding on the South Coast Road at Clarewood. Also a crash taking a while to clear up Richmond Road, Chatsworth bound at Hunt's Detman Highway in the Shellcross and Clavada area. Cape Town stays very misty in parts. Take it easy if it's misty where you are. N1 inbound at Brackenfell's heavy, and that back road out of Durbanville, the Tygerberg Road down towards Hillcrest, very slow going as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAFM. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. Welcome to the show, especially if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. Coming up in this hour, on Sunday night, the president promised a major reset, dedicated immigration courts, 10,000 labor inspectors, and tougher penalties for employers who hire undocumented workers, including refugee reception centers that will now be moved to the borders. Well, some critics have said in the aftermath of that address that some of these promises have been made before. Others, however, believe government is finally signaling that it's getting serious about dealing with the migration question. Well, coming up in this hour, we'll unpack: can the state regain control of immigration? We'll be in conversation with the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, COSATU, and the Progressive Forces of South Africa. We'll then, of course, also be taking your calls. The breaking news story we've been running this morning: 12 people killed in an informal settlement in Cleveland. And that's a story we'd like to hear more of, especially if you're one of the witnesses, if you were in the area, if there's any insight you can provide on what may have transpired there. Police say a group of individuals just shooting indiscriminately into the area, and then leading to the loss of lives of 12 people. And of course, we'll take your calls within this hour. The number to dial for our studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107.
SAF's winter win back is heating up, with so many travelers already winning the value of their flights back. And you could be next. Simply book flights in June or July and stand to win the value of your airfare back as a SAF voucher. Lock in that mid-year break, and your bucks might be coming right back to you soon for your next escape. Book at flysafair.co.za. Excludes taxes and fuel surcharges. FlySafair, for the love of flying. T's and C's apply.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the Gold Card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, Ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank Card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial *120 *355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold Card? Switch to the Postbank Black Card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Outsurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to Outsurance, where you always get something out. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, TCs and information online.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Well, let's get straight then into our briefing debate this morning, and it's around migration and governance and whether or not the state can regain a control of migration. Joining us for this conversation is COSATU spokesperson Zanele Sabela. Zanele, good morning to you. Thank you for your time this morning.
A very good morning, Casey. Thank you so much for having us.
Mteto Ngukai Toby, leader of the Progressive Forces of South Africa. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning. And once again, good morning to the panelists and good morning to the listeners.
And the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Njabulo Nzuza. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to all your listeners at home and other panelist members from COSATU and the Progressives here.
In fact, I'm going to start with you, right, because this is really a plan by government that has been communicated to the rest of the country to try and give assurances that perhaps we're turning over the leaf, that there is some kind of control that the state is going to be able to regain when it comes to dealing with matters of migration. Some of the analysts we've been speaking to have highlighted that many of the plans announced by the president, the interventions announced by the president, are not necessarily new. From a home affairs perspective, what would you say you're going to be doing now that you were not doing before that's going to turn things around?
Yeah, firstly, I would just like to indicate that the plans that are announced by the president are plans that are already in action. The first aspect of these plans, which is really different, is how we work together as government in carrying out the inspections that we do across the country. What you have previously is Home Affairs doing their own inspections, labor, and so on and so on. But what we're doing now, we are coordinating and setting up cells that are located in local municipalities. For instance, in a various municipality, you will have Home Affairs, you will then have the District Department of Labor, as well as the police working together to carry out the inspections. We've already done Mossel Bay, which were led by us at a political level. We've done Newcastle today. They are in the Free State. On Friday, we're going to be moving in Gauteng. Why we are targeting employers in the main is because they create an appetite for people to enter the country illegally. So when you deal with employers who are employing illegal immigrants, you actually cut off the demand for cheap migrant labor, which means that you will have less interest of people trekking down south towards the country just because they are guaranteed that they will find a job if they are illegal. So for us, that is a very major intervention that was made by the president. Also, if you look in terms of how we're going to be punishing the employers, it is a bit extra now because some of them will be facing jail time, some of them will be facing huge fines, which means unlike before where they will just pay a small amount of fine, which they will obviously budget for. Now they can't budget for an arrest because we'll arrest them and send them to jail if they employ illegal immigrants. So those interventions are very much meaningful for us. The issue of the discontinuation of the green barcoded ID is also one of the major milestones. You will have noticed that over the years we have been progressively moving citizens towards the smart ID card because it is secured. Unlike the green barcoded ID, a person lives their country knowing that when they enter the country illegally, they have an option of defrauding a South African green barcoded ID, and then they can stay. So when you cut that off, you also cut off the appetite to come within the country, as well as the whole issue around the refugee reception centers that will be moving towards the ports of entry. Because currently a person comes in, they say they are seeking asylum, we have to take them in the country because we are not running refugee camps in South Africa. Immediately they enter the country, they then disappear. Whereas if you move the refugee reception centers into the ports of entry, you immediately adjudicate on them, and then you are able to then send people back who are taking chances, because that's another problem we have. We have a lot of economic migrants who track down within the country to come to South Africa, whereas they are not really refugee seekers or asylum seekers, but they are actually economic migrants. So those refugee centers in the ports of entry will allow us to deal with that particular issue. One also important thing that the President talked about is about the upscaling of what we call the electronic traveler authorization. Now you have a lot of people who come into the country legally on a 90-day stay visa and so on, and then they overstay. But because we have not been capturing some of the biometrics like facial recognition for us to be able to track them as they move within the country. So the upscaling of the ETA will really help us to track those ones who have overstayed and then be able to deport them much quicker.
Mteto, I want to then come to you. Look, it does seem that there is an impetus from government here to say, how can the situation be brought under control? And also, of course, speak to the frustrations that many South Africans have been expressing. When you listen to this plan, are the right targets here being identified, the employers, the ID books that are being discontinued? Do you get a sense that these are the things that will make a difference?
Once again, thanks very much, Kathy. I think we are well aware of government's intervention, but we know very well that we have a government that had a tendency of promising people bullet trains, 1 million jobs, 1 million houses in Alexandra. The faith is no longer there into government intervention. That's why now we are finding people having situations of saying they are using the Freedom Charter of saying that the people shall govern at this current juncture. The government has failed the people of South Africa in this term, whereby when people are even pointing out these crimes for the longest times, people marching to the union building, submitting their memorandums in the cries of these crimes, of especially that are brought by illegalities and illegal people in this matter, you know. And when you come back to this, when they're saying the people now are prevented not to even proceed with a mass citizens arrest against illegal immigrants. You know, when people are using the laws of the Criminal Acts of 51 of 1977, you know, and obvious it bears to Section 1. And when you're talking about this very same Section 1, there was a case file that happened last year on 2022 of a Malawian who got arrested in this country. And the court ruled that this is under a section 1. So people are really, really tired, and the interventions of government at some point, when you look at them, they are really far too late, because the lid has been off for the longest time.
But can we? Yes, perhaps there can be an acknowledgement that the pace at which things should have been much quicker. But at the same time, surely government can't just say that, well, there's nothing we can do. Do you at least have confidence, Mteto, in these plans?
Well, being confidential about the plans, you're still talking about plans. We are looking at for action in this own country. As I'm saying once again, as you're seeing rooms of marches on a daily basis, we are looking at people who are saying they are fed up and they are almost now taking things into their hands. I'll make typical examples of what transpired in KZN when we have looked at people going to marches and going inside buildings and finding alleged drugs. You know, there was a situation of a certain gentleman called Ngizwe Mchunu when he went to Joburg again to go and engage with a certain Malawian, only to find out, you find this Malawian, he's a wanted killer, allegedly again, in Malawi. Those are things that we are talking about. We want action. We are no longer tired. We are tired of these dreams that we have been sold. We are tired of sleeping. We have already waken up ourselves.
Zanele, employers here, as we heard from the minister, are going to be amongst the key targets because they're seen as being really the huge creator of this problem. Has that been characterized well? Is the framing and the identification, in your view, is that correct? Yes, Zanele?
Yes, so employers are part of a big problem because they mainly will employ undocumented foreign nationals because they do not want to pay them what, for the jobs that they do. They want to pay them below the minimum wage. They actually want to have them working very long hours in unsafe and unhealthy environments and do not want to give them the basics, their basic rights as per the basic conditions of employment act. People should have leave. People, if they're working on Sunday, should be paid double time, overtime. So what employers then tend to do is take advantage of some of the vulnerability of someone who is in this country and is undocumented because they know that the person won't raise the alarm. And that is a problem. I mean, we have seen a lot of things like in cases where someone who's a trucker, someone who obviously came into the country, into South Africa illegally, but then also now gets a job with the trucking company that is formed here in South Africa, but works very, transports goods to Zambia and perhaps has a satellite office in Zambia. And they'll say to the driver that because you're a Zambian national, we'll pay you according to Zambian skills. Because in this country, I mean, we have a bargaining council for road freight, which sets, what people should be paid and, the allowances that they should be paid, the meal allowance, the overnight stay, that kind of thing. And so to say to someone who actually got their job in South Africa with the company that was formulated in South Africa and say we will pay you according to Zambian skills are some of the exploitation, the things that we've seen that employers do to exploit workers. And so we have seen the deputy minister has mentioned, particularly when they went to Newcastle, we've seen sweatshops where people are literally imprisoned. They're kept, they stay there where they work, they eat there, there's even a tech shop where they are forced to spend their money. I mean, that is modern day slavery. And so employers are part of the big problem.
Mr. Nzuza, how quickly are you expecting that South Africans are going to begin to see and feel the impact of the work that government is doing? Because I think that's where Teto's concern lies, that there have been promises over the years, and yet the situation on the ground for many South Africans has not changed. So how soon do you think these interventions will start bearing fruit?
The interventions are already bearing fruits, and I must make that absolutely clear. They are already bearing fruit.
In what ways? In what ways?
I will just come to that. Firstly, we did not have the Border Management Authority pre-2019, and there were not matches at that period of time. We established the Border Management Authority. We saw it introduced into law. We saw it introduced into operation. If you look at the interceptions that they have made with an increase of more than 200%, with facilitators being arrested to the tunes of hundreds of them. You look in terms of the drug bust that the BMA has done within the border environment, as well as the interceptions that have been done. That has been progress. It has been progress over time. But we understand that we have not reached a pinnacle level where we can say we now are in full control of the situation, because the situation was allowed to sort of deteriorate over a long period of time. And yes, we accept that it is a person's right to go and march if they are not happy. We have been meeting with them. And most of the people that have seen engage in the marches are the very same people we have been engaging with in the formulation of the white paper, where we gathered our minds together to say, how do we deal with this problem? And I think we need to continue working together. That yes, you might not think that much is being done, but I can tell you, the results are coming through. If you're talking about the trucking industry, just next week we'll do more clampdowns that are more focused on the trucking industry. So once we do those inspections, we are fully aware that even if you deport the number of people, even in deportations, look at the numbers, reach 210,000, which are unprecedented numbers. We've never had those before, which shows that impact is being made.
Sure.
If you deport people, you have a problem in the border environment. If it is panic, hence you have to 3 times up.
Minister, unfortunately, that line to you is not holding. Mteto, let me give you the final word then on this one.
Thank you, Kathy. As you well aware that I just want to highlight something to the minister. There is a company that are just based here in Centurion, Sunderland. There's over 10,000, almost 15,000 foreigners that are working there illegally, mostly of all those companies. Well, we hear the intervention of the minister to say that, yes, they are clamping down. They are talking about the trucking industry, etc. But as the people on the ground, we are saying that we are fed up. And for us now, it is all about being in the street and pointing out these illegalities. Lastly, in closing, regarding this briefing of the president, as civic movements will be holding a press briefing on tomorrow. The time and date will be availed accordingly to the people. Thank you.
All right, then we'll leave it there for this morning. Let me thank my guests, Sanele Sabela Kosatu, Teto Ngukai Toby, leader of Progressive Forces of South Africa, and Njabulu Nzuza, the Deputy Minister of the Department of Home Affairs. It's 8:30, time for your latest news headlines, and good morning.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. In the headlines, police have launched a manhunt for suspects after 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. The wounded were taken to various hospitals following the incident, which happened last night. The Africa Maibuye movement has intensified its call for the immediate suspension of the crime intelligence head Feroz Khan and Hawks officer Ibrahim Kadwa. The two are facing a series of allegations, including interfering with an investigation into a drug bust in Ayrton, south of Johannesburg, in 2021. And Social Security Agency SASSA has distanced itself from an alleged scam in which elderly grant beneficiaries have been siphoned off their monies. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. We're still jamming on the N3 and on the M1 into Joburg's Buccleuch interchange. N3 North, a crash before the interchange. Delays coming up from Edenvale. N1 South, a crash at Buccleuch. Delays coming through from Allendale Road. Mike 1, Boyson through Parktown, and then Houghton up through Melrose in towards Sandton. Very busy. And a lot of your local sort of routes into Sandton are just generally busy as well this morning. Pretoria looks okay. In fact, Pretoria having quite a light run this Wednesday morning. Durban, N2 jammed up from Inanda Road, heading down through Spaghetti Junction. Crash on the M4 at Glen Ashley a little bit earlier, slowing things up. And the N2 North has been busy this morning, just heading up to Petroport. Bayhead Road jammed up with trucks between South Coast Road and the Harbour area. Looks okay. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, through the construction, no problems there. Cape Town, still a bit of mist around, so take it easy if it's misty where you are. Crash on the N2 inbound at Jan Smuts Drive, just holding up from the Lunga area. And there's also some heavy traffic at Somerset West on the N2. No traffic lights, N2 Hazelden Drive. Lengthy queues both ways to get through. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Khan, so Benny McCarthy is questioning the choice of a squad for the Bafana Bafana opener. Is it not too late for these questions, Khan? Should we not now be giving strategies for the team that we do have? I don't know, Benny McCarthy.
Are you listening, Benny? That's the beauty of football, Kathy. Selection debates mean, Benny McCarthy cares. I think he cares about the Bafana squad a bit too much. He should focus rather on his own team, which is the Kenyan Harambee Stars. But
and where are they?
Did not qualify, in case you're wondering. But Bafana did. The former Bafana striker questioning some of Coach Bruges' squad selection for the FIFA World Cup. McCarthy believes Kaizer Chiefs goalkeeper Brandon Peterson and Danish league winner Gif Links deserved greater consideration after their outstanding seasons. However, the South African record goal scorer acknowledges Bruges' loyalty to the core group that secured qualification. So there we have it. Let's go now closer to home. Kaizer Chiefs marketing director and Toyota Cup tournament director Jessica Motong has explained the decision to invite Zimbabwean champion Scotland FC for the third edition of the event. The 2026 once-off match will be played at Rustenburg's Royal Bafokeng Stadium on Sunday on the 26th of July in what will be the first match at the venue since undergoing renovations.
Look, we've looked at a number of teams. We've looked at the relationships that we have. Very important for us, we've had an East African team, West African team, and Southern Africa was a space that we felt we need to look at. And just very proud of the work that they're doing in their league. A debutante, they've done exceptionally well, great investment into the game. Some of our past players are in there, so just looked at the history and the opportunity in the Zimbabwe league, and just proud to have them as the team coming to play in the Toyota Cup.
Let's head now to cricket. The Proteas women suffered a 5-wicket defeat to New Zealand in their final warm-up match ahead of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup in England. Chloe Tryon starred with an unbeaten 61 of just 26 balls, while Nadine de Klerk added 46 and South Africa posted 183 for 5. However, New Zealand captain Amelia Kerr struck 61 from 32 to deliver and guide the White Ferns to victory with 2 balls to spare. The Proteas now turn their attention, and that to Saturday's World Cup opener against the defending champions Australia, and that's all happening in Manchester. That's your sport. Swing back for more at around 12:30 with John Hediker for the National Briefing Sport. I'm Zai Khan.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, so in a moment, I will be going to the phone lines and taking your calls. The number to dial, of course, to get in touch with us this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. I would still like to hear from those who may have more on this mass shooting that took place in Cleveland overnight, right, where 12 people have been shot dead. That's one of the big stories then to watch out for as the day unfolds. On the WhatsApp line, you can send those WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. So just before then, I get into those calls. Tomorrow is the big day. The FIFA World Cup 2026 kicks off across the United States, Mexico, and Canada, and it's the biggest tournament in the history of the game. And guess what? South Africans are getting a front row seat to all of the action. If you've tuned into an SABC channel by now, you know that the SABC is the official home of this World Cup. 34 matches live on S3 and SABC 1. The streaming also set to take place on SABC Plus. I keep telling you about that app. If you don't have the SABC Plus app, download it. It's one of the best in the game. So joining us, Orapeleng Libete is head of productions for SABC Sport. Orapeleng, the countdown clock has officially begun to at least tomorrow evening. Let's talk about what it means for the SABC and for the country to have the public broadcaster, as one should add, maybe as it should be the official home of this World Cup.
Morning, Kathy, and morning to your listeners. You are quite correct, as it should be.
Our public mandate is very clear. We need to make the events such as the FIFA World Cup available to all our audiences, wherever they are, irrespective of their socio-economic background. So our intent was very clear that we wanted to go get this global spectacle and make sure that every single South African has access to it. And that's why we're delivering it on our TV channels, across all our radio stations, as well as our digital streaming platforms.
So how were these 34 matches selected? And listeners, of course, want to know the schedule. Where is the schedule? And so that people can start planning their lives around these games.
No problem. So just to give a quick background, the free-to-air package, right? So how it happens that when we acquire the rights holder being FIFA, they make available various packages. So the free-to-air package, which is the package that the SABC has bought, is the 34 matches that FIFA has selected. But we work very closely with FIFA when we get to the knockout stages in terms of match selection. So there's going to be the schedule that's currently out now. It's up to the group stages. And then when we get from the round of 32, we have an engagement with FIFA in terms of the match selections that the SABC will be taking.
So that means that listeners and viewers will get the hottest matches. We won't be watching the teams we're not really interested in watching.
It's the World Cup, Katie, but yes, ma'am. But also to put South Africans at ease, South Africans will always priority get all Bafana matches. So even if Bafana goes all the way and wins this thing, South Africans are going to have an opportunity to watch and follow Bafana all the way to the end.
So now you then have the difficult job of discerning and deciphering which other matches South Africans are going to be interested in. So if we see matches for countries we're not interested in, you know who to blame. You must write your letter, address it to Orapeleng Libete at the SABC. Let's talk about language, because I think that's also really such a significant one for our listeners and our viewers, of course.
Kathy, it's a beautiful story that we need to share with our audiences, right? For the first time, the SABC will be making the FIFA World Cup available in sign language. And our intent is very clear, Kathy. In this country, you can never speak about the preservation of culture and heritage without including language. So in 2018, if you remember, we introduced for the first time the Khoisan community in coverage of the FIFA World Cup. And that's when we really went on to capacitate the XKFM station, so that that community can also be able to access the FIFA World Cup in their language, right? So this year we are now introducing sign language to ensure that now we've covered everybody in the country in terms of the coverage of the FIFA World Cup and making sure that we do deliver on the public service mandate.
What are you anticipating and expecting in the next month as this World Cup unfolds?
If history has to tell us again, I mean, we did very well during AFCON, if you remember, in December and January. So we are expecting the whole nation to come together, because football is a single greatest unifier in this country. So for the next 6 weeks, that's what we're really expecting, that South Africans will have a home at the SABC, be it on SABC 1, where all the Bafana matches will be shown, and SABC 3, where all the rest of the 34 matches will be shown on SABC radio stations, on SABC Plus, because on SABC Plus we give you the best of everything, Kathy. On SABC Plus, and you said it so beautifully earlier, everybody needs to get this app. It's an unbelievable app. So on SABC Plus, you will have an opportunity to watch the matches live. You'll have the opportunity to catch it in the language of your choice, because the radio stations are there. And you'll also have a catch-up VOD service where you can catch up the matches that you have missed.
Orapeleng, anything else you want to add before I let you go?
It's just that tomorrow, it's a big day for us, Kathy. We kick off our broadcast at 6:30 on SABC 1 and SABC 3 simultaneously. And then our SABC radio stations are joining us at 8 o'clock to build up to the kickoff of Bafana. And from the FIFA World Cup, we will be making sure that we keep our audiences informed, and they must also follow the SABC Sports social pages for live updates and every single breaking news that will be coming through from the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be a big one, hey?
It is a big one.
We're all looking forward to it. You must make sure that when we come in the morning, we've got free coffee and Bafana cupcakes and shirts. Orapeleng, if I walk into the studio at 5 o'clock tomorrow and there's not a single anything that says Bafana is playing, I'm going to call you myself.
You know that you're one of 60 million.
Thank you so much, Orapeleng Libete, Head of Productions here at SABC Sports. So as you can hear, the SABC really geared up to bring you all the latest action coming out of the World Cup.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, straight to the phone lines then. Let me start off in Pietermaritzburg. Mohammed, good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. How are you?
I'm good. Go for it, Mohammed.
Kathy, I listen to the radio on a daily basis. I listen to your program. I listen to Ashraf Garda's program. And the common theme is that South Africa, in every aspect, you can see it's collapsing. Whether you look at education, whether you look at security, whether you look at healthcare, in all aspects, South Africa is collapsing. And if you look at what's the common denominator in all of that there, it's government incompetence, it's administrative problems, but it's a lack of will. It's not like, we're asking the politicians or the administrators to do something that is beyond what they're able to. And it's reasonably well, just do your job properly. So I think that the key reason why that there is a problem is because, you see, Kathy, in every decision of our life that we make, we analyze it whether consciously or subconsciously, risk versus reward. We see, if I commission, example, a criminal act, what is the risk that I take? And then if I get caught, and if I don't get caught, then what's the potential reward? And I think that in South Africa, the justice system is completely skewed. The risk versus reward is less than one. Meaning, for a person, for example, if I steal, for example, R1 million, and then the only repercussion is that whatever R1 million I stole, I have to return. Net on net, I lost nothing. Kathy, I'm a teacher in a private school in Pietermaritzburg, and we are getting admission from parents who are struggling to pay private school fees. And the reason why they're paying it is because government schools are completely wrecked. And one of the things that is wrecking government schools is drugs. And now here's the issue. The issue is that the people who are doing the drug dealing, number one, the police are not doing their job.
Okay.
These guys are collecting bribes from the drug dealers. And it was yesterday morning that I heard on your show where you were speaking to the colonel, right? And the policeman, one was the policeman who was taking a bribe, right? And the other thing is the policeman who are just watching. So they also, in their mind, they're doing a risk reward subconsciously. You know what? If we apprehend our colleague here, what's the potential risk?
All right, Mohammed, I'm going to ask you to try and wrap it up, please.
Yeah. So I think fundamentally, look at countries that have. Let's say, for example, if you go with drugs, I think it's in Singapore.
Mohammed, we're going to have to leave it there. I'm so sorry. I've got other callers that I've got to put on the line. Please remember to keep it short and sharp as much as possible. Anonymous, you're in Pretoria. Good morning.
Thank you for taking my call, sister. I'm here by wanting to comment with the outstanding white paper on whistleblowing that is lying with the Parliament. Sis Katie, I'm calling here with a record of a decade, 10 years, whereby a company, health institutions, lawyers have been involved in bribery, money laundering, you name it, to corruption. So, Katie, I am hereby calling through this channel, seeking assistance.
Okay.
That I can be brought to the Mr. Kanyaku's situations whereby I need to make out of this situation to them.
Okay. All right. Anonymous, let me do this. I'm going to put you through back to Lebo so you can give him more details. As Pamandla, you're on the road. Good morning.
Sis Kathy, how are you?
Good, go for it.
Sure. My issue is nice and sweet. Is with these guys, the illegal foreigners that are in the trucking the industry. You know, most of the time their documents does not show their faces, right? So whenever they are en route to Joburg from Joburg, they will swap those documents around. They will also load what you call not the normal loads, but they won't be stopped on the road. I'm not sure why, because the police are always on the road. I don't know why they're not getting stopped.
So Spamandla,
they loading overloads. I wanted that word. They loading overloads from Joburg to Durban. When one of their drivers is coming from, let's say now the company has got like 5 drivers, maybe they'll have like 2 permits. Along the route, one guy that is coming from Joburg to Durban will swap with the driver that is from Durban to Joburg along the route to Joburg.
So
that's
effectively,
that's what they're doing.
So you're saying that they've come up with creative ways to evade their accountabilities, Pamandla.
Exactly. Sometimes they drive through the night with the overload. They know that some let's say like Moy River. When you're going past the Moy River toll, you can see the police are sleeping in their vehicles. They can't see what's going on the road.
Okay, yeah, Spamandla. I guess the officials are also going to have to wake up. I guess unintended there, but yeah, they're going to have to wake up to some of these schemes as well. Sive, you're in Gqeberha. Good morning.
Good morning, Casey. How are you?
Go for it, Sive. I'm well.
Yeah, Casey. Yeah, I mean, I listened to Prof. Speaks about the issue of young people and skills development. Casey, my advice is that we need to have a collaborative work between both school education and local government to deal with the issue of youth skills development, because you may find, Kate, that the good work that is being done by higher education, TVET colleges on all these learnerships and apprenticeship, you may find that we are skilling the same people, Kate. You find that Sive moves from this program. When he's completed, he finds no work and is doing nothing. Then he goes and does another program, because there is no clear integration to say, no, we can flag you in a system that, no, you do have a learnership of boiler making. Therefore, you can't have another learnership of another. So if councillors and local government can put their eyes on the ball around this thing, I'll make you a simple example, Kate. I'm from Grahamstown. I have never seen a platform where Rhodes University, East Cape Midlands, TVET College, and the Karinas Art Center, for example, sitting in one table and discussing issues of young people. Yesterday, Makana local municipality hosted a youth dialogue. Man. This dialogue, of course, it focused on the broader issues, but it did not speak about the fact that there is a training center that was built by Public Works in Grahamstown, which is meant to be an artisan center for young people. So local government and higher education must sit down, Casey, and deal with this thing from street to street, ward by ward, so that I don't get to do 10 learnerships in one household, and my next door neighbor house, they don't even have a single young person who is trained. So my advice is...
Yeah, I think that's a very, very strong contribution and paints a picture of what is actually happening in the industry today. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there with your calls. Rob, good morning.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Thanks, Kathy. Bottlenecking going on Pretoria's N1 North. If you're going that way, roadworks, lane restrictions at Rigel Avenue. That's already pushed the queue back towards the R21. So you will get there and feel like a bit of a standstill situation. N1 South through Midrand, not too bad, but looks like maybe a breakdown before Allendale. So just after New Road, it gets tight. And the N3 stays busy after an earlier crash at Buccleuch with backlogs from Marlborough Drive up into that Buccleuch interchange area. Mike 1 fairly busy from midweek Wednesday between Houghton Estate and the off-ramp to Greyston Drive. Into Durban we go. Sun shining now after some very heavy overnight rains. Just a lot of the flooding should have subsided, but just keep your eyes open for that. Phoenix, Ottawa, very busy. The roadworks on the R102 from Jeji Champion, Palmview, down to Phoenix Highway, backlogging things. And it also has an impact on the Chris Harney Road, the sort of other option to get south of Verulam, Ottawa into Phoenix, and that route gets busy as well. A lot of truck congestion around the harbour area, Bayhead Road, going to and from South Coast roads, all backed up. Protesting this morning in Mpumalanga at Kendall Power Station. We've seen some traffic backlogging getting through there. And Cape Town, bit of mist here and there, not everywhere, but where it is, it's been lying reasonably thick and heavy again this morning, so drive carefully. The M1 inbound from Plattercliff to city centre is busy, and the M5 still under some pressure, moving up through Rondebosch towards a busy N2 inbound. There's a couple of breakdowns around Hospital Bend, just keeping all that traffic jammed up through the bend onto Nelson Mandela Boulevard. Rob Byrne, SAFM Traffic.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
It's 8:54. We're getting into our Built in Mzansi segment where we track the stories of ordinary South Africans that are making a real impact in their communities. And today, our guest is located in none other than Lekgabe. Gapsi Dihlabi is founder of Kwakanda. Lekgabe, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning.
Good morning, Kathy and your listeners. I'm so excited to be here this morning.
Tell us about Kwakanda, because it makes me think about Wakanda, but it's not quite that.
Thank you, Kathy. You know, Kwakanda is, of course, the Kwa comes from us as the Kwakwa community, and the Kanda was inspired by the movie Wakanda. If you have noticed, in the one of the shots in the movie was actually shot in the mountains of Kwakwa. So that is why we call it the spirit of Kwakanda.
Wonderful. And tell us then about the work, Lekgabe, that you've been doing in your community, in particular with young people who are leaving matric and really trying to get then into skilling themselves for their future careers.
Thank you, Mekethy. You know, in our community, right, we are a number of people, or we are a generation that was raised by parents who built this place with just 10 rands contributions, and they built places like schools, universities, and we asked ourselves as young people who were then in the cities to say, but what are we not doing for people at home that we can do together? So with a group of people who have repatriated back home, we formed this movement that is interested in building a self-reliant Kwakwa one day, and hopefully not just Kwakwa, but a self-reliant free state of the young people who are really interested in things of skills transfer. So it is so important to us to live by this principle of each one, teach one. And this is important to us because we have learned that for even our parents to be where they are today, for us to have so many prehistoric buildings of FET colleges, the now University of Free State, it took this community to build those institutions. And we want to also contribute our part in making sure that whoever we serve the youth, both in schools through our partnerships, and the youth that is now out of schools through these very same partnerships. And we want to make sure that no one is left behind. That is why our motto is leaving no child behind.
And it's so powerful because often, sometimes once people are able to make it out, it's almost like they never go back to give back to communities, never go back to contributing as far as their skills, their insight. So how are you doing that, Lekgabe?
We are doing this through our partnerships. So some of our partners, right? Let's say, for example, Mekethi, some people who used to live in Gwagwa, got to schools in Gwagwa, are now working for corporate companies, but they want to do something, but they don't have the manpower to do this. This is where the power of this organized group is coming in. So through our initiatives as Gwakanda, we are working with partners such the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. We are working with partners such as ESCOM Expo for Young Scientists. We are working with partners from the University of the Free State, both Gwagwa campus and the campus in Bloemfontein. Because at the end of the day, the way we see this, there are only two ways out of it. Those who are able to pursue tertiary education, they need to get a space. This is where we offer free internet services. We offer our very own laptops and computers. We have a set up office where we say, if you are sitting at home and you have to apply for tertiary institutions and you don't have an excuse to say, I didn't have money to go and apply, we want to help you through this process so that if that is your path, you are able to go to university. But if your path is skills development, we are involved in partners like with the ACT Africa. We are doing agricultural projects where young people are able to upskill themselves in farming, in agricultural practices around.
Sure, Lekgabe, what a story. And what I love about it is just the simplicity, but the power of what happens when people come together. Now imagine if we could replicate that across the country. What kind of multiplier effect would we see if the professionals in South Africa, in corporate South Africa, all got together and did what Kwakanda is doing and gave back to their communities? What kind of different future would we be looking at? Lekgabe, thank you so much for coming on to the show and again for showing us what is possible. Not everybody's resting on their laurels, right? You're sitting there with a good idea, somebody else is bringing it to life. That's where we wrap it up on the National Briefing. John Joseph is standing by with the Daily Discourse.
In our top stories, police launch a manhunt for Cleveland murder suspects, and SASSA distances itself from a scam targeting the elderly. Good morning. Police have launched a manhunt for suspects after 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. The wounded were taken to various hospitals following the attack which happened last night. The motive for the attack is unknown. Police spokesperson Dimakatso Nebuhulwi.
Preliminary investigations revealed that 12 people died as a result of the attack. At least 9 other victims were transported to various medical facilities for treatment of gunshot wounds. It is alleged that more than 10 suspects were dropped off by a white Toyota Quantum near a petrol station in Cleveland. The suspects allegedly entered the informal settlement through both entrances and moved through the area, opening fire on residents and community members at multiple locations before fleeing the scene in the same vehicle.
The Africa Maibuye movement has intensified its call for the immediate suspension of the crime intelligence head Feroz Khan and Hawks officer Ibrahim Kadwa. The two are facing a series of allegations, including interfering with an investigation into a drug bust at Ayrton, south of Johannesburg in 2021. They were arrested last month for allegedly releasing a businessman caught with unwrought gold. Africa Maibuye national spokesperson Sydney Baloy says their suspension would ensure an impartial investigation into the allegations against them.
We expect the Minister and the SAPS management to issue immediate precautionary suspensions without pay to these high-ranking officials. Because how do you fix anything? The very people that are accused of having corrupted it are still in the picture. We are not talking about junior officials here. We are talking about top-tier generals who command vast networks, control resources, and above all, hold immense institutional power. And to suggest that they can just remain impartial while facing scrutiny is completely detached from reality.
Social Security Agency SASSA has distanced itself from an alleged scam in which elderly grant beneficiaries have been siphoned off their monies. Reports indicate beneficiaries were misled into signing up for funeral policies after people claiming to be linked to SASSA promised them food parcels. Some pensioners say deductions of up to 240 rand were made without their knowledge. SASSA spokesperson Paseka Litsatsi.
We cannot, by law, when a beneficiary has signed a document, refused to process it, because that's the mandate which has been given to us. Meaning, if we refuse to do that and something happens to a beneficiary and this contract or these insurance companies refuse to pay, it means as SASSA we can be held liable. We can only process a deduction as an organization.
Western Cape traffic officials have urged road users to exercise caution as foggy conditions persist across the province. The affected areas include those around the N1 and N2 highways. Traffic Chief Maxine Bezeda says visibility is key to safety.
Motorists should reduce their speed, increase their following distance, and remain alert for changing visibility conditions. Avoid using your brights in fog as this reflects light and reduces visibility. Pedestrians also need to take extra precautions. Wear bright or reflective clothing and always use pavements, pedestrian crossings and bridges. Crossing roads at designated points gives motorists a better chance of seeing you in poor visibility conditions.
And finally, rebels fighting the military government in Myanmar say they are losing ground due to a shortage of manpower and equipment. New drone technology and the forced recruitment of tens of thousands of soldiers have helped the junta retake lost territory. This man was among those conscripted into the army.
We were forcibly recruited against our will. They began grabbing people from their homes, seizing people they found on the streets, even taking people in broad daylight. Before we even understood what was happening, we were sent to the front lines. They treated us terribly from the beginning to the end. We couldn't endure it anymore.
Recapping the top story, police have launched a manhunt for suspects after 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
We have experienced June 16th to some extent, and remembering June 16th every year. The generation that is to come, they need to know what June 16th means. So it's up to us to actually, educate them about it so that they understand the importance of it and that this is the reason why we are here today. And because of where we are now, for me personally, it changes my life completely. So I like it when on that day we are dressed in school uniforms. I think I don't want my kids to look at it as a sad day. It's a day to remember. It's our history. It is also our future.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
We are heading for 9 minutes past 9 here on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome. Great to be with you as always. Thank you for joining us for this Wednesday edition of our program. I'm Joanne Joseph. The team is with you. Melissa and Geneo, we're producing the show and taking your calls. Mpo on sound. Mpo is feeling quite exhausted, but he's still putting his best foot forward today. Masondo is behind the camera today. And remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814 or go to our website and listen live there. We're also live streaming our broadcast if you're interested in video, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Welcome to the program if you're joining us from another place. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website, so you can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. You really don't have to miss much of this show at all. Let me tell you what's coming up on the program in the next hour. It's going to be an interesting one. We're focusing quite a lot on the issue of migration. First of all, we're talking to lawyers for human rights on the issue of migration documentation and law, and we're essentially separating fact from fiction here. And the reason that we are doing this is because we had this lovely call from our former Home Affairs Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, yesterday. He was very sweet to have called into the program. Unfortunately, we couldn't give him the airtime that we needed because we had so many other interviews booked in that hour. So we listened to him as much as we could, and he explained some of the difficulties from Home Affairs side. So today we're balancing that. We are recapping some of what he said. We're asking further questions around it. We're asking you to put your questions to Lawyers for Human Rights as well, so that is certainly something that you can do. And remember, we always start the show off with an open line. So our studio line 086 000 2032 remains open throughout the show. You can get hold of us and have a conversation with me there. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. You can keep those voice notes short, 30 to 45 seconds long. Just make sure they are audible as well, please, so that we can hear your opinion on the issues of the day. We're also talking about this notion of a citizen's arrest, right? And this is an important one because Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, who is heading up the March and March movement, said in no uncertain terms after the president spoke the other night that they are going to continue with what they're calling citizens' arrests. So we thought we'll actually look into that from a legal point of view. What is a citizen's arrest? Who can carry out a citizen's arrest? Under what conditions can it be done? And if she carries out these arrests, or the people involved in the March and March protests do, what exactly is going to be their legal backing for that? We're having that conversation with criminal law expert William Booth in just a short while. Later on in the program, we're also looking at Eskom going green. No, not all of it, but it is going to have a clean energy division. And we're going to talk about exactly what's happening there. What is the shift that has taken place within Eskom? Is it catching up on what's happening in the rest of the world in terms of national power utilities? Or is it realizing that it's actually making more power than it can sell, and that in order to remain profitable and to maintain as many jobs as possible, this is the move it has to make? Either way, whenever we see an organization choosing to go green, it's good news, right? It means it's lowering their carbon footprint. It's having a long-term effect on the issue of climate change. And so we need to encourage this. So we're going to have that chat with Eskom a little bit later on. A lot more coming up on the show. We're also going to talk to Brian Hirsch. You remember, we always do that on a Wednesday from 11 o'clock to 11:30. So if you didn't manage to get your questions in the week, please do that. Make use of our studio line or send us a voice note. We can save that for later in the program to chat to Brian. Brian is actually speaking about investment strategies for those who primarily want to generate income from them. So if you're looking for an income, say you're retired, say you have suffered some kind of disability and you can't work anymore, and you want that nest egg for that rainy day, you may want to tune into that, and you may want to ask a question. Feel free to do that. I see some calls are coming in already. Colin in Cape Town is on the line to us. Good morning to you, Colin. You want to talk about Minister Motsoaledi's call to us yesterday.
Good morning, Joanne. Yeah, you know, I tried to phone in, but I couldn't get through.
Oh, sorry about
and,
that.
no sooner, the question I wanted to ask somebody asked you. Why didn't you ask that minister? Fingerprint taking. Yeah, when you get to the border and you apply for asylum or refugee or something like that, they give you 5 days to go and register.
Yes, quite right.
And of course you disappear, especially criminals. Where are they going to go in that 5 days and hand themselves over if they're criminals? So that is a very stupid thing. What they should do is fill in the forms on the computer, fingerprint everything, give a copy to the asylum seeker or the refugee, whoever it is, and they hold a copy. That copy gets sent. That information gets sent to Home Affairs. Home Affairs must follow up and say, look here, 10 days have passed. This guy or these people haven't come to us. So
Yes.
they're on the run. They're on the loose.
Yeah.
It's so simple with modern technology we got today. You know
No,
what I mean?
true. It sounds
Joanne?
simple. Colin, I agree with you. It should be simple. But you know what came through in our interview with the portfolio committee, I think it's the chair, Mosama Chabane. He said to us that there isn't actually a Home Affairs system available at the borders. So when you get there, your name can't be put into a central database. I mean, how absurd is that? I think it's pretty crazy. So, Colin, thank you for that. I will ask the fingerprinting question as well, because I think it's a very good question indeed. Pitso in Edenvale is on the line to us. Pitso, good morning. Pitso, hi. Just give us a second. There we go. We've got Pitso. Hi, Pitso.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My problem is the problem of South Africa immigration, particularly Mozambique and Zimbabwe.
Yes.
This problem is caused by the parties, particularly ANC, is so much friendly to ZANU-PF and Frelimo. That is why we have a lot of immigrants from those two countries. Mind you, Comrade Ramaphosa have got a mine in Zimbabwe. Mbalula, Didi Mabuza, Mbeki, and other big heads, they've got mines in Zimbabwe. And to make matters worse, these guys who have got mines in Zimbabwe, they are the people who are sponsoring ZANU-PF campaigns, particularly Didi Mabuza and family mines, which are mining lithium in Zimbabwe. They sponsor ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. And then when ZANU-PF is being sponsored, they beat their own people. So who is the causer here? Didi Mabuza ANC is sponsoring ZANU-PF to beat its own people. The people are being beaten, they go to South Africa. Who is wrong? Is it ANC? Is it ZANU-PF? Are they the people? So ANC is the root causer. Recently, we had a very big uproar in Mozambique. ANC went there in support of Frelimo, and the people are suffering there. They didn't want the party. Not only that, long back 2008, some people had lost to the opposition, but Thabo Mbeki went there. He was strict on quiet diplomacy.
Yes.
Because he knows, Thabo Mbeki knew that these are his comrades. They are looting there in Zimbabwe, going back to South Africa. He cannot say anything on his own, Thabo Mbeki. It's collective consortium between the ANC guys. He cannot say anything because those guys are looting Zimbabwe, they are looting Mozambique. The people of those countries come to South Africa, they are following what is being taken by their heads. Even Balula, Balula, the previous whatever, he was speaking openly against the open opposition Chamisa, whereby he was saying Chamsa. He doesn't want him. Totally.
Yeah,
and those people of Zimbabwe, they wanted that Chamsa. But
No, I hear you,
Balula didn't want him completely. That is very bad.
I really I hear what you're saying there, and funny enough, Mark Hayward wrote a really good article in the Daily Maverick, an opinion piece that I want to speak to him about, in fact, and it's about how we are not able as South Africa to address the elites in these countries, because let's face it, they're not just leaders, right, of these countries. They're people who've enriched themselves at the expense of the people of their country, and that is why so many of their citizens have ended up in our country. It's because we respect the elitism, the fellow elitism of our neighbours, presidents and other leaders, and that is why no one can have an honest conversation with them and say to them, you've got to get your houses in order in order for your citizens not to continue fleeing to our countries. So I hear exactly what you're saying, Pitso. Bashimane in Limpopo is on the line to us. Bashimane, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. What's on your mind this morning, Bashimane?
Yeah, we have a crisis here, my sister. I don't know if maybe you could assist us.
Yeah, tell me.
We have a problem interpreting municipal documents. We've been already to the municipality. They can't seem to explain their own documents. So I don't know if maybe we can get someone to assist us.
All right.
The issue here is we are living in the Elias Mutswaledi local municipality.
Okay.
There's two centers of power. We have a traditional leadership.
Yes.
And we have the municipality on the other side.
Right.
So what happens is the traditional leadership is dispossessing or is taking over land of the community without consulting, without offering any alternatives.
Wow.
So we tried referring to documents. There's a document called IPIRLA, Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act.
Yes.
So instead of the municipality interpreting those and explaining to the community what does that act mean to them, they instead refer us back to the traditional leadership, of which we understand, or the municipality is in charge, and the municipality has documents that speaks to our problem on how to solve our problem. But instead, they are not helping us, so they are sending us back to the traditional leadership. So we don't know if we can get someone to explain to us how does this act actually, what does it mean to the people?
Yeah.
So that we can move along smoothly.
I wonder if it is the Municipal Act, actually, that you need to be looking at, Bashmane. Let me put you back to Genewe and Melissa, and let's find out exactly what is happening here and what laws are relevant. Because I wonder if these are not actually related to land laws rather than municipal laws. It's going to be an interesting question, and perhaps I have someone in mind already who might be able to answer this question for us, but we need a good brief from you as to what is actually going on there. So please give that to my producers. Thank you very much for those calls. Your voice notes are starting to roll in at this hour as well. Let's listen to one on the possibility of citizens' arrests.
Morning, Joanna. The citizen arrest that is performed by March on March, they always comes with police and one Home Affairs official. So that is not even a question, because these citizen arrests are officially legal, and they don't just grab people and send and go to police station. No, police are already with them. They don't perform marches without police and Home Affairs officials. So it's anonymous in Durban.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, I wonder if police are there, why do you need to effect a citizen's arrest, right? So perhaps I think we're talking about citizens' arrests in situations where police are not present, because we're going to ask the question, exactly what do you do in the process of a citizen's arrest, and what is the difference between that and vigilantism? It's one of the questions I'm going to put to our guests. Let's listen to this one on the Constitution.
Joanna and your team, good morning. It's Kosnat here. Look, my sister, the elephant in the room in this country is the Constitution itself, because that Constitution is the vice versa of what our people want. 80% of people are hungry, are very, very hungry, and those who are in power are the ones that are rich, because even the president himself knows that they cannot do anything with these foreign people that are here in South Africa, because they got mines, they got everything there outside, so they cannot chase them away.
So I think we need to just think carefully when we talk about the Constitution being a problem in a general sense, right? There may be parts of it that you have a problem with, and we can change that through constitutional review. We can go to the Constitutional Court and change it and so forth. But let's remember, the Constitution enshrines the right to dignity, equality, right, in our lives. It's supposed to be the instrument that was used for that purpose. The reason that we are not experiencing equality, dignity, freedom, and all the things that we were promised is because what was in the Constitution has not been implemented. But the Constitution actually defines for us what kind of lives we are supposed to be leading. The problem is a lack of implementation. So the Constitution is not inherently against those things. Remember, it's asking for those things. It's actually enshrining those things in our law. If we had a government that actually implemented those things and took the Constitution seriously to the letter of the law, in other words, if they implemented everything that was enshrined in the Constitution and not just aspects of it, we'd be living in a very different country. So I think when we have that conversation, I certainly agree the Constitution is not carved in stone, and we must have these conversations about parts of it that need to be developed, evolved, or changed. But essentially, if it were implemented as it should be, we would be living in a very different country. Let's listen to this on this very sad story about the 12 people who were shot in Cleveland.
Joanne, good morning. I don't feel this thing, that I don't feel like we are taking this issue of these people who were killed by unknown people seriously. I don't feel like that. You know, as a South Africa, a killing of people now, it seems as if it's a norm to us. 12 people are dead, killed by people who were shooting ransom. But it seems as if it's a small thing that happened. And others are in hospital now. Those things are the things that must be given by 24 hours by the president. Those people must be in jail within a time. It mustn't be a norm for people to be killed in the country. No. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I can't agree with you more. All right, Lwazi in Mtata is on the line to us. Lwazi, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Joanne. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Tell me what's going on in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality, Lwazi.
Yeah, Joanne, I think if somebody could say to me today that our mayor, Babalwa Lobishe, is an agent sent to destroy the ANC in Nelson Mandela Bay, I will fully agree with that person. Everything under her leadership has just collapsed. Everything, service delivery. I mean, electricity. Never, we had heard mayors here. Never, where an area has got no electricity for 7 days to 2 weeks. I think, what happens here, I think Babalwa Lobishe has found the ANC in ICU and she came just to switch off the machines. She has totally destroyed the ANC, and nothing is going right under her leadership. Yeah, I'm just like frustrated with everything that is happening in Nelson Mandela Bay under, like, you know, a mayorship. I mean, yeah.
Oh gosh,
it's frustrating.
Well, see, it's so disappointing to take these calls, you know, in the sense that I'm hearing from so many people living in Nelson Mandela Bay that very little is working there, and we take
I'm sorry to say
calls
this.
on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say this, but the honorable thing that she should do is to resign. I think that will be, like, you know, everything. I mean, we have had like mayors in Nelson Mandela Bay, but under her leadership, everything has just collapsed. Everything.
Gosh.
She should do the right thing and resign. And the ANC, she has totally destroyed the ANC. I don't think, like, you know, people will vote for the ANC in Nelson Mandela Bay after all these things that are happening. Thank you very much, Sharon. Have a great day.
Lwazi, thank you too. Thank you for sharing that with us. I think we need to have a conversation because we've just got too many listeners saying exactly the same thing to us about what is going on in Nelson Mandela Bay. It's becoming a free for all there from the sound of it, and I think we need to find out from that mayor and that municipality what is going on there. Let's listen to a voice note on the issue of migrants.
Hi, Joanne. There's this issue that we are not talking about, the issue of foreigners who are in the country buying days. Buying days meaning after every 3 months they buy, 90 days and their passport gets stamped. This is facilitated by Home Affairs officials. We have foreigners that are in the country now for years on end, some more than 10 years. They just keep getting their passports, stamped. In fact, the majority of foreigners who are in the country, that's how they are maintaining, their legal status. Something is very wrong with this arrangement, Joanne. For someone to be in the country after their time lapses, it should be based on exceptional circumstances, not just getting, one's passport stamped every time. We need to look at this. It's a crisis. Thank you.
Good morning, Joanne and SAfm listeners. As much as we are in this crisis of immigration, but Department of Labor and Department of Home Affairs is nowhere to be seen. Department of Labor must come and explain now that this March and other civic organizations are saying 30 June is the deadline. What are the Department of Labor is going to do with our contributions for years in UIF? Are they going to fast track to give us our money? And even the Home Affairs is nowhere to be seen to explain, because we've got documents we submitted 2021 at Home Affairs, VFS, for us to be regularized. But Home Affairs is nowhere to be seen. So we don't know exactly, maybe the very same government is also into it. Thanks, James Johannesburg.
Thank you so much for that. And I think that's quite right. Whichever point of view you're looking at it from, Home Affairs just doesn't seem to be reachable to discuss these issues. All right, it is 9:30 here on the Daily Discourse. That means that Anne Musa is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, Witness I is back at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry, which has resumed its hearings in Pretoria. The testimony of the witness relates to a drug bust in Egerton, south of Johannesburg. More than 10 suspects are still at large following the killing of 12 people and wounding of 9 others in a shooting incident at an informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg. And Social Security Agency SASSA in Gauteng says Johannesburg beneficiaries who did not receive their social grants are likely to be linked to the ongoing social grant review process. This comes after some grant beneficiaries at the Soweto office at Maponya Mall complained about non-payment. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse, and we are bringing you the story about this issue of home affairs that we were speaking about a little bit earlier on, and the notion that, you know, when they come to our borders as asylum seekers, migrants, this is, you know, they are treated in a particular way. They're expected to show up at a reception center within 5 days and so forth. We're going to be looking at that process, but we're also going to be looking at other interventions that Home Affairs is making, and I'm going to ask the question as well. You might want to participate in this conversation on our studio line 086 000 2032 as to this issue of trafficking that's coming up more and more. A lot of people are flagging this, and many people who are leaving the country as part of the groups that are being repatriated are saying, we came to this country, we were brought to this country by people from our country who had settled here already, and when we came here, they held our passports, they confiscated them, they prevented us from being able to go back home, etc. So there's so many different nuances to the migration story, and I think we also need to find out what is happening in regard to that. In just a short while, we'll be speaking to lawyers for human rights on that issue. In fact, let's begin that conversation right now. You remember that yesterday we were pleasantly surprised to have former Home Affairs Minister, now Health Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, call into the show. I'd been speaking about Home Affairs' inability to document migrants as they enter the country. He wanted to give us some context and clarify the process that migrants go through once they reach the South African borders from wherever they've come. Unfortunately, we couldn't speak to him for long as long as we would have liked. So we thought we'd give Lawyers for Human Rights a call, as they've been dealing with dozens of cases involving migration and the law. Communications Officer at Lawyers for Human Rights, Mpho Magubela, joins us on the line now. Mr. Magubela, good morning to you. Thank you for your time on the program. Something the Minister spoke about yesterday was this example of migrants fleeing some conflict or oppression in a neighbouring country and then arriving at our borders undocumented. He then spoke of a form that was given to each migrant entering the country to identify them as someone who just entered without papers but had 5 days to regularise themselves. Just please recap for me how that works.
Hello, thank you to you, the organizers, and SAFM audience. Thank you for having me. I think as well.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry. Yes. So the transit visa, it's what we call a transit visa. It's when someone arrives at the border with their passport or without their passport, they're able to be given a transit visa and to report to the relevant authorities. Usually, when he's speaking about asylum seekers and refugees, it's the Refugee Reception Office. And they're given 5 days to go and document themselves. So this is the piece of paper that the former minister was speaking about, and it allows you to travel to the nearest or any refugee reception office, and you're able to apply for asylum. When you get there, you then provide your intention that you want to apply for asylum, and then shortly after, an RSDO officer is able. It's called refugee status determination officer is able to interview you, and from there the process of documentation starts.
All right. So I'm going to go a step back a little bit and remain at the border for a moment when you arrive as a migrant, Mr. Magubela. Firstly, is any kind of fingerprinting done?
At the
border.
So what happens is that when you have a passport, right, your details are taken because they have to provide you with a certain visa.
Yes.
So that's when your details are captured.
Right.
While the practice of biometrics is happening or not, it's the authorities that are supposed to exercise it well. Sometimes it's not consistent, but what's supposed to happen at that point, your details are supposed to be captured. And in case that you are fleeing and you don't have documents, then that transit visa has your details. So obviously they would have obtained your details from there.
Oh, right. So now I'm talking about before this person has got to the reception center, right? I'm talking about when the asylum seeker arrives at the border. I mean, Mosa Chabane from the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee told us the other day that there's no connection to the Home Affairs central database at the Border Management Authority offices at the various borders, right? So you get the sense that someone is going to walk around with a slip of paper that they get saying they've come into the country and they're acknowledged. And they've got 5 days to get to the reception center. Wouldn't it be better for that migrant to be entered into a central database, which all officials around the country can access to monitor their status at any given time?
It could be better, and maybe the findings of that, if the former minister and officials have said that there's no connection. I think in our experience is that it goes to the what we've been consistently saying, that Home Affairs should be proactive and able to be able to have better documentation authorities. Even some of the things that are happening now, it's things that haven't been disclosed before, about the practices that is happening at the border and the linkage to Department of Home Affairs. But if it's a system that hasn't been capturing people, then it's a concern as well, because we've been having people as well who come with a transit visa, but still when they get to the RRO, they are not helped. They'll be told that the transit visa, it's useless. They are not going to get documented. All of those things. But obviously, it's not an individual case. But what they were saying is that even when they do obtain, they go to the RRO within that 5 days, they might still not get help, and they might still be stuck in a long queue that will, someone who came here might be documented 3 months after, of every day going to the reception office and being told that today we're not working, today we're offline. All of those issues that we know. So that's the problem. The linkage between the borders and Department of Home Affairs, for us as well, it's something that we still have to look at. Shockingly so.
Right. I want to ask about this issue of the reception office, right? Because you spoke about the refugee reception center where the migrant must announce themselves within 5 days, right? The minister did point out that the reception office in Musina is close to the border, so that sounds doable. But does it ever happen that the reception center is a distance away and is sometimes difficult to reach?
Mm-hmm. Well, it might be convenient for some people, but the fact is that we have less of these offices, and most of the time you find that there's no one entry. Musina is not the only border, right?
Yeah.
So, even if it's used for example, there's a lot of reports that have showed a lot of concerns that has to do with the Musina refugee reception office. The capacity that they have, it might be close to the border, but that doesn't necessarily make it effective. We've had a lot of people still not, a lot of these laws still not practiced by the very same officials.
So tell me, who runs that refugee reception office? Is it the Border Management Authority or is it Home Affairs by this stage?
No, it's Home Affairs. We have what we call the center manager, who runs the refugee reception office.
I'm just curious to know, Mr. Makubela, where is the actual problem with Home Affairs? Are the systems too slow and ineffective? The computer systems, are there not enough officials, or are there officials who are working at those offices who are unable to process these migrants' documents efficiently? What's the holdup at the reception offices?
It's very complex, and I think it's something that a lot of the reports and investigations, both by us and other partners as well, have been documenting. The issue is very complex, but at the core of it, it's corruption. At the core of it, it's lack of political will. At the core of it is institutional xenophobia. At the core of it is also the system that is that does not have capacity as well. So, for instance, if someone goes to the reception office today, they might not be assisted. They will tell them come back next week. Next week they come back next week. So in a sense, also the refugee reception office and the Home Affairs as a whole is making people undocumented because people want to be undocumented. But when they go to these facilities, the same thing that we as South Africans experience. If today I'm going to Home Affairs for my ID, I might not be assisted at the same time. I might take weeks, right? So it's those systemic issues that is happening, lack of infrastructure, lack of aligning with technological developments. But what we have experienced is also officials who go out there, go to work to exploit migrants, to exploit South Africans. South Africans can tell you as well of the corruption that they also face at the Home Affairs offices. They tell you can skip a queue and we can give you better services. While that is happening as well, you find that there's no capacity. So per day, they might help a certain number of people. And we have had also this discriminative practice at the refugee reception office where people are told that each day has its own nationality. So if you come back on Monday, Monday they are documenting this certain national, Tuesday this certain national. If you are within that 5 days visa and you have limited time, right, and they don't process your document, what will happen after it expires? It's a concern, and you're subject to arrest and further documentation.
All right. I mean, that explains that process to us very well. I want to take a quick call from one of our listeners. Parks in Cape Town is on the line to us. Parks, do you have a question for Mpho Makubela?
Join and good morning to Mr. Makubela. My question is this. Here Mr. Makubela stated all of the intricacies and issues, or let's say the staking pains of the documentation of refugees or foreigners. Now, here's the issue is what classifies as a refugee? When I'm saying that you get economic migrants who will place themselves as refugees. You get migrants that are running away from persecution due to war crimes and other conflicts in their various countries. The human rights organizations, which is your theory, your South African Human Rights organization, they do not take into consideration the fact that the influx of foreigners causes strain to the various government departments. I'm not speaking for government, but those failures are bound to fail. What is it that these human rights organizations are doing to actually mitigate certain issues that are happening in these countries to try and control the flow of refugees? Because you get corruption even with the very refugees who will stage out something that's a conflict. And with technology that's around now, you can use AI to say you are running away from conflict in your country, therefore you need a refugee assistance.
Okay, so you're asking a few questions there. I think some of them might be beyond the scope that Mpho Makubela can answer, but because his organization does not, as I understand it, as a rule, engage governments outside of our country to sort out political issues in those countries. But Parks, I think you're making a very good point about the documentation here. Tell me, Mr. Makubela, how does this work? You've got all these different categories of people, some people fleeing conflict, some people who are fleeing economic repression, for argument's sake, or political repression. How exactly are all the different types of migrants categorized once they come into South Africa?
I mean, the law makes it clear who is a migrant and who's a refugee. A migrant is a person who chooses to move from one place to another, often for work, education, better economic opportunities. And you have asylum seekers who have applied for protection as a refugee and who's awaiting his claim to be finalized. Once it's finalized, that person either when the person is rejected or accepted, and that person is a refugee in this country, who is a person who's in need for protection, and they've been recognized by the law. So I think it's really important for the public as well to educate themselves on different categories of someone who's not a citizen, and there's different visas for that. There's a study visa, there's a work visa. We can go on, the list goes on. But what people shouldn't confuse is those categories is also who's a migrant and who's a refugee and all of this, because at the end of the day, there's different visas that govern these categories. So if you are saying that migrants can move from one category to another, which is possible, but also what we are saying is that the RSDOs and the RROs, the RSDOs and the RROs, these interviews and this status determination, it's a very long but also very strict determination. It's not simple as giving someone a document. If someone has an asylum seeker document, it would be that they're given that permit awaiting the claim. But also we know the issues that we have in this country, procurement of those claims. You find that people wait for 10 years, 20 years when those processes are not, when those claims are not processed. And those people also, well, they live with uncertainty. They don't know where they should go because they are not formally recognized as refugees. They're still asylum seekers, but as well as they can't do anything without those claims being determined. And those claims, we can go into the complexity of the delays. We all know the delays and the infrastructure, how it is. It's, all of those issues I raised before. So it's these things that as well that I think even what is happening right now is that I think the problem at the core of it is the Department of Home Affairs. The problem at the core of it is the fact that the systems are inadequate to be able to process adequate and also fair documentation. You have people waiting for so many years without being processed, and even when those people renew, because nowadays people renew every 6 months, even when they renew, you might find that it takes a year for the Department of Home Affairs to renew your document. So basically, you're in a trap. You are left to be undocumented.
Right.
So that's the process that we find ourselves when we blame people to say they're undocumented. But when we check the history, because we run law clinics, when we check the history, you'd find that this person taken all the steps, but they still remain undocumented. Even other people that have other visas as well, like study visa, work visa, they will tell you how long it takes for their permits to be renewed, and that's the problem that we have.
Yes, okay. Let me take a quick call from John. We're running out of time now. John, a quick one from you about your experience, please.
Very good morning. First and foremost, Dr. Schreiber is doing an excellent job, but needs to be supported by the right people. Mine is simple. My wife, we're married for over 10 years now.
Yeah.
We know that if you're married for 5 years, you'll also obviously have a spousal permit, which we do have. We still have the passport. Those spousal permits are there. We applied for a permanent resident. They were giving us runaround, the Home Affairs. So finally, when she completed, I think 8-9 years, then we went back and we applied. We were told no. Somebody advised us to go to the embassy in Lesotho, South African embassy, to go and apply there because they couldn't help us. We went to the South African embassy in Lesotho. She made an application. I was with her. Yeah. And then 6-8 months or a year later, I can't remember the exact time, then the permanent resident came. We went, we collected it, she signed for it, and then she came and she applied for an ID. When she went 6 months later to check what's the progress with an ID, she was told, and I was there with her, she was told that this permanent resident is a fake. I told the Home Affairs official to say, listen here, if this resident is a fake, here's the police station. It was in Delmas. I'll be specific, in Delmas in Mpumalanga. Yes. Here's the police station opposite the Home Affairs. Go get the police. Have my wife arrested so that we can know who issued this thing because we got it from the South African embassy.
Yes.
No, he refused. We drove to Lesotho to the South African embassy where we applied, where she received this permanent resident. When we got there, they said, no, this is nonsense. They wrote a letter with a letterhead of South African embassy to say this application was sent to head office. Head office issued this permanent resident. How can it be fake because it comes from you? We took the letter. We went back again to Home Affairs in Delmas because Witbank said to us, we must go to Delmas. When we got to Delmas, then they said to us, no, we cannot help you. Go to head office. Again, they said head office, they won't let you in. They gave us a 0800 number. We called the 0800 number, I don't know for how long. Finally, one of the good days we tried, we got through. The head office told us, you can come here a million times, we're not going to let you in. So give us the name of the person who issued this permanent residence. I said, heaven knows. I don't work for your head office, nor do I work for Home Affairs. Then they said to us, now go back to Lesotho. That was last week. They told me I must go back to Lesotho and to the South African embassy, ask them who issued this permanent residence. I mean, really? Dr. Mutwale is aware of that when he was still a Home Affairs Minister. They ignored me. I sent them emails. I communicated.
John, sorry that we can't continue with your call because we are running out of time, but I sympathize with the process that you have been through. And it looks like somebody is definitely trying to block this for you. I think let's put John in contact with Bo Makubela, and let's see if they can assist you in any way, John, because it looks like you will have to go some kind of legal route now. You've done all you can to actually solve this. But thank you for phoning in to us and flagging that problem. I hope that some of the questions that you had were answered through our conversation with Bo Makubela. But I'm going to take this a step further as we are on the issue of migration. And I'm going to talk about the notion of a citizen's arrest. Now, you may have heard the woman leading the March and March movement, Jacinta Ngobese Zuma, saying that despite what the president had to say about citizens not intervening in regard to migrants, they're going to continue to effect citizens' arrests. So what is the actual difference between vigilantism and a citizen's arrest in this context? Criminal law expert William Booth joins us to explain now. Mr. Booth, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. I've been reading the laws around citizens' arrests, and from what I can see, it is possible for citizens to effect arrests without a warrant. Under what circumstances can this be done?
Yes, good morning. Yes, the Criminal Procedure Act, in fact, deals with this aspect. So if a crime is being committed in the presence of a civilian, in other words, a non-law enforcement official, technically a citizen can effect an arrest. Again, it depends on let's say, the seriousness of the offence. I mean, if it's a situation of shoplifting, the issue might arise that a normal citizen would not be able to intervene if it relates to shoplifting, let's say, from a particular store. But then a member of that store, or let's say a security officer at that store, would be able to, if the offence is committed in their presence, be able to effect an arrest, and then obviously notify the law enforcement of what has happened, and law enforcement would then have to come in to the scene and then take the matter further to process the case from there on.
So Mr. Booth, there's an interesting question that arises there. Does the citizen effecting the arrest take the arrestee to a police station, or do they call the police to attend to the scene?
Well, look, the Criminal Procedure Act doesn't deal with all the, let's call it the nitty-gritty of a situation. Okay. It merely says that a citizen may effect an arrest if an offence is being committed in their presence. So if somebody is, let's say, stealing from you and is in the process of running away, that you as a citizen may effect the arrest. But the correct procedure that would need to be followed would be to immediately contact law enforcement, because from a practical perspective, that person that you're arresting might attack you. He might haul out a weapon, firearm, yes. Who knows, and then, your life is in danger. And then how do you go about actually getting hold of the nearest law enforcement official?
Yes.
I mean, if somebody's driving past, fine, but, if you're in an area where there's nobody around. So what do you do with that person while you're contacting law enforcement? And if you can't contact law enforcement, how do you go about getting the person to the police station? So those are kind of practical issues that need to be looked at from one instance to the other. So, it's difficult. It's all very well having the law, but from a practical perspective, how is it implemented? The only other issue with regard to a citizen's arrest is where a citizen literally takes the law into their own hands.
Yes.
Type of vigilante.
Right. Well, that was what I was going to ask you next. Is there a difference between a citizen's arrest and vigilantism?
Well, look, citizen's arrest is where the offence is being committed in your presence as a citizen. Vigilante it takes it further. It may be in front of a group of the community that a crime is being committed, or where it's not being committed in front of a group or members of a particular committee. But they receive information from others that somebody is stealing motor cars or is breaking into houses or is running a drug den, and they go along and perform the function of law enforcement to go and, let's say, arrest that person, but the offence hasn't been committed in their presence. And then in some instances, assault that person, and in fact even, cause their death, which then causes a criminal complaint to be laid against those citizens, and they then are charged for murder or assault with intent or whatever the kind of offence is that they may have committed. So, it's like getting the whole community swept up because of somebody's complaint. And that is the problem, and it's happening more and more in South Africa, where law enforcement is not acting effectively. They don't arrive at a crime scene soon enough, or they don't investigate matters properly, and they don't effect arrests soon enough in the eyes and the views of the community. And then the community get together and say, look, we're going to go and do the job of the police.
Yes.
And that is a problem.
Right. Because I want to ask about the kind of crime that's being committed here. You've given some good examples of shoplifting, theft, a kind of robbery that is taking place in the moment, and a citizen observes that and may decide to act and effect a citizen's arrest. What happens when you're dealing with an issue like migration, where there's a suspicion during a protest or during a group gathering of some kind, where a citizen feels, or a group of citizens feel, that a crime has been committed because the person at hand does not have the required papers, the documentation to be in the country. Therefore, the fact that they are undocumented means they are committing a crime, and based on that, the individual or the group wants to take action in regard to that.
Well, the problem with dealing with somebody allegedly being in the country illegally is, how is that determined? So, has that group obtained just information, hearsay from somebody else? Have they viewed the documentation? Have they determined that the person is not possibly here on an asylum seeker's permit? And, how do they then determine whether or not that person is illegally in the country? And again, here you get everybody swept up by saying that group is illegally, this group is illegal. Maybe they are all legally here, but because they come from a foreign country, you might be interfering with, let's say, work situations where they are getting work and others from South Africa aren't getting work, and those from South Africa get angry about it and don't take the law into their own hands. So that is not acceptable behavior. So if you have a suspicion that somebody is illegally here, go to law enforcement, go and advise them of what your suspicions are. Then they can, if there's enough evidence, if there's reasonable suspicion that somebody's committed a crime, let law enforcement do the necessary. And obviously they will then be in contact with the Department of Home Affairs, Immigration, who would then have to check on somebody's details. But what happens is the public gets carried away. People who are legitimately here are targeted. And even those that are not legitimately here, you can't just go and take the law into your own hands. So,
Can you ask them?
Determine that.
Are you allowed as an ordinary citizen to ask for proof of their status?
No, definitely not. You don't have that right, and the person who is being asked has the right to say, sorry, I'm not talking to you. Who are you? Why are you doing this? So it's not like the situation where a crime is being committed in your presence. You see somebody stabbing somebody. You see somebody stealing. You see somebody jumping into your friend's motor car and driving away. Car is being stolen. House is being broken into. You've seen it. Then you can obviously act. But How do you determine whether the person is legally or not legal? And if you have a suspicion, you go to your police station, go and report the matter. They investigate it. If you have a problem with how they investigate it, it's go and speak to the head of that particular police station, the commissioner, go to law enforcement superiors, go to legal services if it's to do with the police, if you're not getting any joy at your local police station. But you cannot just go and do your own thing. In this particular instance relating to alleged illegal status in the country.
Thank you, William Booth, for explaining that so well to us. William Booth is a criminal law expert. Just after 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse, we're catching up with Anne Musa next for your latest news bulletin.
In our top stories, residents of Cleveland informal settlement call for police visibility, and Action SA raises concerns over discrepancies in hospital overcrowding data. Good morning. Residents of the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg have called for police visibility in the area. The call comes after 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident in the area last night. More than 10 suspects are still at large. The area's councillor, Tandu Mbambala, says residents are not safe.
We need safety around this area because this area is not safe at all. Our people are not safe. Kuna abantwana abahlala la, kuna abomama, abantu besifazana, even namadoda ahlala la. Kunento ezininzi ezenzakalayo la. Kuna illegal mining that is happening here. Kuna project that is happening here. So we don't know ukuthi what happened, what triggers for this shooting to happen. Because previously when this project started, she lose one of our sister here through this project. They shot her.
The Madlanga Commission of Inquiry is consulting over whether witness I should resume his testimony or not. The witness was due to testify earlier. The testimony of the witness relates to a drug bust in Ayrton, south of Johannesburg. The witness started to testify yesterday. Action SA in Gauteng has raised concerns about the data the South African Human Rights Commission used to conclude that foreign nationals are not linked to hospital overcrowding. The party argues that the data collected in Limpopo 2022 does not reflect the crisis that hospitals across the country are facing. Action SA Gauteng Health spokesperson Emma More has urged the Commission to assess hospitals in all provinces to get a comprehensive understanding of the situation.
They should have done a separate research per province, to be honest, not even to say nationally. Per province, do this analysis and then use the average and then conclude. Not only use that issue of Dr. Poppy when he was actually speaking to that patient, Yako Zimbabwe, the undocumented patient from Zimbabwe, and say, okay, let's check the data. And then they said they found out that the data was telling the opposite. But the same data they gave us was actually not telling what they wanted to prove.
Social Security Agency SASSA in Gauteng says Johannesburg beneficiaries who did not receive their social grants are likely to be linked to the ongoing social grant review process. This comes after some grant beneficiaries at the Soweto office at Maponya Mall complained about non-payment. SASSA says grants are not automatically cancelled and every beneficiary selected for review is formally notified. Provincial spokesperson Lungile Mkaba says the aim of the review process is to verify that beneficiaries meet the qualifying criteria.
Where a beneficiary does not respond within the required time frame, a grant may be temporarily suspended. Once the review is completed and eligibility is confirmed, the grant is reinstated and payment resumes. In the current financial year alone, the Soweto local office has completed 432 grant reviews. Many of those who came in had been notified for a review but had not yet responded.
And finally, the US says it has carried out a series of strikes against Iran. In response, Iran launched drones and missiles in attack. The US has described its attacks as a proportional response to the downing of an American helicopter on Monday. The BBC's Peter Bowes has the details.
This is the most serious escalation of hostilities between Washington and Tehran since the ceasefire was agreed 2 months ago. The US says it struck Iranian air defense, ground control stations and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz. In response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard said it had attacked American bases with drones, including the US Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Iranian state media said the country's armed forces were threatening massive and wider attacks across the region if the US continued what it called its aggression against the Islamic Republic.
Recapping the top story, residents of the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg have called for police visibility in the area. The call comes after 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded in a shooting incident in the area last night. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
50 years later, Youth Month, the Voices.
Why? Do we have a police protection?
When I took the initiative, therefore, to say, what about communicating with the then Minister of Bantu Education to say, can you explain, what are you trying to achieve? But he decides to send the police to come and arrest.
We realize that the ugly head of apartheid is showing itself once again. Now, from the statement that the university released last night, there is no difference from that statement and the statement that was released by F.W. de Klerk in October 1989.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us. If you're tuning in to the program in the second hour, I'm Joanne Joseph. Lovely to be with you. We're having some fascinating conversations, actually, and we're getting some lovely feedback from you on our studio line. Remember, that number is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. I'll play some of your voice notes as well. I just want to remind you, when you call in, please keep your calls shorter. We're having to take fewer calls because people are just going on and sometimes repeating themselves. So please give everybody a chance to talk and try and just find the most succinct way of saying what it is that you need to say. We want to hear from you, but we do want you to keep your opinions a little bit shorter so we can accommodate other listeners who want to speak to us as well. I just want to quickly dip into something. Well, we're not going to be able to do it now, but I'm hoping to do that at a slightly later stage. We know that there is something going on at the Border Management Authority right now. It's at Oshoek, port of entry, and they've essentially brought their management and immigration anti-corruption campaign to that border post. They've got the Special Investigating Unit involved. They're talking about rooting out corruption from South Africa's port of entry, and so there are lots of top officials there. There's the BMA Commissioner, Dr. Michael Masyapato, who was talking a moment ago. The SIU head is there. The Home Affairs Director General is there. So we really are seeing a concerted push at the borders to root out corruption there, to get the Home Affairs system working well so that migration can be dealt with in a more intentional way, should we say. Coming up on the show in this hour, Eskom is going green. We're going to ask them about that latest move on their part. They've opened a brand new division that deals with clean energy. And a little bit later on in our program, we're asking, if the president is putting 10,000 more labor inspectors on the streets, what does it mean for businesses? And what are businesses' rights in this regard? What are workers' rights in this regard as this issue of migration is tackled on a more serious basis? I'm taking a couple of your quick calls. Makapia in Mafikeng is on the line to us. You want to talk about migrants? Good morning, Makapia.
Good morning, Joanne. I'm talking from the background of being a former immigration officer as well.
Okay. Did you work for Home Affairs or for the Border Management Authority?
I did. I worked as an immigration officer in the borders and as well as the Uar Tambo.
Okay, interesting.
Yes. On the issue of refugees, I think this chaos that we are experiencing at the moment has long been, given a foundation, especially when gaps were created. it was a dereliction of duty by government to say that, refugees can integrate with normal society. I want to keep this very short. Recently now, there is a document of funding of refugees, specifically in South Africa, by foreign donors. It's estimated at $35 million.
Sorry to interrupt you there. I must just ask you, who's written this document and which donors are involved in wanting to pay this amount of money to sponsor foreign migrants?
I think it is published on a business or a business magazine or whatever. It is about 2-3 weeks ago.
I'm asking because we need to know who this is. I mean, and regardless of who does this, they can't sponsor people while breaking the country's laws, right? So that's why I'm hoping you can be a little more specific for me.
Remember, it is a program run by the United Nations Refugee Reception Office in South Africa.
Okay, so it's the UNHCR.
Yes.
Okay.
They are being funded by international donors. And the required funding for this current financial year is estimated at $35 million.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, this is the way it should have been done, because you can imagine all these gaps. You've got somebody you don't know who's coming here because he's running away from their own country.
Yes.
And the government says, no, go and integrate. They don't even know where this person is. Contrast to what happened to our own people who were refugees elsewhere. They were always kept in refugee camps. They were accounted for at any given time,
mm-hmm.
which means funding was coming through, although we cannot say it was enough. But with the complement of South African budgets towards these people, a lot could have been done for them so that they can be accounted for. And then even when they want to return home, they shouldn't have lost anything, their culture, everything. The schools should be there for their own kids to, keep up with who they are from where they are. Now, if they are integrated in the general society of South Africa and nobody knows who are they, what are they doing in their country, this is what we are facing.
Makapia, you said you were going to keep your call short, but you're not. You're talking for a very long time. And okay. The thing that I'm interested to know from you is, as a Home Affairs border official, did you find you had the right support that you needed? Did you have the right systems that you needed to be able to keep a close check on people coming into the country? Were you aware of any corruption in your department? What was your experience as a Home Affairs official dealing with migration?
For instance, you hear how these lawyers for human rights are very active, position themselves as, people who will defend the rights.
Okay, but I'm asking you a set of questions. I don't know why you're talking about lawyers for human rights. I'm asking you about your experience to share with us as people who don't know what your experience is.
It's to do with these lawyers for human rights, because they are acting on behalf of the refugees. What I'm saying is they should have taken it up with the United Nations in order to hold South African government accountable, to make sure that these people are being, catered for in accordance with the globally proven system.
They have taken this up. Okay, but we're not talking about lawyers for human rights. I'm going to give you a last chance to tell us what your experience was, because that's the value in talking to you, that you were there, you did the job. What was your experience on a daily basis? Did your systems work? Were you able to process as many people as you wanted?
That's why I'm talking about refugees specifically. I want to draw the line as to how this thing has manifested itself to where we are today. I mean, that is why I'm saying it was a dereliction of duty. Because if it is a dereliction of duty, something that was not supposed to happen became normal. If these people would say, as the lawyers for human rights, we are acting on behalf of these people, let the government take care of these people in terms of the globally approved processes of dealing with refugees.
They've done this.
Rather than to say, let them go and stay in the
They've done this already, Makapia. They've taken a lot of cases to court, and they're using international human rights legislation. I'm very disappointed that as a person who was there, you're not able to tell me what happened. I really wanted to hear it from the horse's mouth, your experience. And the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees is an international organization. It's part of the United Nations, so of course it's going to get international funding because the United Nations is funded by all the nations that belong to it. It's a pity that, someone calls into a program, they cannot give you anything definitive. They want to have a philosophical discussion about this without actually being able to give us any kind of definitive example of their experience on the ground. All right, let's get straight into our next story. Eskom officially launching a new renewable energy department called Eskom Green. It's supposed to speed up the delivery of large-scale green energy initiatives. Let's find out what it's all about. Group Executive for Eskom Renewals, Rivaningo Mnisi, joins us on the line now. Mr. Mnisi, good morning to you. Welcome to the program. Please fill us in on what you hope to achieve with this new division.
Good morning, Joanne. Good morning to the listeners of SAfm. What Eskom Green seeks to achieve is really pretty straightforward. I think the objective is to deliver clean, competitive, reliable energy solutions while supporting energy security, economic growth, and decarbonization in South Africa.
Has this project come about because you've realized you're generating more power than you can currently sell and you need to start moving into renewable energy to remain both relevant and profitable in the future?
Certainly, the world is changing and we're not immune to that change. The world requires clean energy. Most of our South African companies do export to the global markets. And there's been certainly carbon commitments that they've made, and we need to help them transition to ensure that South Africa continue to industrialize and export products.
Will you be playing in the residential market at all, or is this strictly for businesses at this stage, Mr. Mnisi?
At this stage, the starting point is really the 2 gigawatts of PV and battery storage, with also pump storage towards of about 1.5 gig, mainly targeting the intensive users of energy in South Africa to preserve jobs. Secondly, also to ensure that we integrate large-scale renewables, also supporting the IPPs in terms of integrating into the grid.
And tell me, should private homeowners want to introduce renewables into their homes, would you be able to assist with the provision of hard and software for that in the future?
Certainly, that's the second phase that we're looking at. Together with our distribution colleagues, we will be launching a pilot around how homes can benefit from faster integration of renewables using the technologies that we have. We've also partnered with other private players to look at the faster ways and innovative ways to ensure that homeowners do not get left behind in this transition.
I believe you're also going to help large companies to hit their renewable energy targets. How do you plan to assist with that, Mr. Mnisi?
Firstly, the large companies, what they really need is stability and reliable supply. And we believe in order to give reliability and stable supply, you need utility scale kind of renewables. What we've seen in the market, as much as it's regarded as utility scale, it's not enough to support large industries. And hence our projects are aimed at a gigawatt, 3 sites, and also pump storage at a gigawatt level to ensure that we have a stable, almost a baseload-like coal or gas or nuclear to ensure that we support those heavy industries with clean energy, almost at a 24-hour basis.
We also know the capital outlay on renewable projects doesn't come cheap. How do you plan to access finance for these projects?
We've got about 500 renewables currently in execution. Those we are executing using our own balance sheet and has been catered for in the corporate plan. However, as we scale up to the 2 gig and the 1.5 gig of pump storage, we are looking at innovative ways of doing project finance, where we will use special purpose vehicles, SPVs, to ensure that we do partner with the right partners that complement our skills. Eskom has infrastructure, has grid access, and more than anything, we've got the experience and the skills of large-scale projects. So we will be looking for partners that complement the skills that we have and the resources that we have to crowd in the funding. And there's been a lot of interest globally to partner with us, particularly on the finance side, given the model that I've just shared.
I see, Mr. Mnisi, that your Group Chief Executive, Dan Marukane, has spoken about building on your years of power generating expertise. But let's be honest, there have been years of power generation failure at Eskom. There's been corruption. How confident are you that you'll be able to make this division profitable and corruption-free?
Certainly. I think we as leaders, and particularly as the new generation of leaders at Eskom, we need to take lessons learned from the likes of Medupi, Kusile, and most importantly from Komati, in particular around how to do a just energy transition. While there's not particularly talking to corruption at Komati, there were things that could have been done right in terms of securing of finance, making sure that the transition is truly just. How we deal with the issues of corruption in renewables, as I've previously alluded, we use special purpose vehicles. That means the project has to be bankable. We need to make sure that the risk is allocated appropriately and the people that are taking the risk or the partners that are taking the risk are aware of that risk. So when you have such structures, it deals with the issues of unforeseen cost or corruption creeping in or expansion of cost uncontrollably, where the structure of bankability becomes the core of how you take decisions, and there's clear accountability as to at what is the time frame, what is the cost of delivery, and who's accountable for what cost. So clearly the innovative structures that we're putting in place will help us a lot in terms of dealing with issues of corruption.
I know that this issue of job losses with not enough power being sold is something that is dogging your company at the moment. Does this mean you'll gradually start transitioning almost your entire business from fossil fuel dependency to renewable energy in the future?
There has to be a starting point. I think towards the end of last month, you might have noticed that we launched our first utility scale renewables project at Litabo of 75 megawatts, powering 60,000 homes once it's completed. I refer to this because it shows the coexistence of renewables and coal. And our belief as Eskom leadership is that the future needs to cater for energy mix. Why is that important? Is because we've learned from the likes of Spain and other countries that have led the transition that there's a significant role that the baseload play. And baseload meaning coal that is dispatchable at 24 hours, like coal power stations that we have, gas, and also nuclear that we have. So we see an energy mix, but with more bias towards renewable energy into the future.
Just a question about the new legislation that is being introduced in certain places like Johannesburg, a new legislation that makes it more difficult than ever before to install solar systems, for example, measures that almost appear punitive in terms of the new legislation and requirements around it. And it's not just, ensuring that the electricity supply is checked by an inspector and ensuring that it's all compliant from a legal point of view. There seems to be a punitive element to it. Do you think this is now going to come to an end now that Eskom is involved and is offering this as a service?
No, we're continuously engaging with the different players across the energy sector, one being NESA, one being the consumers themselves, and also the requirements by law that we need to comply to. But one thing that I must share with the listeners is that most of these legislations are put in place to safeguard the grid, to ensure that the system stability, so that we know the predictability of demand and supply, so that we are able to control the grid. And we've seen in other countries, once you lose sight in terms of the supply and demand, you're likely going to lose sight of the system stability and cause an energy failure. And I think that's at the heart of what Eskom is trying to do. We'll continue to engage with the stakeholders, looking at ways that we can do it without necessarily discouraging the uptake of renewables.
I mean, you're doing a very interesting project. You're engaged in a project that is going to operate on a much larger scale, probably, than any other company can currently offer in the country, simply because of who you are as an entity. Does that mean the prices of solar and other types of renewable energy are going to come down now that Eskom is involved?
We anticipate that will be the case. If you look at the program that we ran as South Africa in the past 10 years, the ITP, we've managed to onboard, I think, 7 gigawatts of renewable energy, and with the homes taking on 7 gigawatts as well on rooftop solar, we haven't really seen industries growing. So with our ambition of delivering 32 gigawatts, it sets up a base for South Africa to set up industries that can manufacture PVs, blades, battery facilities, and thus create jobs and lower prices for energy in South Africa.
Well, we look forward to see how this will unfold. Thank you very much for speaking to us today, Rivonigo Mnisi, Group Executive for Eskom Renewables.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
We're about to hit 27 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. So many of your voice notes coming in. Let's listen to some of these, many of them on the issue of migration, which we discussed earlier.
Good morning, SAFM. Good morning to all the listeners. Joanne, I fully disagree with the previous guest that you had there about citizens' arrest, because we are dealing with criminals. Someone who we know in the community that they are illegal criminals. We are not making these things up. We know these guys are illegal criminals. And the fact that they are illegal, they are committing a crime. So which means since we know that they are committing a crime as South Africans, then we have a right to arrest them as citizens, because we are witnessing a crime. Their existence is a crime. Them being in our country is automatically a crime. So I don't understand what that guest is trying to say. It does not make sense what he's trying to sell us. Tsepo from Potch.
So, Tsepo, you're asking a good question there. I think we must be careful about saying people's existence is a crime, right? Especially with the history of discrimination on this continent. But what William Booth was saying to us is there are particular types of crimes that can be effected or responded to with the citizen's arrest, and then there are those that can't. If you have not seen a person's papers, and you're not allowed to ask for a person's papers legally, right, as an ordinary citizen. So if you have not seen those and you are not 100% sure that the person is illegal, then you've got a problem there to start with. Secondly, if you have not reported that to the police, then you might get into trouble for it. So this is also about safeguarding yourself as someone who feels strongly about this.
Good morning, Leanne, and your listeners. Leanne, there's something that I'm not sure about. If somebody just comes at our border gate asking for asylum seeker, do we check with the country they coming from if they have not done something that they're running away from? And when we speak about asylum seekers, the minister did explain it so clear yesterday. What are the things they're running away from? Do we check that it's true? Thank you, Lucy.
Lucy, thanks for that. It's such a good question, and it's a question I didn't get to because we ran out of time. Because I think in some situations that's possible, where there is a legitimate government that is, and the country is not a conflict zone. But I think it must be very difficult if the country's at war, for example, or there's a conflict in that area that the asylum seeker comes from. I don't know if you can actually check that, because, if there's a conflict on the go, I don't know if there are officials who are going to stop to check that and give you that information. Especially if it's a rebel group that's taken over, or there's been a coup of some kind. I think that rather complicates things, but it's a fantastic question, and unfortunately one that we just never got to. So it is 10:30 here on the Daily Discourse. We'll keep those conversations going. And Musa is standing by with, no, it's probably Ondela Mbana by now, who is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines on SAFM, residents of the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, suspect illegal mining to be behind last night's mass shooting. And 3 people found guilty of the kidnapping and murder of a British couple in KwaZulu-Natal will be sentenced in February next year. And Action SA in Gauteng has raised concerns about the data that the South African Human Rights Commission used to conclude that foreign nationals are not linked to hospital overcrowding. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This June, Youth Month, SAfm brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later, a month-long national conversation, only on SAfm. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
10:31 on the Daily Discourse. Listening to more of your voice notes in a moment. I just want to appeal to you. My producers are getting some very abusive calls today, and I understand that people are frustrated about certain situations in which they find themselves, and it's difficult to get the officials and authorities to listen to them. But can I please ask you, we do our best to assist you on this program. If we find that you're in trouble of one kind or another and you're reporting that to us, we try our best to help you. And we really are, we're just a team of 3 that puts the show on air every day. In terms of content, we're supported by our sound team and our video team, but actually the producers put this show together every day. They do it 2 up. There are 2 women who are doing all 3 hours on their own. And to receive calls where people are making demands on them is not acceptable. Please keep these calls decent. Please make sure that you address them with respect. They are trying their best to help you. But to demand of them that they do certain things, I'm sorry, this is not actually their job. Their job is to put a show on air every day. And they're going above and beyond to assist beyond what their job description is. We are all trying to do that. So please speak to them respectfully. If you're unable to speak to them respectfully, please don't call into the program, because we're not going to accept this kind of treatment from anybody. And I certainly, when I walk out of here on a day like this, where I see their shoulders drooping because they've tried their best to help, but they've still received verbal abuse, it upsets me very much. So I'm going to ask you to please, if you call in, please treat them decently. Also, please keep your calls shorter. I did request that a little bit earlier on in the program. People phone in, they say, I'm just going to make a quick comment, I'm just going to keep it short. And then they go on and on and on and repeat themselves. And it's partly because I think there's no consideration for other people who are calling in, because people think their opinions are more important than everybody else's. So please respect that. Respect the fact that the lines are jammed. We cannot take the number of calls that come in at any given time. And we need you to please keep your calls short. We love to hear from you. We want to hear your opinions. And we like to hear a plurality of opinions on the show. But please just show respect in the way you conduct yourself when you are on the phone with us. I'm going to listen to 1 or 2 more of your voice notes before we tackle our next interview.
Hi, Joanne. Yesterday I happened to go to the Home Affairs office in Mngeni Road in Durban. I would love the Minister of Home Affairs or an entourage to visit there. It is a nightmare. The inefficiency, the arrogance, the rudeness, it's unbelievable. Thanks. Bev Durban.
Hi, Joanne. I fully agree with your guest around some of the issues that are making these people not to be documented. I'll give you an example, Joanne. If you go to a Home Affairs, you get a ticket number. You're going to get you're going to collect an ID or whatever. Why don't they link that ticket number with how many people they've serviced, so that they can see which ticket was closed successfully and which ticket was not closed successfully, so that you can be able to look at all of these inefficiencies. For me, I just feel like Home Affairs is an old dinosaur.
You know, the sad thing is we need them, right? They play a hugely important role in the country, but it's been so hard to professionalize that service in so many ways. And I think what you and Bev have just flagged is exactly that. The minister phoned in yesterday, and I think, he called us in good faith, and he wanted to give it to us from Home Affairs point of view. But we can't ignore what we know as South Africans, we experience when we go to Home Affairs. How many of us do actually get good service from Home Affairs? I don't deny that it happens, not at all. But I think it's a small percentage of us that are actually treated the way we ought to be and given efficient service. I think many people experience it very differently. And so if you are someone who's worked for Home Affairs, you're an immigration official, and you call into the show and I ask you, what's your experience? And you're not even able to tell me what you were doing there, whether it was successful or not, what held you back, what prevented you from doing your work, what the difficulties were you experienced, whether any of your colleagues may have been involved in corruption. You can't talk about that at all. You want to point a finger at other people, but as someone who comes from there, you can't tell us the truth about what was happening on the ground. That to me is really, really strange. But I think we do need to professionalize Home Affairs. I think it's commonly accepted that South Africans by and large, and we see now migrants, are not getting the service that is expected of them. All right, a minute after 25 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. And after the President spoke on Sunday night on the issue of 10,000 more labour inspectors hitting the streets to deal with undocumented migration, many South African business owners employing undocumented migrants may have panicked and thought they must set in motion plans to let go of these employees. But lawyers are now warning such businesses to play by the rules in regard to how they handle these cases, because there could be legal implications if they don't follow the letter of the law in these instances. CEO of Geza Advisory, employment law specialist Toto Geza, joins us on the line to explain right now. Toto, good morning to you, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Firstly, how important is it for business owners to check their migrant employees' papers to ensure that they are complying with the law?
Good morning, Joanne. Thank you for having me. It is very important. In fact, it's a legal requirement. The Immigration Act, Section 38(1), makes a provision that employers, no person shall employ illegal foreigners or a foreigner whose status does not authorize them to be employed by such. And in fact, Section 49(3) further goes on to provide that in the event that an employer does employ knowingly an illegal foreigner, that shall be in violation of the Immigration Act, and in fact also would be there would be a fine to that employee, or sometimes even imprisonment. So it is important because there are consequences for such.
Well, what does a migrant to South Africa typically need to be employed in a local business, Mr. Geza?
Well, there are different types of documentations that would be required for an illegal immigrant to be employed. One, the person must have a business visa or work permit for them to be properly considered, for them to be properly considered legitimate employees. And employers then must make sure that those employees or illegal migrants have the necessary documentation from Home Affairs for them, one, that allows them to be in the country legally, and two, to be able to get employment or gainfully employed in the workplace.
I want to ask you a question about scarce skills, because my understanding is that it's not easy to get a work visa unless you have some sort of scarce skill to offer the country. How does that work, Mr. Geza?
The Employment Services Act has identified certain sectors where illegal migrants can, if they have scarce skills, apply and be employed within those particular skills. But of course, I think the narrative these days, or what is ongoing, that is probably in everyone's lip, you would find that it's not necessarily on the scarce skills sector, because those are professionals and often they go through or via the normal the normal requirements or registrations through either corporate business visas and all the like. However, the issue that we found in our consulting work is that the issue focus more on I would say not so scarce skills, people who are doing maybe entry-level small business and all the like.
Mm-hmm.
So there is provision for scarce skills, and it's regulated, and you'd find that corporates, many companies use that route. They even employ specialists or consultants to assist them to be able to register and employ professionals from all corners of the world. However, I think the challenge that is facing the country right now is more on the not so scarce skills, general employees, small business sector, and entry-level jobs in the employment space.
So let me ask you a more complicated question to drill down to what you've just spoken to. Should we ever be seeing people in positions like waiter staff at a restaurant, for example, where you could potentially employ South African citizens in that skills set who are capable of that skill set? Should we be seeing migrants in those roles at all, or does the law actually allow for that?
Well, in terms of what the regulations of the Department of Employment and Labour proposes or provides, employers can employ, or in fact are expected to employ, at least 60% of those total staff should be South African or permanent residents. So there is space for illegal foreigners, if you like. Not illegal, sorry.
Legal,
foreigners.
yes.
Yes, legal
yes,
foreigners who might
documented,
come
right.
and get into the space. However, I think the work of the labor inspectors is to always ensure that every enterprise does at least meet that quota of 60% of the staff complement being South Africans or permanent residents. So to answer your question, yes, there is a space, but that space is regulated and employers are expected to adhere to that regulation.
Now, in terms of entrepreneurship, where someone is coming into the country, they're not working for anyone, but they have some sort of experience as a business owner, perhaps in the country they come from, and they want to start a business locally. What is required in terms of registration and ensuring that your documentation is in place to be able to do that?
Well, unfortunately, as a lawyer, Joanne, I would not be privy to what is required in terms of the business space sector. I think my premise is when that person is employed, and then we speak and regulate that space. What are the rights and obligations of the employer, and whether there are labor protections for such an employee if that employee, whether is especially if that employee is an illegal immigrant, as the nature presents itself as we speak today, for instance.
All right, okay.
So, unfortunately, I won't be able to comment on the
No, that's quite all right. That's quite all right. So let me just ask you this question. I mean, if a business owner has slipped up, right? They haven't ensured that their employees are properly documented. What ought to be the first step they take? Do they set in motion a process to let that employee go? Or do they attempt to legalize that employee? How does it work?
All right. In terms of our laws, there are three reasons where or when an employee can be dismissed. One is misconduct, the second one, operational requirements, and the third one is incapacity. So if we were to look at these reasons, we'd agree that the first and the second one probably won't apply. So in this instance of a person who's illegally in the country and employed, now incapacity would be an issue, would be a reason that would be more amenable or practical for the employer to follow. Right. Now, what needs to happen is that, one, as we said earlier, employers, in terms of the Immigration Act, have a duty to ensure that their employees are properly documented and they've got a legal status to be here. And when that happens, because sometimes there are two instances where such can happen. One, maybe such an employee misrepresented facts and then got to be employed. Sometimes it could be the second possibility is that that person was legally registered. However, the documentation of the visa has since expired. Now, the employer also has, in terms of the Immigration Act, a duty to ensure that at least they continuously conduct due diligence. They remind their employees to check their papers, and when that happens, that the employee now is in that predicament. It's not an issue of an employer just dismissing the employee, because we've got case law on this instance. We've got a Discovery Health case where the court declared that it cannot be that without following due process or fair procedure that an employee can just be dismissed. Recently, there was a case in OR Tambo District Municipality where the court again, where Mr. Nyakuja was dismissed by the municipality on the basis that he did not have the necessary documentation, and therefore in violation of Section 38(1) of the Immigration Act. Now, the court then even said, no, there must have been an adequate notice. So the provisions of the Basic Conditions Employment Act allow for such a notice to be given to the employee, which then allows the employee to respond to the allegation. You do not have the necessary paperwork. Can you please attend to that? And then a reasonable time will be given to the employee. And once the employee is not forthcoming with the proper documentation for whatever reason, then the matter progresses to an incapacity hearing. Again, the employee must be given a notice to attend the hearing. It normally would be chaired by an independent chairperson. The employer would then adduce evidence to say, this is what I have done, trying to ensure that the employee is here illegally. I've got a statutory obligation to ensure, in terms of the Immigration Act, that all employees who are here legally. And then the employee, of course, will be afforded an opportunity to respond. And the conclusion thereof, the determination would be made by the chairperson, of course, to say whether then that amounts to a serious misconduct and therefore a dismissal. So what I'm trying to say is that there must be a process that then at least when that determination is made at the end, it's born out of a fair process where the employee was given a right of reply and also given adequate notice to respond to such. In fact, sometimes if, say, for argument's sake, there was an expiry of a permit or a visa, and there is a possibility that this employee can rectify the matter by updating or the necessary documentation. It would be expected that that employer would then afford that employee an opportunity or time to be able to do that. But in an instance where now it becomes clear that the employee is unable to fulfill that obligation, then that's where the matter then should escalate to a incapacity hearing, and the employee then would have to be released or at least dismissed, having been subjected to that process.
All right, let's take a short break. Please stay with us. Mr. Toto Geza, he is the CEO of Geza Advisory, employment law specialist, and he's going to keep talking to us and explaining this to us further after the break.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
How, Ma? Have you switched to the Postbank Black Card yet?
Not yet. I still have my SASSA Gold Card. Why?
Because the deadline is the 31st August 2026, and after that, the gold card may stop working.
Hi, Bo. I thought there was still a lot of time.
No, ma. Do it now before the rush starts. The switch is free.
So what do I need?
Just your ID. Then you go to your nearest Postbank card replacement site.
Okay. You must help me find the nearest place.
It's easy. Dial *120 *355 hash. Are you still using your SASSA Gold card? Switch to the Postbank Black card before the 31st August 2026. Postbank will never ask for your PIN or OTP. Postbank is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
10 minutes to 11 on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation with Toto Geza, founder and CEO of Geza Advisory, and he is an employment law specialist, talking to us about the issue of the new implementation of the laws, shall we say, that is coming into play. The president having spoken about this on a Sunday night, saying he's putting 10,000 more labour inspectors on the streets to make sure that companies are employing documented workers if they are from outside South Africa. Sfiso in Newcastle is on the line to us. Fiso, good morning. What's on your mind?
Morning, how are you, ma'am?
I'm well, thanks. What's your question, Fiso, or your comment?
Yes. I want to say foreigners must be employed only in scarce skill works, only in scarce skill jobs, only. Not in every sector foreigners must be employed. No. Only in scarce skill jobs, foreigners must be employed there. Only. If they say 60% must be South Africans and 40% must be foreigners, that's nonsense. The protest, we must continue to protest until they crash that 40%. We want 100% South African in every work, which is scarce skill. There is no scarce skill in driving a truck, no scarce skill when being a waiter. Those jobs are reserved for only South Africans. Foreigners must be employed only in scarce skill work, only.
So Sifiso, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm wondering, Mr. Geza, would we need to change the law if this is the demand on the ground? Sifiso saying to us that it must be only South Africans who are employed in jobs that are considered scarce skill jobs. Would we have to change the law in order to accommodate that?
I guess where we are at this present moment, I understand the sentiment, but I think as a labor law person or expert, I think we are guided by what the law says. Currently, the law says, in fact, the protest and the what is ongoing does not necessarily suspend the labor rights that we have currently. So that's what the law says right now as we speak. And it doesn't also create a new legal ground for dismissal. So it cannot be argued that because of the sentiment and therefore employers have a new standard upon which they can dismiss employees. Right. The current legislation still is authority on this matter. And if there is a need for such amendments, then maybe that's a matter for legislators and also the public to make sure, as lawyers, we implement what is before us and ensure that it is implemented accordingly, as it were, or interpreted as it is intended to be, or proposed, or serve the purpose that it was intended for.
All right. Vincent in Guyana is on the line to us. Vincent, good morning. What's your take on this, please?
Hi, JJ. Yeah, I think where we're coming from, because of challenges that we have, we need to even make some best. For example, shouldn't we be then appointing, or the president must just appoint 200 non-identified personnel with body cameras, and those people's job is to look for law implementing personnel. Look out for people like police officers. We know our police officers are rotten by time majority, not all of them. And some of the officials from your home affairs, officials that are going to be going out deployed for the very same purpose we're talking about, labor, they mustn't know who the 200 people are that are out with body cameras, unidentifiable, but they must know that if they are going about their usual jojo business, they must know they would come across this kind of a person and they'll be arrested and they'll be thrown out of their job. So that we then fix South Africa proper.
All right. Thank you, Vincent. Thank you for that. Mr. Geza, I don't know if you can answer that question, but maybe we can limit it to the actual labour inspectors. Perhaps we talk about that. We're going to have 10,000 more labour inspectors on the streets, and I take it that they will be identifiable. And what will their role be, Mr. Geza?
Yes, definitely. I think for the law to be seen to be working, I think it's important to have enforcement, because it's all and good to have good laws, and that seems to protect people's rights or employees' rights. But if there is a lack of enforcement, then that becomes an issue. So I think it's a good move to have more labour inspectors, and the role of the labour inspectors necessarily is to ensure that employers do comply to legislation, and in instances where there is non-compliance, then labour inspectors do issue compliance orders and fines. And in instances again where it is seen that there is employment of illegal employees or foreigners in that particular enterprise, then the labour inspectors do have an expectation, in fact, an obligation to refer those to Department of Home Affairs, so that Home Affairs can come, verify, and then do what is necessary in terms of their mandate. So there has been a cry, in fact, before the President pronounced on the 10,000 labour inspectors, the number that has been bandied around was around 812,000 labour inspectors. So meaning who are dealing with 2 million illegal immigrants or workers. So to have maybe 10 times that, I think it would assist for the department to make sure that they reach as far-flung areas as possible and ensure that compliance at least is a norm. And that aspect would have been covered by the department and government.
All right. A last call from Willie in Kuma. Willie, good morning to you. Quick one from you, please.
Okay, very quickly. You see, the quota system of employment in big companies. The former Minister of Labour, we've been talking about this, and then the suggestion would be it should be 80% versus 20. In other words, the South Africans in the big companies, it should be 80% of South Africans
rather than 60.
On that's right, yes.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, when I hear from your lawyer there saying 60 versus 40, it won't work, because the country we are suffering, there's no work. There's a lot of unemployment in South Africa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Willie. A quick one from you there, please, Mr. Geza. What would it take to change that quota for South African workers to 80 rather than 60?
Well, in terms of the labour space, there is Netlec, where the Netlec is a platform where such issues are discussed from a variety of constituencies, whether it's labour, business, and civil society. And sometimes Netlec does, in fact, often, they are at the forefront of changing legislation to be practical and real to the demands of the day. So, and also there is always a possibility to influence public policy, whether it's through civil society, labor unions, to campaign and for such. And then at the end, the legislators then would have to probably, once they are convinced or there is enough support for that, and then maybe such can be tabled in Parliament, and then it becomes a discussion point. And then it follows all the necessary processes for such amendments to be in terms of the law. So it's a whole host of processes that have to be followed before we come to the end point, which would be probably what is proposed by the caller to that extent. So.
Thank you so much for explaining all of this to us so well, Mr. Geza, the CEO of Geza Advisory. He's an employment law specialist, Toto Geza, explaining to us exactly what is required. So if you've got a business out there, if you haven't checked on whether your employees are documented or not, you need to do that ASAP, right? Make sure you've got the proper documentation with you. And if you find out they're not, you have to go through a process. You cannot set in motion an instant dismissal. He's warning against that. And he's saying you need to go through the labor law process to make sure that that person has the right to regularize themselves, present you with the correct papers, and then you can take it from there. So very, very interesting conversation indeed. After 11 o'clock, you can tell us what you thought of that conversation. We right now are jumping ahead to news, your latest news bulletin with Ondela Mbana at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, residents suspect illegal mining in Cleveland's mass shooting, and Bafana Bafana arrives in Mexico for their opening game. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good morning. Residents of the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, suspect illegal mining to be behind last night's mass shooting. 12 people were killed and 9 others wounded after a group of men randomly opened fire in the informal settlement. The more than 10 suspects then fled the scene in a taxi. Police have launched a manhunt for them. This resident, who has chosen to remain anonymous for fear of victimization, says her brother is one of the deceased.
I don't know how to talk. The Zamazama is going to kill us. I was at my house by 9:10 when the shooting starts. We were hearing gunshots, and then they fired my elder brother. He's at the hospital right now. They shoot him on the tunnel.
3 people found guilty of the kidnapping and murder of a British couple in KwaZulu-Natal will be sentenced in February next year. The High Court in Durban convicted Sayafudin Delvecchio, his partner Fatima Patel, and Malawian national Musa Jackson yesterday. The incident happened on the Ngoye Forest in the north of KwaZulu-Natal in 2018. During their bail application, the state led evidence that the 3 had links with the militant group ISIS. Doctors Rodney and Rachel Saunders had been kidnapped when they visited the forest to collect rare seeds. The 3 convicts robbed them and used the banking applications on their cell phones to buy items and make withdrawals with a total value of 700,000 rand. NPA spokesperson Natasha Ramkinson Kara.
Between the period of 8th to 14th February 2018, the accused kidnapped and murdered British botanist Drs. Rodney and Rachel Saunders. The Saunders were world-renowned botanists. Regarding the charge of malicious injury to property, in September 2017, Delvecchio set fire to 3 farms belonging to Tongaat Hewletts. This is after Tongaat Hewletts refused him permission to enter their property. The damage caused was estimated to be approximately 2.3 million rand.
3 learners' joint memorial service will take place at Manyeta Primary School in Masemula in Limpopo today. They died after their scholar transport caught fire in April across Dwaying Road last month. 2 grade R learners, Hodisho Morutanyane and Letukutula Fangomo, both aged 6, were burnt beyond recognition. 9-year-old Blessing Boane, who was in grade 3, succumbed to injuries in hospital. The 44-year-old driver, Moha Mosetla, has been charged with 3 counts of culpable homicide. He's out on bail of 6,000 rand. A member of the SGB, Lipete Sello.
We invited the families. As you know, it's been hectic for the past 3 weeks for them to get the result. So finally, I think we get the closure. We're expecting the departments of education's head office, circuit office, district as well, and also the mayor of our municipalities and the district mayor as well, and other people that they are willing to come. We're also expecting them to come and attend this memorial services.
Action SA in Gauteng has raised concerns about the data that the South African Human Rights Commission used to conclude that foreign nationals are not linked to hospital overcrowding. The party has argued that the data collected in Limpopo 2022 does not reflect the crisis that hospitals across the country are facing. Action SA Gauteng Health spokesperson Emma Moore has urged the Commission to assess hospitals in every province to get a comprehensive understanding of the situation.
They should have done a separate research per province, to be honest, not even to say nationally. Per province, do this analysis and then use the average and then conclude. Not only use that issue of Dr. Poppy when he was actually speaking to that patient, Zimbabwe, the undocumented patient from Zimbabwe, and say, okay, let's check the data. And then they said they found out that the data was telling the opposite. But the same data they gave us was actually not telling what they wanted to prove.
Bafana have arrived in Mexico City for their opening game of the 2026 FIFA World Cup against co-host Mexico tomorrow. The team was welcomed by scores of local and travelling South African fans at the team's hotel last night. Bafana spent a week at their base camp in Pachuca with Sports Minister Gayton McKenzie before moving to Mexico City. McKenzie says the South African team should not be underestimated.
I think our people should stop underestimating our team. This is the team that qualified despite having 3 points deducted. Some teams like Nigeria didn't qualify and no points were deducted. But South Africans, Bafana, these boys are going to show the world that when the going gets tough, we get tougher as South Africans. I got no doubt we're going to draw with Mexico. We are going to beat the other two. We are going to beat South Korea. I'm saying to you today that this team is going to go far. Our toughest game is Mexico.
Even though the South African fans were outnumbered by the locals to welcome Bafana, they say they are fully confident ahead of tomorrow's encounter with Mexico.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I must say, seeing our home team coming back after 16 years, a rematch, we're as excited. It's beautiful. I must say the Mexican people have been amazing to us. They're very excited, and we're just excited to see our guys come home victorious.
I mean, look at this. I flew 36 hours to be here. And you can see how much love Bafana has been given. In fact, there was a lady in reception who was asking me what's the right way to greet them once they arrived.
Recapping the top story, residents of Champa's informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, suspect illegal mining to be behind last night's mass shooting. I'm Mondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 11:30.
In case you missed it.
Is taking a bribe as a police officer not illegal?
It is illegal.
So why did the police officers on the scene who are watching this crime happen not arrest their colleague?
Like I said, Kathy, like we are seeing on the video, that will form part of the investigation processes to establish as to what happened and why didn't they arrest that person. That will form part of the investigation.
But yet there's still no charges.
They didn't act. Listen, they didn't act when they are supposed to act.
Yes.
So a case has been launched, and after a case has been opened, there will be investigation to hold accountable everyone else that was involved in that
Is
matter.
this a criminal case or a disciplinary case?
This is a disciplinary case.
Colonel Dimakatso Nevuhului.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. 50 years later. Youth Month. The Voices.
When 1976 stormed, it was a normal day. People were going to work as usual, myself included. I was using public transport then, got into a taxi, went to my school. Nothing was wrong, no suspicion of anything.
And to me that morning was just like any other morning. I was preparing myself to go to work, but I was going to a march. They had said that they are inviting the press to a march that is to be held by all the high schools in Soweto.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa. 50 years later. Only on SAfm. Leading the conversations that move us.
Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch. Making sense of your finance.
8 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. This is the third and final hour of the show. And as you're aware, Brian Hirsch always joins us on a Wednesday morning at 11 to talk about the issue of personal finance. This week, we're having a conversation with him about investment strategies for those whose primary objective is generating income, right? That is the thrust of our conversation. We're going to be exploring the options that may be most suitable for these needs. Remember, our lines are open. Our studio line is 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614104107. Keep those voice notes short, sharp, audible. We will get as many of them through to Brian as possible, and he can answer your questions during the next half hour. Brian, good morning to you. Lovely to have you on the show as
Yes,
always
good morning.
on a
Good morning to
Wednesday.
you.
Brian, what do we mean when we refer to investment strategies for income generation?
Yeah, well, look, I always say there's two strategies. We spoke last week about growth strategies, and then there's income strategies. Some people have both. But I must tell you, since COVID, over the last 6 years, it's never been easy to achieve both. You could either get income or you could get growth. If you're looking for both, you really have problems. Although I must say we spoke about growth week, and there are certain shares that pay dividends. And as you know, the dividend tax, withholding tax, is 20%. So again, let me just make this comment about one thing. It's not about your gross income you receive. The interest you earn gross is irrelevant. It's what is the net interest after tax. And anyone under the age of 65 gets the first 23,800 rands worth of interest, which is not taxable. And if you're over 65, you get the first 34,500. Thereafter, whatever you earn over and above that is added to your current taxable income, and you are taxed accordingly. And I did some calculations just to put you there. Someone earning 30,000 rand a month will get 7.5%. After the tax-free portion will only get 5.5 after tax. Someone at 40,000 will only get 4.8% after tax, and someone at 50,000, 4.58. So you can see how your interest rate, you may think you're getting 7.5 or 8, but after tax, what are you getting? So I want to share with listeners what are the different options, because so many people don't know they do have options. They certainly do. But let me just say at the outset, if you have debt, you want to get rid of that debt that's costing you the most money. And let's talk about what costs the most. Firstly, unsecured loans can rank between anything between 17 and 28%. Credit card debt, if you don't pay your credit card in full every month, you could be paying anything up to 18%. And then when you've got overdraft, it could be as much as 11 or 12. And if you've got bond, it's 10. So what I'm trying to say is when you're going to be paying off debt, pay the most expensive debt off first. But when you're coming to invest, most people purely look at money market funds in the banks. And the first comment I want to make is you need to shop around. The fact that you've banked with bank A or B or C or D for many years doesn't necessarily mean they're giving you the best rate. There are other companies like Investec or RMB, other companies that will give you rates, and you need to shop around the rates. I always say, be careful. Don't go to a brand you don't know or someone that's offering you interest rates that sound high, because it's very simply, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. So stick to the top 5, 6, 7 banks and chop around and see what rate you can get for a 1, 3, 6 month, 12 month, and so on. The second thing is that you can invest in what we call money market instruments. These are products offered by the different investment houses. They are called income plans or stable funds. They do have a little bit of element of equity, which means there is some capital risk, but they are paying slightly more because they also look at the bond markets. The South African bond markets at the moment are paying around about between 8.5% and 9.25%. And that's for a more sophisticated investor, but you can still talk to any financial advisor. And government retail bonds, I'm absolutely shocked, because last month the government retail bond for 5 years was paying 9.25%. We've had a 0.25% interest rate hike, and it's now only paying 8.5%. So those who got in last year and got in last month, they've done exceptionally well. But that's something to look at. Then when you talk about a bond is a type of security issued by the government, and very much it's lending money to them, and they will pay you a rate of interest. There is some element of risk outside of government retail bonds. When you buy a bond, that there could be some risk to capital, but you can get anything between 8.5 to 9.5, and it's taxable. And we're also expecting interest rates to go up, which means that sometimes if you want to sell the bond, you may sell at a loss. So you've got to understand what you're doing. Then you've got property funds. There are many property funds. Most of the major properties are owned by what they call property REITs, real estate investment trusts. You can buy into all different properties. You can buy into shopping centers. You can buy into retail. You can buy into warehouse space. You can buy into industrial. And they also pay a good rate of interest. It's a rental income. It is taxable as normal income, so you've got to understand that. There is some element of risk to the capital, but if you're looking long term and you're looking to get good income, that's certainly an option. Preference shares. Preference shares are those issued, they're listed on the stock exchange. They pay anything between 95 and 100% of prime. And that prime rate today is trading closer to, as you know, somewhere in order around about 10%. A little bit element of risk, you need to understand that, but you only get taxed at 20%. So if you're getting an 8 to 9 or 10% return and you're only paying 20%, you could be getting a net return of between 7.5%. And then the most exciting for me is for particularly those of you who have got a taxable income are endowment policies, where you go to an insurance company, you buy an endowment for 5 years. It's 5 years. You've got minimum is 5 years. The rate of tax the insurance company pays is rates of tax is 27% on income, whereas many people are paying a lot more than 27%. And capital gains, they pay 12%, but you would only pay 18%.
So let's take a call from one of our listeners, Brian.
Hey, hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Brian.
Sorry, I had a call that came through. I don't know why it came through.
All right, so
anyway,
you weren't quite finished. Just go complete what you were saying.
Policy, there's arbitrage, which means you can get a lower rate by going through an endowment policy because insurance companies pay 27% on income and 12% on capital gains. And for people with
Oh dear, we've lost Brian for the moment there. Let's just take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll try and get him back on that line, and we will take a call from Lisa. Lisa, I know you've been waiting for a while, but I promise you we'll take your call shortly.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling in a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch, making sense of your finance.
All right, Brian is back on the line to us. Sorry that the line dropped there, Brian. I want to take a call from one of our listeners. Lizo in Carltonville is on the line to us. Lizo, tell us a bit more about your pension and what you experienced. All right, are we hearing Lizo? No. Okay, we're going to put you back to Lizo. Sorry about that. We are having difficulty hearing you. Brian, I'm going to come back to you to just complete what you were saying when you were cut off.
Well, I was just making the point is we want certainty and security of income. And I repeat again, don't go to something that sounds very good because often it's too good to be true, and don't do it. And, you know, if you're finding that the banks are offering you 7 or 8 or 9 and someone's offering you 12, ask why. Although do understand there's a big difference between what we call simple interest and compound interest. I'll explain that quickly. Let's assume.
Oh dear, the gremlins have crept in today and they seem to be wanting to keep Brian away from us. So we will continue that conversation with him in just a few minutes. I also wanted to just ask Brian certain questions around retirement annuities, especially how you know when you're younger, whether you're investing in the right vehicle to give you a particular amount to live on in 20 years, 30 years or 40 years time. And my understanding is that, companies used to be able to give you an illustrative amount, right? So they would be able to tell you if you take a particular kind of investment vehicle, if you choose that when you're 20 years old, when you retire X number of years later, say 40 or 45 years later, they'd be able to give you a sense of exactly how much you were likely to earn in time. And my understanding is that they stopped doing that a few years ago. So sometimes one is always left with sometimes one is left with the dilemma where you don't quite know exactly which is going to be the best type of investment for you as you get older. Brian, are you back on the line to us? No, we are unfortunately having trouble with that line. So we'll keep trying to get Brian on the line. We'll try for Lisa as well, so Lisa can at least ask that question about their pension. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we will continue the conversation, hopefully, on finance.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
Each generation must, out of obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. Today's youth must dig through the obscurity to find their mission, their understanding of freedom and of politics. They must fulfill it or betray it. And that means the youth of today don't have to just accept what they are told. They must discover it for themselves. If it doesn't feel like freedom, then maybe it is not freedom.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws. This Wednesday, you have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million rand total Lotto jackpot. That is 25 million rand for Lotto, 3.5 million for Lotto Plus One, and 15 million rand for Lotto 5 Max. That is life-changing money that could be yours instantly. Catch the live draw this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become South Africa's next multimillionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
Talking Finance with Brian Hirsch, making sense of your finance.
Brian, I have no idea what it is that's trying to rend us asunder today. But now that we've got you back on the line, I'm going to ask you to just wrap up what you were saying so we can get our next caller on the line, please.
Well, I'll repeat again for those who may not have heard. All I'm saying is if it's too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. So don't go looking for ridiculous rates of interest that people are offering. Stick with brands, stick with the top brands, stick with the names you know, stick with the insurance companies you know, and just be careful, because all you need when it's coming for income, and by the way, when we're looking for income, we're not talking about investment. It's saving to provide income. When we talk about investments, we talk about something more growth orientated. And the two important consideration is when you're looking for income, you want certainty and you want security of that income.
Brian, I was asking how you know when you're younger that you're investing in the right vehicle to give you a particular amount to live on in 20, 30 or 40 years' time that will also account for inflation. No, the line has dropped again. I really sincerely apologize for that. I'm actually going to take some of your voice notes right now on some of the issues we've been talking about over the course of the show, because it looks as though this line is just playing havoc with us right now. We spoke about the issue of labor inspectors. And I think we need to find out from the point of view of you what you thought about the fact that 10,000 more labour inspectors are going to be put on the streets. Brian, I'm going to give this a last try with you before we actually admit defeat today. We're unable to get our caller on the line as well. But I can. Actually, Lizo is there, and maybe we should just take that call from Lizo. Lizo in Carltonville, what is your question for Brian?
Oh, my question is that I've retired in 2024.
Okay. Yes.
At the age of 65. From the GPF. Now, what I want to know is they gave me some portion of my pension fund. Now, I'm getting less amount every month.
Is it enough, Lizo, to live on?
No, it's not. It's less. It's less than the one I was earning.
All right. Okay. So, Lizo, you've got a bad line there. I'm going to just ask Brian this question on your behalf in case he couldn't hear you properly. So, essentially, Brian, Lizo received his pension payout. He got a portion of it, right, when he retired, and he's getting an amount every month from this pension payout. But unfortunately, it's not enough for him to live on.
Yeah, look, that is a problem. You know, people think because they've got a pension, when they reach retirement, they'll have sufficient. It doesn't work that way. And that's why younger people have to understand, number one, irrespective of whether you're contributing to a pension fund, what are you doing outside of that pension fund? And for those who are reaching retirement, they need to understand. That's why I've always said early retirement, in my opinion, is not an option. But you need to understand that you've got two things ahead of you. You've got longevity, how long are you still going to live, and you've got inflation. And I don't need to tell you, pension inflation is a lot higher than the normal CPI that's running at around 4%. Pension inflation could be coming in anything between 6 to 7%. So that he's been retired now since 2024. It's 2 years on. That means his pension is actually dropping by around about 14%. And that's what's going to happen going forward. So really, he's got to either look to see whether there's anything else he can do to add income to his pension. Unfortunately, you know, it's all about, if you haven't saved enough, there's very little, unfortunately, you can do. Are you entitled to a SASSA pension as well? You need to check up with SASSA. I know I did hear a conversation you had about SASSA recently. Yes. And what's been going on there. A real worry from this morning's program when I heard about the scam that seems to be going on. And then I also spoke about someone saying that their SASSA pension had dropped. I was under the impression that even if you owned a house, you could get the SASSA pension of about 2,400. Were you able to make head or tails of that, Joe?
Well, essentially, yes, we did, Brian. There was a means test that SASSA sent us that they apply. So it all depends on whether your spouse is also earning, whether you own assets like a house and so forth, and they figure all of that into the equation. Yeah. But I think it's good advice. I think it's good advice for Lizo to actually look into that as well to supplement his pension. But that brings us to an important point, Brian, and that's maybe where we have to wrap it up. So how do you know when you're so much younger, you decide to put your money in this investment? How do you calculate, based on inflation and all the other factors that will come into play, how much you'll need to live on when you are 60 or 65 years old?
Well, it's very simply hard as a 25-year-old to know how much you're going to need at 65. But someone who is a bit aware of what their current expenses are, they need to be sure that by the time they reach retirement, all those debts and all those other expenses should have fallen away, such as education, contribution to pension fund, any bond payments and those payments. They can then get someone to escalate that ahead, because as you know, at a 7% inflation rate, you'll need at least double in 10 years' time. So if you need 10,000 Rand at what today, you'll need in 10 years' time 20,000, and then another 10 years, 40,000. property, so someone needs to do that. And then someone's got to work out, what are you saving? How much are you saving? How much are you going to save by escalations because you're going to increase it? What else do you put away? And then you've got to tie up the two numbers. I have a formula. I have a system that works that I can explain to people what they need to do. And if you'd like to, maybe I should do that next week.
All right. So maybe we talk about that next week, because I do want to tackle the issue of escalations as well. That, you know, the investment has to grow if you want to keep up with what is happening when you retire, or, you know, anything else happens that requires you to have that monthly income a little bit later on. Thank you so much for that, Brian Hirsch. Always good talking to you. I'm sorry that we weren't able to spend as much time as we normally do with Brian. Unfortunately, the lines really did let us down today, and consequently we were not able to ask Brian as many questions as we normally do, or take the normal questions that we do. So I'm happy to continue this conversation a little bit next week. Maybe we bring other aspects into it. But I think it's really important to talk about saving for that time in your life when you will need those savings. And perhaps we even focus that on retirement, especially if you're young. It's never too late to start thinking about your retirement. I know my father made me take a retirement investment on the occasion of the first check that I received. I was 20 years old, and I haven't seen the benefits of that yet, but hopefully when retirement comes, I will. So savings needs to be a discipline for us as South Africans. 11:30 it is on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Ondela Mbana for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni also says a mass shooting incident in the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg could be linked to illegal mining. 3 people found guilty of the kidnapping and murder of a British couple in KwaZulu-Natal will be sentenced in February next year, and 3 learners' joint memorial service will take place at the Manyeta Primary School in Ramasemula, Limpopo today. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws. This Wednesday, you have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million rand total Lotto jackpot. That is 25 million rand for Lotto, 3.5 million for Lotto Plus One, and 15 million rand for Lotto 5 Max. That is life-changing money that could be yours instantly. Catch the live draw this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become South Africa's next multimillionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery, more plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Just after 11:31 on the Daily Discourse, and one of you says on the WhatsApp line, "I'm going to cry, Joanne. Get Brian a satellite phone ASAP." I'm so sorry. It's so disappointing when the line goes down. When it goes down once, it's irritating enough. When it then goes down a further 4 or 5 times, you literally just want to tear your hair out. Sorry about that. But Brian is thankfully going to be back next Wednesday, so save those questions, and we'll continue that discussion with him next week. One of you is commenting on the issue of labour inspectors.
Good morning. It's Kito here in Maritzburg. I'm a bit worried. The proposed intervention by the government, Department of Labour. Surely they've been doing inspection, even employing this so much number of, I think 8,000 of them. It's not going to assist, because surely they're getting bribes to write reports that favors the employer. Home Affairs, we are in this mess because of them. SAPS, they're not doing their job. So now these 3 departments cannot be trusted anymore. We need to look for alternative. Thank you, Skito Maritzburg.
Skito, thanks so much for that. Gosh, how do we get all these government departments working, and how do we staff them with honest people who won't take bribes and will do their work properly? I don't know the answer to that. I think in the same way they're thinking about setting up these migration courts, there needs to be a greater focus on this issue of corruption courts, and I think we need to look at labour law within the public service in a new light. One of you says, "Hey JJ, on the issue of citizen arrest, I feel South Africans are now keen to effect citizen citizen arrests on migrants, yet there's a lot of corruption and other types of crimes happening around the country. Let's also be seen doing the arrests on these as well. Let's not be selective. Stop the hate. Charity starts at home, says Eddie in Bulukwane. One of you says, good morning, Jan. If the labour inspectors fail to protect the rights of workers in the retail and agricultural sector, can we expect more? When cases are lodged, they investigate with management only, ignoring the complainants, says Mpumelelo at Tonga. Sorry about that, Mpumelelo. I mean, I think we also need to get the labours up to a certain standard in terms of the work and what is expected of them regarding delivery. And one of you has had a positive experience at Home Affairs that you want to share with us.
And the listeners, this is Keshi here at the in the Western Cape. In response to the Home Affairs comment, I have to say something, and that is that the Home Affairs in my area at Kwanakatula, which is just outside Plet, is one of the nicest, loveliest places to go and spend a day. And normally it's not that long. The people there are just amazing. The service is amazing. It's a quick turnaround. And one time I was so delighted, I actually spontaneously took them a chocolate cake and they would not receive it. They would not accept it. They said they're not allowed to take gifts. And so that got shared out amongst the loiterers and the car park guys. Yeah, Kwanakatula Home Affairs, #1. Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible success story, right? Let's give a shout out to that branch of Home Affairs that is helping our citizens the way it ought to. Imagine that they wouldn't even, who would turn chocolate cake down? I don't, I'm not sure that I could. But I think that's fantastic that there are these pockets of excellence, and we have to remind ourselves that, you know, sometimes we get so caught up in bad public service that we say to ourselves, oh, there's no hope. But I think these guys are the oases in all of this, and we need to keep crediting them and paying them their dues and giving them credit where it's due for what they're doing for our citizens right now. Let's take some calls. Mumsy in Cape Town is on the line to us. Mumsy, good morning. What's on your mind this morning?
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call and thanks for highlighting what is to be done on the program. And sorry that your people behind actually getting abusive calls. We must be grateful that we've got such a medium to vent whatever our views. And also the guy that said charity begins at home is very true. And you wish all government or whoever is giving service, they must pretend they are working under camera and always put they are filling someone's shoe. Right. Oh, and then the other one, I think this will have been covered. I'm not sure. But I wanted to find out these countries that have no war, why are they issued asylum seekers? Let's say like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and all that. I will listen from the program. And the other one was, you know, the podcasts like Cut Blanche, Cutting Edge, and Checkpoint. Yes. They always bring up these issues. I remember one. I think it was Cut Blanche, where one gentleman actually they used the camera secretly. A lady selling stuff in Joburg. He's in Zimbabwe. And what they do, they buy to have more days. What they do, they give buses that are traveling to Zimbabwe to have their passports and to buy more days. It was actually on, I think Mr. Gibbons was one. They actually showed how the Home Affairs insurance, I think from Zimbabwe, was standing and said, where is the person? And the person was told, no, he's in hospital. But they were carrying these passports to be stamped at the border, and then they come back. And the lady said, no, they pay 600 rand for that. The other one, if you remember, there was a mistake. I think he was the ENC who exposed the bribery. I think he went through by Bay Bridge. So all these things are coming up. Why is the government not acting, and yet they are giving a tip off by all these things that are coming up on TV?
Yes.
Last one, Joanne.
Oh, Mamsi, you've got a laundry list today.
No, there's one more. There's a thing that says people that have IDs blocked from November 22, they have until July 10 to have that rectified. So I wanted to know, who are they referring to? It was in the Citizen newspaper, something like that. Say those people that have blocked IDs, how would they know that they've got it? Thank you so much for taking my call.
Okay, Mamsi, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear the last part of that about IDs. But I think Mamsi is making a good point about all the investigative journalists who are exposing these stories. I mean, what more can you do? You're giving it to officials on a silver platter, right? And why would you want not to expose these? Why would you not want to follow up on these sorts of things that investigative journalists have exposed? Churchill in Data is on the line to us. Churchill, good morning.
Good morning, my sister. My sister, on the issue of illegal immigrants, which is a thorny issue that is affecting everybody, I think we must start by, commending groups like March and March instead of bashing them. Now we can see now that they brought this to the attention of everybody. Work is being done. We should not just bash them as if they've not done anything. But I think when we are dealing with this issue, we must first shoulder the blame where we have not done wrong. Where we have not done right. This issue of illegal immigration has been there for quite some time. But one, our authorities have not taken it seriously, especially our politicians. When it was raised by Action SA and many of them, they did not take it seriously. In fact, they made it a political football. We have got a challenge of our government being reactive instead of being proactive when it comes to these issues. And now it's exploding in our faces. Number two, we have not invested enough in dealing with our porous borders. We haven't. Mm-hmm. Let's accept that.
Yes, agreed.
And then also, there's corrupt home affairs that we have not dealt with. Corrupt home affairs. And now let us understand that, when people feel that they are on their own, those that are supposed to enforce the law are not acting, they will always take the law into their own hands. And unfortunately for them, they have not been trained in enforcing the law.
Yes.
Let's not just blame people.
Yeah.
No. So these are the issues that let's first accept the blame. Because you find that people now, the trust has been eroded from our government officials, from our leadership.
Yeah,
people are not trusting them anymore. Mm-hmm. I want to cite a simple example that has been done by Justice Mandi Samaya when she delivered the judgment on Palapala. She said she accepts the blame so that you can calm the people down. Then you work with the people going forward in dealing with these issues. And also, let's talk with our sister countries. We're not hating our foreign brothers and sisters. Let's talk, let's engage with them to say, look, this is an issue that's affecting everybody.
Yes,
let's work together on how this issue should be dealt with.
Yeah, thanks. Some useful suggestions there. Thanks very much for that. Let's listen to one or two of your voice notes on this.
Hi, JJ. This is Dean Bombela. Look, man, I believe all the workers, SAPS, soldiers, and Home Affairs, those who are working also in the borders, all of them, even those who are internally inside, they should be working with these body cameras. Please, let this be activated across the nation without any consent from the unions. Thank you.
Great idea there, Dako.
Hello, Joanne. I was just wondering, since our systems are not really in place in terms of accepting those asylum seekers who are applying, those who are knocking on the doors, should we not stop the whole process up until our systems are in place? Because it doesn't make any sense to receive them if our systems are not in place to process the applications. Stanley Uppington.
Good question, Stanley. The problem is the borders are porous, and if they keep coming into the country, the numbers are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then there'll be no documentation of people altogether.
Good day. Why employ illegal immigrants in the first place when we've got a huge youth unemployment crisis in South Africa? We're sitting on a power cake that's going to explode in this country.
One of you says we need to talk solutions on the border issue. The current talks only focus on what the South African government must do when migrants come into the country. The process should start with their own countries. The countries should have a system that allows or doesn't allow them to leave their country, and then South Africa takes over from a system, not chaos. Countries should be managing who wants to leave first. So I'm going to leave it with that for today, and lots to think about before we chat again tomorrow, but we're going to do it all again between 9 and 12 tomorrow. Should be an interesting day. Remember, Bafana's playing in the evening, so get out that popcorn, your vuvuzelas, whatever it is that you plan to do overnight, because we've got to prep for that as a kickoff happens for our boys tomorrow. And I'll leave it on that note. Sakina will catch up with you on Update at noon. Take care till then. Bye-bye.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Babe, I'm getting extra cash from my insurance. I was thinking romantic getaway or a treat for the kids.
You're getting money from your insurer?
Yes, my cash back from my way. I'll get back 10% of my monthly premiums for staying claim-free for 2 years. I'm getting 5,680 Rand.
No, that's real cash.
Real people, real cars, real rewards. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. My cashback is a feature on qualifying products paid after 2 claim-free years and all premiums paid. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws. This Wednesday, you have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million Rand total Lotto jackpot. That is 25 million Rand for Lotto, 3.5 million for Lotto Plus One, and 15 million Rand for Lotto 5 Max. That is life-changing money that could be yours instantly. Catch the live draw this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become South Africa's next multimillionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
SAFM's award-winning drama department presents to you another episode of the book The Unfair Way, The Untold History of South African Black Golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
Sipiwe Sipai, James Gamte, and Tebogo Sifatsa are 3 young stars who excelled upon being introduced to the sport at an early age. These 3 players have proven that blacks are also capable of playing golf, especially with proper basics, unlike their fathers who didn't have support and resources when they started playing the game. Then, Sipai, Gamte, and Sifatsa came along and showed that, things being equal, blacks could also be good at golf. The 3 were products of good golf foundations. The most popular and well-known of them was the NEL's foundation. The 3 knew one another quite well and had mutual respect. Any golfer worth his salt would attest to the fact that making a hole-in-one is nothing short of a miracle. In golf, there is another perspective that a hole-in-one is nothing else but a fluke. But Sipai would strongly disagree, for he achieved this feat not once but twice. The first time, he was only 9 years old, and, for good measure, the second time, he was 14 years old. For these unbelievable achievements on the golf course at such a young age, Sipiwe could be easily regarded as a freak of nature. He was truly golf's wonder kid. When I spoke to him about his career, he was 30 years old and had taken time off as a professional golfer to do other things, such as being a fitness trainer. It is significant that when Sipiwe started his golfing career, he had everything going for him. His father, Kenneth Sipai, was a successful Soweto businessman and a keen golfer. It was no surprise at all then that as a 6-year-old boy, Sipiwe tagged along with his dad to the golf course to watch him play while sitting in the golf cart. Quite like all inquisitive children, now and again, when the opportunity presented itself, he would also swing with one of his father's clubs, and unbeknown to him, his father's friend, John Botha, would take note. John Botha, a local pro golfer, informed his father that the young lad had a great swing and encouraged him to get clubs that would fit him. His father was persuaded and bought him a set of junior clubs. That is how Sipiwe's golfing career started. He started hitting some balls and occasionally playing an 18-hole game with his father. It would be Botha again to suggest that the young, promising lad should join the South African Junior Foundation. At the Junior Foundation, Sipiwe joined C Division. He got the opportunity of playing regularly and, true to his highly promising skill, won his first C Division competition while he was 8 years old. He would later win his first tournament at Modderfontein Golf Course, where the prize was 250 rands pro shop voucher. It elated him to no end. I was shocked by the prize, and this increased my love for the game, he said. As he grew older, Sipiwe followed this up by playing in more tournaments all over Gauteng, and out of 10 tournaments that he contested, he won 7. Recalling about his freak streak of scoring holes in one at such tender age, Sipiwe said he scored his first hole in one while playing at Houghton Golf Course. I was the youngest player to attain this feat. I was excited. This is something which had not even been achieved by seasoned professionals. Other golfers who had witnessed this or heard of it came to congratulate me. I received good appraisals and comments. I felt proud. My hole-in-one received media coverage, and I was interviewed by the Star newspaper. Sipiwe had then moved one division up to play in the B division, and somehow, he said, he struggled and his handicap was going up. The reason for this was that the B division, according to him, was more competitive than the C division. Even so, from here, he still moved another step up and played in the A division. Among the people found in the A division at the foundation was Charles Schwartzel, and then being one of the country's top amateurs. Commenting on why fewer black youths from the townships had taken interest in golf, Sipiwe stated that part of the reason for this was that golf is an expensive sport unlike soccer, which can be played virtually anywhere and without financial demands to be met. Like township youngster, he said he had also played soccer, but later his first love became golf, and that this was due to the attention he received when he won his first tournament. His father had urged him to choose between soccer and golf, as he could not finance both. For me, it was easy to make a choice. I had no difficulty doing so. I opted for golf as I was enjoying it. I had everything going for me, such that I was the envy of caddies and golf-playing white kids, as I had the best golfing equipment. I received fantastic support from my father. He contributed a lot to my upbringing and career of golf. I am grateful to him. To show his gratitude for what his father had done for him, he said he also worked hard on his career in order not to disappoint him. Naturally, he made friends with other golfers of his era, namely James Gamte and Tebogo Sifatsa. Although the two were older than him, he added that Gamte was a very talented golfer. Sipiwe was full of praise for his coach, Rocky Tlabanyane, whom he described as having played a huge role in his golf development. Sipiwe turned professional in 2015 and played in the Sunshine Tour. This was a challenging and demanding environment compared to his amateur days, he said. He played in the Johannesburg Open and South African Open. He missed the cut in the South African Open by a single stroke. It was at that point that he realized that the playing in the pro ranks was tough. Explaining his journey to qualify for the Sunshine Tour, a total of 150 players entered to compete for 30 spots. 4 rounds were played at Modderfontein Golf Course. Each day, number of participants decreased in accordance with their performance. At the end, only 30 players obtained their cards. Sipiwe finished 5th and secured his card and playing privileges. The joy was short-lived. Obtaining the Sunshine Tour card after much hard work was not the last mountain to climb for Sipiwe, as he soon faced another major challenge: lack of funding. which he said hampered his golf playing progress. Still very much dependent on his father for finances, it had become burdensome on the old man to finance the young son's career. And by Spewer's own admission, he forthrightly said this was no longer his father's responsibility, as he was now an adult himself and playing as a professional golfer. My father had a business to run and thus could not keep financing me forever. We applied for funding and sponsorship, and all we received were promises. Nothing ever materialized. This, he said, was a problem generally bedeviling black professional golfers. For Sipiwe, this lack of funds episode was a major drawback in his otherwise illustrious career, and whose major highlights during his amateur days included his being always selected for the provincial teams, and on the basis of which he gained South African colors. Played overseas several times, and even represented South Africa in the Amateur World Cup held in Tokyo, Japan, as South Africa's top amateur player. Golf is an expensive sport. As a result, a lot of black youth shun the game in favor of other accessible and affordable sports. To play and succeed from amateur to professional level requires significant amount of sponsorship and backing, with a majority of black golfers lack. At the time of writing this story, Sipiwe had moved to a new career as a fitness trainer and playing golf only socially. The following are his career highlights. Central Gauteng Under-23, Central Gauteng Close, NEL's Junior Order of Merit, Under-19 World Cup in Japan, Under-23 Tournament in Zwartkop. James Gamte. James Gamte is among South Africa's first cohort of black players to emerge, impress and conquer in the democratic era. Born in 1982, at the beginning of his career as a golfer, James played at felt courses, albeit briefly, as well as more frequently at proper courses, one of which was not far from his home. James was drawn into the game of golf at a very young age after watching golf players at a nearby golf club. It also helped that his big brother also played occasionally. Sufficiently curious and keen to learn how to play, he had taken a few swings with clubs from his brother's set, and soon he was hooked, he said. My home was a stone's throw away from the municipal golf course. This was a proper golf course. I used to watch people playing golf there. Amongst them were people I later got to know as top golfers. I was impressed by these golfers, and I told myself that one day I would also play golf, which I regarded as a great sport. I couldn't wait to play golf, and I used my brother's clubs. He was furious when he discovered this, and he scolded me. I started playing the game. Together with other youths, we scaled the fence and played at the local golf course. We were chased away and sometimes got arrested for a brief period and released with a stern warning not to come back again. Later, I became a caddy. It was at this stage that one could play freely at the course, even though we were not allowed to get into the clubhouse. It was at the golf course that fate intervened and shaped Gamte's life. In his own words, I was on the putting green when some under-15 white youngsters noticed me. One of them came to me and said, "Hey, this guy can play. Come and play with us." I played with them and I won. They told me that the next weekend they were going to play in an under-15 competition. They invited me. I didn't have money, and I told my stepfather, who willingly agreed to assist. My stepfather is Italian. His name is Alberto Fogolino. I owe a lot of gratitude to him. I would not be where I am if it was not for him. He provided me with the necessary resources to play golf. But the proviso was that I should concentrate on my studies. He said my studies should come first. I played well at the tournament and became a member of the under-15 team of the Eastern Province. I abandoned soccer to play golf.
There was another episode of The Unfair Way, the untold history of South African black golf, written by Jerry Lepu, read by Simpiwe Kwana. The book is available at the Bridge Bookstore. It is broadcast on SAFM at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patal, read by Simpiwe Kwana, production by Wiseman Manele, Nanda Koza, and Tato Mapuruma.
It's just before 12 o'clock on Wednesday, the 10th of June 2026. A very warm welcome to Update at Noon here on SFM, leading the conversations that move us. My name is Bongi Wazwane, standing in for Sakina Kamwendo, coming up this hour.
They entered in there, start shooting, and then going forward, then they were picked up the vehicle or the quantum which was involved.
A manhunt has been launched after 12 people have been killed and 10 left injured in the Cleveland shooting. A witness eye continues testifying about the Ayrton drug bust at the Matlanga Commission. And John is here at Sport.
More on Bafana as they prepare for their World Cup match. It's just hours away now. And more on the referee from Somalia who was refused entry into the US.
All right, share your views with us. 41391. SMS are charged at R1.50. Call us 086 0002032. Find us on X as well on 08. In fact, at SABC News _radio. Please use the hashtag update at noon. We're also, of course, on WhatsApp. You can send us your voice notes 0826923909. These and more stories coming up on today's edition of the show. But first, though, the latest news on Delambana is on standby.
Thank you, Bongi. On the top stories, illegal mining suspected in Cleveland's mass shooting, and South African fans share their excitement. Bafana for SAFM News. I'm Ondalambana, and a very good day. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says a mass shooting incident in the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, could be linked to illegal mining. Residents of the area have the same suspicion. This after 12 people were killed and 10 others wounded after more than 10 men randomly opened fire in the informal settlement last night. No arrests have been made. Mtombeni briefed the media at the scene of the shooting.
At this stage, we could not determine what it is the motive. As you know, this area is just adjacent to the illegal mining area. We are having those suspicions, but one can term this incident to be heartless. To a certain extent, it is barbaric.
3 people found guilty of kidnapping and murder of a British couple in KwaZulu-Natal will be sentenced in February next year. The High Court in Durban convicted Saifuddin Delversio, his partner Fatima Patel and Malawian national Musa Jackson yesterday. The incident happened in the Ongoye forest in the north of KwaZulu-Natal in 2018. During their bail application, the state led evidence that 3 had links with militant group ISIS. Doctors Rodney and Rachel Saunders had been kidnapped when they visited the forest to collect rare seeds. The 3 convicts robbed them and used the banking applications on their cell phones to buy items and make withdrawals with a total value of 700,000 rand. NPA spokesperson Natasha Ramkinson-Kara.
Between the period of 8th to 14th February 2018, the accused kidnapped and murdered British botanist Drs. Rodney and Rachel Saunders. The Saunders were world-renowned botanists. Regarding the charge of malicious injury to property, in September 2017, Delvecchio set fire to 3 farms belonging to Tongaat Hewletts. This is after Tongaat Hewletts refused him permission to enter their property. The damage caused was estimated to be approximately 2.3 million rand.
3 learners' joint memorial service will take place at the Maneta Primary School in Kamasamula, Limpopo today. They died after their scholar transport caught fire in April Cross Twaing Road last month. 2 grade R learners, Khodisho Morutunyane and Letukutula Fankomo, both aged 6, were burnt beyond recognition. 9-year-old Blessing Buane, who was in grade 3, succumbed to injuries in hospital. The 44-year-old driver Mohao Mosetla has been charged with 3 counts of culpable homicide. He's out on bail of 6,000 rand. Member of the SGB, Lepete Sillo.
We invited the families. As you know, it's been hectic for the past 3 weeks for them to get the result. So yeah, finally, I think we get the closure. We're expecting the departments of education's head office, circuit office, district as well, and also the mayor of our municipalities and the district mayor as well, and other people that they are willing to come. We're also expecting them to come and attend this memorial services.
The Education Labour Relations Council, the ERC, says various provincial education departments have started to take action after a nationwide verification exercise uncovered over 22,000 employee records which did not match government payroll data. This discrepancy has raised serious concerns about potential payroll irregularities in the education sector. The council has conceded that the figures do not necessarily indicate that they are ghost workers. However, the ELRC spokesperson Bernice Loxton says if any irregularities are found, they will involve relevant authorities.
The report does not conclude that these are ghost employees. These mismatches could be caused by administrative errors, data capture, mistakes, temporary appointments, or delays in updating systems. But we do acknowledge that this is a significant number and it requires urgent investigation.
South African fans attending the 2026 FIFA World Cup say they're confident ahead of Bafana's encounter with Mexico tomorrow. The team arrived in Mexico last night. These fans were there to welcome them.
Yeah, it's very exciting. I must say, seeing our home team coming back after 16 years, a rematch. We're as excited. It's beautiful. I must say the Mexican people have been amazing to us. They're very excited, and we're just excited to see our guys come home victorious.
I mean, look at this. I flew 36 hours to be here. And you can see how much love Bafana has been given. In fact, there was a lady in reception who was asking me what's the right way to greet them once they arrived.
Recapping the top story, Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says a mass shooting incident in the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, could be linked to illegal mining. I'm Mondelambana for SFM News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m. Bongiwe Zwane on SAfm.
Thank you very much, Ondela. We'll catch up with you at the bottom of the hour. We are going to be looking in greater detail at this mass shooting story. Very disturbing. Police are saying that they've now launched a manhunt for an unknown number of suspects who would have shot people at the Jumpers informal settlement. This is in Cleveland in Johannesburg. We do understand that 12 people have been killed, 9 males and 3 females, and then police revising the number of those who have been injured to 10 after they came across one person who was shot in the leg. And then also, according to eyewitnesses, it sounds like this started around 20 minutes to 9 last night, and they heard what they thought sounded like fireworks, and it went on until around 9:30, and saying that the entrance as well as exit points of that particular part of the informal settlement were shut by the suspects, and they believe that the suspects are going to be coming back because that's what they are claiming. These suspects have said. And also interesting is that police were at this particular area last week. After an intelligence operation led them there, they found over 1,000 ammunition for an AK-47, finding some pistols and then at the same time arresting around 6 illegal immigrants there. So the police are saying this looks like possibly not ruling out the possibility of it being linked to illegal mining because, according to the police commissioner in Gauteng, General Tomim Tombeni, he says that one of those who were killed was found to have been lying at what looked like an illegal mining processing equipment. So a lot is going on with this particular story. We're going to be tracking this through our reporters. And then at the same time, we do have, of course, the SAPS briefing the Portfolio Committee on the Phala Phala matter. The meeting getting tense at some point with MPs. They're asking a number of questions about how this matter was reported to IPID and what IPID had to do. IPID then having some difficulty when it comes to sharing some information with members of the public, saying that some of the info is not meant for public consumption, but the MPs are pressing on there. So we'll look at that. Mkokeli also covering that for us. And then Witness I is back in the Matlanga Commission, had asked for some time to meet with the Commission. This was to bring a supplementary statement to his current statement that's before the Commission. And that particular supplementary statement contains a critical piece of information. He says that when he was looking for a safe house at some point with his family, he was put at a home that he later got to know was the home of Ket Matlala. And now he has never met Ket Matlala, he says, in person, but he only knew of him as a business person, never had interactions with him, but got to learn from someone who lived in the back rooms that this was Ket Matlala's home. And he says at some point he was beaten up and attacked by people who then made away with his service pistol. Why, you ask, he made this important disclosure to the Commission? He says it is because his generals are unhappy, he was told, by what he's telling the Commission about what happened in Errington when the drug bust happened. And now they were planning, according to him, to use this information to discredit him. So that is what is taking place in the Matlanga Commission. They're talking to him now about that particular scene. So these are some of the stories we're tracking for you, and we will be bringing you an update as it happens.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
All right, so now residents of the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland in Johannesburg suspect that illegal mining could be behind last night's mass shooting. 12 people were killed and 10 others wounded after a group of men randomly opened fire in the informal settlement. The more than 10 suspects then fled the scene in a taxi. Gauteng Police Commissioner Lieutenant General Tomim Tombeni says investigators are following strong leads despite the lack of arrests.
What can one indicate? The incident happened approximately 23:10, and of which we were on this crime scene, of course. To work on the crime scene, it's not something which you just work and then after working, you just start collecting, the deceased. There's a process of which the Criminal Record Center, crime scene management, they have to deal with the crime scene intensively. The other thing is that we know for the fact that this is an informal settlement of which is gated, of which we have raised a concern. But of course, as government, the government is giving attention to the informal settlements which are in existence. The issue of saying that we're here 3 weeks back and the intelligence-led operations was here, why didn't we pick up? You'll realize that this incident, it is a kind of sporadic. So sporadic incident, in most cases, it's not something which you'll know as to say this is going to happen. And unfortunately, as I described, people who are involved in here, that you could classify these people to be insane, heartless, barbaric, because you could see the way they were moving. Because when we try to account on what actually happened, you could see they entered in here, start shooting, and then going forward, and at the end of the day, and then they were picked up in terms of the vehicle or the quantum which was involved.
Thank you very much, PC. My name is Calvin. I'm from SAPC News. Just two questions from us. Number one, have you managed to have the number of the alleged perpetrators? The estimation, we were told that 10 people might have come in who were inside that particular quantum taxi. And also the type of firearms that were used. Can you confirm that those are rifles?
We're still doing our investigation, and yes, of course, one of the journalists asked about the garage. We still collaborating in terms of getting an information relating to the nearby garage, of which that itself, in a way, if it is picked up, this quantum, we can confirm to say what is the numbers. But what we have based on the indication is that there were not less than 10 of those people who were involved in that particular space. And I must indicate that we are, of course, continuing to ensure that the communities there are and they feel safe. But the way things there are, we still are counting these multiple murders, which is a concern. And we are, of course, having these numbers, of which we have since activated our team. It's crime intelligence, is the tracker team, is the criminal record center crime scene management, and of which we're trying to collate the information. Hopefully, we'll be in a position to can have a breakthrough.
But with the kind of firearms,
the firearms, we can confirm that there are, rifle which were utilized, but one cannot confirm as to say, is it the AK-47, is it the R5, is it other made of a rifle, but we can confirm there is.
Are you following a positive lead on the arrest of the suspects, or it's too early?
Yeah, it's still too early, though we are confident that the team which we have deployed out there, they are following those leads, but it is indeed too early.
All right, that is our reporter there, Calvin Lula, in conversation with Lieutenant General Tommy Mtombeni, who is the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner. Let's now get a reaction to this particular story and speak to the chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature's Portfolio Committee on Community Safety, that is Bandile Masugu. Good day to you, and thank you so much for your time. Firstly, let's just start with your reaction to this incident.
Yeah, I think it's a tragedy. One life loss is a big actually tragedy, and as a committee would like to express and send our condolences to the families and friends of those who actually suffered the fatality of this actually tragedy.
And it seems that from what the police have managed to gather, just of course as initial information, and from what some of the eyewitnesses have been saying, there could be this particular quantum, and it would have come there. And according to some of the eyewitnesses, just shot indiscriminately. And this is, of course, speaking to the fact that guns, again, are in the wrong hands, and the proliferation of gun continues to be a concern.
Yes, it is a big concern, and this happens after we received yesterday, the crime stats for Gauteng for Q4. And one of the things that gets illuminated in the statistics is that most of the crimes or the murder that actually occurred, it does occur through guns, and it's something that as a committee we have raised before. We are continuing to campaign and raise awareness around the guns that are just illegal guns that are just lying and that are around our streets, that needs to be actually taken away from the wrong hands.
And especially because, when one thinks of the fact that if they end up in the wrong hands, the untold damage, as you say, is quite huge. But let's talk about then, from your vantage point as a committee, what kind of questions are you looking to get answers to here?
Yeah, I think one of the important points will be what will be the motive of such attacks. You know, we have seen in the past the one that we saw in Attersville during festive, and the one that we saw in Beggersdal. They had different motives that were actually behind these attacks. So one of the important things is just to gather the information and get the information from the police what could be the motive of this attack.
And when then it comes to, just of course hearing that this could be linked to illegal mining, it still speaks of the fact that illegal mining could potentially be, the reason or the motive. Of course, the police not ruling it out, but also white eyewitnesses saying it's a possibility. In light of that, how concerned are you, and how much of a headache does illegal mining continue to be as far as the committee is concerned from the work you've done?
Yes, it's one of the problems. You know, when you deal with syndicates and we deal with cartels, you know, you really need an intelligence-driven operations to break down those syndicates, and it's something that happens in terms of a long term, not even in a short term. And we are hoping that with this and trust that the police will be able to crack and get the perpetrators behind bars. And we are hoping that that could happen to break down these actually syndicates.
All right, and thank you so much for that. Just giving us his initial reaction to the shooting that took place in Cleveland. Bandile Masuku, Dr. Bandile Masuku, is the chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Portfolio Committee on Community Safety. Quite a concerning story, this, and I suppose we speak about what exactly could be going on here at a deeper level. We speak to security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador Andy Mashaile. Mr. Mashaile, thank you so much for your time. Again, we are learning that there could be a white quantum here that is involved. Of course, not, signaling that it could be the same. We would have seen an incident, for example, in Beggersdal, etc., and various other incidents as well. So let's just talk about this particular piece of information and how curious it might be as far as intelligence is concerned.
Pardon me, Bongi, I couldn't hear you. Kindly repeat the question.
So I was asking that, this is not the first incident that we hear, is involving a quantum, which is a minibus. And we are, of course, not saying it could be the same one. But last year, we then got to hear about, in Beggersdal, a quantum involved, and various other shootings as well. There would be talk of a quantum involved. Much as we are not suggesting that it is the same one, but how curious is this detail when it comes to intelligence gathering?
Bongi, good afternoon to you and to the production team. I'm looking from a strategic analysis and forensics point of view. I would be looking at the number of people that it contains, a quantum, or that it can load, and from that detail, then look back at the Beggersdal incident where a quantum was also involved, and the damage that comes with a big number of people using, once again, the high-powered rifles that we also learned that an AK-47 shell casings were found in a jumper. So it tells you that people who are organizing this hit were properly organized. They understand military planning, and from my own analysis and the research that I did, in a way and manner that is aimed at flooding the area with a big number of people, do what they do, and then withdraw and get into the same kind of transport. Also suggesting the command and control structure that is at the heart of the operation that we have seen, both at Beggersdal, where 9 people were killed, and in Jumpers, informal settlement, where a sizable number, not less than 10, was killed.
So police say that they would have been in the area just days ago to conduct an intelligence-driven operation. And during this operation, they found ammunition that is used in an AK-47. They found pistols. They found, they arrested some, undocumented, persons there. So Do they treat this as an incident, an isolated incident of shooting, or should they now dig deeper to see if there could have been other shootings that may be linked to this one?
Bongiwe, earlier on, I looked at the gap 3 weeks ago until last night, and I said to the pen that I was using and the computer that I was using to analyze, why is it that pen and computer, why are you not telling me about the intelligence officers who should have flooded that area in a way and manner that could have picked up this attack? Remember, in the organization of such an attack, there would be communication, there would be telephone calls, there would be WhatsApps, there would be meetings, informal meetings, not inside Jumpers informal settlement, from the area of the attack. And there would obviously be those that know that there might be an attack on this area, because particular person A would be the target in leading, who would be leading that operation and would be going into that area. I would have targeted Bongiwe Zwane, who lives in Jumpers, and I would be sending the message that I'm coming for you, Bongiwe Zwane, and your lieutenants would then prepare a counter attack, or my team would go into deep military planning and in a way and manner that would organize those AK-47s and whatever that they have managed to organize, the transportation. So long story short, it now leads us once again back to weak intelligence gathering, Bongiwe. Whether police like what I'm saying or not is besides the point. What should be of significance would be how do we use that information that we were able to get 3 weeks ago and some time back in Bekasdal, so that we can determine a preventative kind of strategy, either by deploying more intelligence operatives. If we don't have crime intelligence operatives, we take from the defense intelligence, so that your military part of the operation meets with the crime intelligence part of law enforcement.
And this raises all kinds of safety questions and all kinds of issues as far as safety of South Africans are concerned. And perhaps one of the big ones is something that we've been talking about for a long time now, which I don't think, we are getting ahead of. And that is the issue of the proliferation of firearms into the streets, and really seeing murders being committed, mass shootings being committed using these high caliber weapons.
Bongiwe, the firearms that go down to the Western Cape via the western part of our coast, from Namibia to be specific, illicit and illegal firearms, arms trafficking from Mozambique into Zimbabwe, and from Mozambique directly into South Africa, into the care of the criminal networks, are a serious challenge. And the minute and the moment we can be able to assist Dr. Michael Masiapato with resources, we meaning government and the people of this country, so that the 25% that he operates at in terms of warm bodies and other resources is increased in a way and manner that helps him close down his vulnerability. That would be the 75% of entry, ports of entry and borders that are not guarded, which makes it easier for the arms trafficking to come, into South Africa, find base, and be used as weapons of mass destruction, as we have seen within our communities.
Certainly a very concerning story, and just the details around the firearm security strategist and retired Interpol ambassador. That's Endi Mashayile speaking to us. And the issue of guns is a huge one. You'd remember in 2018 at some point we did learn that some some of the weapons that were stolen from the SANDF were used in a cash and transit heist. So the proliferation of weapons, the guns into the streets, also remains a huge concern in the country. So let's try to bring in our reporter just to see what some of the eyewitnesses saying about this particular incident. Session Naidu is on standby for us. Session, thank you so much for your time. What is the community telling you happened here?
So basically what happened, the community says that at around 9:10 last night, while they were in their homes, they just heard massive gunfire in the area. So one of the ladies who we did manage to speak to said that she opened her door to see what exactly was happening. And she said that she saw a white Toyota Quantum parked outside, and a number of suspects actually jumped out of that Quantum and started opening fire randomly at the residents in the informal settlement. So she said once this happened, residents started running for their lives and ducking for cover to try not to actually be caught in the crossfire of this gunfire. However, many people actually did get fatally wounded. At this stage, we do understand that the number is sitting at 12 people who were fatally wounded, and 9 others are currently in hospital, many of which have suffered severe wounds from the shooting incident. So we do understand at this stage that a massive manhunt has been launched by Gauteng police, and they are searching for a group of an estimated 10 suspects who were in that Toyota Quantum when the incident occurred.
Any idea or word from the families of those who have been shot, either killed here or injured?
Yes, so I actually spoke to one woman whose older brother was in fact caught in the crossfire of this. She said that he was shot in the stomach quite severely and he was taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. However, they have actually lashed out at police saying that this incident occurred at around 9:10 last night. However, with the police station being literally about 2 to 3 minutes away, police only arrived several hours after the shooting incident. So they are actually saying that police really need to pull up their socks in the area, because this isn't the first time that such an incident has taken place. They say just a few months ago, another incident of this nature where one person was killed occurred, and also in that very incident, the police responded quite late. So we did manage to speak to the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, Tommy Mtombeni, who visited the scene this morning. And he said that, this is quite a tragic incident. And they were here just a mere 3 weeks ago, where they recovered more than 1,000 live rounds of AK-47 ammunition, as well as 3 firearms. They also managed to arrest 3 suspects during that specific intelligence-driven operation. And he says that it is actually quite a pity that, after such an operation, just 3 weeks later, we are seeing an incident of this tragic nature.
And Session, quickly, just before I let you go, how is the atmosphere there now?
Well, I can tell you that, there are quite a lot of residents who are still shaken up. Many of the residents that we have spoken to are saying that, Zama-Zamas who are operating in the area have been terrorizing the community, and they really want heightened police deployment in the area to actually make them feel safe. They say that, they are really at risk in this area, falling victim to crime, as well as the ongoing feuds between alleged rival Zama-Zama gangs. So they are really saying that, they want, government and police to actually bring more visibility into the ground here at the Jumpers Informal Settlement to ensure that, residents do feel safe.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for speaking to us. Our reporter Session Naidu at the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland. It's 12:31. Let's check in with the news desk.
Thank you, Bongi. On the news headlines, a blitz operation targeting unlawful occupation and use of commercial spaces within Justco-owned residential building is underway in the Johannesburg inner city. Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says 3 people were arrested for possession of illegal firearms and ammunition in the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg, just 3 weeks ago. And the Mkondo Sizwe party is marching to the eThekwini municipality offices in Durban in protest to what it describes as worsening service delivery failures, deteriorating infrastructure and proposed double-digit tariff hikes. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
All right, so just a day after we got to learn that in the last quarter the economy grew somewhat, let's check in with the markets. Muteo Maposa, ABSA investment analyst, joins us live now. Muteo, thank you so much for your time. How are things looking?
Good afternoon. Seeing some red in today's session with the Aussie down about 1.2%. Losses there primarily being led by your resources sector, which is down about 4% in today's session. Seeing financials following suit there, down about 0.2%. Industrials providing some positivity there, up about 0.1%. Then if you're looking at the laggards within the resources sector, seeing the precious metals counters driving that downturn, with your likes of your Anglo Gold down about 5%, as well as your Sibanye down about 5%. And then in terms of global markets, seeing the FTSE 100 and the Euro Stoxx 50 in Europe also trading in negative territory in today's session. Yesterday, seeing the US markets closed mixed, with the SP 500 up about 0.4, while the Nasdaq closed lower. In Asia, seeing some broad-based red there, with the Hang Seng leading underperformance in the region. Then just in terms of commodities, seeing Brent crude prices, seeing them cool below that $100 mark to the mid-90s as markets price in a potential ceasefire agreement between the US and Iran. However, the prices do remain sensitive to any negative developments as we await a resolution to these geopolitical tensions. Then in terms of platinum, seeing that trade weaker, down about 3% in today's session. Similarly, gold down about 2%. Then, as you're alluding to regarding South Africa's economy, seeing that expand by a modest 0.5% in the first quarter of the year, slightly ahead of expectations. Then if you're looking at the various sector performance, seeing growth there primarily being driven by finance alongside your agricultural sectors. Then if you're looking at your expenditure side, seeing your net exports provide a meaningful boost supported by firmer exports and declining imports, although this was partially offset by a pullback in investment and a moderation in household spending. While the trend points to underlying economic resilience, the outlook does remain muddied by rising global risks, including elevated oil prices and geopolitical tensions, which are likely to weigh on inflation, policy flexibility, and overall growth momentum. Then lastly, looking at data points that market participants will be keeping an eye out for locally, expecting manufacturing and mining production figures. Markets there penciling in manufacturing to expand about 1.3%, so improving from that 0.9% we saw in the previous month. Mining production also expected to come in at 3.5%, also seeing that expansion that we saw relative to the previous month. Over in the Eurozone, markets will be anticipating a rate decision by the European central banks. Markets there penciling in the European central banks to hike rates by 25 basis points in response to heightened inflationary pressure in the region. Thank you.
All right, so that's Muteo Maposa, the ABSA investment analyst.
SAfm Sport with John Gerika.
John?
Yes.
I know you've explained this a couple of times, but someone is still asking right now.
Yeah.
The altitude issue.
Yes.
How much of a problem, like real on the real, is it going to be? They're still worried.
It's something to worry about. But they have been there for a week, so it should be fine.
Think it's better now?
It's better than if they just arrived yesterday. France is still in France.
You're okay.
So they've had acclimatization time. It's gonna hurt because the Mexicans have been there forever, right? But you know, it's
strength.
They are professionals. But one thing I am worried about is this. For some odd reason, we're only hearing from Hugo Broos. So I think it might be a way of protecting the players, keep them in their little cocoon. They just go about their duties. Because I would like to hear from the captain. I'd like to hear from the players. But we're not hearing it. We're only hearing from Hugo Broos. He was again in front of the media, and he didn't really say anything new. But he did acknowledge the support at home, which is great.
We all know that there will be how much Mexicans in the stadium and maybe a few South Africans. So we don't have to count on the support of South Africans in the stadium. But we know that we have the support of all the nation. And we felt that in the past days, in the last week when we start the preparation in South Africa, all South Africa is supporting us. And that is something we have to remind when on Thursday at 1 o'clock the game starts, that we are playing for our nation.
Tonight, friendlies, Portugal against Nigeria and England take on Costa Rica. Venezuela beat Iraq last night. Argentina beat Iceland 3-0, Lionel Messi scoring. All right, the big story of the day. The head of the US World Cup Task Force, Andrew Giuliani, was asked why Somalian referee Omar Artan was denied entry to the country. Giuliani said that people communicating with bad actors planning harm against the US won't be admitted. I'm going to play you the whole bit.
There are a few things we can't talk about, but what I can tell you is that anybody who's communicating with bad actors that plan harm against the United States of America are not going to be admitted entrants, and we're not going to allow a soccer tournament, no matter how big it is, to threaten Americans. What we are proud of is we're proud of the work that's been done from a visa perspective, the fact that all players, all coaches up to this point have gotten in the country. We've worked extremely hard with consular affairs, with CBP and USCIS to make that happen.
Was he in contact with bad actors, and who were these bad actors?
Again, there are some things that I can't talk about. What I can tell you is we're going to make sure that this is a safe and secure tournament, not just for American citizens and permanent residents, but all the people who legally are traveling here to the United States.
Given the people having trouble accessing this tournament and their skin color.
How so?
Is this shaping up as a racist World Cup?
First off, explain your question, because I think the premise is false.
Swiss striker Briel Mbolo, Cameroon-born, he had trouble getting into the country. Iraqi striker Ayman Hussein was detained for 7 hours.
Are in the country?
They're in the country.
They're in the country, exactly.
They were detained.
Don't you think the most important thing about a tournament is making sure that those fans that come to the United States, all those Americans that are going to enjoy this tournament, that they actually are safe and secure?
So that was from Sky News. And football news on the ground. Locally, there's football on the go. Cape Town City against Magezi in the promotion playoffs for the PSL. That's a 3 o'clock start. Either side needs a win if they want to stay in hunt for promotion. Also, Kaizer Chiefs have confirmed the departure of Aidan McCarthy, completing a transfer to Azerbaijani Premier League side Sabah FK. 22-year-old leaves Naturino after what was widely regarded as his breakthrough season. He made 33 appearances across all competitions. And finally, South African women's cricket side have had a mixed bag of results in the build-up to the T20 World Cup. Starts this weekend. Chloe Tryon explains the bowlers need to work a little harder as they prepare for their first match against Australia on Saturday.
There's still a couple of areas, I think, especially with the bowling. Probably just lost it a little bit in the middle and try to pull it back at the back end. Felt it was a little bit too late, but those are lessons that we can learn. I still think that the bowlers can bounce back pretty quickly, but had good plans, just probably just didn't execute the way we wanted to.
That's your sports for now. I'll be looking ahead to Bafana against Mexico tomorrow.
Well, we're all looking ahead, and I know you said you'll be on air, so don't worry, you've got one listener. I'll watch with the volume lower, and then I'll listen to you. But do you think we should worry that we're not hearing from the players like you said?
No, I don't think so.
So we should be fine.
I gave an example earlier. There was a test match series where South Africa went to Australia and Graham Smith just took all the heat from the Australian press.
Okay.
And it was a way to protect the players from an aggressive press. And I don't think the World Cup press will be aggressive. But I think Hugo Broos has been there, done that. Got the T-shirt a couple of times. And he's just absorbing all of that. Let the players go about their jobs. Go train, eat, train, repeat.
Okay.
So, let's hold thumbs.
All right. Let's see what happens. Bye.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.2 FM in Table Mountain.
Bongiwa, Eraya from Durban. Hope you're well. You know, General Nkonasi first highlighted the close relationship and friendship that Malema had with Colonel Khan and Sabia when he addressed the ADCOC committee when Malema was not present. That's why when Malema came back, he called he called him a coward, called Nkonasi a coward for making allegations against him when he was not present. So, yeah, that's my take. Errol, Durban.
Good afternoon, Bongiwe. It's Shotis Nyolo in Mafefe, Limpopo. I'm appealing to the community members to assist police in making sure that they apprehend and arrest the perpetrators. This kind of actions cannot be tolerated in our country, even though we cannot rule out the possibility of illegal mining involvement. But this is totally unacceptable. Thank you, Bongiwe.
Bongiwe Zwane on SAFM.
Now, Parliament's portfolio committees on transport and home affairs have expressed shock at the widespread abuse of the traffic register numbers, or TRNs, allegedly by criminal syndicates. MPs hearing that around 1 million TRN applications may have been supported by fraudulent documentation. So let's get a sense now of this exploitation or what exactly is going on of the system here, and just to get a sense of what then is likely to happen with this information, we speak to the chairperson of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Transport, Mr. Donald Selamula. Thank you so much, Chair, for your time. Perhaps we explain to a listener who actually doesn't have an understanding or a clue of what we mean when we talk about traffic registered numbers. What do you mean exactly?
Bongi, thanks very much, and good afternoon to our listeners at home, and good afternoon also to you. Bongi, when we speak about the traffic register number, is a number that a person of a non-South African citizen who arrives in the country with the intention to either buy a car for a temporary stay or for any other purpose should be able to apply to for the purpose of interfacing with the system of transport that we call INATIS, which registers everything online. Now, you can't do that. The system requires you to have something like an ID number. So now the TRN is an identification number for such a person upon applying. So it serves as an ID number for you to be able to interface on the INATIS system. It was passed in terms of to try and create a conducive environment for people of foreign nationals who find themselves in the country, who want to have cars or who want to do any other thing that is linked to INATIS, so that they can be able to drive within the country, buy the cars within the country for a specified period. That is that in the main.
So what about the system is allowing it to be so compromised that it may take fraudulent documents, for example?
It is said that we picked this at this particular point. And like you earlier on, I listened to you when you were giving a background to this discussion, that on our joint session with the Department of, with the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, led by Honorable Chavani, and with the Department of Home Affairs, Border Management Agency, CBRTA, RTMC, and Department of Transport, we were able to pick this thing and raise it up with them. We had a joint committee on Friday last week, but in the main to deal, among others, the issue of TRNS, also the issue of influx of both illegal freight and illegal persons through our borders, which seem to be porous at this particular point. So we picked that particular matter, and we're shocked that it can be so easily manipulated. One of the things that make it easily manipulated is it does not, the systems of Home Affairs and the system of INATIS are not necessarily talking to each other at the desirable level, because if they were optimally talking to each other, we wouldn't be having this discussion at this particular point.
And so then, especially because one would ask, what are some of the things that you've picked up as the committee were allegedly done with these TRNs?
So a person can take that TRN because it now serves like it's an ID number, go to the bank, open a bank account. You can imagine if you can be able to open a bank account with such, it means you can also open a clothing account, you can do any other thing, you can contract a phone and so forth. And people can do that even when they know they are here on a temporary stay, and they can be, to the extent others even use that as a permanent number and they stay here for the longest of time. For every transaction they have to use, they use that number, which is quite very disheartening and very problematic.
So I suppose that the big question is, who takes responsibility for this mess?
Both in the main, our department should be able to take this responsibility, of course working with Home Affairs. That's why we call them in one room together, and we're clear to them that within a space of 2 weeks we want answers. One of the answers we want is how many people in terms of the investigation, because they need to go and do that report. How many people? We must not be speculating. When I come to you and to the people of South Africa, I must not be saying almost 1 million. I should be able to say 1,371,221 people have registered using this TRN, and therefore that's the first question. The second question is, now that we know the number, what are we doing with this particular number? Because we can't put our hands on the head and be shocked, all of us. We need answers. Then they should be able to say, we have revoked the status of this particular people, and these are the penalties that these people are going to have to pay for doing this. And those that are not even supposed to be staying here, whether they are going to be deported, whatever process they are going to put, they should be able to put that to us. Thirdly, Bongi, they must then be able to say to us, look, from now henceforth, whether they withdraw that regulation, whether they put a new mechanism in place to ensure that this manipulation, this wrong use, does no longer happen. Security system must be in place to ensure that the intended purpose of this TRN is served properly without it being manipulated.
So how much of this also, one would say links to something that has been described by both committees as illegal immigration, which is, you are saying, is a major challenge. How much of that could also be linked to the fact that the department should have at least been able to have systems in place that can maybe be flagged if something is going wrong, or they cannot verify this particular number? So can we link all of this to systems that still need to be upgraded, or is it human error or somebody behind a computer that is authorizing things that they should not be?
We can't rule out the possibility with the matters in this country that have been coming to the fore, that we have been alerted to in the recent past. You can't rule out the human error. You would have seen the SIU has been hard at work to expose syndicates that are selling IDs. There have been many other things that has been exposed about the whole question of citizenry and citizenship. So we can't rule that possibility out. That is why we want a thorough investigation by the department. That is why we want a thorough report. We want to know how many people are having TRN in this country. That's the baseline. I should be able to say of portfolio committee, when you ask me today, I should be able to say to you, so far as we are concerned, there must only be 500 legally issued TRNs, and of these 500, 200 of them will have served this particular purpose until this particular period, or they would have expired, and so forth and on, something like that.
Sure. And I wonder how much time then are you going to need to get to the bottom of what happened here and to just get answers?
Look, like we said to the two departments and their entities, that in a space of 2 weeks from last week Friday, we should be able to get a feedback. They have not indicated to us whether that time will be small for them to do the proper investigation, but we strongly believe that they should be able to get that, because on a desktop search, you should be able to know, at least on a face value, how many have you legally issued. And then if you are able to know that, and you know that there are others that are being used, then you are able to do a balance to say it means 300 of these are illegally issued. And it should be easy to check with the banks. How many people have opened the bank accounts using TRNs? And we should then be able to nip that at its part.
All right, let's see then if you're able to get answers as to what exactly happened here. Chairperson of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Transport, that's Mr. Donald Silamulela. It's another breach of the system. Think about that for a second. Another breach of the system. What does it mean? How much damage could have been caused It's untold the damage that could have been caused here, because if somebody is able to open a bank account, purchase luxury vehicles, justify a stay in the country, doing all of these things, and this is yet another moment of identity verification problems, which the president was talking about on Sunday, that the systems and the corruption needs to be rooted out here. So, yeah, we'll continue to track the story. It's quite disturbing at a greater level. But let's take you to the Madlanga Commission. Witness I is testifying off camera at the Madlanga Commission and has revealed a previous undisclosed 2-year stay at a property that's linked to alleged underworld kingpin, that's Vusmuziket Matlala, saying it followed a violent attack he suffered in which he was injured and his state firearm then stolen. He maintains he had no direct dealings with Matlala, insisting the arrangement was facilitated through Captain Zungu. Witness I is back today at the Commission to continue his testimony relating to the Ariton drug bust in the south of Johannesburg. The drug bust taking place, you'd remember, in Ariton 2021, where more than 700 kilograms of drugs were seized.
Thank you, Witness I. If we can then go through the statement, and can we proceed from paragraph 3?
Okay. Paragraph 3, preparing this statement to the testimony I made yesterday, particularly to deal with 2 aspects. Firstly, my relationship with Mr. Matlala, and second, the status of the DPCI terms in particular. A relationship with Mr. Matlala. Yesterday, I testified that I do not have a direct relationship with Mr. Matlala and that any communication was facilitated by Captain Zungu. I did not disclose that in 2023, I stayed at Mr. Matlala's family property in Mamelodi for a period of approximately 2 years.
When you mean, sorry, Witness, when you say familial property, do you mean his parental home?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Continue.
The circumstances of my stay are as follows. On or about September 2023, there was an attempt on my life. I was residing in Mamelodi when a group of 4 men attacked me at my residence. I was inside the house when I heard a loud bang at the gate. I went outside with my wife, holding my state firearm. When I opened the gate, the group attacked me and hit my head with a metal object, resulting in a serious head injury. I was bleeding and incapacitated when they assaulted me, breaking my left hand and several fingers. They then stole my state-issued firearm and left me for dead. My wife called the police and an ambulance. I was transported to the nearest hospital where I was hospitalized for a period of about a week. The state firearm was later recovered by Tom's members. I heard that the attack was a hit and that the group was actually sent to kill me. I did not get any information regarding who may have sent the group to kill me. Fearing that my home had been compromised, I was trying to think of a solution to ensure that me and my family are safe. Captain Zungu had a similar fear. He warned that I was injured and that the group may come back and finish the job. He then suggested that I relocate temporarily and that he will arrange a house for me. He then took me to a house. I did not know at the time whose house it was. I only found out during the course of my stay that the property belonged to Mr. Matlala. At the time, this did not concern me because I knew Mr. Matlala as a businessman. During my stay, I did not meet or talk to Mr. Matlala. This is consistent with what I testified yesterday. I have had no direct communication with Mr. Matlala until I met him with Captain Zungu and Brigadier Mukwena, as mentioned in my statement. I did not disclose this in my statement or during testimony because I didn't think it was significant, because during that time, I did not talk, meet, or communicate in any way with Mr. Matlala. However, yesterday after my testimony, I received a number of calls warning me that the seniors are not happy with my testimony. One of my members informed me that there is a plan to disclose my stay at Mr. Matlala's house as a way of discrediting me. I considered the warning important and deemed it a threat to shut me up and or discredit me. I therefore thought it important to bring this issue to the Commission's attention and to disclose fully what happened during the time I resided at Mr. Matlala's house. I maintain that I'm committed to cooperating with the Commission and doing so honestly. I hope that the Commission considers this in that light.
All right, that is Witness I testifying at the Madlanga Commission. He's had to also answer his own difficult questions in the Commission. Part of those questions were centering around the work that was carried out at the crime scene, right? Because he is not able to say what kind of procedures, according to the SAPS, allowed him to be the one that is in charge of the scene, because he's adamant that when he got there, he was supposed to be the one that would take control of the crime scene. So then when he was asked questions about why then, what kind of processes are there in the SAPS policies or procedures would then have allowed you to do this? There was a little bit of, a delay there. They had to ask him the question around 4 times. He couldn't even explain it, but also not able to say in his diary why the investigator's name is not there. So this particular story is another one to watch in conjunction with what happened in Port Shepstone as well, which revealed some serious lapses in judgment as far as the SAPS is concerned and the handling of such important crime scenes, because processes, police officers who seemed to be less experienced being sent to the scene. And a lot of questions about just how the police have handled this one. But it's 1:00. It's time for us now to love and leave. You will see you again tomorrow. Andela's on standby with the latest news. And then Bridget will get you through the rest of the afternoon. We'll see you again tomorrow. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Bongi and the team. On the top stories, City of Joburg clamps down non-compliant residents of Joshco buildings, and Gauteng Police Commissioner visits Cleveland after last night's shooting. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. A blitz operation targeting unlawful occupation and use of commercial spaces within Joshco-owned residential buildings is underway in the Johannesburg inner city. The city is clamping down on tenants and business owners who are non-compliant and also not paying for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company properties. In February, the city was owed 2.5 million rand by small business owners operating at Joshco commercial spaces in the inner city. Joburg MMC for Human Settlements, Mlungi Simabaso, says they went to court and the shopkeepers committed to paying minimum sums into their debt, but they have failed to honor them.
They have not been paying. The debt here has been accumulating from 500,000 to above 600,000 now. So it's a clear indication that the people here are not willing to pay, but they are continuing trading in our spaces here. He was expected to pay above 23,000 a month and is paying less than 7,000. So I don't know when he says he's honoring that commitment, because he's paying way below what he was expected to pay.
Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtombeni says 3 people were arrested 3 weeks ago for possession of illegal firearms and ammunition at the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland, Johannesburg. He's visiting the area after 12 people were killed by a group that randomly opened fire last night. Mtombeni says no arrests have been made yet in this incident.
Well, we were in this space in Jumpers Informal Settlement, I think 3 weeks ago, with the intelligence General Kalakala led the team. Through that operational activities, we managed to recover over 1,000 live ammunitions of the AK-47, and we ultimately have some arrests. I think if I do recollections, it was 3 of the people were arrested. We also recovered some firearms. I think the pistol, it was 3 as well.
Witness I, who is a member of the Hawks Tactical Operations Management Section, has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he once lived in the family home of attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Cat Matlala in Mamelodi, Pretoria. Witness I previously testified that he knew Matlala as an informer who assisted the police's Tom's unit with intelligence that led to the arrest of high-profile criminals. He further told the Commission that he moved to Matlala's family home in 2023 for 2 years after he and his wife were attacked at their house.
I was inside the house when I heard a loud bang at the gate. I went outside with my wife, holding my state firearm. When I opened the gate, the group attacked me and hit my head with a metal object, resulting in a serious head injury. I was bleeding and incapacitated when they assaulted me, breaking my left hand and several fingers. They then stole my state-issued firearm and left me for dead.
The Umkhonto weSizwe Party is marching to the eThekwini municipality offices in Durban in protest to what it describes as worsening service delivery failures, deteriorating infrastructure and proposed double-digit tariff hikes. Hundreds of MK Party supporters have been bussed in for the march. The demonstration also follows scrutiny by Parliament's Standing Committee on Public Accounts over 6.4 billion rand irregular expenditure written off over 2 financial years. MK Party Member of Parliament Visvin Reddy.
The reality is that the government has completely neglected the masses of our people, the living conditions of our people. You go into the townships, for example, it's deplorable the way people are living. We are a party as MK. We are grounded in communities. We take our mandate from communities living on the ground. We understand the issues that face them. When we speak in Parliament and in legislatures, we speak as a voice of the voiceless people. And today's march is just the start.
An Indonesian court has jailed 4 soldiers for their involvement in an acid attack on an activist known for campaigning against the growing influence of the military. The attack left Andrew Yunus blind in one eye. The BBC's Astudestra Ajagrastri has the details.
2 soldiers, identified as masterminding the attack, were sentenced to 3 and 2.5 years in prison each and dismissed from military service. The 2 others received prison terms of 2 years and 18 months. Andre Yunus, a researcher with the human rights group Contras, was severely burned when acid was thrown at him by 2 men on a motorcycle in March. The attack happened shortly after he recorded a podcast discussing the military's growing role in Indonesian politics under President Prabowo Subianto.
BBC News. Recapping the top story, a blitz operation targeting unlawful occupation and use of commercial spaces with Joshko-owned residential buildings is underway in the Johannesburg inner city. I'm Mondolambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Snimhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
Youth Month, the voices.
The call for free education has never been important like it is now. Yeah. If there was free education, there will be no young people in Sun City.
The people that died for us on the many marches that they had, especially the ones on June 16, were from students who had dreams that were bigger than themselves. They strived for more and they saw a future that was much bigger than them.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
umsebenzi wendoda. Phumula, phumula mama wami, usebenza. Sengakhula jabula mama wami.
It is the Muffins coming through with Umsebenzi Wendoda. Always a beautiful offering from this particular group. Bringing us to 1:15 on this fine Wednesday afternoon. Can you believe it? We're already on the 10th of January. How quickly the time is galloping by. We've got a jam-packed show from our end today. As per usual, we're going to start off by touching base with everything that is happening at the Madlanga Commission. Of course, the witness I is on the stand, so we'll find out more around this witness and the testimony that they are presenting to the Commission. And then today, for Moments in Time, Tsietsi Mashinini, we are looking at the elusive hero of Soweto, and it's a biography by Sam Mate. That is coming up, as you know, with Moments in Time. We reflect back to significant times, eras, persons and events in the history of South Africa, not just South Africa, but also continentally. So we'll be having this conversation with Sam Mate, who's an award-winning journalist and author. And then we're going to go to the UNISA Art Gallery, which are presenting African Reunion, a celebration of Pan-African imagination and unity exhibition. So we'll be in conversation with the curator around that. On the other side of 2:00, we take a financial skew and we look at financial planning for the sandwich generation. We'll learn together as to what is the sandwich generation and how do we manage competing financial priorities between you and children and aging parents, as well as everyone else that you might support. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line, and 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on.
Bridget Masinga, weekdays on The Full Circle.
The public is invited to nominate persons who have expertise or knowledge in the field of broadcasting, journalism and media and/or broadcasting law and related fields for an ad hoc appointment to the Appointment Committee of the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. 3 committee members will be appointed to serve a 4-year term from August 2026 to the 31st of December 2029. And persons with a financial interest in the broadcast or printed media industries are not eligible. Motivated nominations and nominees' acceptance and a short CV should be addressed to the registrar on the email bccsa@nabsa.co.za. Nominations close on the 17th of June 2026. And for more information on the tasks of the Appointment Committee for the Broadcasting Complaints Commission, visit www.bccsa.co.za and see the Constitution. Only the best qualified nominees will be called for an interview.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Ha! Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with ta! Ta!
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws this Wednesday. You have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million rand in Lotto jackpots. That is 25 million for Lotto, 3.5 million for Lotto Plus One, and 15 million randles for Lotto 5 Max. That's life-changing money that could be yours instantly. So catch the live draws this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become SA's next multi-millionaire. Yes, you, the National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. And players must be 18 years or older and play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAFM.
I mean, not me saying the 10th of January instead of June. On a positive note, I'm glad to see you're all paying attention. You're all paying attention, which is wonderful to see via our WhatsApp line. It also shows you how long the year has been, right? That my brain is already scrambling to January. Yes, it's the 10th of June. Someone says you sounded so confident and so pretty while saying it. What a wow. Sbahle Mota, how are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
I mean, just to reconfirm, Sbahle, it is the 10th of June and not the 10th of January.
Definitely the 10th of June.
All right, let's get on with the Madlanga Commission. So it's day 117 today, and we've got Witness I, who's come back to the Madlanga Commission. Give us, I know we know very little about Witness I, but perhaps just some context around them.
Yes, so Witness I took to the stand at the Madlanga Commission yesterday, and he's part of the Hawks' Tactical Operations Management Section, and I think he was one of the many police officers who arrived at that Ayrton drug bust, where over 700 kilograms of cocaine was actually seized by the police. And what we heard from the testimony yesterday were quite a number of revelations, and him saying that, the likes of General Kadwa and General Khan use their power to sort of take ownership of that crime scene. And there was, a gross abuse of power because they even tried to arrest some of the three police officers who arrived on the scene on the day. But what we are also getting from his testimony yesterday, before he concluded for the day yesterday, is that he, knows Vusmuzi Matlala. And how he claims he knows him is that Matlala was allegedly an informer for this Hawks' Toms unit. And Matlala had actually helped them in making high-profile arrests relating to criminals, including a certain John Wick. Oh. And I think that was quite surprising. But again, as we proceeded with the proceedings this morning, there was some delay, only for him to file an additional affidavit, just expounding more about his relationship with Vusmuzi Matlala. And what we are finding out, Bridget, is the fact that he's actually once lived at Vusmuzi Matlala's family home in Mamelodi for approximately 2 years. And this was some of the information that he's revealed before the Madlanga Commission today. So
this Witness I has, in fact, lived in the domicile of Kat Matlala for about 2 years.
Yes, that's what he says. And he claims that at the time when he moved to Matlala's family home, he and his wife, as well as the rest of his family, had actually come under attack. And one of his colleagues had suggested that they move into a certain house. And he had no knowledge that this house actually belonged to Kat Matlala or his family. And he only found out while he was living there that it actually belonged to Vusmuzi Matlala, which is actually a very, very interesting, sort of developments regarding him and the sort of work that he does. So the commissioners tried to ask him some questions relating to that, but he feels that he doesn't really have a relationship with Matlala, but that at that certain point when he needed accommodation, Matlala was there to sort of offer it to him, and he didn't know that it was actually his home.
I mean, it leaves me stumped. I'm not sure about where it leaves the commissioners because on the one hand, you make the claim that Vusmuzi Matlala was actually an informant. On the other hand,
You are now residing in his home for a period of 2 years, but you claim to not know that it was his home. You just reached out, and it leaves me dumbfounded, because what are the commissioners now making of witness I, his testimony, but also the credibility of that testimony?
No, definitely. I mean, there are questions that have been posed to him, but I think the sort of pattern that has emerged from the Madlanga Commission shows that, the likes of Matlala, as well as, other people that have been implicated, is that they try to capture some, very prominent senior police officials to sort of get their way in doing other things. Because even yesterday in his testimony, he said, he did have knowledge of allegations flying around to say that Matlala used the police to annihilate his opposition. He knew so much information, yet claims that he does not know Vusmuzi Ket Matlala. So I do expect the commissioners to, run those circles around him until he somehow divulges even more information about the nature of his alleged relationship, or even there's possibly evidence that they may possess in their possession to sort of prove to us the nature of their relationship. But I think this is not by chance, and it's really a very important piece of information that has emerged from his testimony.
I mean, we're going to have to wrap it there, Spatle, but just quickly, the matter involving General Khan and, I guess eliciting some kind of assistance from a CI member, where there was a offer of a bag which was assumed to be money. Has that matter been fully ventilated?
Not as yet. I think, everybody, is waiting on tenterhooks for, General Khan's testimony before the Madlanga Commission, because it's such a long way away, which is the 1st of July. And we are just hoping that when he presents himself before the Madlanga Commission, he'll have to answer for quite a significant amount of allegations that have been leveled. So we definitely have to wait, I think, until he makes his appearance, because it's not normal for the commission to actually ventilate other issues. What they normally deal with is possibly the witness that is before them on that day, and we are waiting for the 1st of July, and that is if, he will actually make this appearance, but we are crossing fingers, of course.
And I think I asked this because yesterday, in part of yesterday's reporting by IOL News, I think it was part of the testimony that witness I shared, where he said that he was asked to make a statement clearing Major General Khan at his disciplinary hearing, and he refused, saying that it would amount to perjury. And upon that refusal, he was then allegedly offered a bag that was supposedly a bag of money, that never arrived, though.
Yeah, but also remember with witness I's testimony, he claims that he even recorded the proceedings to say that he's going to accept this bag to sort of entice them into making him this offer. But this really did not arrive later, and he was even promised even a higher position. So we are expecting possibly the commission to delve much into that, because we've had such a delayed start of proceedings. Then maybe as soon as we take lunch, I'm not sure what time that would be, then such issues can actually be brought to the fore, and certain questions can be asked to him regarding that.
Spatle Mota, we appreciate the time. Our SABC News reporter who's out at the Madlanga Commission, giving us a rundown on day 111. When we come back on the other side of the headline news, also a bit of a late start on my end, we're going to get into moments in time, and we're reflecting back on Tsietsi Mashinini, elusive hero of Soweto, and it's a biography by Sam Mate, who's an award-winning journalist and author. So we're going to reflect back on who is Tsietsi Mashinini, the legacy left behind by this iconic leader, and of course, where to from here? How do we begin to honor the life and the contributions of folks who played a significant role within the liberation of South Africa? That's coming up on the other side. It's fast approaching 1:30. It's time for Ondela and the headline news.
Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfM, leading the conversations that move us.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Human Settlements Minister Thembisi Melane says government is reviewing housing waiting lists to ensure those who registered first are prioritized. A blitz operation targeting unlawful occupation and use of commercial spaces within Joshco-owned residential buildings is underway in the Johannesburg inner city, and Witness I, who is a member of the Hawks Tactical Operations Management Section, has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he once lived in the family home of attempted murder accused Vusimuzi Ket Matlala in Mamelodi, Pretoria. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfM Radio. Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
I mean, he lied a little bit. We're getting into moments in time. We're getting into moments in time, and we're looking at the life of Tsietsi Mashinini, elusive hero of Soweto. And this is a biography by Sam Mate, who's an award-winning journalist and author. It's 5 decades after the 76 Soweto uprising, and little is known about this iconic leader, Tsietsi Mashinini, who really was identified as a ringleader in the uprising, went into hiding, leaving behind his family and his friends and a life that he knew. And very little is known about what happened during those years. This is why we thought we'd invite Sam Mate into the show today. Good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Bridget. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your listeners.
I'm great. Thank you so much for taking the time up with Sam. We really, really appreciate it. I mean, I guess as a gateway to our conversation, if we had to answer the question, who is Tsietsi Mashinini, otherwise known as the ringleader in the uprising of 76?
Otherwise known as the ringleader, the troublemaker, as his name indicates. Tsietsi Mashinini was the foremost leader of the June 16, 1976 movement in his capacity as president of the South African Student Movement. And I think he also served on the SRC as a student at Maurice Isaacson High. He was also a leader in church. At the Methodist Church, you know, there's these structures within the church. For instance, you had the Young Methodist Guild, Amatotana. He was its chairman and president. So, and he also served on the debating committee as a leader as well and a debater of note. Apparently, when you debated with Tsietsi, you had to know that you are not going to win. That was the nature of the man, very much multifaceted and colorful character, but somebody who was also brave enough to take up the leadership of the students in 1976. And I think even more remarkable is that, you know, Bridget, we are talking about people who were teenagers at the time. And I think sometimes we tend to forget that these were people in their teens or, with few exceptions, early 20s. But the caliber of leadership was just exceptional.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when you talk about Tsietsi Mashinini being the president of the SA's students movement, as you rightfully point out, we're not per se talking about, you know, a tertiary students movement here as we've seen in recent years. We're talking
Exactly.
about 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, people who are essentially grade 10, grade 11, grade 12, forging the charge at a very contentious time in South Africa. Besides the environment and the circumstances around him, what do we know about who plowed into his mind as a young leader? Who influenced him as a young leader, his perspective and his courage and his vigor at that time?
That's a great question. We can't point at a specific person, but I think we had quite a number of influential people, mentors around him, who ranged from community leaders to school teachers. Yeah. So in this regard, if I may give some examples, so we'll have somebody like Winnie Matikizela Mandela. We'll have Dr. Ntato Motlana. And at an ideological level, you remember the 70s was the period of the Black consciousness movement. So within that leadership, you had strong characters like Stephen Bantu Biko himself, and the leadership of SASO at both local level. In other words, those who were based in Soweto and others who were, who could be found across the length and breadth of the country. So at Maurice Isaacson, for instance, we had Fanyana Mazibuko, who was his school teacher. He taught the sciences, that was mathematics and physical science. So this was a political animal, so to speak. He wasn't just a teacher, but he was also an activist in the Steve Biko mold. He had been active, at university during the formation of organizations such as SASO at the University of Natal in the late 60s. So somebody like that definitely had a great influence on his political formation. He really shaped how he viewed life at the time. And there was also the headmaster himself, Mr. Lekau Matabate, who was also an activist. So that was at the school level. At home, Tsietsi was the second. He was born in 1957. So at home, the firstborn, he was called Rox Mashinini. Rox was influenced by somebody like Abraham Tiro, who left the University of the North, Teflup. He was expelled, I think sometime around 1973. And then he subsequently secured a posting at Maurice Isaacson High, where he met quite a number of students who were already involved somehow in politics, but who needed political and ideological direction. So Abraham Tiro provided that leadership as both an activist and a school teacher. And he used to share political literature, the writings of Black Power activists such as Dr. Carmichael, people in the civil rights movement, Malcolm X, Dr. Martin Luther King. So Rox will pass that sort of literature to Tsietsi. So you could say on the domestic front, this was his first political mentor, his brother, Mokete Rox Mashinini.
Yeah. Let's pause there for a second, Abutsem. We'll come back on the other side of the commercial break.
Okay.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Life is full of surprises, but your insurance premiums shouldn't be. Savings on your car insurance is a sure thing with MyWay. Leaving your wallet smiling every month. Switch to MyWay and save up to 40% on your car insurance premiums today to live your way.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. MyWay is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. MyWay. Live your way.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws. And this Wednesday, you have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million total Lotto jackpots. That is 25 million rand for Lotto, 3.5 million rand for Lotto Plus One, and 15 million rand for Lotto 5 Max. That's a life-changing money that could be yours instantly. Catch the live draws this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become SA's next multi-millionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older and play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekaya.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
How do you link June 16 with the name CNC Machining?
It's on fire, so it's on fire. It's burning, my body is burning. It's on fire, it's on fire.
I, with the help of a number of students, organized, planned, and executed the demonstrations.
When Tsitsi made up his mind that he wanted something, he would go to every length to get it.
Utsitsi bekungumuntu active.
Mashinini was also a very deep-thinking young man.
He was actually willing, to walk the walk.
Tsitsi was a go-between for a long time, long before June the 16th.
And I think he was the person who also fought for education for us to get equality.
Just a little bit of a sound bite there from an upcoming documentary. Sam Mate joins us now, award-winning journalist and author. Abut Sam, I don't know where the time went to today, as we have to now start winding down the conversation. But let's reflect a little bit about the life that was left behind by, these young liberators, because we often forget that those years spent in exile, a lot of that time, people were youth and they left their family and friends behind, and for a life that was permanently derailed.
True. And unfortunately, there's quite a lot that happened, that was not good in exile. Because as you have indicated, these were young people. They were still very much psychologically dependent on, the immediate environment, particularly the family, the surroundings that they knew. And venturing out there, into the unknown really was, it could be very traumatic in most instances. In most instances, that's how it became. So Tsitsi lives in August, because now the police net was closing on him. And his first stop is Gaborone in Botswana. He leaves South Africa with two friends. I think there was Selby Semela and Bani Mokhatle. Both of them were classmates at Maurice. And I think 3 or 4 weeks later, towards the summer of 1976, they leave for England. And from England, they go different ways. THC eventually ends up in West Africa, in countries such as Nigeria, and then there's also Liberia, where he met Miss Liberia, Welma Kimball, in 1977. And they subsequently got married in January 1979.
And the interesting thing is, just on our final point of this very brief conversation, the interesting thing is he got married to Miss Liberia, and one would think, for all intents and purposes, this young liberator, far-flung from home, can now write a different story, and yet he dies sick and very much alone.
Unfortunately, yes, because towards the end of his life, this is 1990, he had already become, he had withdrawn from the public life. He was no longer the Tshetsi Mashinini of the 70s, the vibrant, energetic, colorful young man who led June 16, 1976. There were already a lot of problems, within the leadership. At some stage, he was actually ousted from the presidency of the organization, the South African Youth Revolutionary Council. This is around 1982, I think. That's how early, it happened. And you can imagine he's still in his early 20s or something. He needs all the support that he could, he can get from both his friends, his comrades, everybody around him. But it just didn't work out. And I think the divorce, around the same time, 82, there was a separation, and then later there was a divorce around 87. I think that was the last straw. For him, he lives with, his final years were spent in Guinea Conakry, where he lived with the singer Miriam Makeba. And the circumstances of his passing are still mired in controversy and mystery. It's not yet clear, but what we know is that it was a very tragic, very brutal end. He bore the scars of somebody who was brutally assaulted. And then he's brought back home 1990 in August. He dies in July, on the 25th in August. He's back home, and then there's a funeral. And of course, the issues of what we can learn from his life and his involvement in politics, his legacy.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a sobering reflection on this life, and I think you've sparked some curiosity for myself and my listeners to proceed to dig even deeper into the story. We'll leave it there for this afternoon, but we appreciate your time. That was award-winning journalist and author Sam Mate for Moments in Time, bringing us Tshetsi Mashinini's elusive hero of Soweto, and it's a biography by Sam Mate, available now. A quick pause, and then we come back. We get into stages, pages, screens, and more with Tshegofatse Sioka, who is in studio curator, as we talk around the UNISA Art Gallery, which is currently presenting African Reunion, a celebration of Pan-African imagination and unity exhibition.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
We are joined on the line by our Formula One correspondent, Batlasedi Mojapelo. Seems as if Antonelli just makes one statement after another.
Yeah, look, I think, at the beginning of the season, no one would have thought of Kimi as being the driver to beat going into 2026. I think when thinking of Mercedes, a lot of people almost assumed that George Russell would be the driver at the helm, considering he did also have a lot of positive talk around himself being the number one driver for Mercedes and really wanting to showcase his capability with what he believed right at the beginning to have been a really strong car. Kimi Antonelli has just quietly, plodded his way through each of these races and has landed the car time and time again. I think 5 races in a row now in the number 1 position.
Top Sport on SAfm. Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle with Bridget Masinga.
All right, let's get into this conversation now with the scholar of the arts, Tegofatso Sioka joins us, curator for this exhibition, which is being presented at the UNISA Art Gallery. It is the African Reunion, a celebration of Pan-African imagination and unity exhibition. How are you doing this afternoon, milady?
I'm well. It's been a hectic morning, but I'm well.
But you well? You're always taking it in your stride, Tejo, which is, I think, what I appreciate about you. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk about this exhibition. Firstly, let's unpack the title, African Reunion, a celebration of Pan-African imagination and unity. I mean, kind of feels like I get it, but from your academic lens to my layman's ears.
I think African Reunion exhibition, the name imagination, so there's 2 components of it. It's imagination and unity. Imagination is encouraging us, one, to look at ourselves as African and start imagining better futures for ourselves.
Yes.
I've said that what colonialism and apartheid has done for us within an African understanding or blackness as well is deprive us to imagine ourselves more than what we are or more than our present. So I want to encourage with the exhibition a notion of imagination, imagining new epistemologies, imagining new identities, imagining new ways of communicating what it is to be African, being African, theories of Africanism. And anchored also, the exhibition is anchored by the bequest by Dr. Ikalafeng, who is the Chancellor of the Soul Plaque exhibition, bequest an artwork, Africa Reunion, which he looks at the Berlin Conference and reversing the Berlin Conference, particularly looking at the table of discussion where Africa was discussed, where Africa was celebrated, where Africa was separated and shared amongst ourselves. And within the artwork that he donated, he places onto the table numerous African scholars, African emancipatory people, as well as African cultural activists like Miriam Makeba, there's Ngwane Nkuruma, there's the author Adichie. So, and another thing that he does in that artwork is that he opens one chair, leaves one chair open for the ordinary African or the extraordinary African to sit there and also have a discussion on where Africa is going.
Oh, because aren't all Africans just extraordinary?
Yeah.
and as I'm listening to you sort of give context to this, it's reminding me of when FNB Art Prize winner Utato Tueba, was here after that announcement, and we're exploring the idea of, and I always framed it as, part of my intrigue is to answer the question, where would Africa had been had we not been interrupted? And Tato said, pause a second. Forget where we would have been. Maybe let's interrogate and start leaning into more as to where we are now and where we're trying to go. And I think it speaks to what you've just said, answering those questions around Pan-Africanism, African identity for the individual and the collective, but forward-looking versus it looking, yes, we take account the history, but we look forward.
And also looking forward, but also looking back. When we think of the African continent before its disruption, we had science, we had cosmology. You know, we had notions of spirituality. We had language, African alphabets, African science systems, African numerology systems that were lost due to the disruption. So we are also incorporating notions of indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge systems, indigenous art, indigenous even practices. We have a specific work by Bajo where he looks at the funerary practice in Ghana of a specific community and creates artistic caskets out of it. We also have works by Teresa Firmino Kutala where the works include, the installation includes the nurturer, the healer, the mediator, and it's big soft sculptures that show knowledge, knowledge. How do we heal the earth? There's the works of Yinka Shonibare that looks at conservation, nature conservation, how industrialization has put a deficit on the animals, on the land. So not only is it looking forward, but it's taking everything that we are and saying, what can we do? How do we become better? How do we use our resources? How do we reimagine our resources as well towards South Africa's economic emancipation?
Interesting that we have this conversation, of course, on the backdrop of what's going on socially as well. Your thoughts as an arts academic around the importance of exhibitions like this that hold a reflective mirror in a time when real transformative conversation is happening in real time?
I think my thoughts on it, and another thing that we need to consider is that the exhibition as well as the academics do not happen in a vacuum of what is happening around us. And it becomes really essential for us to really go back in, look at our strengths. What are our strengths? My heart is always broken when one thinks of the DRC and how they are manufacturing 70% of the world's cobalt. And yet the country's economic standing is not one of a high mineral creating country. And that's what it is. How are we using our resources for the betterment of the continent? How are we seeing ourselves? Which is, again, another thing that the disruption did. It made us as Africans see ourselves as enemies, see ourselves as subservient beings, see ourselves not as highly as we should, and think also in a way that whatever it is that we have, how do we use it for our betterment?
An interesting part of this exhibition as well is the permanent entrustment of a monumental works. Tell me, she smiles. Tell me about this work.
I think it's the work that I discussed earlier on by that was bequeathed by Tebe Kalafeng and painted by Mark Mudimula. And it's an amazing work. I think the experience of it as well in the gallery with academics, with our community, with the general public is all of us sitting on that installation table and having various discussions. So we have discussions. Who is there? Why are they there? Why is this emancipatory thought leader not there? What about this? Why is this book here? Credo Mutua, we see Credo Muta's book on the table. We see Thabo Mbeki on the table. We see Kwani Nkrumah on the table. So now we start having these conversations around it. The African continent that is upside down. Again, proving towards the notion of reimagining the continent that has no borders as well. So the artwork actually is creating a lot of dialogue, critical dialogue, in conversation again with all the other works that are on show that are from the UNISA Art Collection.
I mean, we have about less than 2 minutes remaining. Give us the detail. The show is running until the 1st of July, if I'm not mistaken, right? So we still have a full month and a half. Are you going to be in conversation at any point with us, the audience?
Yes, we have a good public programming coming in. We'll be having a symposium we are going to be having a symposium while we are trying to engage our academic community. We're also going to be having a books and conversation event where we'll be partnering with Culture Review and reviewing Tendai Sitole's new book, Because Edge, as part of the exhibition as well, and numerous walkabouts as well.
Wonderful stuff. Well, listen, we have a date with Tegofatso between now and the 1st of July. For anyone that wants to track and especially, I guess, go see the itinerary and note down some of those dates, what's the easiest portal?
Follow us on social media, Instagram and Facebook. All our information will be there, and we will be advertising all the happenings that are around the exhibition there.
Wonderful. That was Tegofatso Sioka, curator for this exhibition, African Reunion, a celebration of Pan-African imagination and unity. And of course, it is on until the 1st of July at the UNISA Art Gallery. You definitely don't want to miss it as we commemorate Africa Month. And of course, why don't we just call it Africa Year? Why not? With everything that's going on, I think we need to be reminded of how close we are related for the remainder of the year. It's fast approaching 2 o'clock. Ondela standing by with the top of the hour news, and then we'll come back on the other side and we'll get into a financial planning conversation. We're looking at financial planning for the sandwich generation. Don't ask me what is the sandwich generation. We live to learn together on this show. So how do we manage competing financial priorities? That is exactly what we're going to try and understand.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Minister Simelane outlines plans to fight housing backlog, and City of Joburg clamps down on non-compliant residents of Joshco buildings. For SAFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good day. Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane says government is reviewing housing waiting lists to ensure those who registered first are prioritized. She said this as she handed over 140 housing units at the Clayville mega project in Ekurhuleni. Simelane says to fight the housing backlog, the department is working through a housing register of more than 2.5 million people nationwide and will deploy technical teams to help residents verify and update their details.
There have been discrepancies in our needs register. Sometimes those who came early will receive it late, and those who came late will receive the house early. But we took a conscious decision with the MECs in our MINMEC meeting, and we must go back to our housing register and take a policy position that each and every province must go back to the list and look for the early entrants. Those are 96, 98 people, and wipe them. Our intention is therefore to move into the register, which has about 2.5, 2.6 million people who still need houses, but start right at the beginning.
A blitz operation targeting unlawful occupation and use of commercial spaces within Joshco-owned residential buildings is underway in the Johannesburg inner city. The city is clamping down on tenants and business owners who are non-compliant and also not paying for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company properties. In February, the city was owed 2.5 million rand by small business owners operating at Joshco commercial spaces in the inner city. Joburg MMC for Human Settlements, Mlungisi Mabaso, says they went to court and the shopkeepers committed to paying minimum sums into their debt, but they have failed to honor them.
They have not been paying. The debt here has been accumulating from 500,000 to above 600,000 now. So it's a clear indication that the people here are not willing to pay, but they are continuing trading in our spaces here. He was expected to pay above 23,000 a month and is paying less than 7,000. So I don't know when he says he's honoring that commitment, because he's paying way below what he was expected to pay.
Witness I, who is a member of the Hawks Tactical Operations Management Section, TOMS, has testified at the Madlanga Commission that he once lived in the family home of attempted murder-accused Vusimuzi Matlala in Mamelodi, Pretoria. Witness I previously testified that he knew Matlala as an informer who assisted the police's TOMS unit with the intelligence that led to the arrest of high-profile criminals. He further told the Commission that he moved to Matlala's family home in 2023 for 2 years after he and his wife were attacked at their house.
I was inside the house when I heard a loud bang at the gate. I went outside with my wife, holding my state firearm. When I opened the gate, the group attacked me and hit my head with a metal object, resulting in a serious head injury. I was bleeding and incapacitated when they assaulted me, breaking my left hand and several fingers. They then stole my state-issued firearm and left me for dead.
The Home Affairs Department has been taken to court by the Children's Institute at the University of Cape Town and a group of parents. They're represented by the Legal Resources Centre. The case is being argued in the High Court in Cape Town today. The Children's Institute, Amanda Mpedi, says the case is due to the delays in the processing of birth registration applications and the significant consequences this has on the constitutional rights of the affected children.
The court case is not related to the number of how many people are stuck in the backlog. It's about the significance of being in a backlog related to birth registration, because when you apply for a birth certificate without that documentation, you don't have your first right. It's the gateway right to all other rights. You can't access any social service or education or healthcare facility. So the fact that there is a backlog is an unconstitutional state of affairs.
The authorities in Hong Kong have charged 7 people and 2 companies over the deadly fire that tore through a public housing complex last year. 168 people were killed in a blaze at 7 high-rise blocks at the Wang Fu Court Estate in November. The BBC's Martin Yip has more details.
These are the first round of criminal prosecutions in relation to the Wang Fu Court disaster, brought jointly by Hong Kong's police force and the independent anti-corruption agency, the ICAC. The defendants include directors of a consultancy firm and the main contractor that oversaw renovation of the 42-year-old public housing estate. The charges range from manslaughter to conspiracy to defraud, money laundering, and attempting to pervert the course of justice. Some carry a maximum sentence of life in prison.
Recapping the top story, Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane says government is reviewing housing waiting lists to ensure those who registered first are prioritised. I'm Wandela Mbana for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The wanton destruction of property, the killings and violent demonstrations are not only totally deplorable, but in the final analysis rebound to nobody's advantage. In a situation of lawlessness and total confusion, even dialogue, which in fact is and should be the origin of redress to genuine grievances, is rendered fruitless.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Outsurance knows insurance isn't tested on promises. It's tested when it's time to claim. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that Outsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. The question is, are you with the insurer that treats their clients the fairest? Outsurance delivers when it's time to claim, so why don't you switch for peace of mind? Call 08 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Outsurance is a licensed insurer in FSP and T's and C's do apply.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I've made up my mind, don't need to think it over. If I'm wrong, I am right. Don't need to look no further, this ain't last. I know this is love, but if I tell the world, I'll never say enough, 'cause it was not said to you, and that's exactly what I need to do. If I end up with you, should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my best? Should I leave it there? Should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? I build myself up and fly around in circles, waiting as my heart drops and my back begins to tingle. Finally, could this be it? Oh, should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my best? Should I leave it there? Should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Yeah. Should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my place? Should I leave it there? Should I give up, or should I just keep on chasing pavements? Should I just keep on chasing pavements? Oh, should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere? Or would it be a waste, even if I knew my best? Should I leave it there? Should I give up, or should I just keep chasing pavements, even if it leads nowhere?
Adele, Chasing Pavements, iconic tune from Adele. I wonder if she has a song. Whenever we talk to artists, do you have a song that you really just, every time you have to sing it, you kind of like, you know, you have that thing, that moment. We had Judith Sipume here talking about a smile, a cry, a dance, a cry, a smile, a dance. And I can imagine for Adele, it must be hello. It must be every time she's got to sing hello, she probably thinks, oh my word. Louis van der Merwe joins us now, certified financial planner and certified financial transitionist at Wealth Up, and we're looking at financial planning for the sandwich generation. So now, Louis, as we say, good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, Bridget. I'm well, thank you.
Fantastic. As we begin the conversation, I mean, I was first going to ask you to explain the concept of what is a sandwich generation. But before we get there, let's double back to a certified financial transitionist. We've heard of
I
us.
suspected you might wonder.
I am, because I think we're all familiar with a certified financial planner. What maketh is a certified financial transitionist?
So a certified transitionist is not someone that's changing gender. It is someone, particularly a certified financial planner, that's also trained in helping clients to manage big life changes. There's a small handful of us in South Africa. We've all trained in the US, and we're trying to bring that to South African clients, just to align people's money decisions with their lives, to both bring the nuts and bolts, the technical piece, but also the human emotional side that drives most of our decisions.
Now, how different is a financial transitionist in practicality, right? What you do, let's say I won one of the lotto jackpots I've been talking about today. Let's say I won all of them, 140 something million. Would I need a financial transitionist? And what do you do differently from a financial planner, for instance?
Absolutely.
Or how do you approach it differently from a financial planner?
It's definitely one of those times when everything in your life will change. I mean, we often love thinking about winning the lottery, but sometimes there's a pleasant change, but more often than not, there's also a more challenging change, like the death of a spouse or close loved one. And these are things that touch every part of your life. And so what we traditionally saw with clients is that they really struggle to take action. You can really come up with the best recommendation, but for someone to take the steps to build meaningful change in their life takes a bit more care and guidance, particularly exploring the emotional piece around it. And so we think when life changes, money changes, and when money changes, life changes.
So you would help me in making sure that, okay, we need to execute A, B, C, D, and E. And if you're struggling to make these decisions, we are going to hold your hand and hold you accountable.
Correct. Not so much hold you accountable, but more gently guide you through that process.
Okay.
What we see with most clients in these new changes is that they become so overwhelmed by the amount of things that change that we really try to become that thinking partner. So we would become a mirror to reflect their values, the things that are important to them, and then gently nudge them into that new normal without them feeling pressurized into another product or another financial solution.
I got you. Okay. Now let's go on to the sandwich generation. What exactly are we talking about there? And why are more South Africans now finding themselves responsible not only for their children, their households, but also their aging parents and all these other priorities all at the same time?
Absolutely. I think I'll start with unpacking that imagery of what is a sandwich generation, and you might have a very interesting picture in your mind. So if we think about a sandwich, on the one hand is the one slice of the bread, which could be a aging parent or someone that needs a little bit more support. And then there we are in the middle. You can think of yourself as the jam or maybe the peanut butter. And then the end of the other slice is another set of dependents, typically a child or multiple children, maybe from the same marriage, maybe from another marriage, that also needs financial support and guidance. And so when we think of this concept of a sandwich generation, it's literally when your income into your household has to take care of multiple generations. And in South Africa, Old Mutual has actually done a bit of the work for us to see how many clients are in that situation. And from the stats that they've given us is about 44% of people in South Africa fall into this sandwich generation, which is 3 times more than what you would expect to see in America.
Wow, interesting. And I guess that sort of data coming from Old Mutual that speaks to that 44%. being in the sandwich generation, also reflecting on historical imbalances, historical burdens and challenges, then compounded by the persistent economic environment that South Africa finds itself in, right? Because that jam and the peanut butter in the middle, aka the millennials, now have to take on all those burdens because of all those factors.
Absolutely. You're spot on. In the developed markets, we see it more as a time and energy constraint. So people tend to not feel it as impactful in their finances. Where in South Africa, because we have a tradition of things like black tax and, giving part of your first salary to parents, or maybe even the person that, was looking after you, we see more and more strain on the income side. And then also there's a cultural expectation that that will continue. You can't just say, oh, no, sorry, I'm not going to support these family members. So a lot of these challenges come down to boundaries and how do you navigate what is it that you can provide and how you provide that. And then, as you just mentioned, Bridget, couple that with an increase in costs and salaries not keeping track, you kind of sort of have this perfect storm, right? Where it becomes more and more difficult, and it's really difficult to get out of that loop.
I want to take a break, and then we can continue. Fabulous. We can continue without the pause. When we talk about these financial challenges, what is coming out as the biggest hurdle that's facing the sandwich generation in South Africa right now? What are they saying? Is it a case of having to take care of the extended family, or is it a case of maybe there's other things that they've named that we aren't aware of that are adding to this burden?
From my experience, it becomes very personal. So every person listening to this can probably imagine them either currently being in this situation or in the future being in this situation. So add to the complexity of maybe having an elderly parent or child that's dependent. Those situations not only require financial assistance, but it often requires emotional assistance. If you think of a parent that is going into frail care, that means that they have maybe a life-limiting illness, or maybe they're struggling to be able to make decisions. And so what we're seeing is that also takes a toll on a person emotionally and mentally. That impacts their relationships at home, that impacts their ability to perform at work. And so this is not something that we can isolate and say, okay, if we fix this part, then everything else works. A lot of it comes down to accepting that this is a very difficult time in anyone's life, like you mentioned, the millennials and probably slightly older millennials finding themselves in these situations. What we see is helpful is that asking for help and leaning on resources and having resources tends to be the thing that help people navigate this extremely difficult time in their life.
And speaking about that navigation and the resource, how do we then realistically, how do folks balance all the costs to the responsibilities of life, whether it's you are starting your own family, and you have that cost of starting your family, raising your kids, providing for their education, their food, their housing, etc., whilst you are supporting maybe elderly parents or an unemployed family member who's living under your roof, or not maybe living under your roof, living elsewhere, and still having to meet all the other obligations that come on a month-to-month basis. So realistically, how do people begin to even attempt to balance all of that?
I like the fact that you use balance, because it is a bit of a balancing act. I think the first thing to start with is to know that none of this is permanent. So, for example, our kids are not going to be dependent on, hopefully, on us forever. It might be a different situation if you have a child with a disability. And with that comes some planning. Just like our parents that get older, they're not going to be dependent on us forever. But when we're in that situation, our minds and our bodies feel as if this is going to always be the same situation, right? I can't imagine a future where I can breathe a little bit financially. So the first thing I want to note is that this too shall pass, right? It's temporary. It's never a permanent situation. And then secondly, we don't want to think about one big fix. Oh, I just want to win the lottery. I just want to get that new promotion. I just want to be able to settle my debt. It's usually a combination of small incremental changes. That might be, hey, I'm going to lean into this employee assistance program at work where they can help me manage my budget a little bit better, or they have access to a counselor. I think that is a critical element, to have someone that can support you emotionally and mentally. And then you want to start having constructive conversations with adults in your family when it comes to money, because these resources are finite. And what that means is that there's not a pot of money. This sandwich is limited, right? There's only so much jam and so much peanut butter. You can't just keep on adding to it. So to have meaningful conversations about what is realistic and what are you able to do. Oftentimes, ego come to play, and we want to be the provider. And I think I see that a lot, as a man in a household, right? We have this tradition of, oh, I need to provide for the family, and if I don't do that, I'm not a good husband, I'm not a good child. And starting from the fact that you're there and that you care enough to have these conversations is probably already 90% of the battle. And then the last piece around that is thinking of this oxygen mask. Just like when we're in a plane and they say, hey, when the oxygen masks come down, they don't say, first put it on the person next to you and then look after yourself. You put the oxygen mask on yourself first and then start looking at the children and the people that are in need.
That last one, I think the last two might even be a bit of a battle for most of us listening, right? Because when we go back to that cultural element and how we are socialized and raised, the majority of, not even just South Africans, we are raised to think of the community first. The well-being of the entire family equates the well-being of the individual, and that kind of thinking gets almost filtered down. And if one is to say, okay, let me take care of this circle, the most intimate circle first, being yourself and your immediate intimate family underneath your roof. It's almost understood as a sense of you being selfish to some degree. And I think a lot of people struggle with that part of a financial conversation, to say, I don't have I would like to, but I don't have the means to take on that other responsibility, because my first priority is to my immediate family that's underneath my roof.
100% agree with you. And I think how we change that is with these conversations, for people to know that it's normal to feel selfish when you think about looking after yourself first. Everyone feels that way, right? It is abnormal for someone to say, no, I'm only going to look after myself. Then we could argue there might be some mental health challenges, but it's starting there and starting to normalize it and starting to have conversations around it and to say, what is sustainable? How do I help you in a way that is not taking away your dignity and your livelihood? If you think of adult parents, the number one thing we hear from adult parents is, I don't want to be a burden on my children. And so we might not be able to change the fact that you have to support your parents financially, but you can definitely influence how they feel about receiving that help and that assistance. And so I always try and challenge someone to put them in the other person's shoes and say, okay, how do we make this easy for a person to accept while still protecting their dignity, their independence, their livelihood? And then all of a sudden it becomes a little bit different, right? It's not only, oh, I have to pay X amount for my parents' frail care. It becomes, wow, I get to support them in this phase, given that they raised me and they got me to be able to generate an income and now to support them.
So what I'm also getting a sense of is a good part of it is about the perspective that you approach what essentially is financial planning for yourself, but it's about the perspective in which you approach it.
Absolutely. Your mindset is a very key part to this. And in fact, a positive mindset brings with it clarity. We can start thinking about the future. We can start thinking about ideas. When we approach a challenge with a closed mindset, or what we call a fixed mindset, we think that there's no way I'm going to get through this. This is all terrible. I must just go and hide and hibernate, and I'll come out again once this is all past. But in fact, life is a series of these transitions. And we know that some of the people that have grown the most is through very traumatic changes in their lives. And so I think the one thing that is very easy to fool ourselves is to think that life is just this series of very easy things, right? It's just all happiness and it's great. And yes, there's times of that. But because the difficult times, we can support ourselves by people that love us. We can have maybe financial resources, hopefully. We can have different resources. That makes these difficult times and the not so difficult times even more sweeter.
Louis, I think you've definitely sparked a different kind of reimagining financial planning, especially for us, the sandwich generation. We appreciate the time. That was Louis van der Merwe, certified financial planner and, of course, certified financial transitionist at Wealth Up. 2:30, Ondela is standing by with your news headlines, and then that will lead us into Kids Corner.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane says government is reviewing housing waiting lists to ensure those who registered first are prioritized, and Iran has accused the United States of undermining diplomatic efforts to end the war following overnight clashes in the Gulf. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
South Africa, history repeats itself, and it all begins with a moment you'll never forget. South Africa versus Mexico on the 11th of June. Relive the rivalry, feel the pride, and witness the kickoff of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Catch the opening match live on SABC3 at 9 p.m. or you can stream it on SABC Plus and follow every moment on SABC radio stations nationwide. This is more than a game. It's our story, our passion, our time. All of us, all in Gaufela, only on SABC, the official broadcaster of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello, friends, and happy Wednesday. It's time for Kids Corner. I hope you're having a great day. Winter is here, and today we're talking about warm foods and staying healthy during the cold season. What is your favorite warm food to eat on a cold winter day? Do you prefer warm foods and drinks or cold foods and drinks during winter? How does eating a warm meal make you feel when it's cold outside? What healthy warm foods does your family enjoy during winter? And why do you think it's important to eat nutritious foods and stay healthy during the winter months? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Greetings to you all. My name is Yolanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Now it's winter, and my favorite warm food to eat on a cold day is samp and bones. I prefer warm foods during winter because they make your body warm, and if it's cold, you'd be feeling warm but not cold. Eating a warm meal makes you feel warm when you're outside, especially when it's cold. The healthy warm food my family enjoys during winter is samp and bones or meat. I think it is important to eat nutritious foods and stay healthy during winter months because it helps your body and helps you to be warm during winter and do not get flu. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, my name is Danica Wood. During winter, my favorite food to eat on a cold day is probably champagne beans. I prefer warm food and drinks during winter because having cold stuff only makes you feel more cold, and I don't like feeling cold. A healthy food my family enjoys during winter is probably soup. It is important to eat healthy during winter because it keeps our bodies healthy and it can prevent us from getting sick because during winter everybody gets sick, and I mean everybody, and it's not nice being sick. Thank you.
Hello, beautiful people of Mzansi. My name is Levanti Hlongwane. My absolute favorite meal to eat on a cold day has to be some dumpling and some oxtail or a beef stew. That is my favorite winter meal, and I love it so much because it's so comforting and it just keeps me very, very warm. I definitely prefer warm foods and drinks because they help me feel comfortable and warm during winter. And there is some exception. I do eat ice cream in winter. I don't know what it is, but I feel like it tastes so much better in winter. I don't know what the science behind that is, but I definitely do love some ice cream during winter. I feel like eating a warm meal makes me feel very cozy, satisfied, and relaxed because I won't eat something cold if I'm already feeling cold, you know? But like I said, the only exception is some ice cream. But yes, I really love the warm meals because they just make me feel very warm and cozy. My family's favorite meals to eat during winter are definitely some soups, whether that's a chicken soup or a beef stew, some porridge, some cooked vegetables, anything that is just, warm and cozy and filling is definitely my family's go-to. Nutritious food helps strengthen the immune system. It provides us with a lot of energy and it helps the body fight illness. So it is super duper important to eat nutritious food and stay healthy during the winter months.
Hello everybody, my name is Karabo. Now that it's winter, I wouldn't say this item is food, but I'd rather say it's a snack. I always see myself having either scones or I see myself having rusks with tea. Why I prefer warm foods during winter is because usually during winter my body feels freezing. My feet, my hands, my arms, everything just feels very cold. So I feel like once I eat something warm or I drink something warm, I just feel fuzzy and I feel ready to get started with my day or get started into reading my book. So like when I'm warm, I'm able to focus better. How eating warm meals make you feel good when it's cold outside is because they bring some type of warmth to your body, such as when you put your feet next to a heater, it brings warmth to your feet. Why I think it's important to eat nutritious foods and stay healthy during the winter month is because that is the season where you get sick easily. So it's very important for one to take care of their body during winter and make sure that they stay warm. Well, thank you for listening. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashley Kawamba. I do take cold foods during winter.
And some cold foods I cannot resist to have regardless of the season is ice cream and cold cool drinks or juice. I believe it is better eating warm foods during winter rather than having cold meals. And honestly, now that it's winter, some warm meals and drinks I would love to enjoy is hot tea and a hot home cooked meal.
My name and surname is Piogo Chimpembe. Yes, I do sometimes have cold food during winter. I still enjoy salads, bread, and ice cream. Desserts like pies are also delicious even when it is cold. My body gets really cold when I eat cold food during winter. Sometimes I can't stop my body from shaking. I think during cold winter days, we should eat warm foods and drink hot drinks like hot chocolate to keep our bodies warm and hot so that we do not catch a cold and start sneezing.
Good day, my name is Mane Angel Nangolvera. Yes, I do eat different foods when it's cold than I do when it's not cold. And there are foods that I stop eating because it's cold. My favorite healthy meals to eat during winter are things like mashed potatoes, stews and soups, things like dumpling. Yeah. Yes, I do drink water often when it's cold, and I do not forget because it is important to just drink water, like to stay hydrated. I think it's important because it helps boost our immune system and also keeps us warm from the inside out. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. Many of us look forward to enjoying warm and comforting foods during winter. When the weather is cold, a hot meal can make you feel cozy, comfortable, and full of energy. Whether it's soup, porridge, stew, samp and beans, rice and vegetables, or a warm cup of milk, winter is a time when warm foods and drinks can help us feel better and stay comfortable. Many people prefer warm foods and drinks during winter because they help warm the body from the inside. On a cold day, a hot meal and drink can be very comforting and make us feel relaxed and ready to take on the day. Eating a warm meal when it's cold outside can also bring families together. In many homes, winter is a time when families gather around the table to enjoy hearty meals and spend time with one another. These moments help create special memories and strengthen family bonds. It is important for us to remember that winter is not only about eating foods that taste good, it is also about eating foods that help keep our bodies healthy and strong. Nutritious foods such as vegetables, fruits, beans, lean meats, eggs, whole grains, and soup provide important vitamins and minerals that help our bodies fight illnesses and stay energized. During the colder months, some people are more likely to catch colds or feel tired. Eating healthy foods, drinking enough water, getting enough sleep, and staying active can help our bodies stay strong and healthy. A balanced diet helps our immune system work properly so that we can continue learning, playing, and enjoying our daily activities. We should learn to make healthy food choices, especially during winter. Warm, nutritious meals help our bodies grow, give us energy, and keep us feeling our best. By eating well and taking care of our health, we can enjoy the winter season while staying happy, active, and strong. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
If you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Top Sport with Michael Abramson.
We are joined on the line by our Formula One correspondent, Batlasedi Mojapelo. Seems as if Antonelli just makes one statement after another.
Yeah, look, I think, at the beginning of the season, no one would have thought of Kimi as being the driver to beat going into 2026. I think when thinking of Mercedes, a lot of people almost assumed that George Russell would be the driver at the helm, considering he did also have a lot of positive talk around himself being the number one driver for Mercedes and really wanting to showcase his capability with what he believed right at the beginning to have been a really strong car. Kimi Antonelli has just quietly, plodded his way through each of these races and has landed the car time and time again. I think 5 races in a row now in the number 1 position.
Top Sport on SAFM.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
Each generation must, out of obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. Today's youth must dig through the obscurity to find their mission, their understanding of freedom and of politics. They must fulfill it or betray it. And that means the youth of today don't have to just accept what they are told. They must discover it for themselves. If it doesn't feel like freedom, then maybe it is not freedom.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, our final conversation now. And for Made in SA, we're looking at Mtheto's Child Villa in Khayelitsha with founder Luzuko Mtheto joining us. Founder and CEO of Mtheto's Child Village. How are you?
Good. Can't complain. How are you?
Can't complain. I'm far away from Khayelitsha. Are you not today?
Yeah. We're coming far.
You are coming from very far indeed. Well, listen, we appreciate you being here indeed. Talk to us about, your inspiration behind Mtheto's Child Village and essentially what is the concept?
Yeah. Listen, when we started to have this concept, we first started to have a lifestyle spot where we have a restaurant / club vibes in the evening. So because of Khayelitsha these days is one of the most community around Cape Town that is drawing a lot of attention when it comes to nightlife, when it comes to development. There's a lot of businesses going on around, government departments and a lot. So we came up that with this traffic that is coming far and with the traffic going out of Khayelitsha, how about we just have a spot where people, when they feel like they want to be closer to anything they want to do around, they can have a place to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how the villa started, slowly being built. Along the lines, we got a lot of inspiration from people with places we travel to. That's where we just took that sharp curve where we say, no man, it can't just be only the B&B or low-key sleeping place. It has to be one of the place to be remembered when you get to visit Khayelitsha.
So interesting name, because when you say Child Villa, in my mind I was going, okay, is this a catering and an offering strictly for children or not? Because it's quite the elusive name, right?
Yeah,
It kind of leads us to think, I thought you were going to tell me a story about how parents needed a place.
Actually, Mtheto's Child Villa is not even child friendly. I was saying that in another interview. Yeah, the Child Villa, it's coming from generational legacy, where when I built that, it's one of the things that I want to build for the family, for the kids to take over one day when I'm older and retired. So I think as a family, we started going through that journey now, whereby whatever we are building now, we consider it from the coming generation, from Mtheto. Mtheto is my surname, which is, that's how big that name I wanted to grow.
I see. So it's not even child friendly. It's really more about the legacy of the Mtheto family that you're trying to grow. And you mentioned around the fact that, Khayelitsha right now, it sounds as though there's an infinite wealth of possibility there for an entrepreneur. It's just about what is your vision and whether or not you can spot opportunity.
Yeah, listen, you can grow from a Kailicha and wanting to be out of Kailicha, but when it comes to Kailicha economy, it will bring you back. Because I remember a few back in the years, I got an opportunity to own a restaurant in Worcester. I was very far outside Cape Town. But when I look at the Kailicha and look at the Worcester economy, I found it that there was no need for me to leave Kailicha. Actually, Kailicha, that's where I can strive. That's where I can come back. And people believe in me. People know me better there. So that's where I got back and started to open Spine Road Lifestyle. It was 5 years ago. From there, we started building our brand. Now Spine Road is one of the iconic venue you could find around Kailicha. Just outside the entertainment space, there is a lot that Kailicha now is really offering. You get township tourism companies that are striving in Kailicha that are doing very well. So Kailicha, it is one of the township to look out to, not only in Cape Town, but around South Africa. Is doing great.
Because that was going to be my other question around, eventing and entertainment economies, right? And people always say it's easier to get into those spaces, but what about other sectors mushrooming in and being sustained outside of entertainment, outside of the gig economy?
Yeah, outside of the gig economy, you're looking at about, like I was talking about the tourism industry, you got APCD, tour guides that are based in Kailicha. You got other tourism companies that are based in Kailicha. You got traditional groups that are doing marimba. They are now have slots in Waterfront, which is one of the biggest malls in Cape Town. But they are from Kailicha. So I mean, for people to go out there to look for such opportunities, whereas we can integrate and come up with something that can attract the tourist to come within this, and also the exchange of the culture from where we are.
Let's take a quick pause. We'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with Uluzugo Mteto, founder and CEO of Mteto's Child Village, which, by the way, is not child friendly.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
What's the one thing that gives you hope about the youth in South Africa?
The current one that we have are ones who are energetic, optimistic, who are eagerly ready to go for what they want, what they wish to be, who challenges the status quo in terms of thinking and approach, and which becomes exciting. For me, they resonate with the generation of the 1976, but they have two different approaches. That one was more militant and fighting for their rights. These ones are just changing the scenario and the status quo of how they want the country to be and what it is perceived to be.
Komotso Anthea Ramolabank, Portfolio Committee Chairperson on Correctional Services.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Mzansi, get ready for Lotto jackpot draws. This Wednesday, you have a chance to win an estimated 43.5 million in total Lotto jackpots. That's 25 million for Lotto, 3.5 million for Lotto plus one, and 15 million for Lotto 5 Max. That's life-changing money that could be yours instantly. So catch the live draws this Wednesday at 9 p.m. on ETV and SABC. You could become SA's next multi-millionaire. Yes, you. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older and play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizekai.
Made in SA with Bridget Masinga.
All right, we're winding down on Made in SA. We're talking to entrepreneur Uluzugo Mteto, who is the founder of Mteto's Child Villa. And it's a full-fledged entertainment and lifestyle offering located in Khayelitsha in Cape Town. We were touching on township economies and just the potential that lies there for entrepreneurs. Let's talk a little bit about perhaps we are in the 50th year of the 76 uprising, and yourself as a beneficiary of that hard-won freedoms, how has that sort of positioned you to think about your future and about opportunity? How has 76 sort of shaped your mindset?
Me personally, and also for youth at large, I want to give kudos because we are just the first generation that were grew by traumatized parents coming from all this uprising, apartheid era. But with the development and also mindset that we have put in our mind of making sure that we're going to make sure we go out there to unleash the knowledge, we learn a lot, we try to strive and get opportunities whenever we find one opportunity. And also, when you feel like I believe in doing something, try to make sure you break those walls, you knock those doors up until they are open. That's the only thing I can say to the youth that is coming. Also read a lot and be streetwise, man.
Talking about, opportunities being harnessed for yourselves as your group, do you also collaborate a lot with other businesses and entrepreneurs inside Khayelitsha?
Yes, I've collaborated a lot with a lot of entrepreneurs around Khayelitsha. Like I said, APC Tourism Group. I've partnered with the shuttle industry that they got quite good time in the industry. They've been there. They offer great VIP services. I've partnered with the traditional groups that are doing marimba and band and all that. And also, when we were building, we used a lot of local designers' arts on our walls that you find they are locally designed. And also, as much as most of the things that we used on the villa, it's things that they've never been used closer to where we come from. But we try to make sure that the suppliers we use, they are local, and also they read more and get to understand more. Like our walls, Chick Chalk is kind of a design. It's a design that you put. The person that was doing it, he took about 5 times to get it right, But we made sure that we're not going to go out there to outsource someone to come do it. We're going to just instill that skill. So now there's someone with that skill who can do going forward.
What would your advice be to other young entrepreneurs that want to set up and operate businesses within the context of their communities?
They mustn't be afraid to follow their dreams. They mustn't be afraid to make sure that they do research. And also, there is no business that it's informal, according to your mind. You need to always, when you start to do something, do it at your ultimate best and make sure that you professionalize, and you cannot do it alone. You can have a vision, but even me as Mteto's Child Villa, I'm not alone. I've got a bunch of group behind me that is making sure things are taken care of. Sean Kumalo and the other people that we work with that are behind the scenes.
Absolutely. For folks that want to have a look at your offering and perhaps make some bookings, where can they go? Where do they find you?
Okay, we got website, which is www.mtetoschildvilla. We also on social media. You can get us on Instagram at mtetoschildvilla, or you can even check us on TikTok. We are mtetoschildvilla, Facebook mtetoschildvilla, or you can directly call our line, which is a 24-hour line, which is 021 518 3444. 021 518 3444.
Well, listen, it was a pleasure meeting you, and congratulations on the business. Hopefully all things grow from strength to strength. That was Luzuko Mteto, founder and CEO of Mteto's Child Villa. On that note, looking at the time, we're going to go into the Madlanga Commission recap, and so we're going to leave it here from our end. Witness I still very much testifying off camera and has been giving testimony relating to that Ayrton drug bust, as well as relations and proceedings that involved Feroz Khan. That's where we'll leave it. Ashraf is taking over from 3 on the National Pulse. We'll see each other again tomorrow, inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAFM.
On or about September 2023, there was an attempt on my life. I was residing in Mamelodi when a group of 4 men attacked me at my residence. I was inside the house when I heard a loud bang at the gate. I went outside with my wife, holding my state firearm. When I opened the gate, the group attacked me and hit my head with a metal object, resulting in a serious head injury. I was bleeding and incapacitated when they assaulted me, breaking my left hand and several fingers. They then stole my state-issued firearm and left me for dead. My wife called the police and an ambulance. I was transported to the nearest hospital where I was hospitalized for a period of about a week. The state firearm was later recovered by Tom's members. I heard that the attack was a hit and that the group was actually sent to kill me. I did not get any information regarding who may have sent the group to kill me. Fearing that my home had been compromised, I was trying to think of a solution to ensure that me and my family are safe.
Thank you, Witness I.
Can you just clarify, it's paragraph 5D. When you lived in this house in Mamelodi, I just want to be clear, were you living there with your family?
Yes, Commissioner.
And where was the Matlala family, the people who lived there before? Were they living there with you, or were you given access to an empty house to live in?
I was given access to an empty house.
So Matlala's relatives were not there?
No.
And who told you that this is Mr. Matlala's house? And what were the circumstances that led to that disclosure being made to you?
The house at the back, there were rooms. There was someone living in the rooms. Not in the house, at the outside rooms.
And that person who rented the back rooms told you that this is Matlala's family home?
Yes.
And then you discussed it with Captain Zungu?
Yes.
But you never met Mr. Matlala during that period? In other words, he never came to that house?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Witness I.
On the top stories, National Assembly impeachment rules sent for amendments and U.S. accused of undermining diplomatic efforts with Iran. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana and a very good afternoon. The National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. The rules are being amended in line with a May order of the Constitutional Court on Section 89 independent panel's report's findings. The report found that President Cyril Ramaphosa may have a case to answer regarding theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm. Among others, MPs have questions about whether a president can be impeached for direct conduct only or also indirect conduct. National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza says more consultation needs to be done before the amendments can be adopted by the Rules Committee.
The subcommittee on rules working with our legal team must actually meet as soon as is possible, define the fit and proper conduct for, and who actually makes that determination, so that when we approve this principle, we are all at one about what it means. Secondly, the issue of indirect conduct in respect of the president, it must also be clarified.
Gauteng Roads and Transport MEC Kidibone Diale Tlabela is meeting with the Greater Germiston Taxi Association to discuss the challenges facing the industry. The engagement comes amid ongoing disputes between the taxi industry and the department. Operators have raised concerns over permit delays, vehicle scrapping programs and government support for the sector. The association's Sakile Mkhize says operators are frustrated by what they describe as a lack of government support.
We have a problem here. Each and every week we are being arrested. We ask that the government to give us permits and we are not getting those permits. Another thing we ask that the government is to scrap the older cars and they do not do that. We have a problem of people who die in our taxi ranks. The government does nothing to actually help us.
Human Settlements Minister Thembi Simelane says government is reviewing housing waiting lists to ensure those who registered first are prioritized. She said this as she handed over 140 housing units at the Clayville mega project in Ekurhuleni. Simelane says to fight the housing backlog, the department is working through a housing register for more than 2.5 million people nationwide and will deploy technical teams to help residents verify and update their details.
There have been discrepancies in our needs register. Sometimes those who came early will receive it late, and those who came late will receive the house early. But we took a conscious decision, the MECs in our MINMEC meeting, and we must go back to our housing register and take a policy position that each and every province must go back to the list and look for the early entrants. Those are 96, 98 people, and wipe them. Our intention is therefore to move into the register, which has about 2.5, 2.6 million people who still need houses, but start right at the beginning.
Disgruntled victims of the June floods in Mthatha that claimed the lives of more than 100 people say they feel let down by the Eastern Cape government. The victims are gathered at Slovo Park, where the Ibandla Lasemtini Evangelical Movement is holding a prayer and candlelight service in honor of the flood's victims. Today marks a year since the disaster. One of the affected flood victims, Posake Vuso, says he had to go back to an unsafe home as he awaits a temporary structure.
I'm one who was left behind according to the criteria that was used. It was not favoring us as we are the very closest people to the river. We believe we are on a danger zone, but nothing has happened ever since the mayor of KSD told us to go back and wait there for the temporal structures. But up until now, there is nothing about us.
Iran has accused the United States of undermining diplomatic efforts to end the war following overnight clashes in the Gulf. The U.S. military said it hit Iranian military targets in response to the downing of an American helicopter on Monday. Iran responded with attacks on American bases across the region. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said Washington had damaged the chances of a peace agreement. The BBC's Yolanda Nall reports.
It came just a day after President Trump had been suggesting that we were just days away from a final deal with Iran. Of course, he has suggested that before. And it came also just after President Trump himself had stepped in to stop the escalation between Israel and Iran after they exchanged fire for the first time since the April ceasefire. Iran came out with its own retaliation very quickly, and it said it was targeting the US bases that had been used in attacks on its territory.
Recapping the top story, the National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. I'm Ondilambana for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
And as we continue to count down to the FIFA World Cup, 1 day to go, Bruce reveals Mexico expectations with Bafana ready for the big day. Proteas prepare for Mammoth World T20 opener against Australia. And Serena Williams makes winning return at Queen's. More details at 3:30.
SAfm 106.2 FM in Tanin.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Listening to that promo about Zanin, I mean, it gets me thinking about the fact that, and I've said this before, when you call in or send us a WhatsApp, you actually literally put your town on the map, because we speak to the entire nation. So when you say, I'm so-and-so from Zanin, in fact, you represent that community at that time. So I wonder who's going to represent which community today. Bridget was speaking about interesting things around financial planning. Very, very important conversation. And we all need reminding of that all the time. It's like going to gym. You can't go to gym once a year and say, that's it, I've done it. You need to repeat it. And the same with understanding where your money goes to, right? Well, my name is Ashraf Garda. This is the National Pulse. Really wonderful that you are with me. 3 hours of discussing and covering the biggest issues in the country, the biggest conversations we need to be having. What do you think are the conversations that move you today? So to call in, save this number, 086 000 2032, and then WhatsApp 0614 104 107, and that you can text or voice note in 30 seconds, please, if you are sending a voice note out. Of course, there's a huge attention on what's happening in, should I say, the North American World Cup, because it's 3 countries hosting that tournament. And it'll be very interesting as we now just over 24 hours before Bafana or South Africa opens up against Mexico, isn't it? There's an issue back home that in many ways represents our own battle, a World Cup we have to win, the World Cup of saving lives and cutting down on crime. 12 people shot dead, a whole lot more others injured at the Jumpers informal settlement in Johannesburg. We'll get an update on that right after this.
Mama Million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And there you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But 7 is for heaven, or yes. But 4 is for the door, or yes. But 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Snimhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC 1.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
The youth of South Africa have got to define the character of their generational mission, and they have to pursue it with even greater vigor, because we do know, based on our lived experiences and our observance of, the geopolitical situation, but also the current political situation in South Africa, that we are not yet Uhuru, and it is incumbent upon the youth of today and even us, the not so youth of today, to craft our generational mission and to pursue the ideals and the liberation ideals that informed the sacrifices that people like Anton Lembede made in the 40s.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later. Only on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Indeed, let's have the conversations that move us. What for you is the single biggest issue that moves the nation today? Tell me right away. In the meantime, we've all had the anxiety of wondering if our insurer will pay out our claim. But without insurance, you've got peace of mind. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OUTsurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. So switch to OUTsurance, the insurer that consistently delivers on what you need insurance to do. Call 08600 60000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's and C's, and further information online.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
So what we do know is that overnight in this place called Cleveland, which is, east of Joburg City, There's an informal settlement called the Jumpers Informal Settlement. And what we know is there was a shootout of sorts last night, and 12 people have died, many others injured as well. Let's get right to understanding what's happened with the SABC News reporter who's been covering the story, Session Naidu. Session, appreciate you talking to us today.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. It's not a good time to start on a good afternoon. We are talking about people who have lost their lives and in the type of typical meaningless, just mass shootouts that we so often experience in our country, isn't it?
Yes, that is correct, Ashraf. It was quite a tragic incident that occurred here at the Jumpers Informal Settlement in Cleveland at around 9:10 last night. What we do understand at this stage is that an estimated number of 10 suspects were actually dropped off by a white Toyota Quantum just outside the gates to the informal settlement before they made their way in, which is about, I would say, a 150-meter walk from the gate into the informal settlement itself. And that's when they actually just began opening fire at random at residents in the informal settlement. So what we did hear from speaking to people on the ground, residents who were in their homes at the time of the shooting, is that they heard, massive amounts of gunfire just coming out of nowhere. So when some of them actually attempted to walk out and see what in fact was happening, they were actually greeted by the gunmen who actually turned their guns, onto them. So they say it was quite a horrific and horrifying event, which some of them say was basically something that was straight out of a movie, so to say. However, what was surprising to hear, Ashraf, was that these residents say that this, in fact, was not the first time that such a horrific incident has taken place. They say that in recent years, such incidents have been an ongoing issue in this particular community. Many of them say that the issue of illegal mining and Zamazamas living in the area is what they believe to be the crux or the cause of these kind of violent altercations and shootings in the area. They say that they believe that rival groups of Zamazamas or illegal miners are actually fighting for control of turf in the area. As you would know, the Cleveland area is quite rife with illegal mining, and many illegal miners actually live in this particular informal settlement. So they say that from what they understand is that this group of people who came in was actually coming to target another group of illegal miners in the area.
Okay, so, I mean, and is that, when they say clear, that there's no speculation about that these are illegal miners in a turf war with others? Because as you say, as they were dropped off, do I take it that nobody was able to stop them at the time? They were just dropped off by these unknown drivers when these 10 people were dropped off?
Okay, so let me just put this into perspective for you quickly, Ashraf. So basically what happened, this informal settlement is in fact a gated informal settlement, right? So across the road there is a petrol filling station. So from what we do understand from a police investigation, and the latest was that a white Toyota Quantum actually stopped at this filling station across the road. Thereafter, around 10 men actually alighted from the vehicle and made their way into the informal settlement. And that is when this shooting incident occurred. However, according to Gauteng Police Commissioner Tommy Mtobeni, he says that he does believe that it could be linked to illegal mining in the area. It could be Zamazamas. However, the investigations have not yet proven whether or not it was in fact illegal miners. So at this stage, investigations are still ongoing, but they are actually working around several possibilities, one of which being the aspect of it being illegal miners in terms of that ongoing alleged turf war that is happening in the area.
Okay, and therefore, besides the garage you referred to, were you able to speak to, the people from the area, just walking around, and were they able to voice their opinions without any fear?
Yes, Ashraf. I actually spoke to quite a number of community members because I was there from the early hours of this morning around 6 o'clock, and they did tell me that many of them actually witnessed the shooting, some of which their family members were actually shot and wounded. I haven't managed to speak to any family members who had their loved ones killed in the incident. However, I did speak to a few family members, of their loved ones who are actually in hospital at the moment. And they say that, they have been living in fear for quite a long time in this Jumpers informal settlement. Because just a few months ago, there was, in fact, another shooting of this incident that occurred where one woman was killed and several others were wounded. So they say from then they have been engaging with their local ward councillor, PR councillors, and so on to actually try and get, more police visibility in the area. One shocking thing I can actually tell you, Ashraf, is that the Cleveland police station is literally less than 3 minutes away. If you're driving, it's less than 3 minutes away from this informal settlement. And they say that this incident occurred at around 9:10 last night. However, police only responded to the incident more than an hour and a half to 2 hours later. So they are saying that the Cleveland police station or the members at the Cleveland police station really need to actually pick up their socks, because they say from all the incidents that has happened in this area, the response times were extremely poor, which actually is resulting in residents losing faith in police, saying that they aren't really out there to look after the community and prevent crime from happening as it is on such an ongoing basis.
Yeah, I mean, and just the last thing in terms of now, what's the mood of that community right now, and what do they want to see happen next?
Well, I can confidently tell you that this community is living in the utmost of fear. They are scared, they are nervous, they don't even want their children to actually be outside. From what I've seen this morning, children were kept indoors, some of which were supposed to have actually been going to school, who are actually being kept indoors by their parents. Now, you would know informal settlements in these little shanties or shacks, it is quite a confined space. It's maybe around 2 to 3 meters squared, I should say, each shack. And they were actually saying, the parents were actually telling me that they are fearing for their lives, especially of their children, because their children normally play outside and so on, and they really don't want their kids to be caught in this crossfire. And the other concerning thing, Ashraf, what I can really tell you is that many of the shacks and houses that are here actually had dozens of bullet holes going through their walls and windows. You could actually see, the blood all over, the bullet shells on the floors, the bullet holes through the walls, through the tin of the shacks, and it was really quite a disturbing sight, so to say.
Okay, let's leave it at that. So I'm sure that story, as it develops, we'll find out more about it. Sasha Naidu, SABC News reporter, covering the scene of the shooting at the Jumpers informal settlement in Cleveland, sort of east of Joburg, right, where 12 people confirmed dead, many others injured as well. The allegation is linked to Zamazamas at each other in these ongoing turf wars, if one may put it that way. Let's next up, we'll talk about this terrible story of this car track employee who died at work. A terrible, terrible story right after this.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
more million here, and yes, I am a millionaire. And then you'd be on the couch with your 6 numbers. But a 7 is for heaven, or yes. But a 4 is for the door, or yes. But a 38 is never too late, or yes. Well, the Lotto Live draws are back. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Catch the live draw at 9 p.m. The National Lottery. More plays, more chances, more millions. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. The National Lottery is officially operated by Sizakai.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Have you followed the story of a 29-year-old person who was working like a normal day, except it ended with her passing away at work? And I'm referring to the 29-year-old Trina Dladla, who died at the vehicle tracking company Car Tracks Rosebank offices at the weekend. This after she got there and told the manager, I take it, that she was feeling ill and went to the toilets, and effectively that was that. She had passed away in that short period. Nandi Ntini is the Sowetan social justice news reporter who first covered that story. Nandi, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi Asha, how are you?
I'm very good. Well, thanks for bringing this, horrific issue to our attention. Perhaps just to recap, what do you know what had happened in terms of testimony you received?
Sure. I mean, yes, it's really a sad story and very shocking. So what I know basically from the family as well as the colleague is that Ugcinile Dladla had submitted 2 sick notes weeks before she died at a toilet cubicle. So she had reportedly been sick, being tired, being exhausted, being emotionally drained, basically. And from her colleague, her last moments were a week before that, Tina was crying. She was called in by the manager, I think. So I basically assume that maybe the office is like a glass hole, because this colleague told us that she could see Tina removing her spectacles and crying while she was to the manager, and coming out. It was a Wednesday, and coming out, she said that they still expect me to come to work. Also on Friday, the day before she died, she was on her knees crying and saying that, guys, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, but I'm still scheduled to come to work. And one of the other things that really broke my heart was a message that her aunt sent to me. I think it was a message maybe in that week or a week before, saying that, can I read it to you quickly? So the message was like, oh, another thing, Auntie, personally, I'm feeling drained about Catrack. Just that I won't resign because I don't have any backup plan. And Nangapa, I'm applying Agveliluto, meaning she's trying to apply, get another job, but she has no luck, basically. So it's that she didn't have a choice but to show up at work because she had dependents. It's not easy. You can't just wake up one morning and resign. You need to have a backup plan. And for her, it's so sad that her employers and her managers did not see how tired she was. Instead, they just kept on asking her to keep push. You know how managers say push.
But I mean, are we able to determine, because I mean, that would not be unusual, what I'm saying push. I mean, I would hear that in many organizations, right? Are we able to determine then what is the cause of her death?
So as of this moment, because the family is still busy, I think they finished yesterday with the undertakers and everything. They're still yet to find out what really caused the death, but they're just assuming still the fatigue, her fainting in the toilet or collapsing at the toilet.
Okay. And the allegation, and I'd note from initial reports, was that the company let her down in terms of not getting an ambulance on time or not admitting her into a hospital. Can you tell us more about that?
So the aunt basically said that instead of rushing her niece Ugcina to the nearest clinic or health facility, the manager then walked there only to inquire about the fees, because as she was communicating with the colleague over the phone about what was happening with Ugcina at that time, she kept on hearing her saying that, we went to the hospital, but the problem is that we haven't decided who will handle the bill, who's going to pay the cost of us taking Tina that side. And I think that's what frustrated her the most, because she ended up saying that, no, I'm going to call the ambulance on my side and see which one actually comes first. And 2 hours, she got a call from the ambulance trying to confirm that, yes, you are the one that called us. We are here now. And we've tried to save Uqina. Unfortunately, she's no more.
Yeah, and I mean, they've issued a statement today, I see, and in fact, they've refuted the claims about not being supportive to her. They said, I mean, they walked her to the toilet cubicle, and that's where they expected it. And before that, she had passed away very, very quickly. They would always be helpful to her.
And also in their statement, they actually responded to us, that's written on Monday, about the same statement that they are posting on their socials now. And in their statement, it's like, so Lauren, the director for cooperative affairs at the company, she says that it's going to arrive on Saturday. She was okay. She had no indications of being sick or unwell. But the colleague said that they had to escort her to the bathroom after consuming that grandpa, allegedly, after being told to go get a grandpa and you'd feel well. So after that, that's when they noticed she's not coming back. And then that's when they started panicking, I assume. But the company basically says that they deny not giving Uqina the sick leave.
Yeah. I mean, they said she was already absent on the Monday before that Saturday that she passed on, right?
Yes, she was already absent on Sunday and Monday because she had and came with a signal on Tuesday, which they told us that it was met with a warning.
Okay, I've noticed they said a case has been opened regarding her sudden passing at work, right? What has been the family's response now to the statement from the company itself?
So the family, when I spoke to the aunt this morning, she basically said that they just want to focus on burying her on Saturday. And after that, that's when they'll start taking legal actions against the company. And they are intending to meet with the company just to find out what really happened, because they have burning questions as to what could have led to their daughter's death.
Okay, but you're saying they will take legal action, or they actually want to meet the company first and determine what actually happened? Normally, I would think it would be the first things first and then decide what to do next.
Yeah, so it's the first things first. So they are meeting with the company, I think this week. Yeah, she did confirm that they're meeting with the company this week, and then after the funeral on Saturday, that's when they'll start looking into what can they do in order to get justice for their daughter.
Okay, let's leave it at that, Nandi Intini. And by the way, if you're up for sharing some of your posts that you first wrote in this Sowetan, feel free to tag SAfmRadio and myself, Ashraf Gard. I'll gladly share that as well on the X platform too. I'm sure people want to read it, right? So thank you for that. But I mean, what do you make of that story? Person going to work, not being well on the Monday, then staying away Sunday, Monday, then going back to work, then not feeling too good on the Friday, then going to this toilet cubicle and not coming out alive. And then there's been these accusations about whether the company had bothered taking her to a clinic or are they working out the cost. And while they were debating that, then she had passed on. That's the one story. They saying the company can't track that. In fact, they've done everything they could, and they've issued a statement about that, which we've looked at one or two things, and they've done what they could, and this is just a sad story, but they will investigate it even further from a case, and you wonder why would that be what suggests that it wouldn't require a case. But you may just share your own thoughts and emotions about this. What we do know is that 29-year-old Kleina Dladla has passed on, and that is the reality of the situation. 3:30, here's the news headlines with Onjala Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the National Assembly Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has put it to witness I that he relied on an inquiry unrelated to the Aratin drug bust to justify his presence at the scene, and a group of about 2,500 Malawian nationals from various informal settlements have gathered outside the Sherwood Hall in Durban. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
It's to me countdown Mexico City for the 2026 World Cup opener. South Africa against Mexico.
Absolutely. 1 day to go. And buoyed by good news for the first choice left wing back, Aubrey Mudiba, returning to full fitness this week. Bafana concluded the preparations in Pachuca yesterday, and they took a 2-hour bus trip to Mexico City. This is ahead of their opening FIFA World Cup opening game against the host tomorrow. In Mexico City, Bafana were welcomed by hundreds of football fans and also an army of Mexican journalists in what will be the repeat of the 2010 World Cup opener. Bafana and Ultra will clash for the second time in the World Cup tournament, and this is what head coach Hugo Broos expects from the hosts.
I don't know the names, the 11 names, so I can tell you if we use the most dangerous, they are all dangerous. It is a very complete team with much movement, with solidarity. You see that those guys, they really want to become world champion. You see that in the way they are playing, the commitment in the game. So they are a very good team, and we will be, or we have to be, on our best level next Thursday if we wanted to go to do a good result. I saw the game against Serbia. It was fantastic how they played. Certainly the first half hour. Movement, aggressivity, solidarity, all the team attack, all the team is defending. So it's a very complete team, and it will be very difficult for us on Thursday. But a football game is a football game, and we don't have to think now that we don't have any chance against Mexico. This is not true either. So, but we have to prepare ourselves very good, and we have to play on our best level. That is for sure.
Well, kickoff is at 9 p.m. and also SABC alongside Honor is going to have a match public viewing. It's going to be at Mall of Africa, and it's going to start around 6 p.m. But if you're not going to any match viewings, you can catch all the action on SABC3, a simulcast on SABC1, and also live streaming on SABC Plus and some SABC radio stations. So SABC has really got you sorted with regards to the World Cup. But still staying with the World Cup news, Portugal will wrap up their preparations for the FIFA World Cup when they face Nigeria in their final warm-up match this week. Cristiano Ronaldo and his teammates returned to training, with coach Roberto Martinez applying the final touches before the squad departs for the United States on Friday. Now, Portugal, they come into the fixture after a 2-1 win over Chile in Lisbon, and Martinez is expected to use the Nigeria clash as his last chance to assess combinations ahead of the tournament. The 2016 European champions have been drawn in Group K alongside DR Congo, Uzbekistan and Colombia, and their opening match is set for the 17th of June against the DRC in Houston as they chase a maiden World Cup title. Meanwhile, Africa's top referee Omar Artan received a hero's welcome in Somalia after being denied entry to the United States of America ahead of the World Cup. As the story develops, it's reported that the Trump administration claims that the Somali referee was denied entry because he is a security threat to the U.S. with links to suspected terrorists. He was questioned for around 11 hours, including about Al-Shabaab. So what the U.S. is basically saying is that when he is not refereeing, he's mixing with people who are in Al-Shabaab in Somalia, which is very crazy because he was reportedly vetted by the U.S. Embassy in Kenya, in Nairobi, before he was given a 3-month multiple entry visa. So the big question is, did they miss something over there? But I think it's just crazy allegations all in all. But what we know is that Canada has said that he can come through to the country and officiate over there. So we'll see how things pan out with regards to that one. Moving on to cricket, South Africa began their Women's World T20 campaign on Saturday with a daunting opener against defending champions Australia in Manchester. The Proteas enter a brutal group, but their rise over the past 15 years years has really been steady and resilient, from winless campaigns in 2009 and 2010 to back-to-back semi-finals runs in recent editions. They've beaten Australia before, and they arrive with belief after a strong 4-1 series win over India. Then ending things off with tennis, Serena Williams has a triumphant return to professional tennis at the age of 44, winning her first match in 4 years at the Queen's Club Championships yesterday. The 23-time Grand Slam champion teamed up with Canadian teenager Victoria Mboko, and they both claimed a 7-6 and 6-2 win in the opening round of the doubles. She's also scheduled to play doubles at the Berlin Open next week as her return gathers momentum, and Williams last won a Grand Slam singles title at the 2017 Australian Open. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour. Ashraf, crazy reports. The fact that the Trump administration is saying that Omar Artan is somehow involved with terrorism.
Yeah, I mean, in fact, we're going to talk about that now. There's further reaction from different people. Ian Wright having his views. Zohran Mamdani just talked about South Africa's World Cup. We'll talk about that now. But listen, it's difficult to prove that it's true or not true, excepting when you host a World Cup, you give blanket amnesty to everybody connected with a World Cup. Why then stop at one person? And in fact, to put it bluntly, some may accuse, you see the word terrorism is such a loaded thing. Some may accuse the Americans of you-know-what as well. So, yeah, more to come on that right after this.
Yo, how is your trolley so full these days, friend?
It's my way, Chomi. I save up to 40% on my car insurance premiums every month.
My Way insurance?
Yes! Now I have more money back in my pocket, even though hubby switched to My Way. Manja, we're both saving, which means we have more money to focus on the things we love and live our way.
Savings after savings.
Real people, real cars, real savings. For a quote, visit myway.co.za. Premiums are risk profile dependent. My Way is a licensed non-life insurer and FSP. T's and C's apply. My Way. Live your way.
Do you ever call you like to sell, but don't trust your uncle or your pal? Then we buy cars, it's just for you. Buying cars is what we do. We offer service with a smile. We always go the extra mile. Use a place that you trust and sell your car to us.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
In fitness, as in finance, endurance is key. If you're 55 and older, you can get an interest rate of up to 10.25% with a Nedbank Electronic Optimum Plus account. Now, feel the earn. Invest within 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply. For more info, go to nedbank.co.za.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
So, today's Global Watch has a definite World Cup focus on it. First of all, the good news, right? If you ever want an ambassador for South Africa, look no further than Zohran Mamdani, the youngster who spent his formative years in South Africa, born, I think it was in Kenya, but spent his formative years in this country because his dad was a professor at UCT at the time. Now, of course, he's the mayor of the city of New York, right? Well, himself, together with Governor Kathy Hochul, announced that New York would host a World Cup final watch party at the iconic Central Park. Okay, nothing strange about that, okay? But interestingly enough, this is when he spoke about watch parties or fan parties. This is who he referenced.
That is what brings us together today as we make an enormously exciting announcement that when the World Cup final kicks off on July 19th, just a few miles from here, New York City will host a free watch party for 50,000 New Yorkers on the Great Lawn. The most iconic match of the most iconic tournament in the world deserves to be watched in the most iconic park in the world with the most iconic skyline as its backdrop. I will always remember being 18 years old and watching the 2010 World Cup with friends in Durban, South Africa. The sound of endless vuvuzelas, the freedom of playing beach soccer on the sand, the smell of meat cooking on the braai. Those memories are some that I will never forget. And with this watch party, we will create those same memories for the next generation of New Yorkers. And we will do so by bringing out the best that our city has to offer. We will have food, musicians, and entertainers reflecting the full breadth of talent and creativity of the 5 boroughs. Tickets will be available, as the governor said, beginning this Thursday at 10 a.m., and we have set 20% of those tickets for New Yorkers who help make our city what it is.
Well, there you are. Listen, can anybody say braai the way the New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani says it? You know, food or meat cooking on the braai. There we are, okay? Interesting. Now, that's one thing. Well, I'll tell you what, the drama continues in terms of the issues. Now, here's one from the former England and Arsenal striker Ian Wright, okay? Now, he called what's been happening in the last few days and described it as the World Cup of chaos. Hear this.
I just read that the Somalian referee has been denied entry. Every few hours, it's another story. Another story about fans denied, players denied, officials denied, journalists denied. Now refs. You know something, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. It's actually not funny. Something has to be said. It's expensive tickets, most expensive tickets ever. Expensive accommodation, transport through the roof. It has to be said. You know, is this how the hosts behave, really, for the greatest game, the greatest tournament in the world? Is this how the hosts behave? Are we not hearing more? Are we seeing how Qatar got dragged? Are we not hearing more? Is this the spirit of football? Really? You know who I feel for? I feel for the American fans who are desperate for this. American soccer fans who are desperate for this. How embarrassed they must be. How embarrassing for them this must be. This is, you know what? This is the World Cup. This is a World Cup of chaos. Whoever wins this World Cup is going to have to go through some serious chaos to get this done. I hope we can do it. But something has to be said now. This is just like, this is the World Cup.
Well, from a player who scores goals, that's an own goal according to Ian Wright. Hillary Clinton, by the way, who stood for election against Donald Trump, remember, she's just tweeted saying, as a World Cup host, the US shouldn't be flippantly barring officials from entering the country to do their jobs. It's terribly backward. It's also counterproductive. Global sports competitions should improve international exchange and relations, not the reverse. And, you know, I mean, it doesn't stop there. It actually continues with others. Ruud Gullit, the Dutch legend, says, I've stayed quiet for a long time because I wanted to judge this World Cup on football matters. But the deeper we get into the preparations, the more it becomes clear that football is no longer the main story. For that reason, I believe Gianni Infantino should seriously consider stepping down as FIFA president. A World Cup should unite people. Instead, the tournament is becoming a symbol of division, political disputes, travel restrictions, and administrative failures. There's more on that as well from Steve Kompella, by the way, which I'll do just now, because before we get to our big issue around immigration and labor law, I want to hear what you have to say. So you can pick up on any of the issues we've covered so far, including that story of Cartrack, which we'll do right after this.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAFM, let's talk.
For now, that Somalian referee is fated as a hero nowadays back home. And at this point in time, do you know what? He's the central figure of the World Cup. When you think of a mascot or symbol, he's the symbol of the World Cup, even if he's not there.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to my fellow listeners. This is Tepo in Paramfishaville. A very sad story of the lady who lost her life at work. I don't think, in my humble opinion, there's a human being who can just simply say they are sick when they are not sick. I mean, for the manager of this lady not to call the ambulance in time, they just took too long to call the ambulance so that she can be helped. Very sad indeed. No wonder you hear many South Africans saying that they work in a toxic environment. This is a clear example of a toxic environment and a manager who does not care about the well-being of her employees. Very sad indeed.
Right, you're pretty clear that the manager does not care. They, in fact, argue differently about it. There's more on that story, I can tell you. So let's play some more of those two. Here's another.
Ashraf, good afternoon to SFM listeners and yourself, and condolences to the family. But Ashraf, the way rules and regulations are disrespected in this country and the treatment that employees are receiving from the seniors and managers, it's bad. And these managers and seniors who are supervisors at work, they behave as if the regulations and rules only applies to them. If people are sick, they don't believe it. They don't want to take it. They don't want to accept anything. To an extent that people get desperate to end up losing their life like this one. It's really bad in South Africa to put people through that. Z from Bloemfontein.
Well, listen, I mean, there can be other situations where you can go without being employed and you go to a hospital, and if you don't have the money, will you be admitted? I mean, that's the point. There's multiple facets to that particular story. Anonymous wants to talk about the World Cup. Hi, Anonymous.
Hi, Ashraf. Yeah, man, I think I agree with and I think earlier, I think it was late last year or early last year, some callers on the SAFM did raise this issue that this World Cup must be postponed because US on what they are doing. Look, for me, whatever happens, this is not going to be a best World Cup. This is going to be one of the worst World Cup that has been played. One has actually witnessed. And I don't want to lie, from a football point of view, I'm very disappointed also from my side that the political issues are affecting football. And FIFA is the one that have got rules that they say politics must not be involved in football, but they are allowing this to be done by US.
Okay, point made very strongly. So, in fact, Hamza Abdi Bari, on the official Twitter account from the Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Somalia, just to be clear, there's Somaliland as well, but this is Somalia, right? I told our Somali referee Omar Ortan that while his World Cup officiating dream may have been delayed, it has never been diminished. Long before a ball is kicked, he has already won the hearts of millions and secured his place in history. Omar Ortan has done more than unite the footballing world. He has ignited hope in every child who dares to dream beyond their horizons. Dreams may be deferred, but they are never defeated. So, and there's more, and that's what he said. No, there's even more. You can check out his tweet too, right? Okay, let's get to further thoughts. You see, here's another about companies, right?
Fred, good afternoon. You see, this country, South Africa, under the African National Congress or the current government of national unity, they don't respect the Labour Relation Act. We've got a good Labour Relation Act. If you are sick, you must stay at home. I don't know whether maybe is it because there are people that are being given as doctors these days that they've never been to university, like the former guy that was a president that is a doctor. The country is not good. I mean, they're part of ILO. And as such, they don't practice what is there in terms of International Labour Organization. It's Galaxy 500 and spread.
Galaxy 500, goodness, the names that people have, I hear that. I'll tell you what, let's stay with our big issue for the week, which has been the issue of, workers, foreign nationals working, so, labor laws and restrictions, if anything, around them. And we'll talk about that right after this.
We asked rugby legend Francois Steyn what he thinks of the all-new Toyota BZ4X. France, would you say the BZ4X is a rugged all-wheel drive SUV?
Yeah.
Cool. Was the acceleration and handling good?
Yeah.
All right. So you think the BZ4X can handle South Africa?
Wat dink jy?
Well, there you have it. The all-new Toyota BZ4X, an all-wheel drive battery electric SUV made to handle South Africa. The BZ4X. It just got real.
Catch Top Billing this Youth Day Tuesday evening at 7 as vlogger Snigiwe Snimhlongo finds her mom the best travel companion. Designer Tina Ngogolo marries Xhosa tradition with modern styling. And Geordie and Debbie Osler plant a forest, then build themselves a treehouse of a home. That's Top Billing this Tuesday at 7. Repeat Sunday at 1 on S3 and Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1.
You
You can become a victim of a legal problem, wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
The big issue on the National Pulse.
This week's big issue, once again, to do with the theme of, migrants, foreign labor in the country in terms of the actual rules itself, right? So yesterday, we chatted to the Deputy Minister to deal with employment and labor. Today, we chat to a legal advisor in terms of labor broking and understanding all of that with Shanae Gonlag, who's a legal advisor at Strata G. Shanae, much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you and your listeners.
Thank you. Now, some of the specifics we're looking at is the practical situations. You find yourself, you could be owning a restaurant, you could be owning another business, you could even have a home that needs a worker to come and work there, and someone comes to you and they're a foreign national. What should you be doing?
So it's important to obviously start off by ensuring that they have the legal status to be able to be employed within the country. There's specific documentation that you would usually request from them, and at minimum we look at, for example, first of all, a valid passport or a travel document, and secondly, I'd probably say more importantly, would be a valid visa, which would authorize them to work within South Africa. Now, this could be a variety of different things. We could look at perhaps a general work visa. There's a critical skills visa, various different kinds of visas that will allow a foreign national to be employed within the country legally.
I would think at critical skill level, that could be sort of high level, placements, right? So that may not apply to the majority of what we're talking about now, right? So for more, basic type of work, and we've heard those stories, restaurants, Uber drivers, truck drivers, domestic workers, perhaps, right? When you're saying the precondition is they must present a visa, but how would you know that visa is legit? And I say that because we've also heard many stories from Home Affairs and Border Management about corruption within their own systems.
Correct. So obviously there's different ways that you can ensure that documentation is legitimate. I think it starts off with ensuring that you can perhaps inspect the original documentation and not accepting copies of any documentation. If there is a copy, usually we request a certified copy from a police station. It's important to analyze the content of the documentation too. So there's a lot of fraudulent documentation out there. It's easy to just buy some sort of a visa or anything off the street these days. So in order to determine its authenticity, you can either reach out directly to the Department of Home Affairs, however that does obviously take some time, or ensure the assistance of a legal broker such as ourselves at Strategy or an immigration services, who can then assist you in authenticating whether this visa is actually a valid document. Additionally, it's important there are certain conditions within the visa document itself that may require supporting documentation to allow that person to be employed lawfully under that visa.
And if they don't have any of those documents, should that be end of discussion?
100%. The problem is that employers under the Immigration Act can face very severe penalties, including fines, criminal sanctions, even arrest, if you do not take the steps, including the steps that are listed in the Act. Specifically, for example, the Immigration Act, Section 38.2, indicates that employers need to make a good faith effort to ascertain that no illegal foreigner is employed by him or her. So it places a very heavy burden on the employer to ensure that documentation is valid, and therefore it's crucial that you ensure that those checks
So up to now we're talking about valid, right? But in fact, so let's just assume that valid is a given, right? Yes. That they've got that. In fact, based on the conversation I had yesterday with the Deputy Minister for Employment and Labour, right, that unless you have skills that sets you apart and you're this foreign national, then by all accounts you would not be employed in this country. Now, outside those highly skilled foreign nationals, and I've certainly had the privilege of connecting with many of them, are university lecturers, academics, many others, right? For the basic things that we speak about, waitresses, or, taxi or Uber drivers, domestic workers. In reality, that means even if they have the right documents, are we suggesting, as per the Department of Labour, and are you confirming that in fact they should not be employed?
It's a difficult question. If a foreign national meets the requirements in terms of the Immigration Act and validly meets what is required of them, then an employer cannot simply, ignore those documentation, because it amounts to unfair discrimination. So there are still labour laws or the labour laws that govern the rights and responsibilities of South Africans still apply to foreign nationals if they are employed. So it doesn't mean that the employer must overlook them. It just means that they have to make every valid opportunity to make sure that the documentation is in place prior to employing.
But again, based upon my conversation yesterday, it's slightly different. In fact, the onus is on you not just to ensure they've got the right documents, but in fact, they fill a void that you can't ordinarily fill from South Africans. And that is the nub of the massive nationwide protests we're having right now. So if you needed someone to serve as a waiter in your restaurant, there's a good chance there could be 1,000 South Africans who could do that.
No, correct. I would agree with you in that regard. But again, the law also protects unfair discrimination. So cannot simply appoint someone on the basis that they are South African, just because the differences in nationality. I said if that person meets the requirements of legality, then there can't be favoritism. If someone then approaches, you and you're employing people and say, well, we think you got it all wrong, because we've seen, people taking the law into their own hands and literally going door to door and telling you, because I'm making the assumption that you run this restaurant, right? And telling you that you got all these staff and they're all foreign nationals, and we're going to check their documents. But that somebody is an activist. What should you be doing then? As the employer, you can ensure, as an employer.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. So you can ensure, obviously, the fact that various laws would be breached if their access to this documentation is given to any general member of the public. We would breach the law of POPIA if we're handing out information to any person who requires it. It would then require you to engage. Do not ignore that person, because that's going to turn into probably a bigger problem and end up in probably a protest or some sort of mass demonstration outside of the workplace. Engage with that person in a good faith effort to try and resolve the issue amicably, failing which you can resort to legal measures and send them a cease and desist letter, for example, indicating that you meet the minimum requirements, and should they still require the need to find out whether these people are eligible or not, then they have the right to approach the authorities and bring the Department of Home Affairs.
But when you're dealing with, 50 people in a crowd, how do you convince them otherwise?
That's difficult. You have to obviously try and perhaps call the SAPS. It depends on at what point the demonstration is. Are they legally allowed to be demonstrating? More than 50 people in a public area constitutes, various laws that need to be complied with. And it relates to de-escalation. Try and find perhaps the person who's in lead of this march or demonstration, try and convince them outside, maybe have a conversation with them. If the employer feels comfortable enough to show the documentation with the consent of the workers, I'm sure they can do that. It's a difficult situation.
I think the only people who can de-escalate it would be government themselves, quite honestly. I can't see myself negotiating with 20 people, outside the premises that I potentially own and trying to convince them otherwise. I'm just looking at it practically. Shanae Gonlag, appreciate your time, a legal advisor at Strategy, providing, insights and very important insights for you in dealing with foreign nationals, documented as well as undocumented, in seeking jobs in this country. It's 4 o'clock. It's time for Ondela Mbana with the news.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, National Assembly impeachment rules sent for amendments, and Malawian nationals gather outside the Sherwood Hall. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. The National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. The rules are being amended in line with a May order of the Constitutional Court on the Section 89 independent panel report's findings. The report found that President Cyril Ramaphosa may have a case to answer regarding theft of foreign currency at his Palapala farm. Among others, MPs have questions about whether a president can be impeached for direct conduct only or also indirect conduct. National Assembly Speaker Toko Didiza says more consultation needs to be done before the amendments can be adopted by the Rules Committee.
The subcommittee on rules working with our legal team must actually meet as soon as is possible, define the fit and proper conduct for, and who actually makes that determination, so that when we approve this principle, we are all at one about what it means. Secondly, the issue of indirect conduct in respect of the president, it must also be clarified.
Madlanga Commission Chairperson Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga has put it to witness I that he relied on an inquiry unrelated to the Aratin drug bust to justify his presence at the scene. Witness I, a member of the Hawks Tactical Operations Management Section, TOMS, arrived at the drug bust after Major General Ibrahim Kadwa and Major General Feroz Khan. He has testified that he was entitled to be at the scene because of his involvement in an inquiry involving Tanzanian nationals involved in an alleged drug dealing. However, Justice Madlanga says witness I was attempting to use the Aratin drug bust as a foothold to establish authority at the crime scene.
You see, the distinct impression that I get is that you wanted to use the inquiry you were already involved in as a foothold for you to go to Aratin. And getting to Aratin, then leapfrogging everyone else who was there to then say, because I already have an inquiry, I'm not even suggesting that would have entitled you to take charge of the crime scene. But for you to then say, because I already have an inquiry that is related to what is happening here, I should take charge of the crime scene.
Women in the taxi industry are calling on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport to address ongoing challenges with permit renewals and administrative delays. Their concerns form part of discussions during an engagement between the department's MEC Kitibone Diale Tlabela and members of the Greater Germiston Taxi Association. Taxi operators say delays in renewing operating permits often leave them unable to work legally, while some vehicles are impounded despite owners having applied for renewals. Taxi owner Busi Lamini says women in the industry face unique challenges while trying to keep their businesses running.
It's not easy, especially for us women, because we have to learn very quick to run the business, even though there are so many challenges, because you find that the government, they give us permits, and those permits that in fact the government gives, you will find that the permits, they are not in fact, when they expired, it takes time for us to get the permits from the government. Sometimes when you go for the renewal, you ended up in fact not getting that renewal on time because, I don't know, the system for the government is not up and running. Sometimes they say there's a network problems, and then you find that there's a delay. And the worst part, you find that our cars are being pounded with the receipt.
The Border Management Authority has expressed excitement over the redevelopment of 6 strategic ports of entry across the country. In April, the BMA announced the successful bidders appointed to lead the redevelopment. The BMA says the project forms part of government's commitment to strengthening border security, enhancing the movement of people and goods, and supporting economic growth through world-class, technology-driven infrastructure. BMA Commissioner Dr. Michael Masiapato addressed the media at the Oshoek Port of Entry in Mpumalanga.
We have already announced the successful bidders that are going to come and do the redesigning of the ports. You know that in the North Corridor is going to be Bedbridge. In the East Corridor, it is Libombo to Mozambique. And of course, here to Eswatini is Oshoek. And of course, in the Central Corridor is Maseru Bridge, as well as Fixbeck. And in our Western Corridor is Kofontein to Botswana. All of these ports are going to be redesigned, redeveloped. There will be better infrastructure. there will be better mechanisms so that we are able to do the work better.
A group of about 2,500 Malawian nationals from various informal settlements have gathered outside the Sherwood Hall in Durban. A representative of the Malawian community in the city, Matthew Kadalwa, alleges threats and violence have increased recently, with some people saying all foreign nationals must leave by the 30th of June. Kadalwa says everyone wants to return to Malawi for their safety.
You know, where we're staying, there's other people, individual people. Those people, I think they are not working. If they are not working, which means they don't have money. We are operating our business there, like selling fruits and so on. They come to you, say that give me the money. If you say I don't have money, is when they start fighting with you. Either they take something to say, Baba, if you not go home, we're going to beat you. And people have been chased away, and one have been poked. So that's why we ran away from there to come here.
Recapping the top story, the National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. I'm Mondulambana for SAfm News Headlines at 4:30.
And in sports this hour, Linda Mtambo hands up his boots. Eddie Jones apologizes after ban for ref abuse, and PGA Tour deal aims to elevate Australian Open globally. More details at 4:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's not a bad run through Gauteng highways this afternoon. In fact, a little bit lighter than what you might be expecting. The standout really at this hour, the Bike One south from Houghton, moving through Crown down towards Boysons. Big backlogs of traffic on that run through. Midrand looks okay. The M1 up through Pretoria looking good as well. Durban Central under some pressure due to an MK march today. It looks like the marchers have probably arrived at City Hall. There's a lot of congestion on local routes around that complex in the Durban CBD. N2 on your way to the airport looking okay. N2 home to Amanzamtoti and South Coast also moving quite nicely as well. A bit of truck congestion around the Bayhead and Rossborough areas to watch for. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, that section of the N3 is fine. No major issues, no breakdowns, no crashes. The route is moving nicely at this stage. And if you're driving out of Cape Town this afternoon, it is the beginning of drive time. It is reasonably heavy. N2 from halfway out Nelson Mandela Boulevard, you pick up a queue right through to Bunga Avenue. The M5 both ways through Maitland's pretty heavily backed up. N3 Hospital Bend to Rhodes Drive is solid, and a crash on the M7 south, or the R300, I beg your pardon, southbound at Oliver Tambo Drive. That M7 going south at Samora Michelle into Mitchell's Plain under pressure. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAfm 104.3 FM in Rustenburg. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
You know, I've been reading the press statement from the National Press Club, and this relates to threats against journalists, right? And the backstory to that is the National Press Club expresses its grave concern over allegations arising from evidence before the court that suggests threats and intimidation directed at award-winning journalist Yusuf Abramjee. News 24 reported that evidence before the Madlanga Commission showed Deputy Crime Intelligence Head Firoz Khan and Mohammed Saeed, the Chief Operating Officer of the cigarette manufacturer Colonel Inks, exchanging messages in 2021 about possible intimidation tactics against Abramjee in response to an article he wrote about tax evasion. So the NPC has unequivocally condemned any attempts to intimidate, threaten, harass or silence journalists, whistleblowers and media practitioners who expose corruption. The issue, of course, continues, and Antoinette Slabbert from the National Press Club, the chairperson, said threats against journalists are threats against democracy itself. You can read the whole statement. The story, and if you look at that information, it's just so bizarre, where they like, we're going to have to sort him out, and then he would, and I'm paraphrasing, we need to get him to, then he will stay in his lane. It's the most frightening things, and we're getting repeats of this all the time, right? Now, we do know that Firoz Khan will then appear before the Madlanga Commission. What is it? 1st of July, I think it is, right? Okay, further comments on the big issue and on the World Cup, which is another big issue. We know that. Coming up later, if Joburg fails, South Africa pays. We'll get a thought leader conversation about that with the head of business leadership, Business Unity South Africa, in fact, coming up. But what about border controls? There's the BMA launching an anti-corruption campaign. We'll talk about that in a moment.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Sanboran, this is Shugela from Amalanga Wafani.
Hi, my name is Sipho Mbele, playing the role of Mahlangu on Amalanga Wafani.
Sanbonani, hello, my name is Zazi Kunene, and I play Untando on the new season of Amalanga Wafani. Catch Amalanga Wafani on SABC 1.
Do yourself a favor, tune in
every weekday at 6:30 p.m. only on SABC 1. That's the show.
50 years later, Youth Month, the voices.
Reflecting on back what we had then is the fact that yes, we have education now, but stuff like education being free is one of the struggles.
The union building is just the lawns here, a sea of young people from different racial backgrounds and colors. It's actually quite amazing to see, and all of them are talking about one thing, and that these must fall.
From the class of 1976 to the generation of TikTok, AI, and unemployment, the conversation continues on SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
So a person tweeting his thoughts rhymes saying, being South African and protesting the blocking of the Somalian referee entry is hypocritical, considering we won the same year. Well, you see, the we won the same year suggests you speak on behalf of everybody. That may not be the case. Let's, however, talk about the issue of developments regarding the BMA, the Border Management Authority, launching their anti-corruption campaign. So the Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum is at the Oshoek port of entry to launch the quarterly anti-corruption campaign. Linked to that, the forum is joined now by the SIU as well. So, I mean, there's an escalation in terms of getting things right, so we believe, right? Dr. Michael Masyapato with me, Commissioner of the Border Management Authority. As always, Dr. Masyapato, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you very much, Ashraf. We appreciate this opportunity as the Border Management Authority.
Thank you. I mean, let's pick up on the need for an immigration anti-corruption forum. Tell me why.
Yeah, so basically, Ashraf, you will remember when we started this work in 2023, after having integrated staff members from across government departments into the BMA. One thing that was very much clear, we had inherited some bit of corrupt activities, or what you say, inherent corruption problem. So there has been a lot of reactive work that has been done, whereby people got identified, people got fired, and all of those issues. Then we realized that this thing of just being reactive is not helpful. So we then spoke to the Special Investigating Unit and say, let's create a Border Management and Immigration Anti-Corruption Forum, of which Pillar 1 is going to be advancing issues of awareness so that we can be able to be proactive and deal with this issue of corruption. But the most critical part of this journey is to bring into the conversation people that used to work at the port that are already actually prisoners. They are serving term inside the correctional facility. And then we speak to the Commissioner of Correctional Services, who then brings the people into the awareness session, and then they talk to the employees to say, we have been here, we unfortunately were caught doing corruption, we got fired, and we lost everything. That is why we are trying to be proactive so that we can at least ensure that people don't do this corrupt activity.
So when you say be proactive, I mean, give me an example of how the proactiveness will work out this time.
Remember, what basically happens is, Ashraf, we do have all of these stakeholders. We have the Special Investigating Unit, we have the Hawks, we have the National Prosecuting Authority, we have the Investigative Directorate, and we have all of these structures within law enforcement. So what we then do, we make sure that they talk to the officials and actually give them the implications of being involved in corrupt activities. And with that, what we are actually intending to see is to see that less and less people are found doing corrupt activities on the basis that they have been made to be fully aware of the implications, and they were even able to hear people that used to work in the same way that they work, but now they are actually serving term in prison.
How, I mean, in your thoughts, I mean, and the president made the point at the weekend that there's so much, and I'm paraphrasing, but so much has gone wrong in the management or the mismanagement of foreign nationals in our country. That would include border management, naturally, right? How did we get to that situation?
I think on the basis of that particular point that the president actually emphasized, the genesis of that has fairly been about the administration of migration broadly, which is inclusive of the work that has actually been done by the Department of Home Affairs around the issuance of the travel documents, whether it is visas and all of those kind of issues. And we know the reason why that vulnerability was very much apparent was on the basis that there was a lot of manual processing. There was a lot of discretion that was given to people, and on that basis, people took advantage of that and they ended up doing corrupt activities. But from a border management perspective, yes, the multi-agency approach that has been deployed in terms of border management since 1994 obviously created vulnerabilities in the port, and that is why corruption became the norm. But of course, when we integrated all the functions from 2023, we have started to make sure that we start doing the work differently.
So let me ask you this. We've been touching on the issues of, people from other countries coming into the country, but, having, one of maybe 2-3 statuses. It could be just complete holiday, for example, right? Or it could be as refugees fleeing another country, or it could be someone with a work permit. What's the prevalence amongst those three that crosses through borders?
You see, Ashraf, broadly speaking, within the context of our environment, we do not necessarily have a problem of real refugees. We actually have a problem of economic migrants who then present themselves as refugees. And we have actually seen that now, Ashraf, during this particular process where countries are actually repatriating their people out of South Africa. We do have people who come to the port facilitated by their governments wanting to go back to their country. When we check through the system of Home Affairs, we found that they do have the refugee status actually pending, meaning that they made the application. Unfortunately, we are not able to process them out until they withdraw those applications. More and more people, they just keep withdrawing those applications. Once again, confirming the fact that they came into the country as economic migrants, but they were just taking chances in terms of the immigration processes. So effectively, what we are dealing with here as a problem is when people come through into the country under visitor's visa, which from SADC we call it a 90-day free visa entry or 60-day free visa entry, and then they end up overstaying. That is the problem that we are dealing with.
Okay, let's talk about now, especially with regard to refugees. Many countries in the world, when they are refugees, they take them on, but they ensure that they stay, let's call them in tents, in defined areas. South Africa up to now does not have that. But I understand now refugee centers have been moved to the borders or will be moved to the borders. Tell me more, and how will that change things?
Yeah, maybe let me put it this way, Ashraf. When somebody arrives at a port of entry and they say that they are actually intending to come into South Africa to apply for asylum, so what happens is we give them what we call a Section 23 permit according to the Immigration Act. That particular Section 23 permit gives them the allowance to enter the Republic. Within 5 days, they must go to a refugee reception center and they must go and apply for refugee status. When they get there and they apply, ultimately they get given what we call a Section 22 permit according to the Refugee Act, and on that basis they will then wait until their refugee is granted through Section 24. That is the current status. Therefore, what the moving of the refugee reception centers to the port means is that when somebody arrives at the port and they say, we want to apply for asylum in South Africa, we no longer are going to give them Section 23 and say they must enter the country. We are just going to say, go to that office there and go and apply. So that when they apply, they then get interviewed by the Refugee Status Determination Officer. If they don't qualify, they are denied entry at a go. And the reason why that is going to help us is because the current status is when you give somebody a Section 23 permit, they enter the country and they don't even go to that refugee reception center, and therefore they just enter
that's
the
been
going to resolve.
That's been a massive loophole that needs to be plugged. Dr. Michael Masiapato, thanks for your time. Commissioner of the Border Management Authority, on a day where Border Management now have launched the Anti-Corruption Forum at the Oshoek Port of Entry, part of their quarterly anti-corruption campaign. You think that's right? Border controls, refugee controls at this border center, which was not the case before.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Water bottle, check. Sunscreen, check. Binoculars, around my neck.
Is that Tembi? The same couch potato who shouts when we interrupt his soapies with
But look at her now, a professional bird watcher.
Oh, I'm shook. She's finally out here.
I love the peaceful sounds of nature. Live life outside with Cape Union Mart.
Topco Media presents the 25th Annual Top Empowerment Conference in partnership with Nedbank, taking place on the 17th and 18th of June at the Sandton Convention Center. This is the year that South Africa's empowerment rules get rewritten, with both the Minister of Trade and Industry and the Minister of Finance and 800 of the leaders shaping what comes next. To secure your seat, head to Quicket, search Top Empowerment, and use the code SABC for 20% off. Book today before the codes change without you.
Conversations that you connect with and react to. SAFM.
Okay, we're going to get to the calls to the biking garage. We go now. You got this picture near Nansfield or Eldorado Park of this, this aeroplane that's been stuck on a garage forever. Sipo, hi. You've put that area on the map. You know that. I told you that the other day. Yeah.
Yes. Hi, yeah. Ashraf.
Good man.
No, mine today is just to applaud you guys and say, in behalf of South Africans, thank you very much. You guys have empowered us when it comes to lots of matters. For instance, this immigration problem, now we know that Section 23, Section what, it speaks like this and that. And we are now more aware now that corruption by undocumented foreigners and some of the South African workers, what was happening. So at least now we are in a position to say, there's no problem here. The only problem is that people know they are illegal, take their things and go. Finish and clear, Ashraf. Because the laws are here.
Well, look, we're trying to, and I appreciate you calling in and telling us just that, because that empowers us as well as a team. And I'm talking about myself and Keys and W. Sengs. I mean, three of us make up the production team, the presenter team here on the National Pulse. Thanks for that. Thank you. Sekhatli Sekhatli, go for it. Hi. You want to talk about lotto cashiers?
Yeah, Mr. Gara. Yeah, I'm also want to say good work, guys. If it wasn't about you, SAFM, some of the things we shouldn't have even having idea of what is happening. Yeah, and I know I didn't trust you, that for that you may even call some of the officials of lottery. So my problem is when we are going to try our luck there as lottery is an official game, and then we start my chance there. So, but the problem is that the cashiers or the tellers, they must have their own tellers for lottery. Because in most cases, it's either it's a garage or it's one of the businesses that it's a shop or whatever. So then the machines are there. So we will queue until there is an opportunity for at least one person in 30 minutes, because the main aim for those cashiers are for their own business. If we've got about 15 petrol attendant, so you'll just have.
So you're saying what? There are too few cashiers for the lottery versus the customers.
The lottery must have their own cashiers there, so that we will be their customers, strictly their customers, not by chance. We are compromised because they want to first attend the people who are the customers of their businesses. And then how do you even just have to play a lotto?
So
you stay there for 30 minutes.
All right. Got that. They must bring their own dedicated cashier. That would be the case. I think message heard. And I'm sure they're going to hear you as well. Thanks for that call and setting that up. Right. Michael in Gqeberha. Hi, Michael.
Ashraf, a quick one. Yep. Can we all agree that these demonstrations by Machema Jacinta has actually shone a light on immigration and illegal immigration issues, and we are all now talking about it and even getting to know the legalities, who's an asylum seeker, who is not. Can we at least agree that they've highlighted something for us?
Well, I think we can agree. Yes, that's it. Nothing more to say. We can agree. It's put it on the agenda. Michael in Quebec, and you may wonder, where has government been for all this time where they paid lip service to these type of conversations? I think the national pressure has raised the national pulse in this case here, and they've responded, and they have to respond. Right, Tabo in Germiston, hello.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. How are you?
I'm good. Good talking to you. Go for it,
good,
Tabo.
Man. Ashraf, the whole issue of discrimination against the employment of foreign nationals, particularly those that are illegal in the country. Even those that are legal, it's a whole issue of persona non grata. You can't talk about discrimination for people that are here illegally, without documents, and some of them working illegally in certain, companies. Because those people must actually be arrested in terms of our laws. Our law says they must be arrested immediately. Our laws are very clear, Arshaf. The scarce and critical skills. If a foreign national is not on the list in terms of their skills and their jobs, they are not on the scarce and critical skills list. Our laws are clear. They can't be employed. They can't employed. The Immigration Act is clear, read with the Skills Development Act, the employment services, the Labor and Employment Services Act, and applicable Home Affairs, legal provisions. I mean, it's very clear. Even the whole question of the visa, if I may say that, the employers know, as much as they deliberately violate the laws, there's no visa that says, give me a visa, I want to go to South Africa to look for a job.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that.
Yeah. All right. I think you made your point, and that is why when you find now that there could be thousands, or in certain industries, maybe 80%, and I'm putting a figure. Okay, I don't have it statistically in front of me, but there could be like 80% of people in certain industries are foreign nationals, and not just foreign nationals. There could well be many of them are undocumented. But even if they're undocumented, then that other issue comes in: are they providing a skill that is irreplaceable? That means a short in supply critical skill that you can't really get in South Africa. Like being, the Bafana coach. Not everybody can be a Bafana coach. So it's that sort of thing, isn't it?
Hi, Ashraf. Vosi Lushaba Depen. I just listened to a clip from the news bulletin. Malawian representative who says he sells tomatoes on the streets. Wondering what they say when they arrive at the border. Do they say, please grant me a work visa? I'm here to sell tomatoes in your country. Proceed to the municipality to apply for a permit. Interesting.
Well, yeah, okay. I mean, so under what we understand now, that would not be the case. They would not be able to issue a work permit for someone on the outside saying, I'm going to be able to sell potatoes or tomatoes or whatever. In fact, another part of that is the issue of permits that allows you to be in the country because you're starting up a business. And what we've heard is that 5 million rand, which I find bizarre. I want to know who's got 5 million rand to invest. In fact, it's another issue I need to chat with Intabi Sang to maybe touch on and bring up a conversation around entry into a country by virtue of an investment, a business investment. 4:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson, says government continues to spend about 6 billion rand a year on private leasing, despite the state owning large portions of land and property. The National Assembly's Rules Committee has referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining, and a representative of the Malawian consulate, Adam Ali, says the documentation and processing of displaced foreign nationals at Sherwood and Durban has begun. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Rose.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We started Joburg with a crash coming out of Sandton today. It's on Catherine Street at Dennis Road. If you're leaving Sandton on Catherine, getting up through sort of Greyston Drive territory, there are some quite heavy delays there. Also, crash on Corlett Drive. The Mike 1 down the road a little bit further in the Melrose area. That's looking quite slow as well, both ways, either in from Bramley or out from Melrose and Burnham. N1 south down to William Mandela is slow. William Mandela itself across the M1 bridge up into four ways remains fairly heavy. Queues back deep into sort of Bryanston territory, and roadworks that catch you out in the mornings between Brakpan and Boksburg also hit in the afternoon. Boksburg through Brakpan. The N17 approaching Carnival City is quite slow going through there. Durban side still very busy around City Hall and the CBD area. That's due to today's MK March event. A lot of congestion in that sort of downtown section of Durban CBD area. The highway network's not doing too bad. That big abnormal load that was stuck at Paradise Valley, that's being cleared, but there is a slowdown on the N3. There's another breakdown now around Spine Road, so heading out from Spaghetti Junction stays busy. In Nunda Road, out towards the N2 through Seacow Lake is quite slow. And Cape Town, generally a clear day after all the mist, although you wouldn't think that driving through Macassar. Quite heavy mist along the N2 at Macassar. Crash a little bit further out at Somerset West N2, Victoria Street, and a crash going into Mitchell's Plain on the M7 at Samora Michelle. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Khapele.
Right, to me, of course, understandably so, there's a huge eye on the Bafana team and the squad imminently. The World Cup is just imminent, just over 24, 27, maybe 29 hours away, right?
Absolutely. And former Bafana midfielder Renele Letulonyane believes that coach Hugo Bruce prioritized continuity and team chemistry in selecting the 26-man squad to do battle at the FIFA World Cup this month. South Africa opened their campaign against Mexico tomorrow with speculation mounting over who will make the starting lineup for the country's first World Cup appearance since 2010. Letulonyane says he argues that the short turnaround between the AFCON and the World Cup influenced Bruce's decisions, prompting the Belgian tactician to place his faith in a settled group rather than experiment with new faces.
Now I was not surprised of the team that he chose at all. I was not surprised, mainly because going into such tournaments, it's short time to prepare, and you would want players that understands how you want to play, how you want them to play, that understands you, and vice versa. So for me, I was not surprised with the team that he chose, because they've been together for almost 2 years. They've been in two AFCONs already. They've been in friendly matches, qualifiers. So I think, as a coach, from the coach's point of view, for me, I think that's the right decision that he took.
Meanwhile, South African referee Abongile Tom will walk away with approximately 1.65 million rand for being at the World Cup. Appointments for knockout stages will be accompanied by further earnings on a rising scale as the tournament progresses, with the final offering the highest bonus payment. For Tom, this is definitely a huge financial incentive, as usually PSL referees are earning 6,100 6,100 Rand per match during the 2025-26 season, and we are wishing him nothing but the best at the global showpiece. In the meantime, Lionel Messi eased an injury concern yesterday by scoring moments after coming off the bench in Argentina's final World Cup warm-up match, a 3-0 win over Iceland. The 38-year-old has missed all previous build-up games with a hamstring injury, but he entered to a huge roar from 88,000 crowd, immediately creating a chance that led to a penalty, and Messi buried it to seal the champions' victory. Argentina open their title defense on the 16th of June against Algeria in Kansas City. Staying with football, Sekhukhune United captain Lindam Tambo has announced his retirement from football. This is after 13 years in professional football. The former Orlando Pirates and Chiba United attacker looks set to switch from being a player to being an analyst. Then in terms of rugby, Japan coach Eddie Jones has apologized after receiving a 4-match ban for verbally abusing a referee before an under-23 tour in Australia. Jones joked that he might copy Jose Mourinho's famous laundry basket trick to get around the ban, before stressing that he was joking. The 66-year-old read a formal apology saying that he regrets the comment and has been doing community coaching work to make amends. Jones is barred from Japan's opener against Italy on the 4th of July, but he can return for the Nations Championship clash with Ireland on the 11th of July. Finally, in golf, Australia says that the Australian Open is poised to become one of the world's top tournaments after the PGA Tour agreed to co-sanction the event from 2027. The Open, already partnered with the DP World Tour, will now enjoy a dedicated window on the global calendar and a major prize money boost, ending speculation of a possible link up with Live Golf. Now, Golf Australia chief James Sutherland says that the ambition is clear: to elevate the Men's Australian Open into the world's top 10 most prestigious tournaments, and the move follows bumper crowds last December when Rory McIlroy headlined in Melbourne, though the event has often clashed with Tiger Woods' Hero World Challenge. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour. Ashraf, I saw now that Mama Joy is officially in Mexico.
Good for her. Thanks to who? Sponsors, right? Not Gaten.
Yeah, thanks to her sponsors.
Wow. That would be the end of the discussion, I think.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into the beautiful game and save like a super fan at Spar with products like 2 kg Spar brown sugar for $39.99. Save 10 Rand. Or 2 litre Spar extra shelf life milk, full cream or low fat for $31.99. Save 5 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 June. While stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
This June, Youth Month, SAFM brings South Africans together across generations to reflect, challenge, remember, and reimagine the future. From students to struggle veterans, from campus radio to community voices, from 1976 to 2026. This is 50 years later. A month-long national conversation, only on SAFM. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, so Makwe Masilela's got all those numbers, global as well in a moment, but locally there's Spar interims at a time where they've also got a new CEO or two, right, Makwe?
Yes, Ashraf, and we hope he'll manage to turn things around because revenue for 6 months is up only 2.1%, reflecting operational challenges in Southern Africa, but partially offset by margin improvements in Ireland. Operating profit down 47% due to difficulties when it comes to the KZN distribution center and also the Black Friday promotional overspend that has caused, and looking to their net debt up 35% due to unfavorable working capital movements, and profits as headline earnings per share down a whopping 54%. Ashraf, higher bond yields continue to test stretch equity valuations. Market participants are forced to refocus on war-driven inflation. Chinese consumer inflation grew slightly than expected in May as private consumption remained sluggish, while producer prices rose to the highest in almost 4 years because of higher energy costs stemming from the Middle East conflict. U.S. consumer prices rose to the highest in 3 years, driven by higher energy prices also because of the conflict in Iran, and higher U.S. interest rates, Ashraf, they tend to drain capital from emerging markets, and as a result strengthen the dollar, thereafter raise borrowing costs, and that itself creates a tougher background for equities. And locally, according to the Pay Inc., our economic activity slumped to its lowest level in 6 months in May as households contended with substantial fuel price increases and interest rate hike. And by the way, the central bank just mentioned today that they're suggesting another hike could be warranted this year should the situation not improve in Iran. And the yellow metal paid some losses as U.S. consumer inflation was slightly in line with its expectations, but sentiment remained under pressure, and that's amid escalation tensions in the Middle East. Gold is down 2% at 4,175. Platinum is down 1% at 1,706. Oil prices advanced after Trump sounded a note of impatience over negotiations with Iran following fresh strikes on the country. And Brent crude is up 2% at $93 a barrel. U.S.-Iran escalating tensions are in the driving seat again, putting pressure on global stocks, with the JC down 1.3%, dragged mainly by resources. And the rand is flat against the dollar, 16.52, 22.12 against the pound, and 19.08 against the euro.
Thank you for that, Marco. We'll connect tomorrow, but an hour of the markets coming up from 6 to 7. Don't miss it.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
I tell you what, every once in a while I request us an increase of female callers, because we do get, but disproportionately so, and we must change that. And also an increase in younger callers. But I'll tell you what, here's another one just for today. Considering the issue of foreign nationals is so much on the South African agenda, if you are a foreign national, documented or even maybe undocumented, right? And I know the legality around that, as I said. Do you have a story to tell? Do you have a story to share? And in terms of what you're feeling right now, if that's the case, I want to hear from you. Call in, please. We'll take your call. Tell us why you're calling in so we know. Mamsi in Cape Town. Hello.
Hello, Ashraf. I represent myself, and I say this for myself. I just wanted to comment about the killing of the people who jumped or something on Cleveland.
Yeah, terrible killing.
Yeah. Condolences to families that lost lives. When I watched on TV, I could see one of the journalists pointing out that maybe people were in a tavern, something, because I saw a pool table. I just wanted to find out if the government is possible. I don't mean to offend tavern owners, like to clamp down as to the operating hours, because I'm sure the people that came to kill them were actually assessing the area. When you hear the stories, it's people that assess the area. They can't get up this morning and say, we're going to shoot tomorrow. Maybe they still find out, okay, who's going there, what time. Maybe they've got a cut-off time, say, okay, maybe 8 o'clock you shut down.
Well, I would agree with you on that. I mean, I think these things are they're not just people walking past and bored. No, that's a hit. That's an issue to eliminate.
Yes, and then the other one would be, we speak of the youth. The people who were a youth in 1976, they were a youth in 1994. I don't think the people that are the age of 50 must be excluded. They still fall under this because they've been voting and nothing has been coming for them. and some of them are actually employable. Maybe someone was working and the company closed down. So we must just list everyone from 1976 as youth. I just need that.
All right, I hear you. Thanks for that, Mamsi. Let's get other thoughts on all those issues and more. Bongi in Pretoria. Hello, Bongi.
Hi, Ashraf, and thank you very much. You know what? I wanted to comment on the issue of foreign nationals and make perhaps a suggestion to government that if maybe they can establish some kind of an amnesty program where documented or undocumented foreigners can be able to surrender themselves somehow to, I don't know what kind of an office that can be for them to be able to be deported. And the reason I'm suggesting this for government, because I know what there are potential out there foreigners who, of course, they can't walk themselves to a police officer simply because they are undocumented. And also the fact that some of them may not have means to be able to deport themselves or take themselves out of the country.
Yeah, so you're talking of that. You're not talking of an amnesty, because some others have said that, do a one-off amnesty to say, come on, there's just too many foreign nationals who are undocumented. Let's grant them an amnesty and move on with our lives. You're not in agreement with that?
No. So hand yourself over. So surrender yourself to officials or to government officials so that you can be taken out of the country. Because at this point in time, what it means is that our police officials, labor departments, and various departments will have to go around and look for these people, whereas they can willingly, on their own, be willing to go home at this point in time, especially now under the current circumstances. That some of them, they do feel that they want to go home.
Yeah, understand that. Got that point. Thank you for putting that up. Right, let's get to the top of some of the voice notes we've got. And by the way, we have a very important thought leader conversation around the city of Joburg and how it needs to be fixed as per business. Right? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. You know what? As of now, I'm going to terminate my subscription with Cartrack. I think I will find another taking company. These people are so inhuman. I cannot be supporting people who are treating human beings like animals. Even animals, you can't treat an animal like that. So I'm going to cancel my subscription, the tracker on the road. Thank you.
Okay, got that. Well, I'm not telling you to do anything like that. I mean, that does suggest that you feel that their apology, not even apology, in fact, their explanation is not strong enough.
Ashraf, this just proves to the world that the US is the bully of the world. They don't care, and I wish the US people can really introspect with the leadership they have. The hatred that this administration has for anyone who's brown, comes from Africa, or wherever other corner, Muslim, it's ridiculous. I feel sorry for the fans that are physically going to the US. It's just crazy. Like, I've never seen this in my life. Yeah, well, FIFA made the biggest mistake of giving the US this World Cup. They should have given it to Canada and Mexico only. And yeah, it's crazy. I think the FIFA president should step down and they should reevaluate this whole thing.
FIFA president stepping down, there's just too much power there. I can assure you there's just too much. It won't happen.
Hi, good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Nora speaking. This is such a sad story about this lady that passed away at Cartrack. It is horrible. It just brings memories when I worked at a call center a couple of years ago. It is a brutal environment. I'm not sure whether she was at the call center. I myself got really, really sick, and I was not allowed to take a day off at the call center. The manager kept saying that, push. I was so sick with no money to buy medication. It was absolutely horrendous. So I can feel for that lady. It really hits home for me. Condolences to the family.
Absolutely. And there's another quick condolence I want to share.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I just want to pass my sincere condolences to the lady who passes. And under pressure of her work surroundings. It's very heartening to hear something like that on the public radio. It's painful. Thanks, Ashraf.
All right, and of course you can't ignore that World Cup countdown.
Ashraf, Bafo, hope you're good, man. With regards to this World Cup, man, no, it's going to be the worst World Cup. There's still going to be some more drama coming. Watch this space.
I tend to agree with you. Can you imagine? Think of America as and their position as permanent members of the UN Security Council. I think of themselves as having the veto for the World Cup, and I think they do have a veto. Think about it.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Luzuga in the Eastern Cape. A very sad story about this referee from Somalia. And I think CAF should have defended the guy, but they never did. I guess they were worried about being sanctioned. And for me, this one particular World Cup is too political. I think it's controlled, politically. So for me, I think the day Donald Trump was awarded that Peace Prize, I think for me, it just said a lot about this one World Cup. A prize which we didn't know about, created for one man. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I must agree with you. Then you just knew there was something rather rotten in the state of FIFA, isn't it? All right, let's talk about the city of Joburg. And is it how rotten is Joburg? After this.
I'm Samela Kelpoy, an actress and a mum. Do you know what's in your cupboard? I've been trying to be intentional about the food I buy and keep in my cupboard. Unhealthy packaged foods can lead to hypertension, heart disease, and diabetes. Support front of package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods, high in saturated fat, sugar, and salt. Join me. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
South Africa, get ready for the ultimate human race, the Comrades Marathon. Catch all the action live on Sunday, 14 June from 4:30 a.m. live on SABC2 and SABC radio stations as thousands of runners take on the ultimate human race. For this year's uprun from the start in Durban all the way to the finish line in Pietermaritzburg. From elite athletes chasing victory to inspiring everyday heroes, SABC Sport brings you every emotional moment, live interviews, expert commentary, and unmatched race day atmosphere. Don't miss the Comrades Marathon on Sunday, 14 June, live from 4:30 a.m. on SABC2 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. Thought Leadership Conversations on the National Pulse.
Now, we certainly want that at least once a week, one big thought leader conversation. We get someone up and they express their views on one important issue. In this case here, how do you fix Joburg? Here's the point. If Joburg fails, South Africa pays. Not if South Africa fails, South Africa pays. Let's find out more about it because there's been a thought leader piece put together by three people. In fact, one of the three, the other two, Adrian Gore and Martin Kingston, so as you can gather, all business people. One of the three is Mxolisi Mgojo, who's the president of Business Unity South Africa, and that's the person we're going to talk to now. So Mxolisi, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you, Ashraf, for inviting me.
Thank you. Well, as part of this conversation, let's start with, what is your assessment of the city of Joburg right now?
Suffice to say, it is a rather dire one, if I may say, Ashraf. If you understand what the real role of Johannesburg in SA's economic tailwinds and the cause of the inaction that we are experiencing right now, we see a situation where this cause of inaction is concrete. the data is very unambiguous. I think that's what we need to be focusing on. If you look at the city, the capex just for the city has collapsed to 6% of budget. 6% capital expenditure.
Mm-hmm.
The maintenance spending is 0.5% of asset value. That's 1/18th of the metro average.
And what should it be at optimum level
in 2025?
like that?
If we just get in 2025, 40% of the households reported water outages, and 2 days or longer compared to 8% in Cape Town. And you look at non-revenue water losses are at 40%, electricity distribution losses at 27%. And even the Auditor General estimates 12 billion lost annually through unauthorized and irregular expenditure. So if you really ask us, and the reason why we said we just could not keep quiet anymore, is that the issue is not a revenue problem. The crisis is a governance, financial management, and the near total absence of consequence management. Criminality, corruption appears increasingly entrenched within the elements of the city system, and therefore there is lack of accountability. And so because of this, we just could not keep quiet and had to raise this at the highest level, because this isn't a city struggling at the margins. It's a national economic crisis.
And as per the point in terms of that lead story in the Daily Maverick that was published, if Joburg fails, South Africa pays, so it will cost us. You have some very specific proposals then. What are they?
Well, first of all, let's just make it very clear. Business does not set policy. That is government's role. However, having said that, we have entered in the past in a partnership model that has enabled the country in a joint partnership between government and business at the national level to be dealing with the issues around the electricity crisis, the transport and logistics. And we are looking at the issues of crime and corruption right now and the water crisis. So for us, already there is a model which we use right from the time when we're dealing even also with the COVID pandemic. So the nature and the scale of the resources will be determined by what the collective objectives and agreed outcomes would actually require. It would also I just want to also point out that if you look at the track record at the national level over the past few years, business had contributed close to 400 million in direct funding and many millions more in kind in the form of donated expertise, legal, technical, communications, and PMO capabilities, with highly skilled professionals made available directly to the presidency and at the operating arms of Transnet, of Eskom in the past, but all of this done at arm's length. So we draw on a model with experience, based on experience. However, what we do want to also say is that it is very clear that we would need to agree on specific program with clear, defined outcomes, committed and accountable decision makers, and measurable targets before we're deploying any resources. And our statement sets out the areas being infrastructure, service delivery, and fiscal stabilization as the logical starting framework.
And how, and very quickly, how do you think, we've got an existing council, there's an election coming up in a few months' time. How do you think these political parties will respond to this offer? But, you are not government. They would think, as many do suggest, the problem with business, when they put the resources, money, and other behind something, they want to run the show.
As we indicated, we are not a government. Ours is really an understanding that there is nothing that we can do outside the proper roles of the administrators. But what we are calling to, and we are calling this not only at the local level, but at the provincial and at the national level, that we need to understand that we are in a crisis mode, and therefore any intervention would require committed, credible, and accountable decision makers on the government side, which in practice means it cannot happen in a way that bypasses or circumvents legitimate council authority. Our statement is addressed to all parties, including those in government, those in opposition, those contesting the elections. The intent is to strengthen governance, not to substitute for it.
And just quickly, we're on to news time very quickly. Do I take it that, in fact, they have no choice? It's so dire, they just have to accept this business offer?
You know, it is as bad as we had no choice but to deal with the electricity crisis. It is as bad as we had to deal with the transport and logistics crisis. The city of Johannesburg is the heart of the South African economy, and we have to fix it. It's not later, but now. Otherwise, it will undermine every effort that we are doing as a country collectively to try and actually start looking at how we grow the economy of South Africa beyond 3%, 4%, 5%. Johannesburg is at the heart of all of that.
Well, I'll tell you what, we need to have further conversations about this and a deeper dive into exactly what can possibly happen. Business rescuing the city of Joburg. Well, we'll take it if that would be the case. Mxolisi Ngojo, President of Business Unity South Africa. It's time for the news now. Just gone 5 o'clock. Here's Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Government spends billions on renting property and MK party confident of election success in Durban. Good day to you. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson, says government continues to spend about 6 billion rand a year on private leasing, despite the state owning large portions of land and property. He was giving an update at Parliament on the progress made on internal probes in his department.
And despite the state owning thousands of very valuable buildings and lands and portions of land, government continues to spend 6 billion rand a year on private leases, many of which have raised serious concerns about value for money, market-related pricing, and proper legal compliance. This, folks, is not sustainable, but it's also not acceptable. And it's exactly why we have had to strengthen oversight over the way public property transactions take place. There are too many examples where this does not happen on the most basic of requirements with the PFMA and our very own supply chain management regulations.
The National Assembly's Rules Committee referred rules governing its process of impeachment of a president back to the Sub-Rules Committee for refining. The rules are being amended in line with an order of the Constitutional Court on a Section 89 independent report. That report found that the President, Cyril Ramaphosa, may have a case to answer regarding theft of foreign currency from his Palapala farm in 2020. Speaker of the National Assembly, Toko Dediza.
The subcommittee on rules working with our legal team must actually meet as soon as is possible, define the fit and proper conduct for, and who actually makes that determination, so that when we approve this principle, we are all at one about what it means. Secondly, the issue of indirect conduct in respect of the president, it must also be clarified.
The Mitlanga Commission's dismissed an application by a new witness to testify in partial camera. Chief Provincial Inspector for Gauteng Traffic Police, Samuel Mashaba, brought the application citing health concerns. He was one of the first police officers at a drug bust in Ayrton, south of Johannesburg, where more than 700 kilograms of cocaine was recovered. Evidence leader Tabang Pue.
Chief was subpoenaed on the 21st of May, hospitalized on the 25th of May, and discharged from the 1st of June. Thereafter, he informed us of his hospitalization and discharge. And it was only last night that Chief Mashaba approached us to tell us about potentially bringing this application. Moreover, the Commission, when approached by witnesses who have health reasons and need reasonable accommodations so that they are able to testify, we have done so, including having intermittent breaks.
The MK Party Secretary-General Sibonela Nomvalo says the days of the ANC's leadership in the eThekwini municipality are numbered ahead of the local government elections. Nomvalo addressed hundreds of supporters outside the Durban City Hall.
The MK Party is growing from one strength to another. And ngomhlaka 4 sizowawina wonke amawadi aseThekwini. Asizushiya neyodwa. Comrade, the enemy is very weak. We will never be defeated by the enemy. We can only be defeated unite behind the vision of Unamalala.
A representative from Malawi's consulate in Durban, Adam Ali, says the documentation and processing of displaced foreign nationals at Sherwood has started. More than 2,500 Malawi nationals from informal settlements in the area have gathered outside a community hall seeking refuge. The group is reported to have fled their communities amid fears and alleged threats linked to anti-illegal immigration protests. Ali elaborates.
No, according to the situation, as they've been given a deadline that everyone must leave, must go. So it's the right thing to save your life, then you have to go. Because while I'm talking to you, some of the guys have been poked, and I got someone who's in the hospital, but anyway, they are recovering in the hospital.
The top story, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure says government continues to spend about 6 billion rand a year on private leasing, despite the state owning large portions of land and property. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Coase.
In sports this hour, Cape Town City to remain in the Motsepe Championship after settling for spoils with Magezi in the playoffs. Proteas women excited to get T20 World Cup going, and PJ Tour deal aims to elevate Australian Open globally. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Some busy roads around the Sandton and Melrose area. Crash-ins on Catherine Street, heading out of Sandton towards Grayston Drive, causing quite a big backlog. And a collision on Corlett Drive at the Mike 1, holding up, leaving Burnham and Melrose out towards the Bramley side. In the middle of all of that, the Mike 1 south to Corlett Drive from Sandton's quite slow, and heading up from Houghton on the Mike 1 north up through Grayston towards Marlborough Drive, looking quite slow as well. That's a crash before you get to the Marlborough Drive exit, so plenty of action around Sandton today. N17, jam-packed between Boksburg and Brakpan. Roadworks on both sides of the carriageway there. Durban, some breakdowns around Spaghetti Junction. One on the N2 running south into the interchange. That's heavy from as far back as Inanda Road. And a breakdown on the N3 outbound at Pavilion Mall. So from Spaghetti Junction out to Pinetown, that's all backed up as well. Of course, a lot of construction there. And if you're leaving Pietermaritzburg, slow on your way to Durban, that's down to an earlier crash in at the Ashburton exit. Cape Town, mist has moved out to Khayelitsha, Macassar, Somerset, West Strand, Gordons Bay, that whole Helderberg area, very misty. And there's some big traffic on the N2 outbound from Macassar into Somerset West. That's driving into a collision scene on the N2 outbound carriageway just by Victoria Street. Also, a crash on the N2 out of town at Bunga Avenue, between Bunga Avenue and Jake's Kevel Drive. So coming out of the city centre, Nelson Mandela Boulevard through Hospital Bend, all the way to Langa, under pressure. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
SAFM 106.1 FM in Bombela. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So how about that? Any thoughts on that conversation with the President of Business Unity South Africa, Mxolisi Gojo, about their proposal, and together with Martin Kingston and Adrian Gore, in terms of big business coming together and supporting the city of Joburg, because the point made, if Joburg fails, South Africa pays in this case. It pays and prays, I would think that would be the case. It's so important. But your thoughts in terms of what business can truly contribute to the city. There's also been other, Save Joburg activations taking place in the city. I think it's hit a point where you can't ignore it. You may come back and say, but one thing we don't want is business influencing the city. But what's happening right now in its current format? Can you just allow that? Another quick one. The journalist Miguel Delaney, he's been speaking on different media platforms, and he says the Trump administration is actively violating international World Cup contracts by completely refusing to guarantee basic freedom of movement for participating nations, making the point that when you sign off to host a World Cup, you literally sign off a country and you change the rules and the regulations of that country for an entire month. So it's not an exaggeration to say for a month in 2010, FIFA ran South Africa. And by the way, it's not the only country. They would have done it elsewhere. But in the USA, an exception has been made. Think about that. We'll talk about fascinating developments coming up regarding the university, health in the Free State, in fact, and their plans around a pediatric cardiology laboratory, which I think is very important. But first things first, another concern, and there are so many concerns, a backlog regarding registration of children in South Africa. What does that mean after this?
Nightfall on SAfm.
Join me on Monday night as I speak with Tony Leon, politician, book writer, but can he do the tango?
Tango's, got a bit of African elements in it, Spanish. It's a real combination of not just music but dance steps as well. And ironically, it started off, apparently, according to local Argentinian history, in the brothels of Buenos Aires, but now absolutely obligatory viewing for any tourist. That's why I got a bit tired of tango shows, because every person wants to go to a tango show.
Can you dance the tango? That's Track Record on Monday night from 11 p.m. And in case you don't want to be up that late, you can always catch the podcast on Tuesday.
50 years later, Youth Month, The Voices.
And since the troubles we had at the universities were really a reaction on events that had taken place in Soweto and other places, I want to believe that at the universities too, these concessions will be appreciated, and I think will go a long way towards eliminating student unrest at the universities.
The destruction by fire of schools, post offices, clinics, etc. amounts to a destruction of our children's future. In fact, this is the most effective way of retarding our own progress. In the homelands, schools are in some cases built by tribes themselves, and in other instances by my government.
Different generations, different experiences. One South Africa, 50 years later, only on SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Okay, let's talk about this. University of Cape Town's Children's Institute and a group of South African parents represented by the Legal Resources Centre were in the Western Cape High Court for the hearing of a birth registration case. You may say, what does that mean? This action is due to the delays, countless, in the processing of applications for birth registration. How grave is it, and why are we in that position? Paula Proudlock is the senior researcher for the Children's Institute at the University of Cape Town. Paula, I appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Give us the numbers. When we say, children are born, so there's birth, there's a registration. Typically, how long should it take before those children are registered? And do I take it that's not the case any longer, that there's a longer lag time?
Well, in terms of our law, parents are required to register their babies within 30 days of birth. That's what we call early registration of birth. But then we also have provisions for parents who can't do that, and that's called late registration of birth. Okay? So in South Africa, most parents do register within 30 days, or if they don't, they manage to register before the baby's 1. And South Africa's Department of Home Affairs has done really well in increasing early registration of birth. But what our case was about was a late registration of birth. So there will always be cases where parents can't register within 30 days or even within a year, or just don't. For example, in rural areas in the Eastern Cape, many moms give birth at home and live far away from home affairs and clinics. And that family will often end up needing a late registration of birth. Or if a mother dies in childbirth, that baby is going to need a late registration. Or if a baby is abandoned by their mother and brought up by relatives, they'll also need a late registration. So there will always be cases, and as you can see, these are also often quite vulnerable children. But what we have been seeing, because we have a project where we have been assisting families, we've been seeing that these families, which are often moms or grannies or aunts, have been waiting years for Home Affairs to decide their applications. So they have lodged the application, they've been given a receipt, and they've been waiting years for Home Affairs to make a decision. And we submitted to the court that that's unreasonable. And we also submitted evidence to the court that it's not just these families who were involved in the case. We had 15 children and 2 adults. It's not just them. There's actually 250,000 children and adults out there who've also lodged their applications and are waiting for Home Affairs to decide.
So up to now, and yes, maybe South Africa would be a unique country, especially rural South Africa, where there's been longer delays than acceptable. Normally, so when they would register late, what would actually happen to the parents and the children?
So when you make a late registration, you need to give the reason why you were late. So you'd write that on the form. And you also need to provide the proof of birth form, which you got from the clinic or the hospital where the baby was born. And you need to provide proof of the child's attendance at school. So those two, what we call the supporting documents, are quite pivotal. And then your application gets put in a paper file. It's not put in the computer anywhere. It's in a paper file. And some official at the back office has to open it, assess it, and then take it to the next step, which is verification. And verification means they need to check that proof of birth form, which the hospital signature and stamp, did come from that hospital. So they email the hospital, or they physically go and visit the hospital. The same with the school form. And once it's verified, it gets scheduled for interview. And then the mom and the child get interviewed by 4 Home Affairs officials. Often it includes the office manager, sometimes the district manager or the provincial manager. And because it's such a long process, and because Home Affairs has capacity constraints in the number of personnel they have, and they have inefficiencies in that system, it takes very long. And with most of our cases, we saw that Home Affairs hadn't even opened the file. So the files were just lying there, and they hadn't even opened them.
And they'd be seriously compromised, yeah.
And, only once we'd actually brought this High Court action did they open our clients' files and start processing them. Okay. And then once they'd opened them, it took them 4 months to do it.
Which means, obviously, first prize from your side is no High Court action. You'd want to have avoided that, but you had no choice. What do you think is going to happen next?
Well, we asked the judge to order Home Affairs to diagnose its own inefficiencies and the bottlenecks in the system, and then to come up with a plan to address this. And what we're asking for is not it's not rocket science, and it's also not something that Home Affairs doesn't do for its other backlogs. And this is actually why we brought the case, is because Home Affairs has done this for all its other backlogs. It hasn't done it for late registration of birth because it's a manual system, and National Office doesn't actually know how many they have, because they have to do a stock take every time we ask them. They have to go physically count paper files in their offices. So we brought this case to make these children and these files visible to the National Office, and to get them to focus on this, this group of children who've been left behind, and register them so that they can then access all the other government service entitlements like healthcare, education, social grants. Those are all the things they're missing out on while they wait.
All right. So therefore, just lastly, in terms of a court verdict, what do you expect?
Well, the judge asked a lot of questions and said that she's reserving judgment. So she's hopefully, going to issue a judgment within 3 to 6 months. We are hoping that that the judge sees the people behind the kind of arguments between the lawyers, which was a lot about the rules of evidence, and we're hoping that she reads all their stories, because there's about 20 stories, attached to the papers that shows you exactly what happens to a family who tries to negotiate the system. And then we're hoping that she orders Home Affairs to diagnose its problems and come up with a solution.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's leave it at that. Thank you for your time, Paula Proudlock. Let's see what happens with that court verdict when it comes up of this case of late registration for birth being heard now in the Western Cape High Court. Thank you for your time here on the National Pulse.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Quantum on SAFM.
Step into the future with Quantum. The radio show that goes beyond the headlines to explore how you can evolve, adapt, and thrive in times of rapid change. We will explore cutting-edge thinking coupled with practical life design applications. I'm Angela Ludek, and I invite you to join this community where real progress begins with human capital development. Quantum, Monday to Friday, 3 to 5 a.m. on SAFM.
Are we ready for a real conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, we'll have the Madlanga update coming up just now, right? In the meantime, let's talk about this. The Free State Department of Health launched a children's heart procedure lab known as the PEDS Cardiology Cath Lab at the Universitas Academic Hospital. This could be groundbreaking, I would think. Let's find out more about it with Monyatso Maklatsi, the MEC for Health in the Free State. MEC, I appreciate you joining us on the National Pulse.
Hi, Ashraf. Thank you very much. And greetings to you and your listeners.
Thank you. Tell me more about what I would think is groundbreaking.
Hey, Ashraf, I've been told that it is groundbreaking. Yesterday, I opened officially a pediatric cardiology characterization laboratory. So we call it PCC in short. It is a place where we are able to do procedures which have been difficult to be done for young children and infants over the years, because the equipment that has always been available was the one that can deal with adults. But we have procured those equipment that can now be able to assist us to deal with such problems with the young ones, including the newborns.
Okay, tell me more. I mean, what has been the existing position, therefore, in providing support for children in this very important science of cardiology?
Can you repeat the question?
I was saying, so up to now, I mean, we're talking of the launch of the Children's Heart Procedure Lab. What has been the position regarding the treatment needed for young children with regards to heart disease up to now?
It has been quite difficult for us because our professionals have had to improvise. For an example, there will be children who are born with heart defects. For an example, there will be a hole in the heart between the ventricles, and though that hole, there is a process that has to be done to close that hole. Now we are able to move through the veins right into the heart and that hole without doing a historical procedure of having to cut open the chest and go work into the heart. We can do it now without even opening up the chest.
Okay, so that would make a big difference there. Tell me about the build up to this in terms of how, who conceived the idea and what has been the process to get to where we are now.
Ashraf, we work with the University of the Free State, the medical school of the University of the Free State, and our Universitas Academic Hospital is a central hospital which mainly focuses on those illnesses that require specialist care. So that area is an area of research an area of treatment, but an area that should always be on the cutting edge of our technology. So the thought came about through what the professors and our registrars and our consultants in that space have been working on, and they've realized that the gap is about assisting infants and the young children, and that's how the idea was born.
Okay.
Yes.
And in terms of this collaboration, then, I mean, tell me more about the shared resources in the collaboration.
We have staff that work for the Department of Health, but also are teaching or lecturing in the University of the Free State. So when it comes to costs, we share costs between us and the University of the Free State because both of us are benefiting and both of us have got a responsibility towards this. But we carry a bigger responsibility because we are the ones who take care of the patient. So our share will always be bigger.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add to this in terms of how you see this changing the terrain? Because it must change the terrain in terms of children and therefore, by extension, in terms of families in those communities.
It's going to change a lot of lives, Ashraf, because we're going to be treating illnesses which historically infants and young children difficult to surpass certain age limits. So through this intervention, we would also be achieving our objective as the Free State Department of Health to make sure that we increase life expectancy of our people in the province. So this achievement is going to take us there, including many other achievements that we have put in place in the recent weeks in relation to technological advances in as far as disease and illness management in the province.
Just tell me about some of the technology within the lab that you can share with us.
We, in the recent months, we have implemented what we call the robotic assisted operations making sure equipment. We have procured that equipment that assists doctors to perform very, technical operations without having to undergo the historical, cutting, where the client or the patient will take very long to recover. So we've done that in recent months. We call it the facial surgical robotic system, which we were the first in the country to implement. I see that there's also other provinces that have followed. We have, acquired the adult cardiac and image-guided care, and that also talks to assisting us with the radiology, procedures that have to be undertaken, and that assist us to diagnose our patients quicker. We have done the image modernization, and we're doing the province-wide replacement of obsolete radiology equipment and packs for faster and secure imaging so that we can be able to diagnose our patient quickly, but at the same time address the problem whereby our equipment has become old, unreliable, and may also result in misdiagnosis. So those are quite a number of things that we have done. But what is important is that we're moving faster to digitize the records of our patients. And recently, we won an Africa Award for a public health institution that has moved with speed in terms of digitization. And as Free State Department of Health, we were identified as the best in Africa. So that's the award that we won recently in relation to how we're moving with speed to digitize our patient record system within the department. So there's quite a number of things, Ashraf, that we have done, including at this point in time, we're finalizing our Pelonomi, the maternity ward, which is worth 60 million, and we're fitting it with advanced theater technology because we want to make sure that no mother loses life during birthing and no child loses life during birthing, because birthing process is a natural process and it's not an illness. So no one deserves to lose their life during that process. So that's what we're trying to do to turn around the situation and to rebuild the confidence of our people in the public health system, particularly in the Free State province.
And don't we need that? Absolutely. Monyatso Mahlatsi, MEC for Health. In the Free State, this now as we talk about the launch of a children's heart procedure lab known as the Peds Cardiology Cath Lab at the Universitas Academic Hospital. Well, I mean, that's a story of champions, just winners, which is just great to do that. There are also good things happening in our country, as it ought to be. 5:30, here's the news headlines with Greg.
Quick look at the headlines. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure says there's a need for serious reforms of the property management trading entity. The Limpopo Traditional Affairs MEC says more than 180 applications for the 2026 initiation season have not been approved. And the World Health Organization says bringing the Ebola outbreak under control will take time. There's a full update at the top of the hour.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. We have a crash in Joburg. It's on the Mike 1 North between Greyston and Marlborough. Quite slow getting up from Houghton through Melrose and into that Sandton area today. Also the N17 worth another mention. Boksburg, Brackpan queuing both directions today into single lane sections for roadworks. N12 and R24 routes coming in from Ekurhuleni. Quite busy towards busy N3 at Galuli's. And the N12 just queuing up to Jet Park if you're on your way through to Boksburg, Benoni. Also the R21 Rietfontein Road coming from Jet Park into Boksburg. That's heavy. There may be a power outage. It's not only Rietfontein, it's Yolduin, Rondebolt Road, Trickard Road. There's a whole pile of traffic congestion in that sort of northern part of Boksburg today. Durban, another heavy one, I'm afraid, on the N2 running south. 2 broken down vehicles at Spaghetti Junction. Heavy queues almost back as far as Queen Nundy Drive. That's a really heavy one. It was last night. It is again today. Earlier crash at Ashburton on your way to Durban is being cleared, so the run out from Pietermaritzburg going south is fine. Cape Town fairly busy, very misty. Macassar, Khayelitsha, Somerset, West Rand, Gordons Bay, and you'll have difficulty seeing where you're going over Sir Larry's Pass. The mist very thick on that high ground today. And a crash on the N2 at Victoria Street in Somerset West, causing delays both ways. And a crash on the N2 outbound in front of Langa near Jake's Kervell Drive. That traffic queuing back into this city centre. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Doming Khapele.
Right, Jimmy, well, there's naturally all eyes on the World Cup, but it's an important focus on the future of Cape Town City.
Yes, Cape Town City will spend another season in the Motsepe Foundation Championship. This is after being held to a 1-1 draw by Magezi in the PSL Promotion Relegation playoffs this afternoon. The goals were scored by Tholo Musa and Mqidi Vandala. And as things stand in terms of the table, Milford FC leads the table with 6 points. Magezi are second on 4 and Cape Town City third on 4 points. However, they can't do anything more for them to get back into the Betway Premiership. Staying with football, Kukuni United captain Lendam Dambo has announced his retirement from football after 13 years in professional football. The former Orlando Pirates and Chipa United attacker looks set to switch from being a player to being an analyst.
Growing up as a young boy, as I've always wanted to turn professional. And having lived that dream the past 13 years, since 2013, has been a journey worth celebrating. It's not easy, saying goodbye to something I've known my entire life. I've faced injuries, I've faced turbulent times in my career. At times, people wrote me off, and I knew that I've only got myself, to get back up. And today I stand here to say goodbye to a beautiful career. Yeah, man, they say a good dancer knows when to leave the stage. As tough as it is, I'm going to miss the game, but I'll never be lost to it. And
Moving on to the World Cup, buoyed by the good news of first choice left wing back Aubrey Mudiba returning to full fitness this week. Bafana concluded the preparations in Pachuca yesterday, and they took a 2-hour bus trip to Mexico City ahead of the opening 2026 FIFA World Cup opening game against the hosts tomorrow. In Mexico City, Bafana were welcomed by hundreds of football fans and an army of Mexican journalists. Remember, kick-off tomorrow is at 9 p.m. There's also a watch party at Mall of Africa, but the action, if you're going to be at home, you can catch it on SABC 3, and there's a simulcast on SABC 1, and also you can stream live this game on SABC Plus, and also the SABC radio stations have got you. Meanwhile, South Africa's Abongile Tom will walk away with approximately 1.65 million rand for being at the World Cup. Appointments for knockout stage matches will be accompanied by further earnings on a rising scale as the tournament progresses, with the final offering the highest bonus payments. Meanwhile, Africa's top referee Omar Artan received a hero's welcome in Somalia. This is after being denied entry to the United States of America ahead of the World Cup. As the story develops, it's reported that the Trump administration claims that the Somali referee was denied entry because he is a security threat to the U.S. with links to suspected terrorists. He was questioned for 11 hours, including about Al-Shabaab. In terms of cricket, Proteas woman all-rounder Chloe Tyrant says that they cannot wait to get their ICC Women's T20 World Cup started when they take on former champions Australia at the Old Trafford on Saturday. Tyron was speaking after their warm-up match against reigning champions New Zealand yesterday, where they lost by 5 wickets. Now, she top scored for South Africa with 61 runs and says that although they fell short in the final over, they have ticked some boxes in their preparation matches ahead of their opener.
I thought really good. Obviously didn't win today. Took it down to the last over, but I think plans have been really good. Preparation's been really good as well. I think everyone's just excited to get the World Cup going. But I think to have 2 warm-up games that we feel like we can tick off a lot of boxes on there, and also stuff that we can work on as well. But I think overall we're just happy with how the prep has gone, and just excited to get that first game.
Finally, in Golf Australia says that the Australian Open is poised to become one of the world's top tournaments after the PGA Tour agreed to co-sanction the event from 2027. The Open, already partnered with the DP World Tour, will now enjoy a dedicated window on the global calendar and a major prize money boost, ending speculation of a possible link-up with Live Golf. Ashraf, the last time I checked, you didn't have a Bafana jersey. Do you have one now?
I have an old one, so I'm hoping that somebody will drop off one here tomorrow morning.
Listen, old or not,
I've got an old
or
one.
not,
Yeah.
tomorrow we need to wear it.
I agree, but what I'm also saying is, why is it that as we talk about these jerseys, they're not being dropped off here? I think it ought to be. I'm just saying it aloud. But otherwise, I will wear my old one. In fact, I've got a nostalgic one, which is the 2010 World Cup one. I've got others since then, but I like that particular one. This one looks very similar, by the way, right? The yellow one.
Yeah.
But I remember that day. Tomorrow, 16 years ago, Bafana, Mexico, that great goal, but then we drew the game. I wish that would change with a win this time.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, and Jimmy, I see as I talk to Tumi, you're in another studio and saying, what size jersey do I wear? Like, what is this? Like instant reaction? Are you Adidas or something, Jimmy?
No comment. But if a jersey does happen to show up tomorrow,
I see.
when you're
Okay,
there,
goodness. I mean, when we talk of reaction, that's the way talk shows work. Reaction in the moment. Right. What about PIC's losing billions? We're bound to get a reaction on that.
absolutely. The Public Investment Corporation that is responsible for managing and being the custodian of the investments of many public servants on behalf of the government employees pension fund has lost about 88 billion rand that it has invested in around 15 companies that it has failed to realize a return on investment. We're going to take a look at this in a bit more detail and try and make sense of what's going on there and what might be happening with the PIC where it relates to those investments. We've also got a conversation taking a look at the results of the SPAR Group. They gave us an update on their interim results for the first 6 months of their financial year. We're going to speak to the new Chief Executive Officer of that business, get a sense of how it has been faring. Then we've got a conversation with our resident energy expert and independent energy analyst Tsepo Radima around South Africa potentially being the solution to the hyperscaler power problem that we're seeing around the world. We know that all of these hyperscaler companies and artificial intelligence companies have a power issue, and it seems as though, according to Tsepo Radima, there is excess electricity that could potentially solve this problem. He's going to be joining me in studio for that conversation, so I'm looking forward to that as well. We've also got a conversation with the Director of Mining at Modern Corporate Solutions, Peter Major. He's our resident mining specialist on the industrial development strategy that was put forward by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, specifically around the mining sector and beneficiation in that space. He shares his thoughts, but we're also going to be reflecting on the thoughts of the likes of the Minerals Council of South Africa that have already expressed some discontent and some concern around this new strategy that's been proposed. Because it's Wednesday, we've got an executive lounge conversation as well. We're going to be taking a look at the journey, the career and the life of Sarah Winston. She is the managing director at Lightstone Properties, joins me in studio as well for that conversation. So lots to look forward to from our side when we have our show a little later on. Before that, though, a sense of some of the market movements throughout the day. It's been quite a red day, especially on the equities front. If we start with international markets, the ASX in Sydney was the only market that finished in the green, up about 0.5%. The Nikkei in Tokyo was down almost 2% this week. Earlier, it was up more than 2%, so markets looking to clean out some liquidity from different perspectives and perhaps from for different reasons. European markets also a bit of a mixed bunch. The FTSE in London, the only market in the green there, up 0.1%. The DAX in Germany down 0.2%. Nasdaq 1.2% down. The S&P almost a full percent in the red. Local markets, the all share was down 1.4%. The top 40 down almost 1.5%. Resource stocks 3.9%, almost 4% down. Industrials up 0.1%, not much there, 9 basis points. The financial stocks down 0.75% this after them being up 0.4% yesterday. So lots of mixed movements from a market's perspective. If we're looking at the currency side of things, the rand 16.51 against the US dollar, still above 22 against the British pound, still above 19 against the euro, and the price of a Bitcoin is back above $60,000 a coin. It's at $62,200 odd dollars a Bitcoin. In rand terms, with that slightly weaker rand, if I'm looking at 16.51, is just over R1 million at about R1,027,000 rand. We're going to be back a little later on after the 6 p.m. news with these and other market movements. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Thanks for that, Jimmy. Right, enjoy your show 6 to 7. And in fact, tomorrow when Jimmy does his show, it'll be the build-up to the actual World Cup open. How do you do that? Do a business show with the World Cup game starting, 3 hours after that. Okay, we're going to get to you as well as the Madlanga Commission in a moment.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation. This is the Madlanga Commission update on SAFM.
So, there's been today, witness I concluded the testimony, and the second witness thereafter came up, Chief Samuel Mashaba, the Chief Provincial Inspector of Gauteng Traffic Police. His testimony forms part of the Commission's inquiry into drug busts specifically and related allegations of wrongdoing and criminality. And of course, as you know, central to all of that is that Ayrton bust that we've been talking about. The Commission's evidence leaders are Advocate Lee Siegels and Advocate Tabang Pue. Starting off his testimony, he outlined how he knew about the Ayrton drug bust. Chief Mashaba details how he received that tip-off.
July 2021, I received a tip-off from Mr. Tumelonku of a truck traveling from Durban to Johannesburg, which was allegedly suspected to have drugs in its cargo. I then asked Mr. Nku to first confirm if the information was positive before I could act on it. On the following morning, February the 9th, July 2021, Friday, sorry, at about 5 o'clock a.m. I received a call from Mr. Nku, who confirmed that the information was positive and that I should come meet him at a certain place in Alberton. I then left the house to the agreed location, driving a silver grey State VW Golf 7, and I need to emphasize this, whereas it's not in the statement, that the information I got was that I need to be careful who to involve, because it involves senior law enforcement officials. So I met Mr. Nku, and he gave me a briefing on his information.
Sorry. This about not involving others. Was it Mr. Nku who said this?
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you.
I met Mr. Nku, and he gave me a briefing on his information and the truck in question. After the briefing, I decided to engage the process for intercepting the truck and to have it searched. I needed backup to conduct such a process, and it is in that regard that I sought assistance from other officers. I contacted Warrant Officer Pokungwani from Alberton Subs Detectives. I requested him to come and assist me. He indicated that he was not available as he had just got vaccinated. He also could not refer me to anyone else on duty at Alberton Subs. However, he gave me Warrant Officer Mahana's contact number to check if he could assist me.
Right, the Mashaba then testified that Pakula was obtaining a statement from Jolene when several police cars arrived. And there was lots of commotion. Listen to this.
What had happened, I also pointed to him that the driver whom I already placed under arrest. After getting the information, Warrant Officer Pakula requested to see the person who was receiving the cargo. I had him request Warrant Officer Mukhana to contact the photographer, which Warrant Officer Mukhana did through assistance of Boysen's subs members. Warrant Officer Pakula was busy obtaining a statement from Jolene when suddenly several police cars with officers started driving in. There was a lot of commotion, and we got the feeling that we were viewed with suspicion. I can say that there were instances of confrontation. One of the officers who had confrontation with Warrant Officer Pakula was later known as Warrant Officer Khotso, who was accompanied by Colonel Ndlela. However, Colonel Ndlela was happy with the success and congratulated us. Warrant Officer Khotso had a problem and started arguing with Warrant Officer Pakula. And his argument was that, why didn't we have an inquiry to effect an arrest, which Warrant Officer told him there was no time to open an inquiry. Then he said, Major General Khan of Crime Intelligence was on his way. Warrant Officer Pagula had earlier called members of the Provincial Dog Unit, K9, to come to the scene. They then arrived together.
Just don't mention the name.
The name of?
Yes, don't mention, just say at this point.
The first name on the third line of paragraph 20.
Yes. So the Lieutenant Colonel, don't mention that name.
Okay.
Sorry.
They then arrived together at this point. Then the captain I must mention.
Yes, the captain is fine.
Oh.
So can I just read it?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Perhaps the best would have been to make changes beforehand. Otherwise, what happened with the Sergeant Kosi will happen here as well.
Right, that's it for the Madlanga Commission. It was adjourned early today due to health concerns raised by Chief Mashaba. But tomorrow is indeed another day. I'll get to your calls. You're part of the Pulse community. I need to feel you after this.
In case you missed it.
I am so worried. After listening to the president yesterday, I myself, my face is really denying me. You know, I had so much anxiety last night when I went to bed. The reason is that my helper, the domestic worker, she's not a South African, she's an illegal immigrant. I was like saying, you know what, I'm part of the problem. Yeah, I am saying that I'm part of the problem and I will try to resolve it. I'm not sure whether me trying to fix it will fix South Africa, but now I'm dealing with my conscience.
That was National Briefing This Morning with Kathy Mutlatlana. If you're active on social media and love SAFM, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAFM page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAFM, leading the conversation. Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
I see Donald Trump earlier said the Iranians took such a long time in trying to reach a negotiated settlement in that USA, Israel, Iran peace deal, if anything. But now he's saying we are working on a meaningful deal with Iran. That's his latest comment just a few minutes ago. Right, what about you? Let's get your thoughts. Eileen from Germiston. That's the second call in the day from that eastern part of East Rand, in fact, right? Eileen, hi.
Hello.
Hi, go for it. What's your point?
Yeah, my major point here is the situation of registrations of birth.
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge corruption issue. I deal with a lot of people who have their children not registered yet, and some of them registered, but when they reach the age of 16 to be able to get their ID books, they can't get them because somebody is already using that identity number, and the only thing that changed was a year of birth. Otherwise, everything else is them who have been using that. I've uncovered that from last year. A lot of people who come to my organization, NICSA, to ask for help, find that they registered their children, but then the IDs are being used. A 4-year-old already has that. And furthermore, those that unfortunately do not get registered, but already have a birth record, they take those names and they use them to also give somebody else the birth certificate and the ID. So that when that child comes at 16 and shows their records, and especially if their mother or father died, or they're already living with a granny, being South Africans with proof that they were born here, there's a clinic card, and there's a grandma, there's a grandfather who has a death certificate of the parent, they don't get it. It's already issued to somebody else. I need this to be exposed and to be attended to, because some of them are still in our register at NICSA.
All right. Well, you're saying exposed. Maybe let me leave your details, I think, with Keys or in Tabi saying, let's do that. Let's see if we can follow that story up so we can get actual more details and a response from that, Eileen. Thank you for that, right? Yeah?
Yeah,
Eileen,
thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Really appreciate it. We need to solve that problem. Right, here's further comments from you. And you can also post tweets as well. Hashtag the National Pulse on the X platform if you're going to tag SAfmRadio and me.
Hello, Ashraf. I hear about that lady dying at work and about the employees and the disputes they're having. I'm in a worse situation than that. I'm in the witness protection program, so I can't talk much because of protocol. But I am presently kept in a safe house, and the handler is abusive towards me to such an extent. It is now 13 days I haven't been given food, and I don't know what's going to happen because I can't phone anybody. I can't do anything. I've just heard this over the radio, and I thought I'll tell you that I'm in the witness protection program with the NPA.
Okay, and you can't be given food for 13 days.